As they say, winners rule, losers try again. An ordinary engineer from modern times transmigrates into a novel and becomes a design master. With just his brain and existing experience, a wave of his hand and a tap of his cane can create a vast and expansive estate fully equipped with amenities in this medieval era. Our main character today is Kim Shu-ho, but in this world, he's just a supporting character known as Lloyd Frontera. Besides his extraordinary transformative design skills, he's also a true capitalist. It all started a few years ago. Shu-ho suddenly transmigrated into a series called Armored Engineer. People who transmigrate wake up in a warm bed with soft blankets, but he woke up face down in hard, rocky ground. To top it off, he was freezing, his bones chilled to the core. Having slept on the street for too long, his jaw was even twisted to one side, incredibly unsightly. After adjusting himself properly, Shu-ho began to collect his thoughts and organize the information. Suddenly, someone called out, "Sir Lloyd." Shu-han turned and recognized Habil Asrahan, an armored engineer, and also the main character of this novel. He looked as handsome as his illustration. In the novel, Habil becomes famous throughout the continent as Habil the Swordsman, but he originated from a small town called Aos Frontera as an ordinary swordsman. There's also another character, the notorious and decadent Baron from Frontera, named Lloyd Frontera. Truly, when it rains, it pours. Not only did he transmigrate into a strange world, but he also ended up in the body of a boorish young man. Shu-ho was extremely unlucky to have such bad luck. Habil, seeing Lloyd yelling like a madman, looked utterly bewildered, thinking the guy in front of him looked absolutely hideous. A while later, the two returned to the Duke's mansion together. Habil lit the fireplace to warm the room. He said that Lloyd had been drinking all day, getting completely drunk, and causing a ruckus at the tavern. Afterwards, he'd somehow made his way home and finally collapsed on the street. At this rate, Lloyd was sure to hog the front page headlines tomorrow. Lloyd, upon hearing this, was left speechless. This was truly the life of a scoundrel. Habil was sent by the Baron, Lloyd's father, to keep a close eye on him, because the Baron didn't want to see his son poor and lying on the streets with a dislocated jaw. How pathetic. But the weather seems more severe in this medieval era. Even with the fireplace lit in the room, Lloyd still felt cold. Habil said he'd report the incident at the tavern to the Baron in the morning. He seemed resolute and showed no intention of covering things up. As Habil was about to leave the room, Lloyd suddenly called him back. He anxiously asked Habil about his family, who were currently drowning in debt. Habil didn't answer directly, but instead retorted sarcastically, "Oh, so you're just finding out." Then, he coldly closed the door and left, leaving Lloyd alone in the room, lost in thought. Actually, I know everything in that novel. In the cramped, dark dorm room last night, I was even trying to finish the last chapter. So of course, I know Lloyd's fate like the back of my hand. The reason the Baron's estate fell into debt was because both he and his wife were swindled by a con artist, losing everything, and eventually, unable to bear it, they committed suicide together. From then on, Lloyd became a drifter who only knew how to drink himself into a stupor. In the end, he coughed and died in a pool of blood from alcohol poisoning. Seriously, life was already tough on the outside, but transmigrating into another world with a noble status isn't any better. Suddenly, the system appeared. A new notification popped up. Your wish has been randomly selected and granted by the Supreme Being. Lloyd didn't understand what this notification meant, but he was annoyed, so he didn't care at all. Early the next morning, Lloyd's mother, Mabella Frontera, came to see Lloyd and asked about what happened yesterday. Lloyd had actually only transmigrated into this world last night, so in reality, he had no idea what the original owner of this body did all day yesterday. Should he say that he was reading a novel last night? Would that be weird? Mabella, looking haggard and tired, advised Lloyd not to cause any more trouble and to go apologize to them. Lloyd was now confused and didn't know what to do. But if this body had committed a crime, he thought he should apologize properly, Lloyd agreed, saying that he would go apologize to the tavern owner and others. Mabella and Habil were so astonished that their jaws dropped, as if they had just seen a strange phenomenon. A new creature appearing before their eyes. A moment later, Lloyd and Habil set off together to the tavern to apologize. Seeing Lloyd walking down the street, the people in the busy street quickly and surprisingly scattered. Even the curious children who were looking through the windows were picked up by their parents, and the doors were slammed shut. It seemed that this Lloyd's reputation was so infamous that everyone in town loathed him. Seeing everyone trying to avoid him like the plague, Lloyd asked Habil curiously, "Why do you always follow me?" The reason sounds touching, but in reality, it's very cold. Habil was also just trying to make a living, following the Baron's orders, to escort Lloyd to prevent things that might happen like yesterday. It sounds fancy to say escort, but it's more like protecting the townspeople from Lloyd. Lloyd felt that if he wanted to survive in this world, the first step was to erase his image as a jerk in everyone's eyes. But thinking about it, if he could solve the debt at home first, life might be better. After all, Lloyd is the heir to the Baron family. Lloyd opened the control panel to check a few things needed to carry out the plan, but looking at the skill panel, it was truly a joke. Nothing usable at all. Lloyd angrily waved his arms around wildly, causing Habiel to look at him with a judgmental expression that was really unpleasant. Before long, they arrived at the tavern. Lloyd didn't realize it and almost passed it. Habiel suddenly looked at Lloyd with a scrutinizing, unpredictable expression. When Lloyd asked, he replied as if nothing was serious. Seeing Lloyd open the door and step inside the tavern, Habiel felt that something had changed since last night. It felt as if his young master Lloyd had become a different person. Inside the tavern, the aftermath of yesterday's destruction was still intact. Everything was broken and shattered. Generally, nothing seemed to be intact. Lloyd went to the front of the tavern owner and bowed his head to apologize. The tavern owner was even more terrified when he saw this scene. "It's even worse than the mess I made last night." Seeing that being serious wasn't working, Lloyd switched to apologizing with a rude and sarcastic attitude. "But maybe that's not effective either. Guess when they hate you, they'll just hate everything you do." The tavern owner stammered to Lloyd that he didn't need to apologize. Everything was still pretty much okay, but seeing the man's flustered and scared face made Lloyd feel something indescribable. On the way back, Lloyd said that even though he apologized, he felt the tavern owner wasn't really satisfied. Well, duh. Going and wrecking a whole tavern that someone built with their blood, sweat, and tears, and then just saying a simple apology, who could be satisfied with that? Lloyd was starting to feel like life was tough. He already had to pay off the family debt, and now he had to cover the compensation for the tavern. This was really hard to swallow. And to top it off, he couldn't get close to anyone in this town. If he didn't pay off the debt, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Just when Lloyd was racking his brain, not knowing what to do to pay off the debt, Habiel said something that instantly clicked in Lloyd's head. The mother of that tavern owner was still suffering from the cold winds of the previous winter, and now with this mess that Lloyd just created, the tavern owner was definitely having the worst year ever. Lloyd thought about it, and it was true that the atmosphere in the tavern was pretty bleak. There was only a tiny heater, so there was no way it could warm the whole place, so it would be very difficult for that old woman to withstand the cold. Koreans have always used hot stones under the floor to heat things up, but it hadn't been discovered yet in this era. Lloyd was walking when he suddenly stopped. A bold idea just flashed in his head. He felt like this was definitely going to be a new breakthrough in this world. There's no heating system in the Middle Ages. With the mind and knowledge of an engineer, a perfect design blueprint was drawn in Lloyd's head. If it was successful, Lloyd would definitely make a fortune, and for sure the people here wouldn't believe it was designed by that jerk Lloyd Frontera. After all, in the real world, his major was construction and structural design. He had even built a building in just a few days when he was in the military as an engineer. If it worked, Lloyd could definitely pay off all that debt. Once Lloyd thought it through, he immediately turned back to that tavern. That would be the starting point for his first order. Right at this moment, the system suddenly appeared and announced, "Loki's journey has truly begun. RP has been activated by the system." RP stands for Rappaport Points. Can be accumulated by developing relationships with important characters. Lois stared blankly, surprised, at the system panel. The current RP is 0. He wondered, is this like Express? There's no explanation of what it's used for either. The guide says you can increase RP by improving key relationships. Lois immediately turned to look at Habiel to check it out. Sure enough, there was something displayed above his head, a system panel showing the character's impression of Lomi. Currently, Habiel's score is 30, extremely low. Without hesitating, Lomi tested the ability to increase RP right away. Although it was awkward and forced, Lai tried to be cute and praised Habiel for being extremely handsome. Habiel didn't react at all after hearing that. His face was cold, and his affection even decreased by 1. This method probably won't work, Lomi thought. Lomi is really not suited for this vibe. A while later, Lloyd and Habiel returned to the tavern. Lloyd wrote up a detailed contract with the contractor, listing himself as the principal and operator, and then handed it to the tavern owner. He pledged to compensate for all the damage he had caused by covering the entire construction cost. Looking at the contract presented by a rude and degenerate fellow, the tavern owner's eyes were filled with judgment and suspicion. His trust in Lloyd was practically negative infinity, but in order for the debt repayment to go smoothly, Lomi, unwillingly, had to resort to the most basic method to get the tavern owner to agree. He used his friendly, reputable, and pleading image to try to persuade the owner, and then of course it was a resounding success. It was a bit underhanded, but at least it got the job done. The first contract was considered a success. Lloyd assured the tavern owner emphatically that he would never regret it. Without waiting long, Lloyd quickly got to work. He chose the open space in front of the tavern to work in and began to measure and calculate. Habiel, who had been silently contemplating for a while, then spoke up. "Liney, aren't you creating a new wrongdoing by threatening the tavern owner and making him sign the contract?" Lloyd was silent for a moment. Then he didn't answer, but calmly asked Habiel in return, Have you ever heard of cognitive distortion? Lloyd explained that this distortion had clung to Habil's mind because of negativity and prejudice. Because he had done those things in the past, he thought Lloyd was the same now, Habil retorted. That's not prejudice, but experience and assessment, Lummi immediately countered. Don't both of those stem from the past? Hearing that, Habil froze stiff, because it was too true to argue. He didn't expect that the scoundrel of a master in front of him would say something like that. Lloyd continued, saying that he would definitely make the tavern owner and his mother smile. Saying this, as he stabbed the rod into the ground and worked, he would make them smile no matter what, because their smiles would be the foundation and motivation for Lummi to earn money. And so Lloyd started working hard. He kept digging dirt, moving it, hammering, and repeating it 2 or 3 times. Next was the frame construction stage. Lloyd used wood from the Duke's family warehouse and applied a basic fire-resistant wood structure, a traditional Eastern wooden construction method, using fire-resistant wood to build it. Then, red clay from the riverbank outside was plastered on, but what Lloyd didn't expect was that the body's physique was too weak. He got tired, short of breath, and had to lie down and rest after working for just a little while, to the point that this project had been dragging on for a week and still wasn't finished. Seeing Lloyd's enthusiasm and dedication, Habil began to have a different view of his master. Unbelievable that idiot Lloyd was actually upholding the contract with the tavern owner. Seeing his master looking battered and exhausted, his body weak and trembling, still trying to continue the work, made Habil a little moved. Just as Lloyd lost his balance, about to fall backward, Habil immediately rushed over and caught him in time. He took the axe from Lloyd's hand and asked, "What do you need me to do so I can help?" Lloyd said that he needed planks, about a handspan wide and 2 handspans long. After hearing this, Habil quickly put his supreme abilities into action. He raised his axe and gracefully twirled it a few times with basic, yet beautiful strokes. Instantly, he completed the exact number of planks needed for the project. Lloyd could only stare in astonishment, giving a thumbs up of admiration. No wonder he's the main character with main character power. The guy who'll become a master swordsman later on is like a high-tech device. When the fat is at the cat's mouth, you have to keep it there. Lloyd definitely couldn't pass up the delicious salt like Habil, and continued to negotiate for his help. He wanted Habil to continue completing this project with him. Habil immediately felt annoyed and disgruntled upon hearing this. He had just helped out, and instead of being thanked, he was being asked to do more. How could he not be upset? Nevertheless, with his quick wit and seemingly illogical but ultimately persuasive arguments, Lloyd successfully recruited Habil to his team, and so, they both rolled up their sleeves and threw themselves into the work, toiling away like diligent bees. One dug, one loosened, one hoed, one swung. After dozens of hours, the project that Lloyd designed was finally complete. He didn't forget to put a brand right in the middle of the facade to create his own signature. Now, it was time to call the tavern owner to test out the product and make up for the troubles Lloyd had caused. The flames from the outdoor fireplace flickered and danced. Thanks to that, the atmosphere inside this small wooden house was warmed up. The tavern owner and his mother felt extremely satisfied. The old woman even felt like her stiff joints were loosening up. The tavern owner was very surprised, unable to believe his eyes. After all, it's understandable that the people here are surprised. Because Lovi used a traditional Korean house remodeling method to warm the floor, combining it with a room-warming structure called gudaeun ondol, this technique didn't exist in the medieval era. Finally, both the mother and the tavern owner smiled. Lloyd kept his promise, just like he said he would. Habil couldn't believe that Lloyd could do it. Even his lord's way of speaking and facial expressions had changed. Habil still couldn't believe this was real. Lloyd actually kept his promise to a commoner, but still, seeing the smiles of the 2 tavern owners and his mother, Habil also felt warmth in his heart. His good impression of Lloyd also increased by 2 points. Lloyd received 36 RP as a result of a slight improvement in his relationship with a key character. This first contract can be considered a success. Although he spent quite a bit of money on the wood, it was worth it. After all, this model house is simply for advertising and marketing for profit later on. A few days later, more and more people came to try the warming house Lloyd had created. The line of people wanting to experience it was endless. Lloyd also took this opportunity to promote his service. But because his reputation was so infamous, no matter how many discounts he offered, the people still couldn't trust him enough to accept. Right as he was trying to drum up business and reel in customers for his service, Aegis Frontera, Lloyd's father, unexpectedly appeared. Current likability rating, 20. Scene cuts to the Frontera mansion. Lloyd is sitting, enjoying breakfast with his father. He looks up at him. Lloyd watches Frontera seriously savoring his food, thinking, "I've been avoiding running into father as much as possible. What if he doesn't let me continue with those construction projects?" Suddenly, he speaks up. "I've heard about this," August Frontera says sternly. "What are you planning to do this time?" Lloyd casually eats as he answers, "I guess I don't need to spell it out, huh? The owner of the tavern ordered a warming room, so I'm making one for him." Building mode. Lloyd activated. Hearing this, he asks, Did you make an agreement with him beforehand? Lloyd, with his mouth full, replies, seems like you know everything already. Aegis Frontera warns seriously. Our top priority is protecting the people. Lying to them or deceiving them will not be tolerated. Lloyd, still wearing a nonchalant expression, replies, it's not that bad, you don't have to worry, father. Just as I predicted, no matter what I do, there will be people who misunderstand. He calmly gets up. Looks like you have nothing more to say, so I'll be going. Running away, darting, dodging, escaping is the best strategy. Just as Lloyd turns to leave, Aegis Frontera speaks. Is it because of our family's current situation? You must know what's happening to our family, he says, with a troubled look. To reassure him, don't worry, we'll get through this soon, so don't stray from what's right. Lovey turns back, looking a little sad. I've heard this before. He remembers his father from his old world. Hey, Kim Shuho, it'll be okay, don't worry, it's not a big deal. So I just have to study hard? I thought everything would be alright. But Lloyd's face darkens after the memory. It was just a lie. It wasn't alright at all. Do I look like someone who would put up with hardship for that damn money? He says confidently, don't give up, father, because I will persevere with you. Lloyd remembers his past self. I should have said that to my father a few years ago. He walks outside, calculating. Right now, 32 people chose Type A, and 57 chose Type B. I already received half of the down payment for the construction. Suddenly, two strange men appear before Lloyd Frontera. The chubby man on the left is the loan shark, and Mara Loaf is next to him. A loan shark, for real. They walk past him, making him wonder, what's up with that? They're passing by the Baron's son without even saying hello. Suddenly he realizes, oh, could it be that these guys in front of Aegis Frontera's office? Aside, they brazenly sit on the desk. Aegis, how much longer are you planning to delay? Midlolap added. You only have 5 days left until the deadline. His warning made Frontera lower his head in defeat. If you keep whining, we won't stop here. Lloyd was eavesdropping outside the door. Sai Lo, not seeing him speak up, raised his voice. Why are you silent? Isn't it true you'll have money if you sell the stuff in this mansion? A smile gradually spread across his face as he stood outside the door, just as Lloyd's face twisted in a smug expression. Perfect timing for my entrance. Scene changed to his room. Lloyd looked at the notification board, thinking to himself, friendship points, 36. I gained a few more friendship points after Javier's favorability towards T increased. What can I use these points for? Suddenly, the text on the notification board changed. Your skills will be enhanced by using the available friendship points. He was surprised. Oh, this damn message actually knows why, huh? Hearing this, the notification board sulked. Fine, then. Lummy chuckled and apologized. Sorry, okay, I won't say that again. After a short download, a circle of energy suddenly appeared under his feet. It scanned his entire body and announced, detected earth mechanic knowledge, detected water mechanic knowledge, detected architecture knowledge. After a moment, the magic circle reached the top of Lloyd Frontera's head. Detected clean water and sewage knowledge, detected steel structure design and civil engineering design knowledge, detected advanced program design knowledge, HMPH. You have more knowledge than you appear to. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, hey, was it necessary to say that? I was a scholarship student in the advanced class, you know. A display appeared after the completion. Skills you can acquire based on current knowledge. Basic surveying. Friendship points required. 15. Basic design. Friendship points required. 20. Lomi seriously read each word. I'm not even sure what these are for yet. He looked at his available friendship points and quickly tapped both of the aforementioned skills. Friendship points, 36. HMPH. I have enough points to upgrade both anyway. Skill acquired. Basic surveying. After the announcement, Lloyd's eyes suddenly lit up. He eagerly pushed open the window and looked outside. Whoa! What the hell is this? Lloyd looked at the pre-existing blueprint below in awe. Is this real? Even if I don't use GPS to measure, I can still measure with just these eyes. The next skill made him just as happy. Skill acquired. Basic design. Lloyd used his hand to draw on the available screen. Awesome, damn, this is crazy. Unlike before when I had to put in so much effort with those drawings on paper, after trying out the two skills, he sat down on the bed, pondering. My work from now on will be much easier, but can Hable handle the work of many people for the construction? Lloyd thought about the excavator in his previous world and sighed. I wish I had the knowledge to make heavy machinery. I wonder if I could create one. The notification board appeared like a fairy godmother and said, oh, you can? He was surprised. What? Real? A notification board appeared, making him gape in awe. The notification board read, draw a random imaginary object. Use friendship points to draw an imaginary object. Diverse characters, diverse skills, choose a fictional noble partner. Lloyd looked at the content and thought, it's like a game advertisement inviting you to buy items. Suddenly, The notification board displayed another line below, catching his attention. HMPH, draw a random imaginary object, costs a whopping 50 friendship points per draw. Looking at the usage fee, Lloyd clicked his tongue. Trisk, that's highway robbery. I only have 1 friendship point left now. He thought about the 3 powerful mythical beasts he once knew. Imaginary characters, huh? If I'm right, they could be as useful as heavy machinery. Thinking this, Lloyd made up his mind. Friendship points. I have to collect as many friendship points as possible. To do that, I need to increase the favorability from important characters. Back in the previous room, a hand slammed on the table. Lloyd Frontera. Midlot made an offer. If you don't have money to pay, I'll tell you how to get money. His already hideous face contorted, he said in a cunning tone. I know a really good place where you can sell your debt and those maids for a good price. Lloyd Frontera, hearing this, turned grim. How dare you? Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere in the room. Do you think you can do anything inhumane just because you're a creditor? Lloyd put his arm around MIT Lope from behind. He abruptly shoved him away, cursing. Who is this brat? Aganicus hesitantly spoke up. Lloyd Map recognized his identity and sneered. Ah, so this is your problematic eldest son. Is that why you're interrupting adults? If you don't get out of here, Lloyd frowned, cutting him off. Enough. Show us your invitation. The two of them looked blank. What? He darkened his expression and explained. Kingdom Law 3/6? All nobles in the kingdom have the right to protect their rights and interests. Lomi scowled at the two with a piercing glare. Entering a noble's residence without an invitation is against the law? This is clearly stated. Hearing this, the two retorted. What the hell are you talking about? I've never heard of such a law. He put on a nonchalant face and replied. Oh, you didn't know. Would you like to check it with me? Loie said sternly. Hobby. A figure entered from outside the door. Yes, Lord Loie. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing the figure of a knight. Loie, with a fearsome expression, ordered, Chop off the hands of these lawbreakers. Habiel Asrahan received the order and prepared to draw his sword. The two people panicked, stammering, Are you crazy? Do you want to be brought before the court? He smiled and reiterated, That's why I want to check the provision with you, so let's see which side the court takes. Habiel Asrahan didn't wait and drew his sword, advancing forward. The two loan sharks were now terrified, their mouths agape. Milo and Silo scrambled to run away, but didn't forget to curse. You think you're allowed to do this? You'll regret it. With a bang, the two of them ran out the door, leaving him behind. Lloyd Frontera waved his hand, smiling in satisfaction. TCH, what fool! Lloyd Frontera finally spoke up. Lloyd, Habel? He asked in a panic, questioning their purpose. What do you two think you just did? It doesn't help things. Unexpectedly, Lloyd walked over and placed a bag of money on the table. He gently explained, I was planning to give Father the deposit I earned, but this should be enough for these guys. Lloyd Frontera couldn't believe his eyes, but still refused. Is this the deposit you took from everyone? How can I use this money? Habiel Asrahan, standing behind, reassured. Lord Akus, please don't worry, he said sternly. I will oversee Baron Lloyd to ensure he keeps his promise to everyone. He looked at Habiel's serious face and secretly accepted. Judging by Habel's expression, he trusted Lloyd. He seized the opportunity to bow. We'll take our leave. The two quickly left Lloyd Frontera's office. Habiel Asrahan asked doubtfully about what happened earlier. How did you know about that law? I thought you were a superficial person, Lloyd retorted angrily. I found it, I really did find it, from Habiel in the novel. He remembered the scene of Habiel Asrahan standing in the rain after Lloyd's parents passed away. The two loan sharks wanted to dig up their graves to find valuables and sell them. And that time, Habiel, Kingdom Law Section 3/6. Kingdom Law Section 3/6. He gently sliced off the heads of those two scumbags. Every nobleman in the kingdom has the right to protect their rights and interests. Then he chopped off the heads of those two guys. And when Habiel was sued in court, he was found innocent, Loki thought to himself smugly. Remembering the entire novel is really beneficial. He stroked his chin expectantly. Anyway, the notification will appear as expected. The notification board suddenly appeared. Notification. Lloyd Frontera's favorability towards you has increased by 6 points. You have received 60 affinity points for increasing your relationship with an important character. Points. Affinity points. 61. Loie smiled contentedly. I predicted it like a god. Fictional character. Here I come, under the moonlight shining on the tree roots. Loie stood in the training yard. At this hour, he checked around. There's no one here, right? Loie called out, and the notification board immediately appeared. Random draw. Randomly draw fictional creatures. Start one draw, 50 affinity points. He immediately clicked on the start button. Let's begin. After clicking, a blue light suddenly appeared. The sound of gears colliding gradually became more intense. Suddenly it formed a circle and began to connect with each other. Lloyd stared at it in awe as it worked. Holy moly, is that magic? The magic circle began to complete, revealing a complete version of magic, a summoning spell. Looking at the result, he sighed wearily. That's it. The magic circle collided with each other and created a mess of sounds, just making annoying noises. Suddenly something gradually emerged from the middle of the circle. Unexpectedly, a hamster poked its head out from inside, squeaking. Lummi looked at the finished product speechless. It crawled all the way out and fell to the ground. Thud, thud, its whole body covered in dust. It looked up at him, who was standing still. In front of the hamster, Lloyd clicked his tongue disapprovingly. What a failure. It heard that and teared up in hurt. The hamster staggered and said a few words. Podong, podong. He walked away with a displeased face. What? You're not a failure. You know how to do a lot of things. He stopped and asked. Like a nuke. I don't need something like that. It waved its paws in denial. Bo fo fong, really not. Then show me what you can do. The little hamster puffed up its cheeks with a grape and spat out two things along with its drool. Tui. Lloyd looked disgusted. That's so dirty. He looked at the contents of the paper and read aloud, Podong User Manual. Lloyd looked at the hamster wiping its face in front of him and read the instructions. Podong is a lovable hamster. Take care of it with love. He poured the red and blue seeds from the bag into his hand to feed Podong. Sunflower seeds can change their size. Two images explaining. Red sunflower seed. Podong will grow big after eating this, but the effect will wear off after 12 hours. Blue sunflower seed. Podong will shrink after eating this. Feed Podong this one before the red sunflower seed wears off. Lloyd frowned as he continued reading. The price for a set of 2 colored sunflower seeds is 1 friendship point. He didn't change his expression, just looked at it with a bored face. How big can you get? As big as a person, he exclaimed. Podong, I should check it out myself. He took a red sunflower seed from the bag and put it in Podong's mouth. A digging hamster is good, but if it grows as big as a person, it'll be very useful. It received the sunflower seed and munched on it eagerly. Suddenly, Podong's body gradually grew larger, startling Lloyd. The transformation was so fast that its body slammed right into his face. Lloyd was kicked away by Podong's body. Oof, thump, crash. He looked up in alarm. Oh my god. Lloyd looked at its huge, fierce body. What the hell is this? 5 meters? No, it has to be at least 10 meters. Podong looked down with a disdainful expression. It's looking down on me, so arrogant. Suddenly a notification popped up. Podong's level 1 digging skill, along with a description of it quickly demonstrating its ability. Podong's level 1 ground leveling skill. It used its huge body to roll around once, making the ground flat. Finally, Podong's level 1 cheek pouch skill. It held something in its mouth and was about to spit it out. Podong spat a huge rock from its mouth. Ew. It fell right in front of Lloyd, and its spit splattered all over him. Lloyd didn't care about its slobber and was overjoyed. Awesome. The heavy machinery problem is solved. After preparing everything, he returned to the mansion, thinking, but if I suddenly show up with something this amazing, everyone will be suspicious, right? Lloyd stroked the sleeping Podong, coming up with a plan. Alright, I'll bring the summoning book with me, then exclaim, am I a summoning genius? Oh dear, why am I so smart? I'm going crazy. After calculating for a while, he confidently walked away with his plan. Let's go deal with the labor problems for the next large-scale construction. Now, the sky is gradually brightening. In front of the Frontera family's land, Lloyd was now standing in front of the crowd, giving orders. Repeat after me, he shouted. Safety comes first, everyone weakly replied, holding tools in their hands. Safety comes first. 30 soldiers of Baron Frontera. Lloyd looked at everyone's sleepy appearance and felt helpless. I'm going to die. Laughing. They're answering like those soldiers who get paid without working. The Baron is so deeply in debt, why doesn't he fire them? He regained his composure, smirking. Fine. Then there will be no more labor wages paid. Being able to gather manpower is a relief. Lloyd turned and shouted loudly again. Listen carefully, you are soldiers. The place you should gather is in the military. He put the shovel on his shoulders sternly. But what is the military's top priority? It's labor. When we were in the military, we had to dig and weed more than we trained. Lloyd pointed to the side. Do you see the land over there now? That's the sandy land I've been digging all night. The image of Podong diligently digging popped into his head. Actually, Podong had dug up that entire pile in about 30 minutes. Lloyd enthusiastically detailed the plan. The first crucial task we must undertake is to revitalize this land, with a project to build a heating room for the people here. To do that, you all will have to move the rocks and soil to the construction site first. Upon hearing that, everyone wore a displeased expression, as if disagreeing. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, so he didn't waver at all. Just as I predicted, I knew they'd react like this. Suddenly someone stepped forward and spoke from behind. Young master, Lloyd Frontera asked, frowning. What exactly did you just order my soldiers to do, Knight Commander Baron Frontera Nerman? Lloyd smirked triumphantly. And I also predicted this guy would come. Images of the 3 key figures in the novel gradually surfaced in his mind. There were 3 knights in total on this land, and the other one was Nerman. Under him were Bayan and the novel's protagonist, Habel Asrahan. Lloyd stood motionless, recalling the plot. In the early part of the novel, both Bayan and Habel remained loyal until the very land collapsed. But this guy was even the first to betray and abandon the Baron. He looked at his face and youthful chin, reminiscing. It's because Nerman sold information about the Baron to swindlers. He's also heavily in debt. An insidious look was clear on Lloyd's face. This is not good at all. How could this guy be the Knight Commander? He turned back and asked, echoing his words. What do you think we're doing? Nerman Frontera's eyes were filled with sternness as he replied. I can't believe you're ordering soldiers to do such dirty work. As the Knight Commander, I can't accept this. Lloyd rested his chin on his palm, a carefree look on his face as he cursed inwardly. Damn it! I'm making money to pay off debts, but I've already received the Baron's permission. He didn't care, and brought up the past. I don't know what method you used to deceive the Lord, but looking back at the young master's past, Narration Frontera firmly stated his opinion. I believe you are using the military for personal gain. Am I wrong? Lloyd remained indifferent to those words. He smiled without denying the opinion. Not at all, Then suddenly, he turned somber and made an oblique reference to being beaten. Narration Frontera was so angry at this point that veins popped out all over his face. Look at his weak reasoning. If he tried playing an online game, he'd be scared to death. Lloyd slowly lifted the shovel stuck in the ground. Then he suddenly swung the shovel towards Narration Frontera. See what happens. The soldiers who witnessed the scene had their mouths agape. He also grimaced no less after blocking the blow. Lloyd smiled confidently after the action. Narration Frontera's entire body trembled as he spoke. He was so angry that he didn't look like a knight anymore. This punk, you just tried to tarnish the reputation of a knight. Haha. The useless, incompetent son of a baron on the verge of bankruptcy? Of course, that curse was just in his head. He wouldn't dare say such a thing out loud. Lloyd put his hand to his ear, signaling he couldn't hear clearly. What did you say? You want to set aside your rank and fight? He twirled the shovel in his hand with great skill, then pointed it straight at Narration Frontera. Lloyd confidently requested, Alright, how about giving it a try? Come on, let's duel. He was still tense, grinding his jaw as he retorted, You'll regret it, you idiot. In front of the Frontera residence, a voice echoed. A month from now, you will duel with Knight Nerman. Habel Asrahan asked sternly. Are you confident you will win? Lloyd put on a carefree expression with a teasing tone. What? Are you stupid? Of course not. He pointed to his head, scolding and making Habel Asrahan angry enough to draw his sword on the spot. My opponent is a knight known as the Magical Heart and an expert in basic swordsmanship, and I'm just a lazy bum, so how could I possibly face him? Are you asking without thinking? Do you even use your brain? HMPH. He calmed down and slowly loosened his grip on the sword. Phew, I almost slashed him. Watching him pick his nose, Habel Asrahan couldn't help but think, I can't believe he suddenly threw mud at Knight Nerman and demanded a duel. Even though he wants to go back to being a scoundrel, Lloyd was only focused on picking his nose and didn't care about him. To set up a money-making scheme like that, he pleaded for the Baron's favor, then started an argument and sidelined himself. At that point, he appointed Knight Bayan as an alternate supervisor and commander of the construction battalion. Lloyd took out a yellow substance from his nose, disgusting Habel Asrahan. But I still can't believe he lacks confidence in the duel. It makes no sense at all. Irritating. I want to chop him up. Lloyd took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands and said, Well then, Knight Habel, there's something I need you to do. He smiled and requested, Teach me how to use a sword. Habel Asrahan bluntly said, I don't want to. Lloyd made a grimace. Why not? He seriously explained. First, my mission is to watch over you, young Master Lloyd. Habel Asrahan spoke a string of criticisms without a hint of emotion on his face. Second, young Master Lloyd is trash. If trash learns swordsmanship, it'll be even more dangerous to those around him. He resentfully spoke. Hey, couldn't you at least talk nicely? Lloyd gradually understood. So that's how it is. You don't want to teach me, do you? He seriously made an offer. If you teach me swordsmanship, in return, how about I cure your insomnia? Habel Asrahan was shocked. How does he know about that? Lloyd laughed confidently, as if he had read his mind. Because it's in the novel, and I also know the cause of your insomnia. He recalled the information in the novel. In the novel, Blood and Iron Knight, the ranks of knights are divided into 4 levels. The highest is Swordmaster, Advanced Sword Expert, Intermediate Sword Expert, and Elementary Sword Expert. Then he knew about the difficulty Habel Asrahan was experiencing, and Habel's rank was Advanced Sword Expert, and he would soon become a Sword Master. The reason he had insomnia was because his extraordinary nervous system was too sensitive. It's called Sword Master Syndrome. Lloyd now spoke in a bored tone. Of course that information wouldn't reach this rural area. How would this idiot know about it? Do you agree to this deal or not? Pretending you don't know is useless. Your face clearly shows your insomnia. Habil Asrahan sighed wearily and accepted the deal. All right, I'll give it a try, Loey smiled contentedly. Oh really? Don't go easy on me now, he replied with a scornful laugh. Of course. I mean, you'll definitely give up. I've tried so many different ways to cure my insomnia, starting from cognitive behavioral therapy, using medicinal herbs, aromatherapy, to physical training, traditional medicine, and so on and so forth. After talking a lot, Habil Asrahan still fell sound asleep. Loey was smug when he saw him sleeping soundly. Haha, you unreasonable bastard. I know how to cure your insomnia, he muttered a formula. The first time he dozed off while reading magic techniques, am I right? 18th magic technique? Loudly reading the book on reinforced concrete makes everyone sleepy. Loey burst into a manic laugh. Now all of your swordsmanship will belong to me. Scene changes to the forest. Habil Asrahan ordered, run 50 laps immediately. Loey stood blankly for a moment, then still turned around and walked away. Watching him run without saying a word made Habil Asrahan suspicious. He's running without complaining. He stood straight, watching Loey run. Thud. Thud. Gradually, he ran half a lap. After running 1 lap, Loey panted and complained. Huff, huff, I hate doing this. Teach me some techniques. Habil Asrahan didn't reply, just stood there watching him run. Another lap, and Loey was back to taunt him. You weren't expecting much from this, were you? You thought I'd give up and start screaming, didn't you? Habil Asrahan continued to use his tree trunk ears, and he kept running another lap, Loey returned with his provocative tone. Then you were going to say, this isn't your forte, and ignore me, right? Habil Asrahan twitched at that. Lamp's eyes. He smiled in satisfaction and continued. Haha. What are you gonna do? Now I'm gonna run until the end. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Passive skill annoyance inducer has reached level 4. Anyone who sees you will think you're an idiot and will have the urge to hit you. Loey read the words with annoyance. I don't need a skill like that. Get lost? Afterwards, he stubbornly continued to run. Huff huff. Loey was covered in sweat as he walked. Truthfully, I'm exhausted. It's a lie to say I'm not, but this is nothing compared to when I was in Korea. He remembered his dark days in the previous world, without the warmth of family. Every morning, he'd wake up in a cramped studio apartment, day after day, carrying bricks to the 4th floors of villas, and all night, loading trucks with boxes. Images of Loey toiling at work flashed through his mind, all to avoid starving to death. Always nurturing a desire to get better someday. Suddenly, Kim Shu-ho noticed a faint light ahead. Hang in there, Kim Shu-ho will get better. He walked towards the light, slowly reaching out to touch it. You're doing great? You meet the standards? Kim Shu-ho struggled to touch the light in front of him. Just a little more. Then he realized something that plunged him back into despair. The light that seemed to be right in front of him was getting further and further away. Kim Shu-ho collapsed to the ground in regret. Back to Lloyd Frontera, who was still persistently running around the training grounds. Compared to that pain and despair, Loey smiled brightly, enjoying the moment. This is nothing. Habil Asrahan stood silently, observing. He watched Loey's efforts and thought to himself, if he's really serious about learning, I'll teach him my swordsmanship. The image of him trying to run, even though his body was near its limit, lingered in Habil Asrahan's eyes. The notification popped up again. Notice, Habil's impression of you has increased by 1. HBL's impression of you. You have received 18 affinity points, as your relationship with an important character has slightly improved. Current affinity points. Night was falling. In front of the Frontera mansion, August Frontera was talking with Nerman Frontera. How can he be so disrespectful to someone who has protected our family for 5 generations? His face clearly showed disappointment. I thought he'd finally understood these past few days. Looks like I was wrong about it. Akis Fongtae spoke seriously about the current situation. Morally, we can't stop this duel. But he's still the future heir to this land, so don't teach him, he seriously suggested. To the point where he gets seriously injured, enough for him to understand. Nerman Frontera bowed respectfully. As you command. But deep inside, he smirked. I don't know if I can keep this up for the entire match, though. Nerman Frontera exited Akos Frontera's office, scheming to himself. But I'll defeat that arrogant brat and kill him, if the Baron makes a fuss about it. He chuckled to himself, continuing his train of thought. I'll kill that brat and the Baron too, and stage it as a suicide. And just as planned, I'll leave this village and move to a bigger place. Nerman Frontera snickered inwardly as he walked. Thanks to that young master, my plan will succeed sooner than I expected, hehe. 1 month later, in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd and Nerman Frontera stood facing each other before the crowd. His parents, along with 2 nearby knights, were deeply worried. Nerman Frontera, holding his sword, asked Lloyd, Are you ready for this match? Lloyd Frontera flicked his left foot and kicked the hoe stuck in the ground upwards. He nonchalantly placed the hoe on his shoulder, replying, Of course. Lloyd smiled confidently. I'm the one who's ready to beat you. The crowd looked at the weapon in his hand, bewildered. What is that, a hoe? Is he planning to fight Knight Nerman with that? Nerman Frontera, seeing this, was speechless with anger. Habil Asrahan, standing above, thought back to the hoe. A hoe made of iron. That's what he asked the blacksmith to make. Akos Frontera, clutching his head, criticized. Is that brat just planning to mess around? Habil Asrahan inwardly refuted his words. Mess around? Perhaps not. If you reflect on what he's been doing since last month, he recalled the days when he instructed Lloyd Frontera in basic training every early morning, without a single complaint, then going to the construction site to teach the village engineers about the heating system, and then practicing swordsmanship until late at night before going to sleep. Habil Asrahan, remembering that time, was certain. That's not the will of someone who's just playing around. I'm sure young Master Lloyd is very serious. After a while of waiting, Akos Frontera finally announced. Then, right now, the match between Lloyd and Knight Nerman will begin. Hearing the announcement, Nerman Frontera immediately adopted a fighting stance, while Lloyd Frontera, although serious, still used a mocking expression as his stance. Seeing his stance, Habil Asrahan wondered, what's with that fighting stance? He angrily rushed forward. Are you making fun of me right now? Lloyd calmly raised the hoe forward. He instantly blocked Nerman Frontera's attack. Habil Asrahan and Akos Frontera were utterly surprised to see that. Seeing this, he quickly prepared for the next attack. You won't get lucky a second time. However, his next attack was still simply blocked by Lloyd. Habil Asrahan was even more astonished to see this. Unorthodox but effective movements? That's a specialized technique used in real combat. It's as if his swordsmanship has been honed for many years. Nerman Frontera was panicked after 2 unsuccessful attacks. Lloyd, seeing his wide-eyed expression, smugly said, "Why are you so surprised? Every man in South Korea can do that." He remembered his time in the military. This is a modern close-quarters combat technique, a bayonet-style attack. Lois seized the opportunity and charged forward. Actually, this shovel of mine can do a lot of things. He blocked Nerman Frontera's attack and pointed out the weapon's utility. I can use the shovel blade as a shield and then attack. Aiming straight for Nerman Frontera's face, the original cutting power is already very strong. Suddenly, he plunged the shovel into the ground. If I do this, Lloyd stands on the shovel and jumps around. I can ride it like a pogo stick. Haha, come and get me. Habil Asrahan, seeing this, reevaluated. Is he really just messing around? The image of Lloyd smiling confidently appeared in his eyes, causing Habil Asrahan to double-check or not. Nerman Frontera, now furious, charged forward. Lloyd immediately took a defensive stance. Nerman, the first weapon I prepared to defeat you is this shovel. He used his special technique and pushed him back. The second is the elementary swordsmanship I learned from Habil. Nerman Frontera grimaced as he blocked the attack, thinking, wasn't he just a piece of trash and a drunk? How did he become so strong? Finally, he used a skill from the system panel. The jupe shovel is covered with mana. And the third thing is this, which has synchronized the level 1 digging toolkit, body and soul, as one with the shovel. The level of assimilation between you and the shovel will increase. He remembered his tiring days. Habil's good impression increased by 1 during training, along with the moment Lloyd's parents stood in the room in amazement. And because that was the first time the Baron and Baroness had seen their son's enthusiasm in their entire lives, it increased by +2 and +3 intimacy points accumulated like that. And after that, the announcement board also appeared. Recorded intimacy points, 97. Do you want to learn more digging skills? Intimacy points required, 40. Yes. He wearily wiped his sweat and read each word on the announcement board. I've learned a pretty interesting skill. Back to the present. Lloyd and Nerman Frontera were carefully guarding against their opponent when he suddenly took a deep breath. Nerman Frontera thought of the last resort and confidently stood up straight. I have no other choice. I didn't think this would be necessary to deal with an ordinary person. A surge of energy began to appear on his sword. Habil Asrahan stood above, surprised. The flow of mana from Nerman Frontera's entire body began to move. Mana was gradually being drawn into the front of his chest. Lloyd saw this and questioned. He's in a state of depletion. All the mana from Nerman Frontera's body converged in one place, the magic heart. Suddenly, he raised his sword high, and Nerman Frontera confidently spoke, "This is the real showdown, you little punk." Lloyd heard it but said nothing. Suddenly, Nerman Frontera charged forward with incredible speed. Habil Asrahan watched in astonishment, calculating, in the past 10 years, even for someone lacking talent, it would take at least 5 years for even a normal person to manifest a magic heart. It's impossible for young Master Lloyd to block that sword attack. In short, Nerman Frontera immediately aimed for his shoulder and slashed down. Lloyd didn't flinch, instantly raising his scepter to block. Losing awareness, he could only focus on hacking down. What a moron, I'll crush that scepter and smash your skull. Mabella Frontera, along with Frontera, were terrified by the scene. But surprisingly, Lummi blocked the magic heart attack. Nerman Frontera was so shocked his eyes widened. His entire body touched the ground, struggling to stay upright. What? It feels like all the strength in my body is draining. Lloyd smirked to himself, thinking, the fourth technique I prepared for you is this. He thought of Habil Asrahan, the magic technique that made Habil the strongest man in the novel. Mana from Narration Frontera's body flowed from his sword and into Lloyd, the Asrahan core technique. Panicked, he pulled his sword away from the scepter. What? My magic is being absorbed. Lloyd didn't wait for Narration Frontera to recover and lunged forward. A blow to the face distorted his features. A tooth flew out in a spectacular arc. Narration Frontera looked up, confused. Huh, what's that red thing? Is that my tooth? He seized the opportunity and landed another blow on his chin before raising the scepter into the air with an expressionless face. A blow to the back of Narration Frontera's head made his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Lloyd's blow knocked him flat on the ground. Everyone around was so surprised, their mouths hung open in disbelief. August Frontera, watching from above, was equally astonished. Seeing the night the entire region was proud of lying defeated at Lloyd's hands, everyone buzzed with disbelief. What? Young Master Lloyd won? That's absurd. Huh, that's weird. Ahem. August Frontera stammered the announcement. I declare Lloyd Frontera the winner of the match. Narration Frontera, sniffing the dirt, heard this and wondered, what did you say? How could a swordsmaster like me lose to that trash? He stepped in front of him and said, did you hear that? I won the match. Lloyd warned sternly. Tell me, how do you want to be beaten next? He raised the scepter high with a serious expression. It's time for the long-awaited punishment, isn't it? Narration Frontera panicked, along with the newfound draft in his mouth. August Frontera saw his actions and shouted, what are you doing, Lloyd? The match is over. He ignored him, repeatedly striking Narration Frontera, who was curled up on the ground covering his head. I'm starting right now. Ouch. Ow. August Frontera went from panic to anger and screamed. Seeing him unleash a flurry of blows, people rushed to intervene. Please stop, young master, the match is over, Bayan said, stressed. Has he lost his mind? Habil Asrahan thought. Is he out of his mind? TCH. Lloyd gradually calmed down. All right, let me go. He stood with his hands on his hips and sighed. Then, he continued to beat Narration Frontera with the tray. Seeing this, the two soldiers helplessly tried to stop him. Young master, please stop. Habil Asrahan watched seriously. Observing closely, he noticed something in Lloyd's attacks. He was hitting him in places that wouldn't cause too much pain. His calm demeanor caught Habil Asrahan's attention. That composed expression was as if he had predicted what would happen next. He secretly guessed Lloyd Frontera's intentions, like he knew everything in advance. 15 days before the match, Lloyd arrogantly demanded, now teach me the Asrahan mind technique. Seeing Habil Asrahan's surprised expression annoyed him. TCH, why do you have that look on your face? It's not like I'm asking you to teach me something as vile as stealing souls. Lloyd slowly imagined it. Unlike the weaving energy, it can absorb the energy around you and convert it into your own energy, right? Habil Asrahan asked back, suspiciously. Young master, how do you know about that? He thought to himself. Isn't it a technique I've never revealed to anyone, and it's still incomplete? Lloyd, unfazed, explained. Remember when I helped you fall asleep? You blurted it out in your sleep. The thickness of his face could be used for nailing, Habil Asrahan suspiciously pondered. Right now, he has an iron mask on his face, it's just my imagination, right? But besides sleep-talking, there's no other way he could know about such a non-existent technique. He secretly accepted the explanation but still refused. I'm sorry, but I can't teach it to you. The technique is still, Lloyd interrupted, incomplete. He grinned suspiciously, asking, if I can complete it, will you teach it to me? Habil Asrahan was a little doubtful but still agreed. If what you're saying is true, what's with that confident look? Lloyd planted the sword into the ground and started explaining. Listen. He seriously instructed on how it worked. Maybe your magic heart is absorbing energy from the outside, in its own way. The right hand is the magic heart, the left hand is the incoming external energy. Lloyd clenched his right hand and pushed his left hand out, and the result is, boom, it gets bounced back out. From what I see, from the perspective of your magic heart, external energy is a foreign entity, isn't it? He slowly explained how external energy works. Right now, the root is changing. The energy absorbed from the outside won't mix with the magic heart anymore. Lloyd explained how to use the two energies properly. Then, separate them, rotate them, and combine them. Along with the description, two orbs in his imagination gradually merged. He confidently lectured Habil Asrahan on what he knew. Like a sub-engine beside the main engine, they are one. But at the same time, there is a difference. Now tell me, isn't that great? He was stunned by the lecture. I'm sure it's possible. I don't know what that engine is, but young master, how did you? Lloyd put on his iron mask again and replied, I just imagined it. It really works. That's great, clap clap, Habil Asrahan annoyedly thought. That expression again, from what he just said, isn't it obvious that he definitely knows something? He started to follow the instructions, causing his body to gradually become one with the external energy. and then he was able to complete the Asrahan mind technique that he had been worried about for a long time. After the first attempt, the circle that he could successfully create went up to 3. If he practiced more, it might reach 4 or 5 circles. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Notification: Habil's favorability towards you has increased by 5, Lloyd complained discontentedly. What? How long have you been teaching me the magic heart technique? I don't need that. I just want to learn the absorption part. I don't need energy around me, just the energy that I touch. Back in the present, Lloyd was still furiously beating Nerman Frontera. Young Master Lloyd has that ability, so I predicted that he would win against Knight Nerman, and he won resoundingly. Acaricus Frontera, still angry, shouted, Lloyd, I told you to stop. I can't allow you to tarnish the reputation of a knight any further. He finally stopped and looked up. Lloyd, panting, said, Are you talking about the reputation of a knight? He pointed towards the table in front of Acaricus Frontera. Please, father, first look under the tablecloth. Before you decide whether those words are truly worthy of Knight Nerman or not. He quickly flipped up the tablecloth. Letters. Akos Frontera picked up a letter from the table, read it, and was shocked. What is this? Loey, as if already knowing everything, began to explain. Todes is the one who caused damage to the Baron's property. That's the letter that scoundrel sent to Sir Nerman. He trembled as he listened to his words. The situation of our territory, what the Baron likes and dislikes, instructions on how to forge property documents. These letters contain everything they've exchanged with each other until now. Nerman Frontera panicked, thinking to himself, How did that brat find the letters I hid in the walls? Loey, as if reading his mind, smiled. That's right. In the novel, Habil found them later. He remembered the image of Podong bouncing around in front of his room. Last night, I asked Podong to get them. Returning to Akos, he slumped back into his chair with a grim face after reading the letter's contents. Loey stood below, brimming with confidence. As expected, in the novel, he was described as an upright man. Anyone else would be screaming bloody murder for this guy immediately. He apologized internally with a somber expression. I'm sorry, but the 2 words, righteous leader and good leader, mean entirely different things. Unable to wait any longer, Loey spoke up. If father is worried about how to get rid of this man, then I have another suggestion, Akos Frontera hesitantly replied. Oh really? What is it? He seriously presented his idea. Let's release a ferocious rat onto his head. If he gets injured by the rat, banish him from this land. If he's unharmed, demote him to a common soldier and give him a chance to atone for his sins. Everyone stirred upon hearing this. Rats? Why would rats appear here? There's no way Sir Nerman would be injured by a mere rat unless this is... Akos Frontera gradually understood upon hearing those words. Ah, I see. Dispensing justice with minimal punitive conditions will grant him a chance to repent, while also serving as a warning. Bayen, standing next to him, also praised it. That is a wise decision. It's a forgiving and transparent warning to others. Akos Frontera praised and accepted. Excellent. We will follow your suggestion. Lloyd turned to ask Sir Nerman. Do you have any objections? He was at a disadvantage now, so naturally there was only one answer. No thank you for your mercy. He coldly looked at Nerman Frontera. Mercy. Loey imagined a similar situation if this were to happen to him. If merciful acts were bestowed upon criminals, would they truly atone for their sins in return for the forgiveness granted to them? The man in his imagination gave a chilling laugh. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he getting soft? No way. They'll become even more determined to drag you down and find ways to exploit your kindness. Back to reality. Nerman Frontera, hearing this, smirked triumphantly. You'll regret this decision, Baron Frontera. I will surely get revenge on both you and this fool. Loey shattered his delusion and spoke. Oh my, it's truly good to see you smile, but I'm afraid that's your last smile. Nerman Frontera stammered in fear. What are you talking about? He gently handed the red sunflower seed to Podong. Disregarding his words, What do you mean, sir, you idiot? After successfully handing over the sunflower seed, Loey swiftly threw Podong into the air, his face burning with murderous intent. The best way to beg for forgiveness is nothing at all. Receiving the sunflower seed, Podong quickly enjoyed it, her body gradually growing larger in the air. Akos Frontera and Mabella, seeing this, watched with wide eyes and open mouths. Habil, Asrahan, and Bayen were no less astonished. Podong's figure, gradually growing larger, made the witnessing crowd extremely terrified. Her body had swollen to its maximum extent. Lungi seized the opportunity and scrambled away from the impact zone. Nerman Frontera screamed in terror, but no sound came out. Podong rapidly descended from the sky. With a loud crash, dust and debris flew everywhere. He stood posing in the distance from Podong's landing site. He landed successfully, creating his own burial pit. Lomen feigned regret. I feel sorry for you. He raised a finger, grinning smugly. This expulsion will permanently solve the problem of dealing with this land's tumor. After some time, In front of the Frontera baronet's estate, Bodong was now focused on digging something, continuously moving from right to left as he walked, earnestly digging a ditch around the village. Habiel Asrahan wondered, "What is Lord Bodong doing?" Lloyd smiled and replied, "He's preparing for road expansion." He remembered the skinny, sickly soldiers from before. Surprisingly, the frail engineers had started working diligently. The sickly engineers from before now had muscles and were working seriously. Lloyd reminisced about the past. In ancient times, there was a territory called Rome, and the people there were extremely fond of roads. They created a road system called the Appian Way. He turned and indicated, "From now on, we will build it." Starting from the baronet's mansion up to the eastern hillside. Habiel Asrahan was still wondering why a road, Lloyd interrupted. "Just silently observe." He smiled confidently, stating his true intention. "Because this land's coverage will soon skyrocket." Habiel Asrahan asked a question that caught his attention. "Young master, where did you learn how to do all this?" Recalling everything he had done from the past until now, Habiel Asrahan repeated, "You came up with the idea of building a heating system that we've never heard of, as well as summoning something that looks like an ancient high-level magic." He looked at Lloyd skeptically with a resolute gaze. "Are you really our young master Lloyd?" A red notification board suddenly appeared. "Warning! Habiel is currently doubting your identity." He looked at the notification board, breaking out in a cold sweat. Habiel Asrahan looked at Lloyd with a resolute gaze. He stood motionless, filled with unease. "When I saw this guy's personality in the novel, I knew that he would find out that a stranger had appeared in the baronet's son's body." Lloyd recalled Habiel Asrahan's cold-blooded moments, so drawing a sword wouldn't be surprising from this guy. "But no worries, I've prepared a move to prevent such a situation from happening." He spoke with his ugly face. "I've been researching things that no one knows about." "Why? Can't I do that?" "Special skill, stubbornness." Habiel Asrahan repeated Lloyd's earlier words in confusion. "No one knows, but young master only drinks alcohol." He shouted with stubborn words. "Were you watching me 24 hours a day?" "No." "Right, it's true that I was a jerk before, but do you know what I'm doing now?" "No." "Right," Habiel Asrahan changed the subject. "Then how do you explain the summoning? That's difficult even for wizards with 20 years of experience." Lloyd didn't back down, but continued to press on. "Then what about you? How can you manipulate energy so skillfully at just 20 years old? You didn't learn from anyone else, right? You're a genius." Habiel Asrahan shyly denied. "No, I don't think I'm a genius." He pressed on, his face contorted. "If you can be a genius, then why can't I? So what if I suddenly became a genius summoner?" Habiel Asrahan stood motionless, speechless. He turned and walked away with a confident tone. "If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. I have some things to check. Special skill, stubbornness, rapid-fire dialogue." Lloyd walked along, lost in anxious thoughts. Did he understand? He must have understood. It's okay, it's okay. He approached the unfinished construction site. "Knight Bayan, please oversee the arrangements for me while I'm away. I understand. Please don't worry." Habiel Asrahan also stepped forward and offered, "I will accompany you, as it is my responsibility to look after the young master." "Where shall we go?" Lloyd, hearing this, was confused. Why are you saying something so obvious? Of course you should come too." He smiled, revealing the next step of the trip. Somewhere far away to collect unpaid debts. In the dimly lit area, before a small, remote town within the Emon territory, in front of a certain room, inside, an angry man slammed the table and cursed. "Damn it!" A blue-haired man clutched his head in frustration. "I can't believe I lost so much money. I'll make those bastards pay." Theomalis, a con artist traversing the territories. A large man stepped forward. "Isn't that how gambling usually goes? That's the money you've earned until now, right?" He reminded sternly. "Furthermore, if you can't pay me for being your escort, I'm leaving now." The Des frantically stopped him. "I can still pay you. I'll pay you even more, so don't go anywhere." The escort reiterated. "Please remember that I will leave if I don't receive payment on time." The Decus frowned, thinking about his next plan. "I can only make money by conning more people. There are many people looking for me, so I have to run away immediately." Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. "Oh, are you talking about me?" Lloyd kicked the door open and strode in triumphantly. Venus, startled, jumped up from his chair. "What's your problem?" Losi remained calm and spoke. "Ah, that's right, you wouldn't know what I look like, would you?" He bowed and introduced himself. "Lloyd Frontera, you'll know right away if I introduce myself like this, right?" Vicaris's eyes and mouth formed an O shape after hearing his name. The escort, seeing the unfair situation, spoke up. "Should I kill him?" The Ions frantically stopped him. "No, let's run away." The escort quickly grabbed him and prepared to flee. He jumped out of the window and flew away. The escort slowly landed after the jump. Theos shouted in fear. "Whoa! Shoot!" His face turned serious. The figure of a blue-haired knight gradually appeared in the escort's eyes. Habiel Asrahan, weapon in hand, slashed forward, blocking the path. He sternly commanded, "Hand him over and leave quickly. If you refuse, we will consider you an accomplice." Habil Asrahan recalled the instructions, exactly as young Master Lloyd had said. They will run away through the window and into the alley, so just wait there. The escort put Therapist down and began to look at him with murderous eyes. Energy began to envelop his body. "You little punk." The escort raised his hand and created a dark orb. "Do you even know how to use a sword?" Lloyd stood on the window looking down, pondering. "Habil, you lost the Baron and sought revenge. Fought against Thorday's guards, the con artist he found." He remembered the content of the novel, and that this was the first dark mage he encountered. The image of Habil Asrahan struggling in the novel flashed through Lloyd Frontera's mind. He struggled when faced with the power of gravity magic. Back to the present, he smiled wickedly as he looked down. That's what was said in the novel. Below, the escort launched the dark orb towards Habil Asrahan. He didn't back down either, and used his sword to block the attack. Habil Asrahan was astonished by the sudden energy emanating from the orb. It burst open, creating an even larger sphere that enveloped his entire body. The escort grinned triumphantly, reaching out. "Just as I predicted, you will!" He clenched his fist and shouted, "Die!" Gravity from within the sphere began to crush Habil Asrahan. Lloyd recalled the novel's content. When Habil fought that bastard, "He's just a regular high-ranking swordsman." But the escort stared ahead in horror. Habil Asrahan uses the magic heart and nullifies the gravity energy inside the sphere, and now this Habil has the magic heart with 3 circles surrounding it. He swiftly sliced the sphere in half in an instant. After cutting the sphere in 2, Habil Asrahan calmly asked, "What was that just now? Was it gravity manipulation magic?" The escort was sweating buckets, speechless at the sight. He quickly turned tail and ran. This wasn't in the contract. Dialance frantically tried to stop him. "Hey, you bastard!" Habil Asrahan stepped in front of him. "Do you know how serious the crime of deceiving a noble is?" The Trotus fearfully stumbled backward and fell into some barrels. "Ouch!" Habil Asrahan raised his sword, preparing to punish him. "I'll chop off your legs so you'll have to crawl to the courthouse." The Impious grew even more terrified, yelling loudly, "Ouch!" He quickly swung his sword down when suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop!" Habil Lloyd stood in front of Thanos, blocking the attack. He loudly berated, "Are you crazy? You'll be punished if he goes to the courthouse." Habil Asrahan, taken aback, stood frozen in place, looking into Lloyd's determined eyes. He wondered inwardly, is this guy showing compassion for others now? Under the dark night, in the small town of the Vudinia territory, Thoris trembled after being tied up and seated in a chair. Lloyd, seeing his timidity, wore an unreadable expression. "Trifsk." He smiled reassuringly. "Hey, don't be scared." Lomi spoke sweet words to soothe the Konis's mind. "Everyone gets greedy at some point in their lives. They'll always go big if they have the chance." He smiled gently. "Beheading you would be a bit much. I won't let the courthouse know about this," the elf stammered. "So, you'll forgive me?" Lloyd rested his hand on his chin, smiling brightly. "What do you mean? Of course that's what you deserve. Isn't that what life is about?" The Phias was terrified after hearing those words. Lloyd started getting serious. "I have another condition for forgiving you." Hearing that, he was overjoyed. "Please, tell me, anything." He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and pushed it forward. "It's simple. Just sign this contract, and that's it." The Phias looked at the paper, confused. "What kind of contract is this?" Lloyd explained while reassuring him. "It's just a normal employment contract. Of course, I'll pay you a salary too." Then he said something that shattered his dreams. "But 80% of your salary will be taken out to pay off your debt." The Sadist looked dissatisfied but didn't dare to speak up. Lloyd nonchalantly stated the terms. "And the debt will be paid off in 520 years. The words struck the us like a blow. He was so horrified that his face contorted. Looking at the man before him, Habil Asrahan affirmed to himself, "Knew it. He didn't come here to sympathize and forgive him." Lloyd smirked deviously, thinking to himself, "You think I'm crazy enough to kill someone who owes me money? I'd never take such a loss." He imagined himself sucking the life out of Thordes. "I'll savor everything I can get from the rest of his life." The Prius frantically exclaimed, "Why would you offer such an unreasonable contract?" Lummi remained emotionless. "Oh, really?" Suddenly he threatened with a sinister look. "Then we'll have no choice but to grab your wrist and sign it. Let's settle this in court." After the threat, he tearfully signed the contract. As dawn broke, in the forest, all 3 were hitching a ride with a merchant. Habil Asrahan, sitting next to Thordes, spoke up. "I received some money from this guy. There won't be any problem paying the interest for a few months." Lloyd, annoyed, responded, "Huh? What do you mean? All of this money will go towards labor costs. I've already calculated it, and 30 soldiers aren't enough." He blankly pondered. "But will any citizens apply after I put up the recruitment notice? Maybe I look like an idiot, and they find it off-putting. A few days later, at the Frontera territory, a notice was placed on Frontera land, announcing recruitment with a salary of 20 gold coins. For more information, please visit the Baron's mansion. Along with the notice, villagers in the area had lined up for interviews. Lloyd, looking at the line, was bewildered. "Oh, these people don't hate me," Habil Asrahan replied. "I'm sure they do." He offered a reasonable explanation. "You've set a suitable deadline to build Ondal at a cheap price. I thought you would punish the person who betrayed me. You could even be called Habil." Asrahan looked at Lloyd with a serious expression. "A talented and reliable man. That's the kind of person you said you had to become." Lloyd couldn't believe his ears, and thought to himself, "Is that all? That's it?" The man at the front of the line stepped forward. Young master? Where's the employment contract?" Lloyd stammered. "Ah, yes, you definitely have to sign it." A word that came out of the man's mouth surprised him. "No, that's not it. Before that, I wanted to thank you." He smiled, explaining his situation. "My children often get sick whenever the weather changes. But thanks to you, young master, I don't have to worry this year because of Ondal." The man bowed gratefully. "Thank you very much." Lloyd, feeling shy, replied, "Oh, really? It's just something that needed to be done. I'm just trying to satisfy my greed." How embarrassing. The man seized the opportunity to continue. "Ah, and young master, I have a close relative in a territory called Dracona. They asked if you could build there too." Lloyd was secretly delighted after hearing him say that. Here it is, the first step towards a grand future. He smiled smugly, calculating, "I didn't build Ondal for nothing. I'll raise the price with travel expenses as the reason, and squeeze them dry." He maintained his sly smile and agreed. "Ah, of course, but it will cost some money to get there." Habil Asrahan looked at Lloyd's face helplessly. That vulgar expression again. Looking at his satisfied expression, Habil Asrahan realized. He built Ondal just for this, didn't he? Then he looked at the construction behind him, wondering, what about the road up the mountain then? After a round of interviews, the two men moved up the mountain. Lloyd spoke up. "Hell." He quickly replied, "Yes, young master." He chuckled and spoke of the mountain's future. "Sooner or later, this mountain will turn into a barren place," Habil Asrahan, confused, asked. "Huh. What do you mean?" Lloyd explained. "Ondal consumes a lot of resources. The trees we have here won't last much longer." Habil Asrahan, hearing that, widened his eyes in shock. He suddenly spoke up. "Then if the young master knows what will happen, why do you still?" Lloyd calmly cut Habil Asrahan off. "That's why I'm canceling the construction of that road." Looking at the section of road that Podong had dug, he described, "At the end of the road, we'll be mining BI coal." He put on the face of a true capitalist and laid out the plan. "And we'll sell it at a high price. If we get highly satisfactory reviews, others won't be able to resist it." Lloyd laughed maniacally. "Of course our people will get a discount, but only a little, and I mean a little." Habil Asrahan, seeing him like this, couldn't help but feel contempt. "That's unfair and despicable." Lloyd, as if hearing his inner thoughts, turned to him. "You think I'm unfair and despicable?" He spoke sternly about the problems the Frontera family was facing. "If I don't do this, do you think we can pay off this territory's debts?" Habil Asrahan was speechless after hearing Lloyd's words. He spoke up, voicing his opinion. "I agree that it's the best way for now." But Habil Asrahan seriously reminded him, "The Baron doesn't know about Behind Coal, so he won't be happy." He repeatedly warned, "Even other barons have tried time and time again." But Lloyd interrupted, I know it'll collapse because the ground is weak." He smiled confidently. "But I can do it." Lloyd recalled the techniques from his previous world with modern excavation technology. "Because I have knowledge of the shield method." He raised the shovel high and ordered, "Let's go, we have a lot to do." Habil Asrahan was still confused by what he said. Shield method, another technology I don't know. He looked at Lloyd's retreating figure and silently put his trust in him. But let's see what this completely different young master can do. Back at the tunnel that was still under construction, deep inside the pile of rocks in front of the tunnel entrance, a darkness enveloped the entire basement inside. Suddenly, a monster's foot gradually appeared in the dim light. From the foot to their whiskers gradually appeared, followed by glowing red eyes inside. They gradually revealed their entire bodies. The ant-like monsters swarmed like an army, waiting inside the tunnel. Back in the present, Lummi was preparing to create something. He swirled his hand, revealing a magic circle of summoning. He shot magic into the sky and shouted, "Luxury apartment, Gangnam district." A blue light gradually flew high into the sky. It flew all the way up to the clouds and then slowly landed. With a whoosh, a high-rise building landed behind Lloyd, who was striking a cool pose. Returning to reality, he was frustratedly writing a design and fantasizing, wishing he had that kind of cool skill. Scribble, scribble. He created a beam of light with his hand and drew on the paper himself. This is taking too long. Intermediate Design Skill 1. Optional Skill Floor Plan Sketch. Lloyd sighed, throwing himself back. Ugh. I want to summon 100 undead workers without having to pay them. A notification popped up. If you don't like it, just draw it by hand. Seeing the notification, Lloyd sat up and continued drawing. Ah no, this is a super cool skill. He remembered the fight before. Due to Nerman's scandal, he had received 630 affinity points, because he had made a good impression on the Baroness, Habiel, Bayan, and others. I used it all. And upgraded elementary design skills level 2, level 3, level 10, to intermediate design level 1, optional skill residential capacity index measuring base level 2, level 3, level 10 upgraded to tier 1 intermediate measurement, land survey, construction cost, and underground skills available. I can finally get these skills. Lloyd walked towards the basement, which was blocked by earth and rocks. Guess we'll have to dig here. His eyes lit up after using the skill, intermediate measurement tier 1 optional skill, underground survey. A skill that helps Lomi see the details of the paths inside. This skill only lets me see 5 meters ahead, but it'll help me find a safe passage. After inspecting the interior, he pondered. The problem is, how can I dig this up as quickly as possible? It would take a person a lot of time, and they would get tired quickly. Lloyd remembered Podong, who was bedridden. Podong got sick because of the road system project, and even if he got better, it would be too dangerous because he's too old. He thought seriously about the final option. I knew it. I have no choice but to do it. Losi used the system panel to draw a random fictional creature. I have enough affinity points. Random draw of fictional creatures. Starting one draw for 70 affinity points. Current affinity points, 119. The sound of machinery rang out again. Lloyd sat blankly, waiting. Suddenly, a ribbon and a body popped out of the magic circle. A very lively little creature crawled out of the magic circle and fell to the ground without any help from Lloyd Frontera, resulting in a bump on its forehead. It cried out a few times, Bayo, Bayo. He looked at the creature below and silently criticized. What is this thing? Is it for assassination? Is it poisonous? Doesn't it look pretty useless? But Podong looked like that at first too, so it must be useful. He spoke up to investigate. Do you also grow huge when you eat sunflower seeds? Do you also have maxed out skills, Bello? It proudly nodded repeatedly. Lomi asked it to demonstrate. Can you show me your skills, Bayo? It smiled in agreement. Several weeks later, in front of the mountain cave, Bayo transformed into a rock-crushing machine. Step 1. Bayo will grow huge and eat all the earth and rocks in front of the protective device. It chewed the rocks contentedly without complaint. Belle's Tier 1 earth-moving skill. Lois stood in front of Belle and ordered, Hubby, get ready. It wiggled its trembling butt. Belle's Tier 1 earth digestion skill. Habiel Asrahan, covered in sweat, stood ready. Belle fired blazing red steel rods at him. Step 2. Belle will forge steel. Bayo's Tier 1 steel forging skill. Habiel Asrahan seriously sliced the incoming steel rods in half. Step 3. Habiel will cut steel. Deep inside, the blacksmiths were also working diligently. Step 4. Build a structure to support the ground. Habiel Asrahan was secretly helpless with his current task. Why does a knight like me have to dispose of a giant snake's droppings? Step 5. Reality check. Lois shouted with vitality. Well done, keep going. The employees he hired obeyed and continued the work of moving down to the basement. Keep moving forward. Lodi gasped for breath from lack of oxygen, feeling a little dizzy. If we hadn't connected the pipes, we probably would have lost consciousness. Habiel Asrahan stepped forward to announce. Young Master Lloyd, I think it's better if we head out now. You need to rest, as do the other workers. He turned away, refusing. Don't be ridiculous, I'm in charge. As the person in charge, I need to oversee operations. Lloyd seriously thought about his old world. Back in Korea, the managers were just good at talking big. Some of those jerks didn't even show their face at the site. I'm not going to be like them, I'm going to oversee operations. He used his measurement skill and discovered something. Alright. Lloyd looked ahead at the pathway. I see it. He gazed at the dark-colored rocks and realized, Black Mana Stone, seeing the fruits of their labor, Lloyd shouted with the others in the mine. We're almost done, hang in there. Bayo walked over and gently stroked his cheek. Thank you. Because of you, we're doing this 10 times faster. Lloyd turned his head and announced. Listen up. When we reach the coal seam, Jungstar will dismantle the protective layer and expand the space, he sternly reminded. This is a dangerous task, so don't let your guard down. Rumble. The sound from the pile of rocks behind him caught Lloyd's attention. Rumble. He trembled, looking at Lloyd in bewilderment. What's going on? The ground here is really solid and hard to collapse, right? He used his skill, widening his eyes to probe the ground. The measurement skill made Lomi discover something. What is that, a hole? It wasn't there before, was it? Suddenly, the hole grew larger, astonishing him. Unexpectedly, a monster ant flew out from the pile of rocks, startling Lloyd. Eek! A giant ant lunged forward, preparing to attack. Habiel Asrahan quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed forward. He sliced its mouth in two in the blink of an eye. Lloyd also seized the opportunity. raising his shovel. Ha! He struck its head, finishing off the giant ant. One blow shattered the ant's head, and it lay motionless. Lloyd calmed down after the incident that had startled him. Something not mentioned in the novel appeared. No, wait. Why did I find that too easy? This ant must have its colony. Following that thought, a bunch of glowing red eyes appeared inside, all directed at the two of them. The ants swarmed forward without reason. Seeing the giant ants, Lloyd ordered, "Everyone, run outside now!" The people screamed in panic in the mine, running away. Uwa, Habiel Asrahan stood in front, slicing in half the giant ants that lunged forward. Lloyd was shocked by their numbers, calculating inwardly. How many are there? 200, 1,000 of them. We're done for if they reach the territory. He turned to look at Habiel Asrahan, who was struggling to fight. Can Habiel subdue them, stop them? No, it's no good, we're running out of oxygen. Lloyd looked at the people who had successfully escaped, planning. The mine we built won't be destroyed unless we use explosives. If this place collapses, then we need to do it quickly. What should I do? What should I do? Seeing him standing still, Habiel Asrahan went over and punched him in the face. Snap out of it, young master. You can't panic. Lloyd retorted angrily. I'm not panicking, I'm thinking. Habiel Asrahan fended off the giant ant's attack and demanded, then think of something quickly. He glared and repeated, then think of something quickly. Lloyd gritted his teeth, thinking. Tunnel, ants, black mana stone, underground. The light bulb in his mind seemed to be fading. Suddenly, a surge of energy. Lloyd finally understood. That's it. He grabbed a torch from the wall. Heave, he commanded sternly. We're going to attack straight ahead. We'll go through the tunnel with the ants. Habiel Asrahan rushed forward. Sounds ridiculous, but he slashed away the ants in front of him along with the thought, there must be a reason. The two advanced together toward the giant ants. Let's go. Scene changes to the Frontera mansion. A person frantically reported, Lord, bad news. Akos Frontera was shocked after hearing the report. What? Monster ants? Where's Lloyd? The soldier quickly reported as he was preparing to put on his armor. The workers have been evacuated, but young Master Habiel and two others are still inside. Bayen is preparing to seal off the mine. Akos Frontera quickly put on his armor. Let's go. Hurry. Back to the basement. Habiel Asrahan was struggling to clear out the giant ants. He asked frantically. How much further do we have to go inside? Lobi, holding the torch behind, was annoyed. Don't talk to me right now. I'm very busy here. He and Habiel Asrahan drove away the giant ants from both sides. Fortunately, the ants didn't intend to leave their nest, but this pincer situation was not good at all. Looking at Habiel Asrahan's struggling face made Lloyd extremely worried. Habiel is reaching his limit. In this underground heat with lack of oxygen, and there are still so many ants, he used his measurement skill to check. We need to find it as soon as possible. Somewhere in this underground is a layer of methane gas. Habiel Asrahan continued to sweep away the giant ants inside the tunnel. Lumbi also seriously pushed back those behind. Coal is home to microorganisms that love methane gas. Because of that, the methane gas hides everywhere in the mineral veins. Move forward, move forward. He held the torch firmly in his hand, thinking about the plan. If I can just find it, I can blow these ants away across a wide area. Lloyd used his measurement skill again. Looking behind him, he looked at the hole under the ground and realized. Right there, the methane layer. Lloyd quickly stuck his sword into the ground. He was about to dig when he looked up and instructed, I'm going to dig this area so you can stay away from the ants. Lloyd put all his remaining strength into digging up the rocks and soil under his feet. Hi-ya! The giant ants didn't let him rest and rushed over. Finally, Habiel Asrahan turned and prepared for a swing. He swung his sword, and the heads of the giant ants that were rushing towards him flew off one by one. Lloyd continued to trust Habiel Asrahan and dig. Suddenly, a piercing scream made the two stop. An ant, 10 times the size of the other ants, appeared. Lloyd panicked. The queen ant. Wow, this one's huge. The giant queen ant quickly rushed over, not giving the two any rest. Lloyd entrusted his faith. Habiel, you can handle her, right? He heard that and retorted, no, there are things I know I can't do, no matter how hard I try. He was helpless at the answer. Just try it and then say that. Habiel Asrahan gradually accepted the request. But right now, we have no other choice, do we? The giant queen ant rushed to attack. He used his magical heart to prepare his defensive stance for the attack. Along with the rushing speed of the giant queen ant, Habiel Asrahan quickly blocked the attack. The giant queen ant was surprised by his agility. Habiel Asrahan gritted his teeth, bracing for the incoming attack. He swung his sword, pushing the giant ant queen back. Lloyd seized the opportunity, digging quickly into the ground. Habiel is stalling for time. I have to make the most of it. The giant ant queen and Habiel Asrahan clashed intensely, both delivering incredibly swift attacks. Meanwhile, Lloyd finally reached his destination. He was surprised by the stream of gas erupting upwards. After successfully locating the methane, Lloyd quickly commanded, run, Habiel, run towards the exit. The two quickly fled, pursued by the giant ant queen. He looked towards the exit ahead, at the narrow passage we had used before. The two quickly ran out of the cave entrance. Lloyd quickly turned and gripped the torch tightly. He swiftly threw the torch into the cave and shouted, "Eat this!" The torch fell straight onto the giant ant queen's head. The torch, gaining momentum, flew from the giant ant queen's head deeper inside. Unexpectedly, the giant ant queen didn't give up and lunged forward, but got stuck because her body was too large, and the methane gas kept pouring out inside the cave. The torch then caught fire and began to spread throughout the entire cave. With a deafening bang, the cave below exploded like a nuclear bomb. Luckily, the giant ant queen blocked the entrance, preventing them from being caught in the fire. Inside the cave, the fire gradually moved deeper into the ground. It swept through the remaining ants in the cave, leaving nothing untouched. Along with the massive explosion, the impact from deep inside was also released outside. Habiel Asrahan shielded himself, worried about being hit. The massive explosion resounded, audible even outside the cave. Akos Frontera, seeing this, worriedly lunged forward. Lloyd Bayan stopped him from advancing. You can't go in there, Lord, you'll get hurt too." After the explosion, the two lay motionless in front of the cave entrance. Lloyd woke up, clutching his head and covering his ears. He looked at the aftermath and concluded, "Looks like the plan worked, huh?" Lobby quickly sat up. "Hey, Bill, he protected me." Belle was also unconscious on the ground, and he picked her up. "Bello, I'm sorry. You ended up in this terrible situation because of my decision to have you stick with me." Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. Lois stared in shock at the only exit in front of him. "Oh no, the exit is blocked. This is bad." He wearily stood up, gasping, when a notification popped up. "Oxygen levels critical." Lobi weakly uses the measurement skill. "I know that, so calculating based on the distance ahead, I need to dig through that as fast as possible, and it's got to be over 5 meters. Another notification pops up. Remaining oxygen is a mere 1/3 of its original capacity. Lobi struggles to move forward and dig, but there's no other way. "Let's go, you pathetic Habiel." Habiel Asrahan, hearing the voice, groggily opens his eyes, looking at Loy's blurry figure before him. "We have to get out of here together." Habiel Asrahan's vision fades. We're both his people. And then, he faints again. A series of unexpected notifications appear. Notification: "I admire your persistence in not abandoning HBL." Notification: "HBL's affinity towards you has increased by 6. Received 108 affection points. Current affection points, 157. Lomi stops abruptly, gasping for breath. His remaining oxygen has reached the red zone. "Well, I've got nothing left to lose. Anyway, oxygen levels are almost depleted." Lomi commands sternly, "Hey, knowledge search system, what skills can I develop?" A loot table appears. Current knowledge search at your disposal. The system panel begins scanning Lloyd Frontera's entire body. After a successful scan, the system panel displays a notification. Knowledge found. Absorbing ambient energy. Knowledge found. Energy absorption method. Increased energy absorption knowledge found. By combining these skills, you will be able to acquire the Astrahan core technique. Looking at the notification, he rejoices. "Awesome, I've practiced so many times after the match with Nerman, I can develop my skills as much as I want." Lomi quickly accepts the skill. "Do you want to acquire the Astrahan core technique? 15 affection points required." "Yes, of course, yes." The system activates, enveloping his body in energy. Skill acquired, Astrahan core technique, single circle level 5. Suddenly, a burst of light appears in Lloyd Frontera's mind. The light draws nearer. A beam running around his heart. "I can feel it." Unfortunately, I don't have a magic heart, but I can sense the existence of the magic circle. Notification: energy amplification, 120%. Lomi calmly calculates. With human skills, even if I train hard, leveling up won't be sustainable. But he looks at the system panel and quickly regains his spirit. "I have affection points. I can quickly level up the Astrahan core technique." Skill upgrade. Astrahan core technique requires 10 affection points. Current affection points, 142. Lomi touches the panel. The system panel decides. Astrahan core technique. Skill upgrade requires 10 affection points. "Let's go, I'll bet everything here." The system panel begins to operate. An even more powerful surge of energy pours into his body. Core technique. Single circle level 6. Energy amplification, 125%. It continues to upgrade, each upgrade adding 5 affection points. Skill upgrade. Astrahan core technique, circle level 7. Lobi keeps upgrading but is also worried. But what if I need those points for something else? But now I have no other choice. I need to upgrade it as much as possible. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 8. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 9. Astrahan core technique, single circle level 10. Suddenly, another notification pops up. Lummy's heart magic circle skill upgrade. Unexpectedly doubled. His whole body steams after a series of upgrades. Astrahan core technique, double circle level 1. Energy amplification 200%. System prompt. Affection points needed for next level, 100. Current affection points, 7. Lobi asks dazedly, Is there anything else? What happens now when the number of connections increases? A notification suddenly appears. First optional skill, Energy Surge. You will not feel fatigue for the next 10 minutes. Second optional skill, Power Burst. Your energy amplification will triple for 20 seconds. Restriction. You can only use this skill once a day. Lloyd Frontera doesn't hesitate any longer and starts wielding the shovel. Let's do this, he yells out the skill, and energy starts to erupt. Energized, Lomi digs tirelessly, and a notification appears. Remaining oxygen is nearing its limit. Lomi uses his measuring skill anxiously. Please, please, let it reveal itself. He looks at the pile of earth and rock ahead with hope. Just a small hole. If I could just see a small hole. Lomi continues digging forward. He digs relentlessly and gets closer and closer to the exit. A red notification pops up. Only 1/10 of the oxygen remains. Suddenly, Lomi sees something ahead. He uses his measuring skill and sees the exit. I see it. I see the end. Lomi, seeing the result ahead, puts all his effort into digging. Habiel, Asrahan, and Bell are still lying unconscious behind him. Lomi grits his teeth and puts all his strength into moving forward. Only a meager amount of oxygen remains. Lomi tries until his last breath. The remaining oxygen has reached its limit. The exit is still 3 meters away. Lomi collapses before the gates of heaven. The shovel in his hand also falls to the ground. Lomi, drained of energy, kneels on the ground. The 10 minutes of energy surge are over. He gradually collapses in the basement full of earth and rocks, along with the 2 people behind him. Luffy doesn't give up yet and starts to get up, continuing to use another skill, Power Burst. He takes advantage of the skill's effect and continues to dig like a machine forward. Looking at the distance to the exit makes Lomi frustrated. Damn it, 20 seconds. The distance to the exit is 30 meters, and the oxygen is gone. Lomi falls to the ground, unable to dig to the exit. His vision gradually fades along with negative thoughts. That skill was too short. As the son of a nobleman in a remote area, Lomi closes his eyes and waves his hand. I just wanted to live a peaceful life. Losi is gradually swallowed by the darkness in the tunnel. Suddenly, a crack makes him open his eyes once again. Lomi struggled to get up and search for the source of the sound. Jack Bodong suddenly burst in from the front entrance. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lomi was overjoyed. He greedily inhaled the air rushing into the tunnel. Oxygen. It's oxygen. Lomi tried to stand, his body trembling. Let's go, Kim Shu shouted. The carefree life of a noble son awaits you. The sky outside was dark. Before the Frontera estate, a torch began to move into the tunnel. Bayan worried. Sir, going any further is too dangerous. Akas Frontera ignored him and kept walking. Then you may return first. I will go to the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. The figure of a man carrying another gradually emerged from the darkness. Lomi wearily carried Habiel Asrahan through the basement. You have powerfully overcome the limitations of your body through extraordinary skills in extremely dangerous situations. The special challenge with the Asrahan core technique has greatly impacted you. Third optional skill, Energy Mode. Even when you are extremely exhausted, traces of the Asrahan core technique will remain. Agos Frontera rushed towards Lomi as soon as he saw him emerge. He could no longer endure it and collapsed. Lomi fainted, falling into Akos Frontera's arms. The gloomy atmosphere in the basement finally ended. Dawn broke before the Frontera territory. The people in the area began to gossip. Speaking of young Master Lloyd, I thought he was just a fool, but it turns out he isn't. The people reassessed him. My nephew works in the mines, so he saw everything firsthand. When the monster ants started appearing, he didn't hesitate to evacuate the workers first. Oh, so those rumors are true. He continued to describe the story. He stayed inside with the Night Habel. I heard they eliminated all the monster ants. Yeah, after killing them all, he carried Night Habiel out. He really is different from the Lolly we used to know. Amidst the sunlight shining on the Frontera territory, in front of the Frontera mansion, Habiel Asrahan was watching over Lomi, who was lying unconscious in bed. His exhausted body had finally recovered somewhat. Lomi slowly opened his eyes. Habiel Asrahan, who was sitting guard, didn't offer a warm embrace, but the first thing that appeared before him was a notification. You will be rewarded with a large amount of affinity points as a worthy reward for your excellent achievement. Current affinity points after reward. Current affinity points 507. Lomi stared blankly for a long moment. Then suddenly, a capitalist smile spread across his face. I've become a hero, 500 affinity points. So damn lucky. The scene shifted to the basement from before. Inside, people were diligently building. Suddenly, the group looked towards the entrance. Lili and Habiel Asrahan entered. It's young Master Lloyd. Everyone bowed respectfully. Hello, young master. You've worked hard today, Lloyd timidly replied. Yeah, everyone gave him admiring glances and secretly praised him. He fought for our lives. He's completely different from other nobles, a practical example of a noble's responsibility. Lloyd gave a forced smile. This is seriously a lot of pressure. He looked at the surrounding constructions and mused. 2 weeks had passed since the incident, and the ant monster situation and the work at the coal mine were both progressing smoothly. Lloyd stepped deeper into the basement, calculating the operations. There seemed to be no irregularities, but in times like these, safety should still be our top priority. I must find even the smallest risk factor to avoid it. Habil Asrahan followed, asking Lloyd, "Are we exploring the ant cave again today? May I ask you something, young master?" Lloyd agreed, but made a request. "Make it quick. We only have a limited amount of oxygen." Habil Asrahan asked with a slightly worried tone, "Why do you have to do such dangerous things yourself? You could just order the workers to do this." He thought to himself with a hint of doubt. No way. Is he really concerned about the workers' safety? "Young master, you are the heir to the territory." So Lloyd cut off Habil Asrahan. "Fool," he proudly declared. "I must be the one responsible for dangerous tasks." Habil Asrahan was surprised. After that serious statement, Lloyd returned to his capitalist-like grin. "Because that way, they won't be able to say anything if I spend a large sum of money." Habil Asrahan sighed in exasperation. "I don't know. I really don't know if this is a good thing." The notification window also added, "Habil's favorability towards you was increasing," then stopped. He saw a dead end and immediately spoke up, "This is the end of the road, let's find another path." Lloyd immediately refuted him. Wait, he used his measurement skill and discovered something, I think it's hollow on the other side. Habil Asrahan questioned, "Are you going to dig it up and study it?" Lloyd, hopeful, dug further inside. "Who knows, what if there are ant eggs, so if they're about to hatch?" He stepped inside, carrying a torch. What met Lloyd's eyes was a green giant tied up along with other animals. The two of them slowly stepped inside to examine. Habil Asrahan stepped forward, weapon in hand. "He looks dangerous. I'll take care of him." Lloyd grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait, you're acting recklessly." He looked at Hirochi's face, wondering, "What kind of living creature is he?" Habil Asrahan replied, puzzled. "What are you talking about? That's an ORC." "No, a normal ORC isn't. Never mind." Lloyd brought the torch closer to check. "Is he dead?" Habil Asrahan quickly explained. "Probably not. I heard that ant monsters like to hoard and paralyze their prey." He grinned sinisterly. "Really?" Lloyd excitedly put on his capitalist face again. "This haul is truly an excellent reward." Back at the Frontera estate, he introduced himself in a serious tone. "My name is Hirochi Kitch, Sir Lloyd, my benefactor. I will never forget your kindness, Crunch." Lloyd noted his final words. "You say, Kregich, intentionally, don't you? Is it to emphasize your personality?" Hirochi feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about, Kregich." "Hirochi Kirikich, son of the ORC tribal chief. After being treated by the doctor, he had recovered." He clenched his fist, expressing his desire to repay the favor. "I, Hirochi, son of the Steel Sand tribe, will never forget your kindness, Kretch. I will give you anything you desire." Lloyd gave a cunning smile. "And this is why I helped this idiot." "Oh, really?" He sat up straight, then made a truly capitalist proposal. "Would you mind gathering 120 of your people to work for us in the mine?" Hirochi seriously refused. "No." Lloyd immediately showed a displeased face upon hearing that. He put on a cheerful face and asked, "Why, what's the reason?" Hirochi spoke the truth of what had just happened. Lord Lo was just clicking his tongue, looking like some kind of slick hustler. "He's trying to manipulate you with sweet talk." "Hey, it's not like that, it's just a habit, like you're clicking." Hirochi spoke up about the spirit of the tribe. "ORCs are warriors, kicks, and warriors only follow the orders of the kick chief." He seriously stated the reason why Lord Lo wasn't a warrior. "Even if we lend you labor, you can't order them around." Kick Loy realized the problem. Well, so this is the tricky part. He thought about the species of Hirochi. He knew, I heard, that when ORCs in the wild reach adulthood, they have to bring back the head of a monster ant. Hirochi accidentally went into an ant cave and got paralyzed. Loy's face gradually darkened as he came up with a plan. Well then, he clicked his tongue, spitting saliva everywhere. Loy clapped his hands, cheerfully saying, "Well then we have no choice. Congratulations on becoming an adult, by the way." Hirochi bowed his head, disappointed. "It's not that Hirochi didn't catch a monster ant. I got paralyzed. I failed," Kickloy asked, puzzled. "Huh, what are you talking about?" He pointed to the head of the giant queen ant. "Didn't we catch it together, Harchi and I?" He said suspiciously. "Nah, no way, I don't remember catching that big ant." Loey manipulated him with sweet talk. "Oh my god, you don't remember, because you were paralyzed." He used his thick-facedness again to explain. "It was a truly unbelievable sight. When I went into the ant cave, I found the queen ant teetering, about to fall." Loey spewed out lies without interruption. It shouted, "Ah, I can't believe I'm losing to a puny ORC." Hirochi was gradually being manipulated. "Huh, really, no way. Do the monster ants understand our language, Kick?" He continued. "Yeah, they understand. They're pretty good at it." Loey continued to manipulate. not noticing Habil Asrahan's scorn behind him. Thanks to you, hunting monster ants has become easier for me. He went behind Hirochi, confusing him by going from left to right. That monster ant. Then Lloyd looked up confidently. We caught it together. He turned back to face Hirochi, smiling. Hirochi was an excellent warrior, and so was Lloyd. Hirochi was slowly being drowned by him. Excellent warrior. Lloyd seized the opportunity to repeat it once more. Then the 120 workers will be a successful plan. Hirochi gave up his brain and agreed. I'll lend them to you. Kick. A week later. In a strange land, at the village of the Steel ORC tribe C, Steel, like this, we finished a long journey to bring back more workers, but Aku, sitting in a chair, flatly refused. I'm sorry, Lami. We humans can't repay you that way. Kick. He was so disappointed that his face went blank. Why did he change his mind? He asked for the reason. Greetings, Lord Auk, leader of the Steel tribe. May I ask you the reason? He explained sternly. We can't afford to do this. We have to eat a lot of meat to improve our strength. Kick, if we stop hunting for 3 times a day, we'll lose our muscle strength. Kick Aku kept talking about the tribe's problems. Losing muscle strength will lead to the collapse of the tribe. We can't let the number of hunting warriors decrease, Kickline asked, puzzled. Wait, you guys go out hunting every day? Akilku replied casually. That's right, Kick. We'll lose muscle strength if we don't eat meat right after hunting. Kick, he kept talking about strength, making Loey uncomfortable. His muscle biography, huh? Habil Asrahan stepped forward to advise. For them, protein and muscles are the truth. We'd better give up on this. Loey stroked his chin, gradually coming to a conclusion. According to what he just said, he spoke about the solution. If the meat is still fresh, even after a few days, then you won't have to hunt 3 times a day, and you can lend us some workers, right? Aku nodded in agreement, and prepared to ramble on about strength again. That's right, Kick. We want to repay you, but when it comes to our muscle strength, Luffy interrupted. You mean you agree, right? He leaned in, a confident smirk on his face. As long as there's a way to stop the meat from spoiling, even for just a few days, right? Remember when we first arrived at the village? Hirochi came running, crying. Wah! Akuch also sobbed, calling out Hirochi's name. He quickly rushed forward. Akuch also sprinted towards Hirochi with all his might. The two collided in front of the crowd. The two father and son ran and embraced each other tightly. Father. Hirochi. The impact of their collision exploded the air around them, creating a giant cloud of dust. Everyone behind Lumi panicked after the collision. It was just a hug. But the impact is terrifying. If I was standing between them, I would have been crushed into powder. And then he grinned. If we had 120 workers like them, our productivity would increase 100 times. And there was something else that caught my attention. Hirochi raised the queen ant's head, announcing, Father, look. Harshichi brought back the queen ant's head. The whole tribe cheered in celebration. Harchi, we are so proud of you, son. Let's celebrate this day. The whole tribe, pulling out treasures from who knows where, started following orders by training. 1, 2, hup. Lloyd widened his eyes in astonishment. He looked at something shining brightly on the ORC's shoulder. Lloyd's jaw dropped at the sight. What exactly are they doing with all that valuable stuff? Looking at how they were using it, he gradually realized that they must have picked it up from somewhere. Looking at the gold, Lloyd couldn't help but think, they are worth more than any exercise equipment. Back to the present. He was standing in a remote place. That's why I signed an agreement with the tribe leader to get both labor and treasures. Habil Esrahan looked at the contract in his hand. We will build a cold storage, and in return, we will receive treasures. However, this will require replacement equipment that can handle it. He turned to ask, what is a cold storage? I have never heard of it before. Loey explained the cold storage in detail. You know how the royal family's mages usually preserve food with ice magic, right? Cold storage is like a building, where you can do the same thing without magic. Habil Asrahan was skeptical after hearing that. Where did you learn this? Lomi casually replied. I heard it from a group. A group? Ugh, I'm too lazy to explain. Why do you not know so many things? He pointed to the top of the mountain. Anyway, we need a special kind of stone to make the cold storage. It's called granite. It's very sturdy. Habil Asrahan looked up at the towering mountain and said, I don't think it's an easy material to obtain. Lloyd didn't deny it. Yeah, that's right. It's pretty difficult. He calculated how it would work in his head. We don't have any explosives here, but there's something that can replace explosives. Lloyd turned to look at Habil Asrahan. He smirked slyly. There's a human explosive here. Looking at Lloyd's cunning face, he realized, it seems like he plans to use me again. He remembered a dark castle in the novel, one of the main events of the Blood Iron Knight Nam's novel, a city trapped inside a magical barrier. Inside the city were thousands of refugees that Habil had to save. At that time, Habil was at the Master Swordsman level, and had the 4th energy circuit engraved on his heart of energy. He had no choice but to watch the energy of the refugees being drained. Habil Asrahan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the castle. with the intention of saving everyone. I must save them, even if it costs me my life. And a deadly movement skill was unknowingly created. One circle to protect the main energy core, the other three collide with each other. Habil Asrahan unconsciously used all his strength to rush toward the explosion. A sword strike with such intense firepower that it sent him flying backward. It flew straight towards the magic wall and successfully pierced through. Habil Asrahan's skill successfully shattered the magic wall. Afterwards, this explosion became a signature technique for the Blood Iron Knight, along with the Astrahan core technique. Back to the present, Lobby, with a sharpened expression, spoke up. We can't use the same technique, can we? Habil Asrahan immediately realized and asked about the main issue. Please be honest. How do you know about that missing theory? Lloyd pointed to his sly face, retorting, No, I really only thought about it for the first time. Look into my eyes. Do you think I'm lying? Habil Asrahan honestly spoke his mind. Yes, those eyes are disturbing and filled with deceit. Lloyd remained calm. Yeah, you don't believe me. He started smiling, saying, Just a little try then. I'm really looking forward to Habil's swordsmanship being developed. He then spoke about Lloyd Frontera's true intentions. I know you're trying to do things your way. He still chuckled. Oh my, what do you mean? Everyone's happy though. Habil Asrahan turned around, gradually accepting. If it works, then it will be a good thing for me too. Fine, Lloyd smirked inwardly after seeing him agree. If you succeed, I'll also try my best. Habil Asrahan held his sword, pointing it at the boulder, remembering how to use one circle to protect the main energy core, and then move the other three circles. He quickly used the skill and stabbed into the boulder, discharging energy. A beam of light shot out from the tip of the sword, astonishing Habil Asrahan. A shocking explosion erupted from his side. Lamlo couldn't help but praise. Success on the first try. Habil Asrahan's figure gradually emerged from the smoke. He stepped out with his outfit almost completely tattered and his hair disheveled. Habil Asrahan said uncomfortably, You knew this would happen, didn't you? Lloyd shook his head in denial. No, not at all. I'm really sorry about it. Habil Asrahan sighed, dismissing it. Anyway, this time, mister, Lloyd's idea worked, so now it's your turn, right? A notification suddenly appeared. Habil is grateful that you taught him. Habil's favorability towards you has increased by 3. Favorability, 11. You have received 54 affinity points for improving your relationship with the character. Total affinity points, 561. Habil Asrahan brushed the dust off his body. You know, I'm a knight. My swordsmanship is used to protect the Lord, but now I'm using it for construction. Lummi chuckled. You don't have to thank me like that. Habil Asrahan coldly denied, I'm not thanking you. Not at all. Lloyd ordered Dung to continue the work. Since then, the construction has been completed quickly. The granite that Habil cut transported was carried away by the giant Podong. An ORC stepped forward, criticizing everyone doing their jobs. If you carry it like that, you'll hurt your back. Get out of the way, humans. I'll show you how it's done. The ORCs in the tribe constantly showed off their skills. Just like practicing, now put it down, we don't even need to ask for that. Like ORCs, these gym-crazed creatures just did it themselves. Lloyd leisurely sat and rested, watching the ORCs work. Wow, at this speed the progress of the work will be completed 5 times faster. He fanned himself while calculating. The things we need now are ice and insulation materials. Lloyd leaned back, saying, Hubby has 5 people that I asked to bring insulation materials, right? It's been a while, hasn't it? Habil Asrahan, standing next to him, immediately replied, It's been exactly 3 weeks, he asked suspiciously. Then, shouldn't they be back by now? Habil Asrahan offered his opinion. There are 2 possibilities. The soldiers are lazy, or, Lloyd said with a grim face, they had an accident. He stood up from his seat. Let's go search. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan stopped Lloyd from leaving. He explained sternly, If it's a mission, then I'll do it alone. We don't know what kind of accident it was for you to come too. Lloyd interrupted. Haven't we talked about this kind of thing before? He said seriously. I'm in charge of the construction. I'm responsible for everything concerning the workers. Habil Asrahan sighed helplessly. Let's go. Before the jagged mountains of rock and earth, a glove appeared at his feet. Lloyd picked up the glove and examined it. This is a special glove we had custom made for insulation. Habil Asrahan realized something. Young master. Lloyd looked up blankly. He looked towards the road ahead and announced, Over there, the direction of the canyon is a little strange. Lloyd stood up, puzzled. How is it strange? Habil Asrahan looked at it and described. The flow of energy is quite unusual. It's not very precise because it's too subtle. Lloyd wondered inwardly. Subtle, the canyon. He recalled the contents of the novel. There's something between the Iron Blood Knight's incident. Suddenly he realized something terrible. Lloyd moved quickly. Let's go, Habil, we don't have time. Seeing his urgent expression, Habil Asrahan couldn't help but ask, "Did you discover something, sir?" Lloyd shouted frantically. "Our soldiers. They might all be dead." His words left Habil Asrahan utterly shocked. The two began to move deeper into the canyons ahead. Suddenly, something on the ground caught his attention. Lloyd bent down and picked up some small branches from the ground. He gripped the branches tightly. Looking ahead, the two walked to a dark cave. "It's here, Ruelin's dungeon." Lloyd frowned, thinking about the content of the novel. This location was targeted by Habil from the beginning of the novel. This is the hideout of a dark mage called Ruelin. He exploded with murderous intent, grinding his teeth and scolding. "How dare he lay a hand on our soldiers? Isn't violating private property in the literal sense a crime?" Habil Asrahan drew his weapon and stepped into the cave. "Young master, please stay close to me." Seeing this, he stopped him. "HMPH, hey wait." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan stepped on a magic circle. Lloyd quickly pulled him out of the way. After Lloyd pulled Habil Asrahan out, the magic circle immediately exploded. He was astonished by the explosion. A magic trap. Lloyd grumbled at Habil's action. "Asrahan, Habil, are you sure you're a knight? Shouldn't you have thought there might be something?" He remembered the content from earlier in the novel. Habil was hit by the first trap. Then he went into the dungeon with a body full of injuries. He staggered back, and then took a deep breath. Habil Asrahan continued to move deeper inside. But our Habil, who would never be fooled twice by the same trap. "That," Lloyd seriously requested. "You said the flow of energy around here is strange, right? Use your technique here again." Habil Asrahan followed his command. Natural energy with a consistent concentration permeated the air. The energy around him began to shift. "Then you should be able to find where the magic trap is set." Suddenly, a place dense with magic appeared in Habil Asrahan's mind. By tracking the unusual location of the energy, noticing it, he opened his eyes. Habil Asrahan turned and started walking. "This way," Lloyd smirked. Hee, you've got a good sense." Habil Asrahan looked back at him suspiciously. He's always lying and flattering, but this time it's different. Looking at Lloyd Habil's confident face, Asrahan couldn't help but think, "Lloyd Frontera, what's going on here?" He knows exactly what's going to happen next. The further he walked, the more darkness enveloped his mind. But how? I can't sense any special energy. But could it be a very powerful one? Habil Asrahan gradually dismissed the thought. No, we need to hurry and pay attention to what's ahead. He put aside his doubts and entered the dungeon. "We have to save the soldiers as quickly as possible." A man deep within the basement seemed to have noticed the two of them. Rufelin turned around, revealing a truly sinister expression. He confirmed with suspicion. "The trap has been activated, so there's an intruder. Are they here to rescue the people I just captured recently?" Rufelin closed the book he was reading. "It's definitely them." He walked towards the door that was being sealed shut. They must be all prepared now. Rufelin reached forward and unlocked the door. "This experiment, I hope it will be a success." The door opened, revealing the people of Frontera chained inside. Rufelin dragged a man out of the room. "Please, save me." He threw him into a magic circle. Oof! Rufelin, holding a scythe, stepped forward and chanted, "Magic circle connected to hell. Scythe of death drenched in blood for 100 days. And a young man, he panicked and shouted, "Mom, eh!" He raised the scythe, preparing to strike. "Perfect!" he shouted in fear. "Eh!" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Dufen, causing him to turn around. "Hey, you!" Loki angrily intervened. "Don't touch him." "Got it." He quickly used shadow magic, aiming at the two of them. "You crazy bastards! Even with 100 traps." Suddenly, an iron gate slowly fell from above. Thud, the front of the two, was completely blocked. The back was no exception. Lloyd took a deep breath, holding it in his mouth, storing the air in his oral cavity. Lloyd and Habil Asrahan stood confidently in the trap, unfazed. Rufelin smirked triumphantly. "I'll put them to sleep with my magic, and then I'll take care of them." Lami's eyes lit up after using the energy person skill, announcing, "You won't feel tired for the next 10 minutes. He quickly dug a hole under his feet. "I won't even need 10 minutes. It's totally different from when we were in the ant cave." Asrahan's vision gradually blurred. Sleepy? Habil never used medicine to treat insomnia. Thanks to that, sleeping pills don't work on him. Loey quickly dug a deep hole into the ground, and, "I've done this kind of thing so many times." Habil Asrahan watched his actions and imagined, "He looks like a groundhog. If I get the chance next time, I'll tease him about it." Loey pointed at the tunnel he had dug and gestured, "Habil, get in." He entered the tunnel and prepared to unleash his skill. Along with the technique he had learned earlier, Habil Asrahan aimed straight at the pile of earth in front of him. He plunged his sword straight into the pile of dirt and rocks. Bang! With a loud noise, flames from his skill erupted, startling Rufelin. Eek! He panicked and fell to the ground. A huge hole appeared before Ruelin's eyes. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the mouth of the hole. Loey struggled to climb up. He wore a murderous expression and spoke, "Hey, this is my first time, isn't it?" Rufelin quickly regained his composure and used magic, looking like a monster. He placed both hands on the ground, and a huge magic circle appeared. Suddenly, a giant two-headed monster appeared behind Rufelin. He grinned maniacally at his creation. Even though I failed to revive again, this is the strongest monster I've ever created. You won't be able to cause a scratch on its steel-hard skin. The giant but mindless monster advanced towards the two of them. Lloyd seized the opportunity to remind Habil. This is gonna be tough. Its weak point is, Habil Asrahan didn't hear anything and quickly jumped up. He's aiming for the legs. Habil Asrahan used the previous technique but borrowed force from the explosion to slash down, cleaving the shockwave in two. A single sword strike gradually split the giant monster in half, without any difficulty. Rufelin was astonished by his power. Lloyd was no exception. He can use the explosion as a steering force and cleave it down. Habil Asrahan's powerful form couldn't help but make him wonder. But there's no such technique in the novel. The two struck a triumphant pose after defeating the monster. Rufelin panicked at their skills. I'm about to die. No matter what I do, I can't beat them. Lloyd stepped in front of him. Hey, he said annoyedly about the consequences of stealing my unpaid slaves. You captured our soldiers, and thanks to you, construction has been delayed for several weeks. How are you going to compensate me? Rufelin secretly hoped for a chance. Just lie low for now. I have to survive first. I have committed a great sin. Please forgive me. Lomi immediately dismissed it. No, you don't have to say that. Tell me, what are you going to do to compensate me? He said in a panic, blurting out everything he knew. There are many valuable magical items here. I'll give them all to you. Lloyd, seeing the potential profit, smiled. Oh, really? Then those items are mine. Got it. Rufelin nodded profusely. Of course. Please, take them all. Habil Asrahan emerged from the room, announcing, Young master, the soldiers are exhausted, but it seems their lives are not in danger. Lloyd quickly replied. All right, good. He then turned to Ren. They'll be dead in a few days. What have you done to them? He was hesitant to talk about it. Rufelin stated his intentions. I have always been searching for a way to revive the dead. Lloyd frowned at the answer. What? That's possible. What were you planning to do with that? Rufelin was silent for a long while before answering the question. Then he spoke with an expression of grief. Bring my dead wife and child back. Lloyd said nothing to Ruen's words. He began to describe himself. I was a sorcerer in the territory of a lord. I had a normal life with my family. No, it wasn't just normal. I was very happy. But Rufelin lamented about his negative journey. The lord I served. He suddenly tried to steal my wife, so I tried to run away with my family. He trembled as he told the story. The Lord chased after us. Lloyd, annoyed, cut him off. All right, hold it. You're about to become a storyteller. He spoke grimly about the main issue. So if you save your wife and children, they have to thank me for killing hundreds of innocent people and saving you guys. That's how they'll appreciate you for doing this, right? Rufelin was stunned after hearing the harsh truth. Lloyd continued to shatter his dreams, those man-eating ghouls you created. He spoke seriously about the consequences of what Ren had done. Those lives you sacrificed because of it, their families, their happiness, do they mean nothing to you? You know what? I don't find your story heartwarming enough. No matter what you say, your true nature will not change. Everyone from inside the room came out to listen. Hearing the lectures of Professor Capitalism made Dufel lose hope. A person like you, who has completely destroyed happy families, can only be labeled as a murderer. Suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Lloyd was silent after seeing that face. He got up from his seat. I'll be back with more people and take the magical items later. Lloyd turned and walked away, forgiving him. If you try to hurt anyone again, I won't forgive you. Rufelin was astonished by his mercy. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. Lloyd silently pondered Habil's novel. He remembered the wrong moment of Habil Asrahan forgiving Rufelin and letting him leave the dungeon. And Rufelin killed another 100 people and made himself stronger. He became a sick and troublesome villain, fighting with Habil over and over. Lloyd stopped walking and mused. Even though I know that, right now I'm exposing my back. Because Rufelin gradually stood up after giving thanks. He began to reveal the evil deep inside his body. Looking at Lloyd Frontera's departing back, Rufelin aggressively used magic to charge forward. He grinned triumphantly, thinking his counterattack plan had succeeded. However, it was immediately extinguished by Lloyd Frontera's dangerous face. I said I was forgiving you, didn't I? Rufelin was so surprised that his body froze. Habil Asrahan immediately beheaded him. I knew from the start that this would happen like this. Rufelin's head flew into the sky after his clean cut. The scene cuts to a pot-bellied man. You're just a fool, a boil. You should bend over at a 90-degree angle to greet properly. Moron. Kim Shu-ho gritted his teeth, enduring the contempt. There was a guy who would curse for no reason. Every time, he bowed his head as he was told. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. The pot-bellied man continued to complain, keeping his back straight. Idiot. Kim Shu-ho remembered the teachings. Good things are often beneficial. Avoid conflicts. A fight will lead to another. He turned and walked away. Young people these days can't learn anything. All they know how to do is eat. Kim Shu-ho remained silent, not daring to argue back. If I just act polite, this guy will change too. With that thought in mind, I endured it a few times. But what was the result? Under the dimming light before evening, Kim Shu-ho approached the pot-bellied man. "Hello, sir." He always complained, but he still didn't raise his head. "Are you protesting right now? My ears are about to burst. Blockhead." He always looked at me like an easy pushover. The pot-bellied man turned and continued to scold. "You're so pathetic." Right now, looking at him, Kim Shu-ho trembled with anger but still chose to remain silent. Calm down, it will be over soon." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "If you lose your temper here, the conflict will only get bigger, making you more exhausted. Calm down. The pot-bellied man took it further. "Trisk. That brat's mother must be pathetic too, because she gave birth to a guy like him. Ha." His anger reached its limit. Kim Shu-ho glared after hearing him insult his mother. He stepped forward and grabbed the pot-bellied man's shoulder. Kim Shu-ho furiously wound up for his punch. A punch straight to his face. The pot-bellied man screamed in pain, drawing the attention of those around him. "What is it? What happened?" Kim Shu-ho didn't wait for him to recover and continued to punch him near the jaw. He took the opportunity to kick his bulging stomach. While hitting him, I thought, "Oh, I'm done for." The people at the construction site, seeing this, immediately rushed over to stop him. "Hey, stop it. And as a result, Kim Shu-ho carried the iron bars on his shoulders, walking through the construction site. Suddenly, he looked up, realizing something. Before Kim Shu-ho was the pot-bellied man he had beaten to a pulp. He fearfully turned his head away from Kim Shu-ho's gaze. He was stunned by his actions. Peace has come as well. There are times when violence should be stopped. Returning to the present, Lloyd turned and walked away at Ruelin's death. Will everything be okay after this? He remembered the world before. In Korea, there are serial killers, assailants. For example, consider the punishments for assaults. "I was too drunk." This will be counted as a normal consideration. How can you only give light sentences to brutal criminals? The perpetrator is a doctor with many ambitions, a young man with a bright future. Therefore, there will be a reduced sentence, perhaps because of human rights. Losi casually walked away after remembering those things, but it was ridiculous. Villains should receive punishments appropriate for the role of a villain. The scene changes to outside the dungeon. Loen and his group began to move outside. One of the soldiers in the group, because of fatigue, gradually turned pale. He also did not take another step, but turned to look back at Loe, asking, "You'll probably faint. Give me your backpack." The man timidly asked. "What? No, this." Lloyd grumbled with an unpleasant tone. "If you faint, I'll have to carry both you and your backpack again, so just give it to me." Lloyd also pointed at the people behind him. "You, and you too, quickly give me all your backpacks. But young master, this is an order. Give them to me." Everyone stepped forward, wanting to intervene. "We'll carry them, young master. How could we dare let a noble do such a thing?" He continued to insist on taking everyone's backpacks, ignoring their words. Loe put on the pile of backpacks and announced, "From now on, anyone who complains won't receive their bonus pay. Let's go." Everyone sobbed uncontrollably, moved by his kindness. Habiel Azrahan was perplexed by Lloyd Frontera's actions. He wondered if it was truly just about the backpacks, or if it was for the soldiers' benefit. He couldn't fully understand him. He looked at the emotional soldiers behind them, but at this moment the truth no longer mattered to the soldiers. The impressive figure bearing the heavy burden of the backpacks appeared before Habiel Azrahan's eyes, a trustworthy leader they could follow. That's what the soldiers thought of young Master Lloyd. Suddenly, a system window popped up. The rescued soldiers were deeply moved by your actions. Sometime in the future, this beautiful story will be spread through their tales. Isn't it very useful? Loe remained silent at the notification, then suddenly grumbled dismissively. "Useful? I don't need anything but money." The scene shifted to the ORC tribe. In front of the ice house that Loe had painstakingly constructed, Hirochi looked around. "Is this an ice house?" He seemed bothered by something. Hirochi turned around and spoke. "It's only slightly less hot than outside. The meat will spoil and cause our muscles to waste away." Loe quickly interjected, "Ah, right now that's obvious." He smiled and explained, "Because there's no ice yet, it's not complete." Hirochi looked bewildered. "Ice? Hirochi knows what ice is. HMPH, it's too hot here for ice." HMPH. Loe still maintained his cheerful face. "If we don't have any, we can just make some." Hirochi became even more suspicious. He maintained the same expression and attitude no matter what. Hirochi looked at Loe with skeptical eyes. He was still smiling without changing his expression. The system window popped up, chiming in to help Hirochi. "Did I just bring back a swindler?" HMPH. "The story about the Ant Queen was a lie too, wasn't it?" HMPH. The system continued to chime in. "Hirochi isn't as foolish as you think," Loe silently retorted. "Shut up, I never thought that. That's just what you think." The system continued. "No, it's not me. You are the one who thinks he's a fool. He accidentally let slip his true nature. Isn't the favorability score much more important? I mean the customer." Hirochi shook his head, denying those thoughts. Lloyd is Hirochi's benefactor. I mustn't think of him as a bad person. HMPH. He walked up the stairs towards the exit. If you need any help, just tell me anytime, HMPH. Lloyd smiled and waved. Goodbye. Okay, don't worry, and just wait until the construction is complete. Habil Asrahan interrupted his liveliness. So how will you create ice? Lloyd remained silent for a long while after hearing him ask. He had been hit where it hurt, and timidly turned back. Well, I'm wondering how myself. Habil Asrahan was astonished by Lloyd Frontera's expression. It was the gaze of someone who had absolutely no plan. He quickly asked Habil, you signed an agreement with them without a plan. Are you planning to deceive them? Lloyd calmly spoke. Look, Habil, do you know the characteristic of a failure? Habil Asrahan was too bewildered to speak, so he calmly began to lecture. I can't do this, I can't do that. Lloyd launched into a whole spiel, rattling off a million reasons. So, don't end up like that. You won't find any way out without trying your hardest. He was serious. As he laid out his reasoning, a successful person always learns and tries to fix it by any means necessary. Lloyd clenched his fist. That's innovation. He raised his hand high with confidence. The mindset of a merchant. The atmosphere inside the cold storage was so quiet you could hear a pin drop after Lloyd Frontera's lecture. Habil Asrahan inwardly protested his mindset. No way. In that case, there's a 1,000 times greater risk of failure. The sky had darkened. Lloyd was sitting in contemplation before the rocks of the orc tribe. He started calculating his plan. That's right, first, I have to make a giant ice block. He thought about his two pets. I'll have Podong and Bayo fetch water from the lake. Then Lloyd thought about the magic users. In this world, there's ice magic. What's the principle behind it? He sat silently, racking his brain for every possibility. Magic uses a person's natural energy, a technique based on changing the arrangement of natural energy. He linked it to the little energy particles in his world. It can definitely be achieved through daily energy absorption practice. There are many different types of natural energy. Then Lloyd became more and more certain. With that, along with a surge of energy in his mind, Lloyd decided changing it like, this is the essence of magic. He stroked his chin. After calculating for a long time, suddenly Lloyd flashed an extremely confident smile. Of course, I can't use my energy as I please. The scene cuts to the next day. Lloyd started his plan by having his two babies fetch water. Meanwhile, he used straw to reinforce around the water flow. But I can do something similar. Losi began to use the Asrahan core technique. Absorbing energy, he lowered his hand into the water and began to absorb. If I absorb the thermal energy, all that will be left in the water is the latent energy. The energy in the stream began to gather in Lloyd's arm, and then gradually dissipated again. Oops, I did it backwards. Damn it, crap, this isn't easy at all. Habil Asrahan stood silently, watching him persevere. He observed, and secretly speculated. We'll always learn and try to fix it by any means necessary. I thought he was just a reckless fool. Habil Asrahan gradually recognized Lloyd Frontera's seriousness and irresponsibility, but he was trying to figure out a way. At this time, Lloyd was focused on absorbing the available energy inside the water. Good grief, Habil Asrahan sighed wearily. I just don't understand him. Lloyd's body was now bursting with energy. A notification popped up. You have developed a new skill with the Asrahan core technique. Skill upgraded. Asrahan core technique. Dual circle level 2. A few days later, in front of the ice cave, Hirochi and Aku trembled in astonishment at what they saw before them. He stammered, shaking. Have you made the star ice? Clink. Lloyd smiled, tapping the blocks of ice. It'll be complete once we place it inside the insulation. Aku cheered. Hooray, it's so big, we won't have to throw away meat anymore. Hirochi was no less delighted. We won't have to hunt every day anymore. Chuckles. He smiled contentedly at their delight. This is an event we should celebrate. Gather everyone. Wonderful, heh? Lloyd suddenly cast a self-satisfied glance at Habil Asrahan. He raised a finger and thought to himself. A merchant's mindset. Habil Asrahan sighed and shrugged. Understood. Inside the ORC tribe, a joyful voice rang out. We of the Sandsteel clan are immensely grateful to you, human Lloyd Ra. He bowed respectfully. It's nothing. I only did what was stated in the contract. Lloyd had secured 120 ORC laborers. Auk stepped forward. Our ORC race is different from humans. We do this not for the contract, but to express our gratitude. Therefore, Auk of the Sandsteel tribe vows to human Lloyd. He began to strike a pose, flexing his toned muscles. From now on, Lloyd's family and the Sandsteel tribe, Ass King, flexed his muscles along with the ORCs behind him. Shall be allies, like brothers. The ORCs behind him chorused in unison. We confirm. Agaric continued to flex his biceps and declared, Frontera is our friend. Frontera's enemies are our enemies. If you ever face trouble, we will rush to your aid anytime. Suddenly, a notification window appeared before Lloyd Frontera. The notification read, Tribe unlocked. The ORC tribe has acknowledged you as a true friend. You can deepen your relationships with the affinity points you gain from the ORCs. Affinity points awarded for unlocking the tribe, +100. Current affinity points, 611. Lloyd silently gazed at the text on the notification. He also imitated them, flexing his arm muscles. Long live the Sandsteel tribe. The scene shifted back to the Frontera territory. And so, we embarked on another long journey and arrived back at the domain. Everyone was astonished by the sight before them. Of course, the residents were all shocked. As 120 blocks of muscle entered the village, Lloyd felt a little awkward, thinking to himself, I should write an official document to reassure everyone, because ORCs are usually seen as a terrifying presence. Aegis Frontera, standing in the mansion, was also terribly frightened. Although the Baron knew the reason for my visit to the ORC tribe, he was still terrified upon seeing them, and I, too, never expected to receive a reward. A notification window appeared. The good story of defeating the mage and rescuing the soldiers has spread throughout the territory. All the residents of the territory are praising your courage. Affinity points awarded for social achievement, +300. That's enough praise. Thank you everyone for the affinity points. As for the ORCs, training equipment, the Baron said he would find a wealthy merchant. The remaining items were all Ruelan's magical tools. Lloyd sat rummaging through the pile of magical tools. Habil Asrahan wondered, is there anything we can make money from? Lloyd, flipping open a magic book, replied, I don't know, I'm looking for something we can use before we sell these off. Lloyd exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the page. Wait, what is this? He quickly ran off and announced, I'm heading to the mine for a bit, please sort these for me. In an instant, Lloyd had nearly reached the mine's entrance. He rushed inside, frantically calling out, Tordes! A feeble voice replied, Where's Tess? Then, he emerged, weak and frail. Were you looking for me, sir? Lloyd, out of breath, responded, Yes, I've got good news. He brought up the past. Do you remember the terms of our contract? That you'd be working for 520 years? Tordes replied listlessly. Yes, I do, Lloyd smiled gently. Actually, that was a bit absurd. Sounds like a joke, almost, but from now on, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Hearing those sweet words, Torsendes felt revitalized. He flipped open a page of a book. What's written here is a method to revive the dead. In an instant, Tordes saw what was coming. Lloyd grinned, placing a hand on his shoulder. Which means you absolutely can work for another 520 years. Happy, isn't it fun? Tordes was speechless at his words. Seeing this, Lomi threatened. Hey, why am I the only one having fun? Smile now. Tordes was utterly dumbfounded, perhaps out of sheer terror of the capitalist devil before him. He forced a smile through tears. Lloyd gradually departed after announcing, Cheer up. He walked out of the mine and continued to encourage, Keep your spirits up. The system window couldn't help but appear. The Lord of Hell is impressed by your personality and is considering hiring you. Annoyed, Lloyd muttered. What's wrong with that? The system window was silent for a long time before Lloyd Frontera's cheerfulness. Right then, the scene shifted to the Frontera mansion. Lloyd paced down the hallway, pondering. Now, there are a few things I need to discuss with the Baron. He approached Akos Frontera's study, checking. They're not here. Emily, who was cleaning, stepped forward to inform. Sir, the Baron is in the reception room. There are some guests. Lloyd, upon hearing this, inquired. What guests? She replied softly. It's Sir Sallow and Midlap, sir. Upon hearing those two names, Lloyd stood silently for a moment, then he smiled with a sinister look, startling Emily. Oh my, what's with that face? Inside the reception room, a voice echoed. You know, we have a monthly agreement to collect the principal. The two loan sharks previously rudely put their feet on the table. But this time, we can let you pay only 10% of the principal. Midlap smirked arrogantly. If you let us take over ownership of the mine, Agos frowned, contemplating. Why are you silent? Isn't it a good thing for you that the interest is being reduced? Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Baron, it is I, Lloyd Frontera. May I come in? He hesitantly spoke. Ah yes, come in. Lloyd entered with a dazzling smile. Oh my, it's been a while, hasn't it? How have you all been? Midlap arrogantly held up a document. If you've come here to threaten us again, you've come to the wrong place. We have a permit, you know. Lummy still smiled naturally. Of course, you're allowed to. You're so smart. Haha. He rubbed his hands together. From what I overheard outside, it seems you're making a good offer. I hope you don't mind if I make one of my own. Annoyed, he responded. What? I don't want to hear an offer from a brat like you. Lloyd didn't get angry and replied, In the future, we will pay off our debt gradually, but of course the interest rate will decrease later. Midlap got even more annoyed. I said I don't want to hear it. How dare you, Lamy was a little annoyed inside. You can make an offer, but I can't. I'm getting angry. Suddenly, a figure entered from outside the door. Who's there? Archie stormed in with a murderous aura. Who made my Frontera brother angry? Eek. The two loan sharks, seeing this, fearfully hugged each other. He angrily warned. Anyone who annoys Lord Frontera will be annihilated by the Steel Sand tribe. Huff? Lloyd smirked smugly. Hey man, what do you mean? It's nothing, Hirochi wondered. Isn't it, Huff? You look angry, Lloyd explained. Well, it's just that the other guy's voice was too loud. Looking at the two trembling before him, Lloyd repeated. Don't mind him. How about my offer? He smiled, offering a word of warning. If you refuse my offer, Lloyd smiled with a terrifying face under Hirochi's protection. I'll be hurt, he continued. I'll tear you apart if you hurt Lord Frontera. Huff. Together with Midlap, they ran away from the mansion in a panic. Back in the reception room, Lloyd looked at the paper and said, I also wish this debt had never happened, but it's a crime, so you should be happy with this, Adobe Frontera timidly. Ah, okay, thank you, he softly reassured. The construction of Onan is expanding, and the coal mine will also run smoothly. We will be able to pay them back immediately. Lloyd handed it to Adobe Frontera. Please keep the contract safe, Baron. He received the contract. All right, Lomi took the opportunity to raise the current issue. But we have a big problem. If we don't resolve this, it will become serious, he pointed to Hirochi standing behind. Their appetite is 10 times that of ordinary people, Lloyd continued, making Adobe Frontera panic. Their food costs are no joke, but if they leave now, there will be a big problem. Haha. The image of the ORCs working hard satisfied Lomi. As expected, ORCs are excellent miners. The ORC nation, a nation that breaks even the largest rocks into pieces. Lloyd ran over anxiously. Where is he? The soldier pointed behind him in a panic. Over there, he hasn't rested for 24 hours. He ordered the others. Get him out of here now. Make sure he doesn't come back here until tomorrow. Everyone worked hard to drag him away, but he didn't want to leave. Ah, I don't want to rest. Huff, I'll be destroyed. My muscles will be destroyed. Their productivity is 10 times what was expected. Their endurance and muscle strength are beyond imagination. Hirochi wondered, wages? Are you talking about money, Huff? ORCs don't need money, Huff. But Hirochi patted his stomach. You just need to feed us until we're full, Huff. This is not a normal problem. Lomi sat in a chair, looking serious. We need to raise taxes, a lot of taxes. He discussed with Adobe Frontera. We need to buy meat for the ORCs with that money. Considering the productivity in the mine, it will never be a loss, he replied perfunctorily. I understand what you're saying. But Frontera lowered his face, implicitly refusing the decision. We won't be able to know if the people in this territory can afford it. This is very difficult. We can't raise taxes any further. Lloyd smiled, explaining, if we keep raising taxes, it's robbery. What will they lose if we work hard? Will we suffer if the tax revenue is reduced? Adobe Frontera, hearing this, wondered. So how will we raise taxes? He replied knowledgeably. It's simple. We'll make them earn more money. Lloyd mentioned a distant piece of land, the abandoned land in the north of the territory. We will turn the flooded Mar region into farmland. He raised his finger, confidently explaining and giving it to the people. They will plant as much as they want, earn a lot of money, and then pay a lot of taxes. Hundreds of years have passed since this land was abandoned. Before the sun set in the sky, a foot stepped into a puddle of water. Habil Asrahan, following behind, asked Han, how can people plant in a place like this? Lloyd confidently replied, your big boss has an idea. He was embarrassed after that statement. Easier said than done. But this won't be easy. Lo sat under a land he self-made to look like the Marais region. There are many things to consider, because the terrain is quite vast. We need a construction to drain rainwater neatly. He needed the small piece of land he'd created. I have no choice but to work like this. Similar simulation. Lobi seriously experimented again and again. If I work like this, hey, I failed. Damn it, is it too high here? Then here, hey, I failed again. The sky gradually brightened before the Frontera territory. Lloyd dejectedly sat under the simulation model, muttering. Adobe Frontera stood on one side, observing. How long has it been like that? Habil Asrahan quickly replied. It's been 21 days. He gave his opinion. He hasn't eaten or rested much. Should I stop him? Adobe Frontera bluntly. No. Looking at his son's unpromising figure, he muttered to himself. I hated that kid, even though I'm his father. Would that kid ever become normal? Was it impossible? That's what I used to think. Lloyd's earnest demeanor changed Frontera, but now he's fighting for a miraculous change for the sake of the people. He went silent. If I can't help him, then I won't get in his way. Habil Asrahan then spoke up. That's a wise decision, sir. Right now, the young master is standing out. The sight of him striving hard, taking responsibility for what he said and not giving up, struck their eyes. A notification appeared after the conversation. Baron Frontera's favorability towards you has increased. You received 20 affinity points. Current affinity points, 931. The wind blew, swaying the branches. Lloyd stared blankly at his simulation. Suddenly, he raised his arms high. Lloyd finally succeeded after days of hardship. Done, the water will be drained properly. The image of gold coins gradually appeared in his head. As long as the water is drained, we can raise taxes. Lloyd was satisfied with the result. Sweet honey, come here. He silently rejoiced at the simulation. After indulging his mind for a while, Lloyd collapsed to the ground. He smiled with a weary face. I'm exhausted, but this is bearable. If I compare this to the days when I worked non-stop and did part-time jobs. Suddenly, the system window popped up, startling him. The notification read, "This special experience has greatly impacted your design skill. You have unlocked a new skill option." Losi sat seriously reading each line of the 3 separate options. Design Simulation Mode Skill. Simulations can be performed by manipulating data obtained through measurement. He quickly tested the skill. Lloyd curiously touched the simulation panel. The simulation panel quickly shattered. After he touched it, Losi angrily turned to criticize the system. "You should have told me first. I worked tirelessly for a whole month," the system calmly replied. "You said it was bearable." He became even angrier. "That's just what I said. Do you know how difficult it was?" the system explained. "The skill can be enlightened with accumulated wisdom. This is due to your desire." Lloyd said something that silenced the system. "I came here because of my desire. You actually don't know, do you? What does coming to this world have to do with my desire?" he continued, dissatisfied. "I just wanted to graduate from university, get a degree, then work in a good company and not have to worry about money." "Isn't that my desire?" the system responded. "That's just your goal. Your desire is much more fervent, to do something that transcends time and space." Lloyd started to get up and dust off his body. "If we're just talking about the ephemerality of life, then stop, because I'm very busy," he commanded. "Bondong, follow." 2 babies immediately appeared on his shoulders, Lloyd said softly. "We're about to meet new friends." The sun gradually appeared faintly behind the mountain. Lloyd stood on the land of Marmar, the first step in Mara's project. He said something that scared them both. "You two have to drain all the water from this wetland," Bodong cried out in panic. Bodong, is this impossible for us?" "Of course." He placed them both on the ground. "That's why I'm going to draw lots right now." Lomi focused on calculating. "I'm going to use all the affinity points I have to draw as many mythical creatures as possible." He starts drawing. Open up, draw mythical creatures. Starting with the draw of 100 affinity points. Okay, 100 affinity points. Since the price will increase by 5x for each new draw. Lomi touches the start button. "I can draw 4 times in total. I don't need a special skill." He stands waiting after drawing a large species like Podong and Bell as his waters dried up. Still, it's as noisy as always. The magic circle starts to reveal a flat item. In a flash, it quickly shot out of the magic circle. It flew into Lai's face, making his nose bleed from the impact. Lloyd silently watches the round thing roll on the ground. Suddenly, it revealed its shape. Hippo. He's astonished at Hippo's appearance. "Huh, Hippo, don't tell me it's a death flag." Bodong and Bell happily greet. Bodong, bellow. Hippo cheerfully greets back. The 3 of them turn into a circle and dance. Lloyd leans down to ask Han. "Sorry to bother you, I apologize for interrupting, but can you show me the manual?" Hippo quickly spits out what he asked for. "Phew, I'm way too used to this." Lomi quickly picks up the paper to read. He frowns as he reads the contents. "Hey, can't you grow bigger if I feed you sunflower seeds?" Looking at Hippo's small form disappoints. "Lomi, did I fail this time?" Lomi grimaces. Looking down, Hippo stares blankly at his gaze. Lomi turns to the system panel and requests, "I want to redraw." The system panel announces, "You can only draw 1 mythical creature in a day." Treesk, what's this? Such a waste of time. Bell angrily steps forward. Bello, what? You think I'm mean?" He leans down to explain. "You know, our workload is getting bigger and bigger. Hippo's too small to help." Bell, along with Podong, protest the work. The 2 of them compete to wear strike and justice signs. Bell raises the sign high. Protest, strike, execute. Bodong isn't outdone either. Employers must acknowledge the value of workers. Lloyd gives in to the 2 of them. "Okay, I'm really scared of you guys." He looks down at Hippo and asks Han, "What are your skills, Hippo? Can you dry my clothes?" The system panel appears. Hippo's skill. 1 gulp, level 1. Lloyd is skeptical. 1 gulp? You can drink water in 1 gulp? Hippo nods. "How much?" He pats his stomach. "Oh, 4 times your stomach capacity." Han glances away, thinking to herself. "All those times I drew, the skills I needed always came up in 1 go. So, I can call myself very lucky, I guess." Hippo waddles towards the puddle. HMPH. "Alright, show us what you can do." He starts to lower his mouth to suck up water. Hippo continuously sucks water into himself. Suddenly, Lomi realizes something. Hippo sucks water and gradually becomes fatter. He's bewildered by Hippo's body. "Huh, am I imagining things? It looks bigger than before." Hippo kept sucking, and the water level began to drop. He watched her work with suspicion. Lois squinted, looking from below. Glug, glug. Hippo's body began to grow to the size of 100 people combined. The bigger her body, the faster she sucked up the water. Phew. With one sound, all the water on the land was gone into Hippo's belly. Now, only a little leftover water remained on the ground. Even the fish cried helplessly at the loss of their home. Lloyd was shocked. After witnessing the scene, he gaped at the land before him. Such a large amount of water in such a short time. Does this mean we can drain all the water in just a few days? Bayo and Podong smirked, seeing that. Why do you two look so proud? Loki called to the system. Hey miss, the system panel appeared? Yes. He quickly asked. Is this really random? How come every time I draw I get the skill I need? The system panel explained. When you came to this world, your abilities were added bit by bit, right? Since being an unlucky person would be extremely disadvantageous for you, you were given the lucky draw ability. Maybe not, Russell. Lomi heard a strange noise and spoke up. That sounds sad. Are you picking your nose? Hippo turned her head. Hippo? Lloyd was surprised. What? You can drink even more, he said with a satisfied smile, ordering, keep drinking until you get sick. Because the construction of the Maret's territory will begin tomorrow. Loey gazed at the water-filled land one last time and then began the plan. Construction will begin with the vertical drainage method. The people fearfully watched the enormous thing before. Hippo was exhaling after drinking the water. First, Hippo will drain the water from the flooded area. Then, she will spit the water into the river and shrink back down. The soldiers were diligently working under Lloyd Frontera's instructions, removing grass roots and plant debris from the ground. Habiel Asrahan was using his land exploding skill. Explosion holes will be drilled into the ground. Bamboo piles will be driven, stakes will be planted in the sand, and Podong will bulldoze the land. Once the water collects inside the bamboo piles, one gulp from Hippo will finish it. Next, build a more advanced levee using my mimicry skill. 10 days passed by. Like that, a portion was completed. Loy was excited about his construction. We still have a long way to go. But after we finish, what happens? He raised the hall high and announced, we'll have a reward of a party. Let's do it. The people below were also extremely eager. Let's go. Along with the buzzing on the tree, Habiel Asrahan looked ahead, observing. He looked at the beautiful land before him and thought, this abandoned land is truly changing into farmland. And Habiel Asrahan looked at the hall in his hand with dissatisfaction. Since when did I start doing construction work? What is my mission again? Loy ran towards Habiel from afar. Habiel. He handed over a bag of things and requested, here, these are seeds, you can sow them from there. Habiel Asrahan wanted to refuse. I am a knight, why would I? Loy calmly explained. To be able to drive away pests, protect that territory, sir. He reluctantly accepted. Ah, yes. After sowing the seeds, Habiel Asrahan watered them. He thought about the conversation from earlier. He cut me off again. Next time, I need to say everything I want to say. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught Habiel Asrahan's attention. The actual swampland is turning into rice paddies. Akos Frontera, along with Mabella Frontera, approached. I bet everyone else is thinking the same thing I am. He looked at the fertile land before him and praised, this is a miracle. The people who were working diligently also stopped because of Lloyd Frontera's protagonist aura, the system board announced. The people in Baron Frontera's territory are expressing admiration and respect for all the miracles you have created. A large amount of affinity points will be awarded as a reward for your social achievement. Affinity points, awarded based on social achievement, plus 450. Current affinity points, 281. Loy smiled contentedly. Under the clear blue sky, dragonflies flew back and forth. The hardships that everyone worked through together have finally sprouted. Habiel Asrahan sat down by the rice plants and watered them. He smiled at the fruits of his labor. Loy, sitting on the earthen steps, spoke up. It will be complete after the water wheel is installed. Habiel Asrahan wondered. Water wheel? He calmly explained. The water must be drained with a water wheel when it rains. Otherwise, the swampland will be submerged. Loy slowly stepped down. But a technical expert has to come. Suddenly, the two noticed something. A group of people of unknown origin were riding horses towards them. Loy looked at the approaching group and asked, who are they? Habiel Asrahan, looking at the leading man, explained, that is Viscount Racona. His territory is located north of the Mar Swamp area. The sound of horses neighing began to cease. A man riding a horse came forward and spoke. Who is in charge of this construction? Habiel Asrahan, seeing his arrogant attitude, cautioned. Show some respect. This is. Loy stopped him. Oh, I'm in charge. Why are you all here? The brown-haired man raised his voice. Don't tell me you don't know that this is Viscount Racona's land. He impatiently demanded that they leave immediately. The two of them still hadn't spoken in rebuttal. Damn lie mares. Although this land has been abandoned for centuries, it still falls under the jurisdiction of Viscount Racona in the north. Viscount Lacona. Damn les mares. Baron Frontera. The south is Frontera's land. It was obvious that he had come to claim ownership of the land. He was planning to freeload off this fertile land without lifting a finger. Lloyd silently criticized. HMPH. This old geezer is stubbornly trying to reclaim it. It's true that the northern part originally belonged to Viscount Lacona. He smiled to himself, thinking. But things are different now, darling. Lloyd spoke up. So, is what you're implying, Viscount, that we are encroaching on land without permission? Is that what you mean? The brown-haired man immediately replied. That's right, the king has granted Viscount ownership of this land, so Lloyd impatiently cut him off. Can't you see this is a conversation between nobles? Why are you butting in? After hearing that, the brown-haired man's face twisted in anger. Everyone who was working stopped and became tense. Duke Racona approached with a displeased expression. Lloyd seized the opportunity to bow respectfully. Oops, how rude of me. I haven't introduced myself yet. Ha, I'm Lloyd, the eldest son of the Frontera family. The arrogant Duke spat. I have nothing to say to a brat like you. Summon your father. Habil Asrahan was inwardly displeased at the Duke's words. How rude. Duke Racona was irritated by Habil's carefree demeanor. Are you even listening to me? Summon Baron Frontera here. Immediately, Lloyd was still cleaning his ear. Huh. Oh no, I'm not deaf. He blew on his hand and said casually. It's just that the buzzing of these flies around here is a real pain in the neck. Duke Racona looked around, bewildered. Where? Where are they? The brown-haired man pointed out. He's insulting you, Viscount. It was only then that the Duke realized. Really, Lloyd said sternly. According to the kingdom's land law, Article 321, special laws regarding the cultivation of royal land, Duke Racona impatiently tried to cut him off. Wait a damn minute, what are you? Lloyd continued. Unfazed, paragraph 1, purpose. Cultivation of a long-neglected piece of wasteland and establishing ownership of the reclaimed land, the Duke boomed. What the hell are you saying, you little? Lloyd interrupted Duke Racona. Paragraph 2, definition of abandoned land. Land that has been abandoned for approximately 100 years, meaning land without residence or cultivation. Everyone around them began to listen intently. Paragraph 3, ownership. Land that meets all the above requirements is recognized as the property of the developer who has cultivated the land. Lloyd raised a finger. First, this is land developed through investment of funds and labor, he continued, silencing Duke Racona. Second, it is land suitable for building residential areas. Third, it is land suitable for long-term agricultural activities. Then Lloyd approached the Duke's horse. Fourth, the final condition. He bent down and grabbed a branch. Lloyd pulled something out of the ground. These detailed regulations will take effect once the crops are harvested. Duke Racona was speechless with rage. Habil Asrahan was surprised. Oh. He remembered Lloyd Frontera's request to plant those seeds from that spot. This is how we get rid of the pests. Lloyd grinned as he took the root vegetable to the Duke. Oh my, congratulations. You're the first person to witness the harvest in the history of the Mar Swamp. We won't charge you for the viewing, though. This brat, how is he so infuriating? Ha ha, the Duke thought through gritted teeth. How can this slippery little bastard be like this? Does this mean he prepared everything in advance? Lloyd placed the root vegetable in the Duke's hand. Now, esteemed Duke, please accept this heartfelt gift. His smile slowly morphed. Lloyd's expression turned serious. So would you kindly get off our land? Duke Racona was trembling with anger. But he didn't argue, and chose to leave in silence. Habil Asrahan stepped forward, puzzled. How did you know those guys were coming? Loki said quietly. What do you mean? Habil explained wearily. We've run into guys like that once or twice before. Leeches who exploit the efforts of others. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from behind them. Hoorah! The farmers cheered and applauded. Master Lloyd protected our land. That's amazing. Top-notch. Well done. After a long silence, Lloyd frowned and spoke up again. How am I supposed to pay you all at this rate? Get back to work. Scene cuts to a heavy rain in Marais. The rain was so strong that the water flowed extremely rapidly. Lloyd was sitting in the rain, observing. Seasons changed, bringing torrential rain. As he watched the water diversion project before him, an umbrella suddenly shielded the area where Lloyd was sitting. I've used the simulation method hundreds of times, but it's best not to be careless. I need to check thoroughly until the end. Habil Asrahan stepped up, holding the umbrella over him. If the Marais swamp is truly usable land, after the rain the sun came out, and the rapid stream had flowed away. Habil Asrahan and Lloyd basked in the first rays of sunlight together. Suddenly, the system announced, achieved a great construction feat. You have left a clear mark of civil engineering on the Lauraser continent. You have received a large amount of skill experience. Measurement skill, upgraded to level 2. Intermediate measurement, level 3. Land value judgment, subsoil scan. Design skill, upgraded to level. Intermediate design level 3. Blueprint rendering, site plan, 20/30ths, simulation modes. Lloyd then began to sit up. The system kept announcing, Baron's impression +5, Baroness impression +5, Habel's impression +3, Ben's impression +2, People's impression +3. Current points, 135. He smiled in satisfaction. Done. Let's proceed to the next step. Meanwhile, on Duke Rakona's side, he slammed the table in anger. What? Eliminate land reclamation? The butler bowed and announced, yes, protection rights will be provided free of charge for 3 years in return. They have an obligation to live there, so migration is restricted. Duke Rakona was displeased. So you're saying, he exclaimed with a wrinkled face, the people will risk their lives farming the land for the next 2 years because he's the owner, because it's his land. Duke Rakona thought about the fertile land and how the Mare swamp would become a golden goose. He clutched his stomach, tears of regret streaming down. It hurts. My stomach hurts so much. It's my land. Half of it is mine. I can't give up this fertile land like this. Duke Rakona said, Butler. The butler quickly replied, yes, your grace. He thundered with murderous intent. Call the workshop supervisor immediately. A few days later, at the Frontera estate, Lloyd Dom woke up in bed. Damn it, he thought uncomfortably. Why does my head hurt so much? Did I overexert myself? Lloyd struggled to get out of bed. But I can't be like this. I still have preparations to arrange and divide. He called out, hey, lazy ass, let's go to work. Suddenly, Lloyd noticed his actions. He joked, why do you look so listless? So nights also get tired? Habil Asrahan clutched his head in discomfort. I've never felt like this before. My head hurts so much. Suddenly, Lloyd also touched his head uncomfortably. He realized something and frowned. Wait, no way. Outside the Frontera estate, the testimony of Emily, the daughter of the Baron family. I'm sorry, I've had a headache since early this morning. The testimony of a farmer from Alop village. It's not just me, my family and the kids all have headaches. The testimony of M.I. High, the boy who takes care of the cows on the farm. Since yesterday, the cows haven't been drinking water. If they keep losing water like this, Lloyd followed the statement with his steps. Everyone in the village had problems. Animals avoided the water. He stated seriously, indeed the cause is the water. Lloyd recalled the novel. One of the powerful weapons beneficial to his activities in this world was information. But since the ant monster incident, he realized that there was also information that did not appear in the novel's plot. He thought about Duke Rakona's territory. If his prediction was correct, Rakona would seize the Mare swamp. After investigating many things in that direction, this hypothesis was very strong. The main source of income for the Dracona territory was the mystical dyeing technique and the fruit used by Rakona for dyeing. Lloyd clicked his tongue. Oh crap. He radiated murderous intent and cursed, Rakona, you damned old man. Scene cuts to the Frontera mansion. Akos Frontera revealed a serious expression. What did you just say? The brown-haired man sitting opposite him said, this isn't that hard to understand, is it? He made an offer. Transfer half of the mayor's land. If you do so, I will stop discharging dying wastewater. Agos Frontera angrily said. Are you threatening me? The brown-haired man laughed arrogantly. That's right, a threat. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his voice. Aren't you afraid of the law? I will sue you in the kingdom's noble court. He calmly replied. Go ahead. Perhaps, Baron, you will win the case. Suddenly, he leaned forward, revealing a cunning face. But until the verdict is delivered, it will take at least 2 years for court costs and water. Can you endure until then? Agos Frontera was shocked after hearing him speak. The brown-haired man stood up from his chair. Then I will await your wise decision. After he had walked away for a moment, Agos Frontera spoke. My son, he turned around with an upset face, thinking about the local people who had to sweat and toil. I will not give an inch of land to such vile people as you. He showed a disregard and bowed. Suddenly, Lloyd pushed the door open, interrupting the cool appearance of the brown-haired man. He stepped in and said, I have something to talk to you about, father. Akonkas Frontera was hesitant. Lloyd bowed and offered his opinion. It seems that the parasite in the neighboring area has been messing with the river. I want to discuss some countermeasures with you, father. Upon hearing this, the brown-haired man raised his voice. Are you insulting my lord? Lloyd startled at his appearance. Holy moly! He looked serious. So parasites understand human language. The brown-haired man was so enraged that veins popped out all over his face. He drew his sword and made an offer. You have insulted the honor of a knight twice now. I demand a duel, and name it Ko. Back to the actual arcade, Lloyd was constantly hitting him with the haul. I lost. The brown-haired man cried and begged for mercy. Forgive me, Wah, stop, don't hit me anymore. Lloyd sighed with satisfaction. Phew, okay, I'm not angry anymore. The brown-haired man held his head in trembling, sobbing sounds. After a sigh, he continued to relentlessly pummel the man. But how dare you look down on this baron's words? The brown-haired man cried as he endured the beating. Wah, sob, sob. Akos Frontera rejoiced at Lloyd Frontera's actions. Lloyd, you little punk, the match is over, what are you still doing? Habil Asrahan was starting to see the Baron in a new light. It's the first time I've seen him like this. Twilight fell upon Duke Rakona's territory. He angrily yelled, "You fool, you went to threaten him," and ended up looking like this. The brown-haired man, his mouth a mess of apologies, admitted, "It's truly embarrassing." Suddenly, Duke Rakona stroked his beard calmly. Wait. He reconsidered the outcome. "All right, well done. We've been defeated." The brown-haired man looked confused by those words. "Yes. Well," Duke Rakona said, sinking into thought, outlining his plan. "After all, the only thing the Count can do is appeal to the court. If we turn this into an accusation of abuse by an arrogant, conceited noble—" He laughed maniacally. 3 years, huh? No, the lawsuit could even drag on for 4 years. Back with Lloyd Frontera, he wore a face that mirrored Duke Rakona's thoughts. That dumb old man is probably thinking like this. Lloyd stood on the roof of the mansion and shouted, "But our Baron Frontera would never stand for such losses, would he?" He raised his scepter high and motivated everyone below. "Let's blow their ugly chins off our way. Protect the land of our blood and sweat," Lloyd shouted earnestly. "Protect it from their evil greed," everyone shouted in unison, echoing his words. Lloyd planned to create a huge reservoir, 50 meters wide, 5 meters high, and 100 meters long. First, we need to build a water reservoir to solve the drinking water problem immediately. The water is supplied by Hippo's skill before it gets polluted. Hippo's skill. 100% level pH 3. Habil Asrahan reminded him. That's a wise decision. However, Master or Hippo won't be able to rest even for a day. Loe agreed. That's right. This is just a temporary measure. He smiled, revealing his plan. From now on, I will build a clean water system. He envisioned a lake full of water flowing from Lake Kapwa in the eastern mountains to our territory, creating a river. Habil Asrahan raised the issue. It's not a normal length, just think about the labor. Lo seemed to have considered that already. Of course it'll be expensive. Terribly expensive. He turned to reassure him. But don't worry, your brother will get a huge amount of money from the construction. Loe walked away, calculating 10 times, no, 100 times the investment. Back with Duke Rakona, he was biting his nails in discomfort. A few months later, in Duke Rakona's territory, he was filled with fear and countless questions. Why? Why did this happen? What should I do? What am I supposed to do now? The butler entered to announce, "Duke, the eldest son of the Frontera family, requests to see you." Duke Rakona angrily shouted, "I'm busy right now, tell him to get lost." The butler continued, catching his attention. "Well, they said that you must be troubled lately, and they will help you solve it." In the reception room, Loe put his feet up on the table, smiling arrogantly. "Oh my, why does your face look so bright, Duke?" Duke Rakona asked timidly. Is there something you need?" He asked back, confused. "Huh. Didn't you get the message? I'm here to give you love advice." Duke Rakona was annoyed by Lloyd Frontera's words. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just have things to think about." He took a hard stance. "Aha. Be honest now. Could it be that you don't know?" Lloyd leaned back in the chair. I confidently mentioned the problem he was facing. "The Duke's dye factory is collapsing. I wonder if it can be saved." Duke Rakona, as if struck in the heart, remained silent for a moment. He frowned, raising his voice. "It's all your fault, isn't it, ruining the dye factory?" Loe smirked after Duke Rakona's words. He leaned back in his chair, arrogantly saying, "That was quite a journey indeed." Loe spoke of the past, ignoring the Duke's annoyance. "Because of your wastewater discharge, Duke, I had to fetch water from the distant Lake Kapua." He continued with a look of disdain. "Oh, by the way, I didn't know you were dumping wastewater at first, but you made sure to loudly proclaim that the discharge was your intention. How kind of you to explain it to me." Loe recalled the hard work from before. "Anyway, I dug a water channel from the lake all the way to my territory, chiseling and filling. All that hard work." Duke Rakona slammed the table in anger. "Stop talking nonsense, I'm only asking one thing. What did you do to my dye factory?" He laughed naturally. Hey, why the rush? Listen to what I have to say first." Lloyd described his problem. "Oh dear, but what should I do? There's this huge, terrible valley right in the middle, so what should I do?" He described it so realistically that anyone would want to punch him. "That just won't do, so there's no other way." Loe mentioned the previous construction. "There's no other way but to build a Roman-style aqueduct." Scene of Habil Asrahan working diligently. "We used limestone as the building material and had to work very hard. That's why there were limestone rocks lying at the bottom of the valley in no particular order." Finally, a giant limestone rock appeared. Hearing this, Duke Rakona became even angrier. "Shut up. What the hell does that have to do with my dye factory?" Loe said sternly. "The water there is the same water that flows into your dye factory." The components in the limestone turned the fabric the color of dung. He recalled the foul-smelling finished product from before. Duke Rakona shouted impatiently. "You little rascal, aren't you afraid of the law? I'll sue you in the noble court." Loe calmly spoke. "Go ahead." He confidently returned the answer the same way the Duke had before. But until the verdict is delivered, it'll be at least 2 years. By then, will anyone even remember the Duke's products? He sweated in fear, cursing inwardly. You scoundrel! You piece of trash! Lloyd got up from his chair. If all your questions have been answered, then I must be going. Cornered to that extent, Duke Rakona still arrogantly cursed. You've messed with the wrong person. Do you know how many people I know in the royal family? He warned angrily. My damages? I'll make you pay 1 billion times over. Lonnie waved goodbye without saying anything. Under the clear blue sky, Loy and Habil Asrahan walked out of the territory. He wondered. I don't quite understand. He was doubtful. What is it? Habil Asrahan stated his perspective. You're just provoking and angering him, but the Duke has the upper hand when fighting with the law. He kept mentioning the consequences. He really has a lot of connections with the royal family. If it leads to a lawsuit, it will cost a lot of money. Lloyd continued to walk calmly. Yeah, I know. I understand what you mean. Just wait and see. Hearing that, Habil Asrahan was suspicious in his heart. He smiled and said something ambiguous. Let's see who ends up suffering more. Scene change. To the Frontera territory. A month later, at the Frontera mansion, Duke Rakona knelt down, admitting his fault. I was wrong. Please save my dye factory. Lloyd sat rigidly in his chair. Much to Habil Asrahan's astonishment, he spoke arrogantly. Your good friend said you had no chance of winning? No kidding. Your failure is obviously due to your deliberate actions. Duke Rakona repeatedly apologized. I was careless. I'm truly sorry. Lloyd maintained his superior attitude. What about this? I don't really care, empty words. He, along with his fear, spoke up. I, a Viscount, have already thrown away my pride and am begging you, aren't I? Please, he smiled thoughtfully. Pride? That's not even worth 1 gold coin. If that's the case, then I'll sell it for 1,000 times that price. Hearing that, Duke Rakona was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. Lloyd reached into his pocket, rummaging for something. What I want isn't an apology. He started showing off. Capitalism. It's simple. A signature. The contract reads as follows. From Baron Frontera to Viscount Rakona, a water supply contract, hereinafter. Viscount Rakona is Party A, and Baron Frontera is Party B. This contract is established for the purpose of setting a fixed fee for the supply of water to the dye works, and establishing rules for construction within the territory. The terms of this contract are in accordance with the following principles, Lloyd gently reassured. Just sign the contract, and the plumbing system will be at your dye works within a week. Duke Rakona read the contract, his face pale with shock. He raised his voice sharply. Isn't this too much? From the start, the price of water was unreasonably high. He remained calm. Unreasonably high. Lloyd frowned with a warning tone. You're the one who taught me that water isn't free. Duke Rakona's world began to fall into despair from this moment on. Under the sunset, Frontera looked at the contract in his hand with suspicion. Is it really true that this much money will come in steadily every month? Lloyd answered solemnly. Yes, the Duke directly signed it, he stammered. At this rate, it won't be long before I pay off the interest, right? He clapped his hands happily. How lucky to know that the Duke is such a kind person, haha, Lloyd thought to himself. Clearly it was a battle that the Duke had lost. Although it yielded good results, he re-evaluated himself. Looking at myself now, I'm starting to resemble a demon. Lloyd thought of the chains binding Duke Rakona. The contract doesn't specify a time limit, meaning its validity lasts until that old man dies. He thought about those who would come after him. No, even when he dies, I won't let him off the hook. Lloyd's cruelty at this moment is only second to the Demon King's face. I can't abandon this opportunity midway. He grinned as he thought of the results. If money were like thread, I would pull it out one strand at a time. Back in reality, Frontera spoke up. Oh right, there's good news for you. He began to fear his son. What's with your face? Does this father look that scary? Lavi still couldn't shut his mouth and replied, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit excited because I was thinking about a few things. He adjusted his face to listen to Frontera, who said, Those old treasures you received from the ORC tribe, he announced softly. Count Krarmo has sent a letter, saying he will buy them back at a high price. Hearing this, Lloyd was suspicious. He stroked his chin and spoke his opinion. That's strange. If he's such a big shot, he could just buy a new one. Without a single scratch, right? Akos Frontera hesitantly replied. Let's see, I don't know the specific details either. Someone suggested wanting to erect a bronze statue. The scene shifts to a coastal city. The commercial city of Crmo. A figure of a man stood watching before the gate. He stood silently before the gate, looking down at the sea. Baron Crmo. He paid attention to the distant offshore. Suddenly, a surge of water rose up. Baron Crarmo observed with a stern face, the surge of water growing higher and higher. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared, growling. He broke into a cold sweat after witnessing the scene before his eyes. The monster had the form of a lobster, but it was corrupted. the Kij Titan monster. Before the Frontera mansion, a voice rang out. 1 week after departure, now is the time to finish constructing the Rakona territory system, Habil Asrahan announced from behind. To minimize the expenses of the construction workers, he said he would accompany them with about 10 people. Akos Frontera sat relaxing, pruning plants. I know, he said silently after a moment, if that's Lloyd's intention. Seeing that, Habil Asrahan said nothing. Suddenly, he spoke to reassure. Please don't worry, I will always be by young Master Lloyd's side, Agos Frontera said sternly. When Duke Rakona reached out, threatening to make me hand over half of the Mandura's wasteland, he recalled his feeling from before. If it were not long ago, I would have been scared and dismissed it. But seeing Lloyd and the people who have put their heart into it, I mustered up all my courage. Agos Frontera reproached himself. As a lord, I shouldn't have been so indecisive. Seeing that, Habil Asrahan immediately denied it. No, that's not it, Baron. He recalled the moment when he was taken in from a remote place and spoke. You are warmer than anyone else. You are someone who always cares about everyone. Hearing that, Akos Frontera smiled and turned. Thank you for your words, but that alone is hardly enough to call me a good lord. He turned back to look at the grass in front of him. A leader must have a belief and decisiveness like Lloyd now has. Habil Asrahan was silent after that statement. He thought about Lloyd Frontera's greedy appearance. That guy's belief is only money, my lord. It's written all over his face. But is money necessarily bad? That's it. I'm about to become an abnormal person like him too. Agos Frontera stood up. Habi, your task is no longer to monitor Lel. He smiled contentedly. I will entrust you with protecting Lloyd, the heir to the territory. Habil Asrahan listened silently. He placed his hand on his chest. I accept the order. Lloyd Frontera is clearly saving the Baron's territory like a miracle, but I absolutely do not like that person. Going back to when Habil Asrahan was a child, Agos Frontera bent down and asked Han Habil, what do you want to be in the future? I will help you with anything within my power. His face turned slightly red as he looked down. After a moment of consideration, Habil Asrahan spoke seriously. I want to become a knight to protect you, Baron. He stroked his head after hearing those words. Haha, thank you. Akos Frontera smiled encouragingly. You are the child who endured that harsh winter alone. Therefore, you will become the strongest knight in the world. The Baron gave me a wooden sword that he made with his own hands. And that wooden sword, young Lloyd used to bully Habil Asrahan brutally. He. You orphan knight. Keep dreaming. He placed the sword on the steps, facing reality. You're just a dumb, battery-raised chicken. Then a kick broke the wooden sword in two. Back in the present, Habil Asrahan was taking off his jacket as he entered the room when he suddenly looked towards a corner of the wall. What Habil Asrahan saw was the broken wooden sword hanging on the wall. I absolutely can't stand that guy. Below, he smirked slyly. Welcome, esteemed guest. Thank you again for choosing Frontera-style sleep service today. He sat on the bed smugly. You can't live without me now, can you? Gosh, you're addicted to me. But hear me out, or this service will be discontinued immediately. Habil Asrahan was annoyed. I'm sick of this, just start already. Lloyd began chanting along with his incantation, and Habil Asrahan gradually drifted off to sleep. I should definitely hate him, just keep going. He remembered the moments he had witnessed behind Lloyd Frontera's back, from the basement with the giant ants, to the project, persuading the orc tribe, and then those moments when Lloyd tried to work. Feeling like a completely different person, he smiled contentedly after finishing. Okay, Asrahan must be hugging his pillow and sleeping by now. I hate myself for thinking he's a good person. Under the night sky, in front of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan slept soundly in the room. Suddenly, a figure in black pushed the door open and barged in. The knight of Duke Rakona drew his sword with hatred. Lloyd Frontera. He gritted his teeth. This is all your fault. Taking advantage of him being asleep, he lunged forward, pointing his sword at his head without hesitation. Die! The sword quickly descended without meeting any resistance. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan woke up and rushed forward with his weapon. He used his sword to slash horizontally at the attack. The sword that the brown-haired man was holding was now broken in two. Lloyd groggily opened his eyes at this point. He sat up, confused, seeing Habil Asrahan subduing the man. The scene shifts to the pipeline construction site that's underway. Lloyd stood above and shouted loudly. What's the most important thing right now? Everyone in unison. Safety first. Habil Asrahan stepped forward to report. Master, the identity of yesterday's thief has been investigated. He replied calmly. Yeah, thanks for your hard work. He stated the reason for his attack. The reason he targeted you is because of Lloyd Catgang. The construction and water tax expenditures were so costly that the Duke fired him. He shrugged his shoulders. It would have been the same for me, suddenly losing my well-paying job, so he criticized him. So he targeted me for revenge. What shallow thinking. Habil Asrahan was taken aback. You mean you already predicted it? He denied it a little. Not to the point of predicting everything, but it could be. It's easy to understand at that level. Habil Asrahan reduced his discomfort and spoke up. Still, it was good that you didn't hand him over, he thought to himself. You predicted it. Shouldn't you have prepared thoroughly? Lowy noticed the unusual look on Habil Asrahan's face and paid attention. Suddenly he spoke up. What did you just say? He turned back as if he read his mind. With you by my side, what more do I need to prepare? Hearing that, Habil Asrahan's eyes widened in surprise. Lowy, valuing him highly, explained, because you're here, I can freely do what I want. You're capable and reliable. He kept listing reasons involving you. Usually, a 5-year-old is all alone. All his relatives and villagers died in the monster attack. Did you ever think you could survive the winter without anyone's help? Lowy smiled. Because the knight beside me is capable of it. What could be more trustworthy than that? Habil Asrahan listened to his words. Suddenly, they fell silent, looking at each other. Seeing that, Lowy frowned. I'm so embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Ugh, now I regret saying those cheesy lines. Hearing that, Habil Asrahan slowly opened his mouth. He looked away and replied, Yeah. Realizing that person is a good guy, I hate myself so much. Lowy smiled contentedly and clapped Habil Asrahan on the shoulder. Oh, great job! Our Habil did a great job, ehihi. The system notification appeared. Habil Asrahan has resolved his long-standing inner conflict. Favorability also increased, +15, your affinity, +6. You received 320 points for improving your relationship with the main character. Current points 1. 675. Lloyd looked at the construction ahead. If the pipeline construction finishes tomorrow, he confidently smiled and laid out his plan. Then let's get ready to head to CRMO and make a big pile of money in a forest full of trees. A group of people walked along a dirt path. Habil Asrahan was annoyed that Lloyd was leaning against his back while sleeping, and suddenly he shrugged him off. Lowy grumbled. Did you just hit me? Habil Asrahan immediately denied it. No, you're mistaken, no. But you clearly did. Habil Asrahan asked for proof. Did you see me hit you? You didn't, right? Lowy gritted his teeth and glared at him. Isn't it because you think there's no way to ride a horse with some dude constantly nodding off behind you? It's annoying as hell to look at. Ah, Habil Asrahan admired his wordplay. Amazing. Now you can even read people's minds. Lowy asked again. Did you really hit me or not? He continued to deny it. No way. Are you sleepwalking? Lowy clenched his fist. Ugh, the great and super Lowy is so hurt. Stop it, just stop. He jumped off the horse and grimaced as he made a request. Teach me how to ride a horse. Habil Asrahan flatly refused. Don't want to. I'm a knight, not a riding instructor. The system notification appeared. Habil's inner thoughts. His proactive attitude to learn from his shortcomings is truly commendable. Lloyd, annoyedly. That's an order. The system reappeared again. Lloyd's inner thoughts. I'm gonna study hard. Working hard is as easy as pie for me. Habil Asrahan got off the horse. TCH, what a pain. System, I know. Let's do our best together. Lowy, seeing his displeased attitude, got angry. What did you just say? System? Thank you, Hegby. The system continued to tease. You're a brother as good as an angel, both in face and heart. Lummy angrily turned around and shouted, Hey, it's been so damn noisy this whole time. Get lost, you guys. Habil Asrahan was confused. Why are you making such a fuss? Are you crazy, system? Why are you making such a fuss? Are you crazy? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. The notification read, Rumors travel faster than words. The system mentioned his ongoing construction. Rumors about the construction of the first clean water source on the continent are spreading rapidly. The reputation of the builder is being elevated. Your name will be recorded in the construction history of the kingdom and the continent. Bonus points +600. Current points 275. Lowy reads the message on the notification in astonishment. Whoa, is this the real deal? Does this mean I might get even bigger projects later on? He smiles contentedly. Reputation is money. Soon I'll have enough to enjoy my old age. A golden future is approaching. Habil Asrahan, who witnessed his self-administered pep talk, speaks up. One moment you're suddenly furious, the next you're laughing. Are you actually crazy? The system board chimes in, seizing the opportunity. He's definitely gone mad. Lowy, annoyed, fumes inwardly. Damn it, my image is ruined. Habil Asrahan started teaching him how to ride a horse. After that, the journey to CRMO was indeed not short. The closer they got, the closer winter drew. Only when winter was near could they reach CRMO. Earl CRMO smiles as he introduces himself. You must be tired from your long journey here. I am Earl CRMO, the lord of this city. The two bow respectfully. Greetings, Earl CRMO. I am from the Frontera family, he smiles, sizing him up. Ho ho, you're quite different from what I imagined. Earl CRMO says something he knows about the young man. I heard you're a very capable builder. I thought you'd be tall and sturdy. But with such a noble air, he walks over to Habil Asrahan, ignoring Lloyd Frontera. You feel like the nobleman of noblemen. If you said you were royalty, I'd believe it. Ho ho. Earl CRMO makes a proposal to him. Do you have someone in mind to marry? If not, why not try seeing my daughter? Loie, standing to the side, is bewildered. Hey Earl. He erupts in anger. What? How dare you? Who is this lowly servant? To interrupt a conversation between nobles, Loie is so shocked that his eyes widen. The system board, seeing this, laughs gleefully. Servant servant face haha. In front of the CRMO Earl's mansion, he apologizes. With a loud laugh, haha, I made a huge mistake, haha. The Earl sincerely apologizes. Loie lowers his head, pretending to be okay. It's alright, I'm calm. The system board mocks again. Your biggest mistake is your face, haha, he curses inwardly. This old geezer is really asking for a beating. Should I just punch him a few times? Earl CRMO rubs salt into the wound. But you're also to blame. Why were you born with a face and body like that? Loie curses in his mind. Shut your damn mouth, old man. The Lord of the Trade City CRMO, Earl CRMO. He is also a fairly important character in Blood and Steel Knight. Habil was wanted after beheading the loan sharks Silo and Midlap. He ran everywhere, only to be caught by the Earl right here in CRMO. But the Earl only needed a few short sentences to understand Habil's personality. After that, he decided to actively operate as a sponsor. Back in the present, Earl CRMO speaks to the main subject. Your purchase of gemstones is for decorating the bronze statue on the sea. Loie is puzzled. Bronze statue on the sea. He sighs, explaining, currently, CRMO's trade activity is declining. Earl CRMO begins to talk about the past. From a few years ago, the Kij Titan began appearing off the coast in front of the port. He solemnly reiterates, although I have never suffered direct damage, its mere existence is enough to cause fear. Loie also begins to calculate. With so little information, there's no way to attack it underwater. Even the Navy here is useless. He recalls the content in the novel. CRMO is gradually collapsing. The Earl is in crisis. Habil might be able to tell me something, but Loie angrily remembers. The ending is an open ending for everyone to guess. Just like that, Habil raises his sword again in a firm and decisive manner. Sincerely thank you, readers, for loving Blood and Steel Knight. Until now, I will try to improve more in the future. I don't even know if there will be a part 2. Loie seriously thinks. The first time I came here, I thought I had grasped all the content of the novel. However, the parts not mentioned in the content are still continuing. Earl CRMO at this time continues to explain, I have researched a lot of materials on how to drive it away and learned something important. He mentions the army that once drove away monsters, the merfolk, powerful warriors who dominated the seas. They are the symbol that sows fear and haunts the Kij Titan. Earl CRMO seriously stated his plan. That's why I came up with this idea. Just seeing the shape of a mermaid will scare them. He described the plan he was preparing to put into action. We need to erect a mermaid statue in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, Earl CRMO shook his head. But I've abandoned the idea now, Lloyd asked, confused. Yes, he explained. If we have to fill the seabed with earth to build the statue, won't the water be too shallow for ships to enter? Lloyd suddenly pondered in silence. Seeing this, Earl CRMO reassured him. Don't worry too much. Although I'll be out of things to use those jewels for, I'll still buy them as promised. He lowered his face and spoke. No, I can't let that happen. Don't bear the loss alone. Hearing this, the Earl was confused. Do you mean you won't sell the treasure? Loie explained. I will sell it, and if possible, at a very high price, and I will erect a bronze statue for you. Of course it will be in the sea, and won't affect the water level, he smiled, confidently making the offer. Lloyd described the plan in his head. Hexagonal columns and empty barrels. If we combine these two methods, we might be able to make it work. He took a deep breath on the wooden boat A, then dove down and used his measurement skills. Lloyd observed his surroundings. Fortunately, the seabed was mostly flat due to the rich sediment, so the softness was just right. He gradually trembled after diving down for too long. Could the soft rock layer be deeper down? It's not that high though. Lovi, pale-faced, shouted up. Ah, my face. He trembled as he looked at Habil Asrahan. What? Why are you looking so smug? He replied softly. Sorry. This is the first time I've felt so happy seeing someone else's pain. Loy, with a pale face and pupils like grains of sand, looked at Habil Asrahan. He handed him the diving goggles. Here, you measure it. Habil Asrahan pretended not to see and climbed onto the boat. Anyway, is this contract going to be okay, Loy? Annoying? Don't beat around the bush. He spoke seriously about the main issue. I always think about it. But I still can't imagine building a straight column under the sea. Before you do magic, Lummy interrupted, wiping his head with a towel. Magic can be like that too. He smiled confidently. Cement magic? The problem is, how to create cement in this world, under the vast sea, Lloyd thought. If it's Roman-style cement, it can definitely be made. Habil Asrahan grabbed his hand, reminding him. Please don't be reckless, you'll fall, Lloyd frowned. You're truly a master of few words. Are you the master of chicken porridge? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Kristen stepped forward with a love letter. Lloyd Frontera, I have something to say to you. Lloyd blushed at her beauty. Yes, I. Christine shyly introduced herself. Hello, I am the daughter of Earl CRMO. Yesterday, I saw Mr. Lloyd passing by the manor's courtyard. She blushed, clutching the letter in her hand. Mr. Lloyd? He was also gradually drawn in by that shyness. Kristen stepped forward, gathering all her courage, and handed over the love letter. Please accept it. But, importantly, it's not for the real Lloyd, but for Habil Asrahan. Lloyd was extremely annoyed at this moment, thinking to himself, You lustful pig. I had predicted this. To some extent, he gradually lost his sense of the world. Habil Asrahan received the letter from Kristen. Yeah, I was pretty sure, but this is Lloyd Frontera's true feelings. He slowly tucked the letter into his pocket. Christine rejoiced after her success. He took it through him. I can't believe it. Habil Asrahan watched her walk away, oblivious to Lloyd's hateful glare from behind. He calmly spoke. Let's go. Lloyd irritably stopped him. Hold it, you bastard. He sternly criticized. You're acting like it's no big deal. Don't you find it disgusting? Habil Asrahan was confused. What are you talking about? He maintained his attitude. When you received that love letter, you just simply accepted it. He was even more confused. So what? Is there a problem? Lloyd yelled. What? Habil Asrahan calmly said. What? Are you upset? Suddenly, he realized, oh, Lloyd doesn't understand why Habil Asrahan is making that face. He covered his mouth and looked very serious. No, don't tell me you've never received that love letter before. Lloyd didn't retort, but bit his lip, glaring at him with eyes like bullets. Habil Asrahan awkwardly looked around. How should I put this? He uncomfortably cheered him on. Cheer up. The system panel appeared. Sincerely encourage your friend, Habil. Long, at this moment, exploded with emotion and burst into bitter tears. He worked with a grumpy face. I'm not jealous. Not at all. I'll become rich. I'll make a lot of money. Count CRMO approached. Hey, Lloyd. He turned around with an irritated face. What? He was startled by that face. Hey, what's with that face? Lomi calmed down and ran over with a blooming smile. Oops, sorry Count, I didn't know you were here, I'm focusing on my work, haha. Count CRMO also calmed down. You scared me, I thought you were some kind of murderer. He waved his hand, talking about the supplies behind him. I just wanted to say that most of the materials you requested are easily obtainable. However, the volcanic ash is another story. Loey stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's the main ingredient for Roman cement. He recalled the Middle Ages. Roman cement had far superior advantages. At that time, every building was maintained until 2005 later. Its durability was nearly unmatched, Count CRMO reassured. It's not entirely impossible, but you have to go to a place with a volcano. He solemnly stated the problem. The problem is, the journey takes half a year, it's too much time. Loey bowed to assure him. Don't worry, Count, because there will be another way. Plan B? Give up the volcanic ash and go the roundabout way with Portland cement. Loey sat at the table thinking, Portland cement. The beginning of modern cement? I only vaguely know how to create it, but I lack detailed knowledge. He looked at the plan's test paper. If you don't know what to do, you can always try. First, I'll try everything. Under the Chromo trade territory, a shattered rock was placed on the table. God damn it, Loey was annoyed by the result and crossed out the experiment. Sample number 129. Failure. I thought it was almost there. If I mix it with the right ratio. He weakly calculated the next step. The drying process might be an issue, plus 4 more cases then. His 3 pets looked up worriedly. Apply 12 more multipliers here, 48 times. One of them, Bello, Hippo, and Bodong, said sadly, Bodong, Bodong. She jumped on Lloyd's shoulder, pulling him away. Bodong, Bodong, I'm busy, I can't go for a walk. All 3 of them jumped up and made requests. He weakly replied, No, I'm busy. Bello, Hippo, and Podong swayed their heads, making Loey's head hip-hop. He angrily yelled, Damn it, I told you I'm really busy. Suddenly, Loey remembered his dog in the past, and he stood motionless after remembering. Loey reflected on his dog's funeral. The image of motionless feet, lying in a cloth. Kim Shu-ho sat silently in a chair before her funeral. He painfully cried his heart out because of the dog's passing. She was my last family. Kim Shu-ho recalled the image of the dog when she was alive. I'm sorry, I want to brush her fur one more time. I want to play with her one more time. Lomi reevaluated everything and embraced the 3 of them tightly. Let's go. You guys are much more important than this research. Under the moonlight shining on the sea, all three pets joyfully frolicked and strolled with their owner. Lloyd Frontera blamed himself. I'm such an asshole. Bello, Hippo, along with Podong, who were walking, stopped because of the voice. He explained with a disappointed tone. Everything was going smoothly, so I just gave orders. As if you guys were some kind of construction machine. Lloyd described himself with self-reproach. I'm a unique kind of idiot, and I want to regret it so much. Suddenly, he stopped. Lloyd knelt down to his three little ones. He delivered sweet words. Thank you. It's all thanks to you guys. Bello, Hippo, and Podong smiled after his words. The system window appeared. The fantasy creatures are feeling your sincerity. The fantasy creatures. And you consider each other family. Level of empathy with fantasy creatures. Family relationship. Lloyd was astonished after the announcement. What? The system window continued. Level of empathy with fantasy creatures. Family relationship. Bello's enhancement function unlocked. Equip new skills through Enhance Bello. Requires 500 affinity points. He was surprised. Is this a benefit I didn't even think about? Podong and Hippo quickly pushed Bello forward. He realized the three's intention. You want me to grant you new skills? All three of them in unison? Bello, Bong, Hippo? Alright, if you guys say so. He calculated inwardly. Whatever skills appear will definitely have some use. Even if it's a useless skill, it's what Bello wants. Activate the enhancement function. Please select a fantasy creature to enhance. Lloyd chose Bello, and the magic circle began to appear. Suddenly, Bello shone brightly and flew into the air. The pressure from Bello's enhancement caused the surrounding air to dissipate. He was astonished. What's going on? The system window announced. Enhancement successful. Enhancement level +1. Rewards for new skills have been restored. Bello gradually returned to normal. Following that was a string of system notifications. Soil shoveling level 3, soil digestion level 3, steel chamber level 4, volcano eruption level 1. Lloyd was bewildered by the notifications. Bello smiled proudly. Volcano eruption level 1. Awesome. Alright. Before the commercial city of Kurmo, atop the ice-covered mountain, suddenly an explosion erupted from deep within. Everyone in the city was taken by surprise. Count CRMO in his mansion was no exception. A plume of smoke appeared after the explosion. Above it were Lloyd Frontera, Habil Asrahan, along with Belle using her skill for the first time. He exclaimed in amazement after the explosion. Wow. Lloyd used his search skill. An object must appear. Success. Get me that real volcano. He smirked smugly. Haha. See that, Habi. Praise me already. Hey. Habaloy went from elation to annoyance. Are you even listening? Habil Asrahan? Only then did he turn around. What? He said helplessly. Sorry, Hen, I forgot to tell you to cover your ears. He continued to pretend to be deaf. Loy angrily snapped. You're ugly as hell, Habil Asrahan said softly. How can I compare to young master? He turned purple with anger. You can hear me, Habil Asrahan chose the old method again. Loey brushed off the conversation and walked away. Thanks to Belle, the cement problem has been quickly solved in the construction world. Speed is the key. Let's get started. Everyone quickly began the plan before the port. The first step. Create and equip Bayo with a giant diaper to filter for the volcano. Everyone in the city gathered around, watching a 5-layer rope attached to the end of the diaper to filter for the volcano. Belle's whole body trembled as she prepared to use her skill. Loy covered his ears and spoke. Do it, Bello! Bayo's volcano eruption skill was activated, causing her diaper cheeks to puff up. He shouted again. Do it again, Bello! Everyone in the city was amazed by Bello's ability. Count CRMO was no exception, he thought to himself. It goes beyond the level of ordinary construction. From skills I've never heard of before to summoning skills, I'll have to see how he handles this problem. Lo gave a like. After Belle finished her work, Count CRMO looked at his actions, silently evaluating him, and then reported the details to the new king. If he really has the talent they say he does, it would be a waste to leave him in the countryside. The people around began preparing for the next step. After the cement material had been collected, the second step would be to create a caisson to pour the cement into. Khan was collected and began to be lowered into the sea. The water inside Khan was moved by a gulp from Hippo. The third step. Habil Asrahan grabbed a steel hammer and rushed inside Khan. He slammed it hard into the log placed inside, driving the friction piles down into the ocean floor inside. Caisson. Habil Asrahan finished hammering the stake and turned to ask. When's the next stake? Lloyd said calmly. Wait a bit, it's difficult to do. He grinned at Habil Asrahan, who turned around and saw that face. Puzzled. What's with that expression? Lloyd shrugged and explained. No, I just really wanted to hear you say it. I'm a knight. Why me? The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan threw down the hammer. Sulking, I'm a knight, why do I have to drive stakes? Seeing that, he stopped him. Hey, you're my escort knight. Loey flashed a provocative look and said, Habil Asrahan, if you don't buckle down, I won't earn any money. Then we can't pay off all the land debt. If I'm stressed, the Baron will be very sad. Oh, if you fall, the Baroness will get sick too, right? He clasped his hands together, pleading, "Ah, Sir Knight, please protect our family, Sir Knight, please, work harder." Habil Asrahan, carrying his annoyance, continued his work. Creating the underwater frame was a success. After completing his regular training, Habil crafted a reinforced steel frame with rumbling sounds from below. Finally, the cement was ready to be poured. Afterwards, the caisson would be removed. After the cement had hardened, everyone stood on the ship, looking at the finished product. The artificial seabed was complete. Lloyd spoke up, 50 centimeters above sea level at high tide. "If you put a mermaid statue there, it'll float on the surface," Earl Cromwell said softly. Yes. He voiced his thoughts. "I still can't believe if that foundation can really support the weight of the statue. If it succeeds." Earl Cromwell turned to him with a smile. "Then I won't be disappointed with the construction costs." Lloyd bowed respectfully. Under the sound of the offshore waves, ships began to place the statue. The mermaid statue was successfully moved onto the artificial seabed. Everyone buzzed on the ship. A feast was held on the boats. Lloyd walked through the crowd, uncomfortable with his attire. Ugh, too tight. He turned to look at Habil Asrahan. "Do you wear these kinds of clothes often?" He replied calmly. "You say that like you're wearing it for the first time. I remember you wearing it to several events." Lloyd looked away, vaguely replying, It hasn't been long. Too sensitive." Earl Clarmo stood in front, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, pay attention over here," he announced to the people in front. This young man contributed greatly to the construction of the mermaid statue. The crowd buzzed. "Oh, is that him? You did a great job." Everyone rushed towards Habil Asrahan, leaving Lloyd behind like a background character. "You are truly a respectable person. Your face and your skill are truly excellent. I want a handshake. Just one handshake," he thought to himself. Like someone who had given up the ambitions of ordinary people, "I'm so smart, of course. I knew everyone would go over there. I'm not jealous. I'm more of a cash for work kinda guy than compliments." Lloyd suddenly became irritated again after seeing Habil Asrahan's face. "But that expression is so annoying. Go play somewhere else. Don't look at me. No sympathy whatsoever." Earl Cromwell laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, it's all because of your face." He angrily cursed under his breath. "This old man is so annoying." He solemnly announced again, "Everyone, he is the one who built the seabed." The crowd was confused. "What? Huh. I thought he was a servant." Along with the hustle and bustle of the feast on the boats, suddenly, something appeared far off in the ocean. A silhouette of a monster gradually appeared on the surface of the water. It gradually surfaced, creating a surging splash of water. The Kij Titan monster appeared. It looked at the mermaid statue in front. "Mermaid." Suddenly, the Kij Titan monster's eyes lit up. "Our mortal enemy." It observed around the statue and gradually sank into the ocean, deeper and deeper, until its whole body disappeared. It dove down and rushed forward. "He's alone." The silhouette of the Kij Titan monster grew closer and carried with it the hatred to kill him. It charged straight towards the brightly lit yachts. Lloyd, still unaware of the danger, stood amidst the chattering crowd. Habil Asrahan wasn't much different, but he was surrounded by the loving gazes of girls, oblivious. The Kij Titan monster was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Before the ship, where everyone was happily enjoying the feast, everyone on the ship was happily chatting with each other. Habil Asrahan was sitting in a corner of the ship, preparing to enjoy a glass of wine. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's hands stopped. He realized something and didn't drink the wine. Habil Asrahan looked out to sea, sensing something. He observed the sea, which was without a single wave. Suddenly, Lloyd approached. "What are you doing? Sitting still like a statue," he mocked. "Oh, saying that doesn't make you as beautiful as a statue. Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me like that." Habil Asrahan, ignoring what Lloyd said, spoke up. "Something's coming." He fell silent after hearing him say that. The silhouette of the Kij Titan monster was rushing towards them with increasing speed. Lloyd wondered. "What's coming?" Habil Asrahan vaguely replied. "I'm not sure, but it's coming extremely fast." He continued to ask, "How big is it? Tell me how big it is." "Approximately." He said the size with a serious tone. "About twice the size of this ship. A little bigger than the full size of the hippo." Lloyd began to realize the problem. Son of a bitch. But it was too late. The Kij Titan monster had already begun to rise from the sea. He squeezed through the crowd. "Earl, over here." He was enjoying himself and turned around after the call. "Oh, Lloyd, how do you find the party?" Lloyd leaned close to his ear and announced, "I think a Giga Titan is coming. You need to inform and evacuate everyone immediately." Earl Crmo didn't seem serious and asked the person next to him, "Mr. Ginevin?" He immediately replied, "Yes, Earl." He inquired about the situation offshore. "Do you feel any strange movements far offshore?" Genova looked out to sea and began to check. He turned back and announced, I don't feel anything, Earl. Earl CRMO calmly reassured. Mr. Ginnivan here has a superhuman sense because he suffers from the Master Swordsman syndrome. Just trust him, Lloyd thought to himself uncomfortably. Our Hable is much more sensitive. Are you playing the main character? That's not enough to convince me. He smiled and assured, don't worry too much. In the past few years, no Gigatitan has ever come this far. There's no reason for a surprise attack. Lloyd hesitantly looked to the side. What is it? It seems like the two of them are looking at the mermaid statue in front of them. Earl Cromwell was starting to worry at this moment. He, along with Habiel Asrahan, looked at him seriously. Ginnivan, standing beside him, spoke up. I don't know what made you feel that way, but from my perspective, Count Kermo cut him off, yelling, Weigh anchor! Get my ship away from that mermaid statue. The Gigatitan monster was now gradually revealing its form on the sea's surface. He urged his staff, Hurry! Move quickly. Habiel Asrahan, standing behind, spoke up. It's too late. Lloyd turned and ordered, Hable, fix the anchor. He acknowledged the order. Preparing to act, Habiel Asrahan quickly jumped off the ship. He plunged into the sea, weapon in hand. Lloyd, still on the ship, didn't wait. Bodong was already there. A started eating sunflower seeds after appearing. Bodong enlarged and embraced the statue tightly. Habiel Asrahan, underwater, was preparing to cut the chains. He prepared to use his bursting slash skill. One slash severed the anchor chain in two. Bodong, on the statue, also bit through the ropes holding the ship. A violent wave crashed into the ships. Habiel Asrahan, underwater, didn't hesitate and continued cutting the chains. Chain after chain, he slashed them in two. Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan turned to look at something behind him. The Gigatitan monster had appeared behind him. He was shocked by its appearance. Too fast. From above, on the ships, they began to move. Scatter, scatter. The Gigatitan monster, surfacing with its immense size, flung the surrounding ships away. Lloyd was also thrown from the ship. Oh my god, Bodong was panicking on the mermaid statue. The Gigatitan shattered the statue in two with a single blow. Habiel Asrahan used the propulsion from his skill to fly out of the sea. He caught Lloyd, who was falling from the sky. The statue, struck by the Gigatitan monster's attack, was sent flying into the city. The statue crashed to the ground, slamming into people's homes. The statue's body gradually broke apart, scattering across the surrounding area. Then, its body crashed into a mansion. The nobles who had been enjoying the party earlier were thrown into the sea and cried for help. Ah, save me! Where am I? Lloyd, standing panicked on the overturned ship. We can't save everyone from this. Suddenly he realized something. Ah, Lloyd called out. Hippo. It quickly appeared. Hippo. He threw it into the sea and commanded, Gulp, Hippo. Due to Hippo's sucking force, everyone in the sea was immediately pulled into a vortex. It quickly sucked in all the drowning people. The Gigatitan monster had begun making its way into the city. Habiel Asrahan announced, Young master, a Gigatitan is rapidly approaching the city. We must stop it. Lloyd had now jumped onto a log and paddled away. He was astonished by the action. Where are you going? The Gigatitan is in the other direction. He frantically shouted. Why get involved in this, you bastard? Are you trying to confront that monster? Are you crazy? Habiel Asrahan was utterly bewildered by those words. Earl Cromwell ordered sternly, Hurry! The water pressure is dangerous. Rescue everyone as quickly as possible. Don't delay for a second. Those who had fallen into the sea cried for help. Help! Over here! Here! The Gigatitan monster was steadily advancing deeper into the city. Everyone in the city frantically screamed, It's dangerous! Ah, run! Lloyd called out, What are you doing? Get over here! Desperate cries for help rose up. Hey, there are still people here. Habiel Asrahan asked doubtfully. Are you going to abandon those who need help? He shouted, trying to talk some sense into him. We're here to make money, not to wrestle with monsters and maintain peace. There are already armies and cannons in the city. They'll be fine without your help. Habiel Asrahan glared at him. He recalled the moment they fought in the mine. Sir Frontera had shown his ingenuity in those life-or-death situations. Habiel Asrahan remembered his figure at that time, how he displayed his persistence, never giving up, never turning his back on difficulties. That's the kind of person he was. But back to the present, Lloyd kept urging, I have so much on my plate, why should I go protect someone else's city? This isn't the time to play hero. Habiel Asrahan gradually lost respect for him. After all, this was his true self. A system window popped up. Habel's favorability toward you decreased by 5, pity for you increased by 1, relationship with the main character decreased slightly. But intimacy points will not be affected. Current intimacy points, 1901. He slowly drew his sword. Habiel Asrahan paid no more mind to Lloyd and declared his intention to handle the situation. He frantically tried to stop him. Hey, you justice fanatic, you'll die, don't go. He turned and leaped off the ship. Disregarding Lloyd Frontera's words, Habiel Asrahan jumped into the sea using his sword as a foothold, and his power erupted. Suddenly, he shot off with incredible speed. Habil Asrahan dashed towards the monster, advancing into the city. Inside the city, soldiers were struggling to hold their ground. The troops were ready. The cannons aimed directly at the Kij Titan fired. The cannonballs hit it, but were completely deflected. The soldiers panicked at the sight. This thing isn't even scratched. Suddenly, a structure inside its cheekbones was revealed. Roar. Something was about to be launched from the Kij Titan's ears. It fired a water blade towards the buildings. Two fortresses, along with the soldiers inside, were blasted out of the sky. The Kij Titan's eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared deep into the city. At the shattered mermaid statue, the Kij Titan quickly charged forward, thinking, "Mermaid, kill!" The terrified citizens inside scattered. "Help me! Run!" Suddenly, a man tripped and fell to the ground. Damn! The Kij Titan's foot quickly stabbed down towards him. "Save him!" Habil Asrahan, flying from the sky, rushed to the rescue. A flash of his blade, boom! He slashed down with all his might. The impact caused its foot to veer off course. Unexpectedly, Habil Asrahan was blasted away. "It's not working." The Kij Titan crashed into a wall, causing the house to collapse instantly. It roared, "Kill!" Habil Asrahan landed on the ground and maintained a defensive stance. The Kij Titan's claw charged towards him with extreme speed. Habil Asrahan swiftly dodged the attack. Arg! Without waiting, it fired two water blades. He stood in mid-air, shocked at the sight of the blades. Habil Asrahan struggled to defend himself. This is bad. The blade immediately slashed across him. Unable to defend himself, Habil Asrahan was sent flying into a wall. The impact caused him to collapse and fall to the ground. Habil Asrahan struggled to get up and looked at the Kij Titan. It quickly charged towards him. "Good, you took the bait," Habil Asrahan thought to himself, clenching his bleeding mouth. "Yeah, I know I'll never win against a monster like this. I might just die here." He's pulling himself together with his strong will. "But I'll keep trying until all the citizens escape." On the other side, Lloyd is sneaking away from that place. He quickly climbs away, voicing his thoughts. "I told you, it's not like you're the only main character. In this novel, no matter how much affinity I have, it's all for the building skills. There's nothing I can do. What can I do? What's wrong with me leaving?" Lloyd continues to climb, fueled by his ambition. "I'm only human, you know? It breaks my heart to see the city destroyed and people getting hurt. What do you want from me? What can I do?" Suddenly, he stops to ponder. The city is destroyed, and everyone is hurt. Lummi stares blankly, thinking, if I run away like this, the city will be destroyed, and if I let it be destroyed, along with his confusing thoughts. Lloyd suddenly grinds his teeth in anger. He turns back and yells, "Let's go back, Bello! Who's gonna pay for the construction fees?" Lovey orders Bell to use his rush skill, Volcano Eruption. He rushes forward with indignation. "Just you wait, you damn lobster!" Habil Asrahan is fighting with all his might at this moment, and the Kij Titan monster is relentlessly charging forward. He swiftly dodges the attack and jumps up using his power burst skill. Habil Asrahan rushes up the monster's body. Everything alive has one. He aims his attack directly at one spot. The weak point is the eye. Habil Asrahan slashes at its eye, but it's like slashing steel. It's so hard that the sword deflects. Suddenly, the Kij Titan monster's tentacle moves, and it rushes towards Habil Asrahan. Suddenly, Hippo appears. Hippo one hit. She charges straight into the monster's head. After successfully hitting its head, Hippo is flung far away. She uses all her strength, and all the water in Hippo's stomach erupts. She spits out all the water, and it lands on Lloyd Frontera's head. He appears with a burst of murderous intent like a villain. "Don't you dare touch my money." Lomi stands on the rooftop, observing. Habil Asrahan seizes the opportunity to jump up, preparing to strike. At this moment, he uses his power burst skill and rushes towards the Kij Titan monster. A sword strike to its head is deflected. Habil Asrahan is frustrated after failing to hurt it. Damn it, it's not working at all. The Kij Titan monster quickly gets up. "I can't find its weak point. I don't think I can win this fight." But then he reconsiders himself. "Why am I so relaxed?" Loi's figure appeared in Habil Asrahan's eyes. Maybe because Lloyd is here, his return will pave the way for victory. 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, he was riding Podong, moving across rooftops. He swiftly launched himself behind the Kij Titan monster. Lloyd reminded, "Podong, take a detour. Don't get too close so that monster doesn't notice us." Podong, sitting on Podong's back, pondered. Weak point. I need to find its weak point. Habil Asrahan, at that moment, fiercely attacked its tough hide. Blow after blow still doesn't cause damage. Die. Lloyd was shocked after seeing that Habil's attacks had no effect. What is that monster made of? How could it be so strong, Dad? Now that I think about it, what is it made of? He realized something. That's right, if that's possible. Lummi activated his measurement skill. He focused on the Kij Titan monster's head. Information began to appear all over its body. Lloyd was overjoyed. Nice. So it is possible to measure a living creature. He began reading the information through the skill. That horn is mixed with Kit. 1 meter thick. On a molecular level, there are 3 honeycomb structures stacked on top of each other, all tightly linked together. It's like wearing bulletproof armor. Habil Asrahan, at this moment, charged forward with a power-bursting skill. Die, you son of a bitch. He struck the top of the Kij Titan monster's head. New information began to transmit, catching Lloyd's attention. Looking at the movement of the monster's form made him wonder, what's that? The damage from Habil's attack is concentrating in one spot. The impact force from Habil's attack is starting to disperse onto its horn. Lloyd, who had been seriously observing from the beginning, quickly realized it. That horn gathers energy and releases it. Cut off that horn first. Then, he began using another skill, simulation mode. Lloyd looked at the Kija Titan monster's stomach. That's where this monster stores water to attack. Could it be destroyed? Simulation mode began to penetrate its body. We can defeat that damn monster. Back to the present. Habil Asrahan yelled, "Young master, what should I do?" Lloyd put 1 finger on his head and 2 fingers below. He signaled, "Chop it off." Habil Asrahan, not understanding, retorted, "Are you crazy?" Hearing that, he angrily spoke up. The horn! The horn! Cut off the horn first, you old fool!" Suddenly, the Kija Titan monster's claw lunged forward. Habil Asrahan quickly jumped away from his position. He jumped into the air, dodging the attack. An extremely spectacular assault. Cutting off the horn won't do the trick. Habil Asrahan quickly chose to land on the monster's back. But young master, he turned. Preparing to touch the Kija Titan, Habil Asrahan successfully landed. Hopefully, you're right this time. Habil Asrahan immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack. A low below hurriedly reminded him, "Listen up, Habil. Even if that horn is painfully hollow, it won't be cut off easily. The energy circle isn't always a sure thing." Habil Asrahan, getting close to the horn, wondered. "Then what do you want me to do?" Lomi quickly explained. "Sometimes you just need to spin at maximum speed." Habil Asrahan successfully approached the horn and prepared to strike. How helpful. He immediately slashed down, easier said than done. Along with the interwoven streams of energy, Habil Asrahan used all his strength to channel energy into the sword in his hand. Lloyd was satisfied with his actions. Bingo, magic chainsaw. It's just my theory, but it seems to be working. Habil, now it will be a piece of cake for you. He used all his energy to slash down. Arg. The Kija Titan monster cried out in pain. It quickly used its pincers to strike at Habil Asrahan. Lloyd, standing below, didn't wait, and commanded, "Bo Dong, jump up and block the Kija Titan monster's attack." Habil Asrahan also successfully sawed off its horn. Half of the horn and Habil Asrahan fell together. The Kija Titan monster writhed in pain. Its horn gradually fell freely. It plunged straight down towards the city without any resistance. Lloyd seized the opportunity and shouted, "Habil, go to the center where its 2 middle legs meet, towards the tail, at its head's corner." He quickly followed the instructions. "If you slash in that direction." Habil Asrahan stopped after reaching the indicated location. He shouted after his action, "Knowing I'll get paid more." Habil Asrahan took a stance and prepared to strike. Suddenly, the Kija Titan monster lowered its entire body. He stood there dumbfounded. Crash! Its entire body lay flat on the ground. However, Habil Asrahan wasn't seen escaping. Only his sword was flung out. Lloyd was terrified. His face turned pale. Habil. Underneath the Kija Titan monster's body, Habil Asrahan used his strength to prepare to strike. Die? He raised his hand and stabbed straight forward. "You monster." Suddenly, Po Dong rushed forward. She grabbed Habil Asrahan's clothes and dragged him away. Po Dong successfully rescued him from the Kija Titan monster's intention to crush Habil Asrahan. Po Dong landed successfully without taking any damage. Lloyd cheered. "Nice Po Dong." She released Habil Asrahan and blurted out, "P Dong, Bo Dong, Po Do Dong." He was taken aback. "Sorry. PPODNG. I don't understand what you're saying." Habil Asrahan bent down to pick up his sword. "But maybe you're scolding me for being too reckless, aren't you?" He then continued to target the Kija Titan monster. "Then try to survive until we defeat this monster." Habil Asrahan looked at his confident stance. "I trust in your plan, Lloyd." At this moment, Losi was calculating the next step. "Thanks to the successful measurements, I was able to create Plan D. But it's difficult to execute because this Giga Titan monster is so agile." He looked at the monster ravaging the city and decided, "But we have to execute Plan D at all costs. This is the only way to defeat this damn monster." Lloyd concluded seriously, "That's it, Plan A plus D." He called out to Po Dong, who was standing below. Po Dong quickly turned around. Po Dong quickly flew up to where Lloyd Frontera was standing. He immediately climbed onto Po Dong and ordered, "Head to the location I mentioned earlier." Bo Dong took the opportunity while Lee was speaking to tell Habil Asrahan below about the plan. "Habil, that monster sees you as its strongest enemy, so lure it into the forest east of this city," he immediately replied. "Roger." Loey sat on Bo Dong's back thinking, "We've wasted enough time, I think we can do it now." He gritted his teeth, hoping, "Please, I'm counting on you. 15 minutes earlier, Count CRMO was standing and watching the monster enter the city. He was shocked by what was happening before his eyes. Unbelievable, how could this happen? Jinovin stood behind him, apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. If only I had known sooner. Count CRM denied it. No, it's not your fault. It's because I was too naive. He remembered the merman statue. I was the one who thought I could wipe out a monster with just a small statue. Lloyd, riding on the back of the sea beast, spoke. No, you were right. It's chasing the statue. Count Cramo was surprised. Lloyd, you're alive, he explained sternly. That monster came for the statue. Take advantage of that obsession to carry out the plan. He listened silently to Lloyd's words. Habil and I will stall for time for you, and I need to do something with the family. Back in the present, Habil Asrahan was struggling to dodge the Kija Titan monster's attacks. It aggressively attacked him continuously. Habil Asrahan landed with difficulty. Damn it! He stood one-on-one with the Kij Titan monster, with his exhausted body. Huff huff, Habil Asrahan, out of breath, thought to himself that he was reaching his limit. He gritted his teeth and endured. Then ran according to Lloyd Frontera's plan. Do your best, Habil, for the city, for the people. The Kija Titan monster frantically chased after him, leaving a mess behind. Habil Asrahan ran, panting. He had run into the forest, as Lloyd had said. Habil Asrahan ran faster and faster forward. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared and shouted, Habi, quickly! To the statue. He regained his composure upon hearing the voice. A wooden cart was speeding towards them. The Kij Titan monster also noticed something. Before its eyes was the mermaid statue that had been reassembled. Lloyd smiled confidently. Habil Asrahan stood there, stunned. What is that? Lloyd, together with Podong, charged forward with the newly decorated mermaid statue. You crustacean trash. Your real enemy is here. The Kij Titan monster was agitated by the appearance of the mermaid statue. It roared in anger. He grinned in satisfaction. That monster took the bait. Lloyd recalled what had happened earlier. They fixed the statue better than I thought. Trusting their preparations was worth it. Glad I read the novel. He quickly gave the order. Habil, I'll be the decoy, you attack, he said irritably. Next time, explain the plan in detail beforehand. Lloyd brushed past Habil Asrahan. Hey, this can't happen a second time. The Kij Titan monster began to shift its attention to the mermaid statue and charged. Podong frantically ran at full speed, trying to escape its pursuit. Oh no. Habil Asrahan seized this opportunity and also sped toward the monster. He jumped towards the monster's underbelly and prepared to strike. Habil Asrahan used all his strength to raise his sword, unleashing a critical strike. A blazing sword aimed forward. He aimed straight for the Kij Titan monster's lower abdomen and stabbed. With a bang, its lower abdomen exploded. Lloyd saw a ray of light and turned his head. The monster stood back up amidst the forest after Habil Asrahan slashed. After delivering the blow, he fell freely downward, wearing an annoyed expression. Habil Asrahan's attack was only enough to destroy its tough outer skin. He looked annoyed and contemplated, damn, it was too shallow. I used too much mana. Habil Asrahan fell freely and blamed himself. No, that's just an excuse. Am I just too weak? I'm not strong enough. I can't protect everyone. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. You did well, Habo. Lloyd, riding Podong, rushed forward. Now he confidently gripped the scepter in his hand, leaving the rest to tag. Amidst Habil Asrahan's freefall, he plummeted, his thoughts as hazy as his descent. After that critical hit, his energy was depleted. His mind was so foggy now, but perhaps he could finally rest. Lloyd's serious voice boomed. Leave it to me. Habil Asrahan closed his eyes and waved his hand, his thoughts drifting. Lord Lloyd, why would you say that? Suddenly, a golden sphere shot towards him. Hippo caught him as he fell, hoisting him onto his back. Lloyd rushed towards the monster, reassuring him. Rest now, Habil. This city must be protected. He was running and screaming in his mind with negative thoughts swirling. Honestly, I didn't think I could do it. Lloyd stared at the gigantic monster before him. How can I lure it far enough away to destroy it? There's no guarantee it won't return to the city. The sea beneath Kramo must be the Giga Titan's habitat. He recalled the Kija Titan's powerful attacks and how intelligent it was. It could also cause an even more terrible earthquake to retaliate for summoning humans. Then Lloyd looked at Podong, who was panting beneath him. No, wait. Our Podong, I'm reaching my limit. I can't keep this up. TCH, he yelled. Podong. Instantly, Podong halted as instructed. Lloyd gritted his teeth, bracing against the sudden force. He was immediately launched into the air by Podong's sudden stop. Lloyd gripped the scepter in his hand. What can I even do now? What's the most important thing? What can I do? He flashed back to when he rode Bayo across the sea. Back then, when he decided to save the city and had to make a quick decision, some plans required him to participate in the attack. Lloyd, sitting on Bayo's back, calculated the critical strike. There's no other way. I have to use a critical strike. I need 3 circles to use a critical strike, but I only have 2. He hastily commanded, Hey, notification thing, skill window, weird mind stuff. The system panel quickly appeared. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 circle. Upgrade requires 190 affinity points. Affinity possessed, 1, 901. Upgrade to Tier 3 Circle, 190 affinity points. That's so expensive. Lubby quickly selected level up, deciding to just get it over with. The system panel requested again. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle level 5. Upgrade requires 220 affinity points. HMPH, 220. It increased by 30 affinity points. It's getting more expensive each time I level up. Annoyed, he still chose to continue upgrading. Hey system, give me a discount. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle level 6. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle level 7. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle level 8. Suddenly, Loey realized something. The system panel requested. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle level 10. Upgrade requires 370 affinity points. He stared at the notification in disbelief. System upgrade requires 370 affinity points. Affinity points possessed, 311. Loey was frustrated. Damn it, this can't be happening. Looks like I don't have any plans to participate in the battle. I made the right decision. Back in the present, he was gripping the hole at the Keja Titan monster's stomach opening. Why am I hanging here? Habil Asrahan was gradually losing consciousness on Hippo's back. Loey, holding the scepter in his mouth, considered, should I just pour mana into it and stab it? Even a small wound is fine, just stab it. Habil Asrahan gradually fell into an unconscious state. Suddenly, the system panel announced, HBL's favorability towards you increased by B. Affection for you increased by 5. Loey is dangling in the air, reading the system message. Asura's Heart, Tier 2 Circle level 10. Upgrade requires 370 affinity points. Affinity points owned, 391. Lomi quickly accepts. Let's do it. Tier 3 Circle. Asura's Heart system is upgrading. The 2 circles of energy enveloping his heart instantly flashed with another ray of light. The system panel announces, Asura's Heart, Tier 3 Circle level 1. Mana increased by 500%. Lomi quickly shouts, search! A circle to protect the heart. Suddenly, the Kiraj Titan monster uses its pincer to strike the Rocky Mountain. The remaining 2 circles. With a bang, the Rocky Mountain was blasted into pieces. Lobi, still not paying attention, uses a skill aimed straight at its lower abdomen. Suddenly, a rock comes flying at extreme speed. It hits Loey in the head, causing him to stagger. Loey is hit hard in the head by the rock, and blood immediately spurts out. Ugh! What was that? His hand slowly releases from the monster's skin. I can't. I have to inscribe a circle. Lloyd's thoughts become blurred. A mana circle. Heart. What? The remaining circle. What are you doing? The flow of magic in his heart starts running back to the circle. The 2 circles of energy begin to intertwine. The circles, just a little more, then 3 circles of energy rush towards each other. Merge. Lummi gains momentum. Preparing to use a skill, he stabs straight forward without thinking. Heavenly Great Critical. Loey aims straight at the Kiraj Titan monster's open wound. A powerful strike lands on it. The collision creates an explosion, causing the monster to collapse in pain. A plume of smoke rises so high that even the people in the city see the Kiraj Titan monster fall to Loey's attack. Under the still rising smoke, faint voices echo in his ears. Bodong, Hippo, Bell. He groggily opens his eyes and sees the 3 kids calling out to him. Habiel Asrahan gradually awakens from his coma. He struggles to sit up and looks around. Bodong, Hippo, everyone is safe. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan notices the side of him. Before his eyes is the monster lying collapsed. Really? He's responsible for what I said. How the hell did he succeed? Bodong tearfully grabs Habil Asrahan's hand. Bodong, he's confused. What's wrong, Bodong? Do you mean to follow you? All 3 of them sadly lead Habil Asrahan to follow them. Before him is the figure of a man lying on the ground with his haul. Habil Asrahan opens his eyes wide in shock. He saw Loey lying with his eyes open but unable to move. Habil Asrahan rushed over in fear. No, young master. Master Lidi. He quickly pressed his ear to the center of Lloyd Frontera's chest. Habil Asrahan was shocked to discover him stirring, his face grim. His heart has stopped beating. The scene shifts to a bird flying in the sky. The messenger pigeon is soaring in the air. It flies to the Frontera mansion. Knock knock. Akikis Frontera, who was in his study, was drawn to the sound of knocking. He looked outside. A bird was dutifully waiting for the pigeon to deliver something. Akikis Frontera took the letter and read, from the trade city of Chromo. What could this be about? Suddenly, he turned pale as he read the contents. Akikis Frontera hurriedly went down to his stable. He immediately rode off without much thought. Akikis Frontera rushed forward, his mind racing. Lloyd! He panicked and rode off. I have reminded you many times about the danger of facing danger. The content inside the letter. Dear Mr. Akikis Frontera, Lidi, your eldest son, has successfully built an extraordinary project for Chromo. Mabella Frontera suddenly appeared behind Akikis. Wait for me. Why did you suddenly leave like that? Akikis Frontera turned around. Mabella, Lord Bayan. He sternly stopped her. Even if you ride continuously, the journey is still very far. Therefore, only Lord Bayan and I will go together. Mabella was annoyed. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? She confidently reiterated. I ride horses much better than you. The content inside the letter, Lei, was in danger at that moment. The three of them hastily rode off in the cold winter. At that moment, Loe and his bodyguard, Habiel Asrahan, bravely sacrificed themselves to save countless lives. The three of them are currently experiencing a blizzard. Currently, Loe is experiencing a strange coma. Akas Frontera tried to get through the blizzard and criticized silently, "Luckily, that annoying troublemaker, but he's my son. He's the most diligent and reliable one." The content inside the letter, I thought you needed to know as soon as possible, so I sent you this letter. I will wait to meet the parents of this outstanding young man. Akas Frontera struggled. Son, my son. Suddenly he remembered the time with Lei before. I have asked the Attakus family for permission. Next was when he was working. Don't worry, Mr. Akas, it will be done. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude to you, sir. Atukus? Atukus? He remembered everything and began to doubt. Are you really my son? Suddenly, a monster's foot appeared in the blizzard. The three were shocked by its appearance. A wolf-like monster appeared. A cunning monster growled in front of Frontera. Suddenly, a foot appeared in front of him. Bayan stepped forward with his weapon. We chose the shortcut, so there's no escape. I'll buy you some time. Find another way to CRMO. Akas Frontera panicked. Lord Bayan, you should run away. He explained his reasoning. These beasts are very fast. The moment I turn my head, they will rush forward and snap my neck. The wolf monster didn't wait and rushed forward. Bayan turned around and shouted, Hurry! A monster's claw strike is coming down fast. He used his strength to withstand the monster's attack. Akas Frontera had no choice but to turn away, but didn't forget to turn back and say, For us, Sir Bayan, we must meet again in Cremo. The wolf monster, after attacking, prepared to strike again. Bayan turned and gripped his sword tightly. He swung forward, successfully blocking the monster's claw, but the blade broke in two. Bayan was stunned by his weapon. The wolf monster seized the opportunity to lunge and bite his shoulder. Bayan didn't panic, but pulled out a backup dagger from behind his back. He stabbed straight into its face, causing the monster to scream in pain. It didn't let go, pinning Bayan down on the snow. He endured and stabbed deeper and deeper. The wolf monster also didn't yield, biting harder into Bayan's shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. Suddenly, Akas Frontera appeared and charged forward with a weapon. He stabbed straight into the monster's back, causing it to scream. Mabella Frontera also came stabbing with a dagger. She aimed straight for its eye and stabbed down. The wolf monster finally released Bayan in pain. It collapsed, thrashing on the snow. After a moment of struggling, it finally lay still. The three witnessed the wolf monster's demise. Akas Frontera helped Bayan up. Can you stand? He cradled his wound, blaming himself. I'm so ashamed of myself. How could a knight like me? He sternly replied. You are also my lord. A lord has a responsibility to protect his people, Mabella tremblingly called out. Akas then turned his head back worriedly. Mabella, are you hurt anywhere? Akas Frontera glared into the distance. Before him was a pack of wolf monsters approaching. Bayan struggled to his feet and advanced toward the wolves. He lifted the sword that was stuck in the dead wolf from before and raised it straight towards the approaching wolf monsters. The pack of wolves didn't wait any longer and charged forward quickly. Bayan didn't panic either and darted forward. Akas Frontera fearfully embraced Mabella Frontera tightly. Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan appeared from the sky. He landed and prepared to draw his weapon. The wolf-like monsters, hearing the noise behind them, turned their heads. With one strike, Habiel Asrahan decapitated it. He swept past and effortlessly sliced off the heads of the entire monster pack. Then he sheathed his sword. Habiel Asrahan said sternly, I came to greet you, just in case. He stepped out of the monsters, blood that hadn't even hit the ground yet. Is anyone injured? Bayan was stunned, thinking to himself, I know Habiel is proficient in magic swordsmanship and mana, but he wasn't this strong when we were at CRMO. He stared at his powerful figure, wondering, what made Habiel so strong? Habiel Asrahan approached the still-dazed group. Mabella Frontera asked worriedly, Dear Habiel, is Lloyd our Lloyd, alright? He paused for a moment before answering, I'm not sure if he is still alive. The scene shifts to the moment Kija Titan was defeated. Habiel Asrahan was now staring blankly at Lloyd Frontera's body. His face gradually darkened. Not looking at the face that didn't seem alive at all, he worried. If he disappears now, our estate will suddenly... Habiel Asrahan took his hand. He raised his hand, sadly. This new homeland that I've only just seen. Two people, one grieving and one whose life or death was unknown, were side by side. Suddenly, something faint caught Habiel Asrahan's attention. He grabbed his hand and checked. His pulse was still there, but his heart had stopped. Habiel Asrahan leaned close to Lloyd's face to check. He was still breathing, albeit weakly. Habiel Asrahan frantically checked his whole body. How could this be? Suddenly, he realized in astonishment. Habiel Asrahan felt something from within his body. What is this? A triple circle. and they're rotating at an unbelievable speed. He slowly placed his hand on Lloyd's chest and felt, I can't see his cardiovascular condition, I can't check. Because this powerful rotating mana field is replacing his heart and maintaining his life. Habil Asrahan looked back at the fallen monster in front. Consecutive hits? Now I understand why the giant tight end ended up like that. He sat there blankly after examining. Lloyd, who are you really? Back to the present. In front of the trading city of Kermo, everyone in the city was working together to repair the houses. Everyone had their own job at the moment. Habil Asrahan led 3 people into the city and said, Lloyd is at the Earl's place. A doctor is taking care of him. But there haven't been any significant changes. Lloyd Frontera observed the surroundings. How horrifying. Only Lloyd and you fought the monster that destroyed this entire place. Habil Asrahan denied. That's not true, sir. He told the truth. Lloyd was the one who wielded the shovel. Habil Asrahan walked and praised him. It was Sir Lloyd's power that finished off that monster. Lloyd Frontera silently doubted. Lloyd, does my son Lloyd possess such power? Suddenly, 2 people talking behind him caught his attention. Are you also going to the Count's mansion? Of course, if I can't do anything else, isn't this what I should be doing? He mentioned his savior, Lloyd Frontera. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be frozen to death by now. Frontera stood in front, listening to everything he continued to describe. By the time he got to the monster, I don't know how many people he had already saved. He struggled to walk. I thought I was gonna die. Because I couldn't move, I gave up and waited for death. Back to that moment, Lloyd ordered Bayo to eat all the rubble so that the people wouldn't get hurt. The people in the city also started to stir. I think the sparks are trapped because of the statue's debris. If we leave it like this, everything will be engulfed in flames. She began to describe. You saw it too, right? A giant hippo appeared during the construction. It absorbed the water and put out the fire. Right, I saw it too. Lloyd summoned it, didn't he? The 4 stood listening to the stories that people were telling. In this city, I don't know how many people owe him their lives. The people gathered at Count Crmo's mansion. Everyone was praying, I hope you saved my father. From the little girl to the adult, our wives and our elders, our mothers, everyone prayed for Lloyd Frontera, the savior of everyone. Wake up! Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Are you all crazy? A man with nostrils like a hippo's tail criticized. If that guy hadn't built that statue platform, things like this wouldn't have happened. He kept blaming him. Thinking back, it was all his fault. The appearance of that oblivious bastard is not to be overlooked. The people listened in silence for a moment, then began to reconsider. The people agreed, and immediately went to beat him to a pulp. The group quickly suppressed him. A heart is being enveloped by Lloyd Frontera's energy. The system window suddenly appeared. Your hope and courage have deeply impressed the citizens of Kermo. This achievement comes with an attractive reward. For more details, click here. For more details. Lloyd struggled uncomfortably to open his eyes. Suddenly, he woke up from his long coma. Lloyd struggled to sit up. OWW, my head. He recalled with a headache. I remember recklessly using the chain barrage skill. Am I still alive? System, probably so. Because if I were dead, how could I be dreaming? Lummy questioned. How could this be? Wasn't my heart exploding part of the setup? System, you'll find out eventually. System prompt. Shouldn't you check something more important? It was then that Lucky realized. Right. Just then, a knight pushed open the door, creaking. Habil Asrahan was astonished to see him awake. Lloyd seized the opportunity to speak. Oh, Habil, perfect timing. He said something that seemed very serious to himself. When did they say the construction money would be paid? He looked helpless after hearing that, then smiled innocently. Looks like he's still all right. Suddenly, 2 voices echoed from outside the door. Lloyd, Lloyd Frontera, along with Mabella Frontera, rushed to his side, overjoyed. The 2 hugged Lloyd tightly, surprising him. Lloyd Frontera cried tears of joy. Lomi, you're safe. You troublesome kid. Mabella Frontera was equally delighted. Thank goodness, Lomi. Do you know how worried I was? The 2 hugged him, thinking, is this really our Lloyd? Never mind, thank goodness he's alive. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky outside Magenta's Royal Road. A voice echoed from within. And here it says the giant titan has been defeated. It won't be coming back. These were the last words of Count Kermo. Inside the throne room, the silhouette of a person gradually appeared before the public. It's interesting to have someone like him in our country. She sternly ordered, send a message to the Frontera estate, inviting him and his knight here. The silver-haired man immediately acknowledged. As you command, Your Majesty. Queen Alicia sat solemnly on the throne. Whether the letter spoke the truth or not, I will personally meet him and make a decision. Queen Alicia. The system notification appeared. Your courage and determination are celebrated throughout the country as a living legend. Lloyd sat cross-armed, emotionlessly reading the message. The system continued. Bonus affinity points awarded for increased social reputation. Bonus affinity points +1 500. It was then that Lloyd ecstatically cheered. The system is reading skill information, mana psychometry skill, storing a dense amount of mana in the heart. He touched the center of his chest. Henry, I'm full of energy, even after being in a coma for a month. In the middle of Lloyd's heart, an energy appeared within him. Because I've become a mana psychometry user. Which means, he clenched his fist proudly. Digging dirt will be much easier. The system sighed helplessly. Is that all you can think about? Lloyd asked sternly. Is there anything more glorious than being a laborer? Are you looking down on excavation work now, system? I apologize, please forgive me. The reason mana psychometry needs to be protected from concussive blasts is because mana psychometry is like a reservoir of power. Triggering an explosion means the gunpowder next to it will also explode. Boom! A gunpowder explosion, described by Lloyd, that would shatter the sky and split the earth. Because this is a hazard, if you don't protect it, you'll have a one-way ticket to hell. He recalled preparing to strike the monster, but at that moment, I didn't have mana psychometry. Lloyd touched the center of his chest. That's how I managed to save my life. A shock ran through my heart. It turned into mind attribute mana while trying to stay alive. He sighed inwardly, thinking. While training in mind attribute magic, I ignored it, thinking it would be beneficial to absorb it one more time. Sometimes being lazy pays off. Suddenly, Earl Chromo pushed the door open and entered. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's get going. Lomi quickly replied, yes, Earl. He went inside to check. At that moment, he sharply noticed something. Then Lloyd licked his lips, looking sinister. The people outside began to ride their horses and move. He sat inside, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. Lloyd spoke, startling Earl Crmo. The estate and that road, he said casually. I wonder how much the repair costs will be. He crossed his arms and continued. I think it'll probably be more than a scrub's budget. Lloyd's face suddenly darkened. If the giant titan hadn't died, I guess it would have cost more than a year's budget, right? Earl Crmo was silent for a moment, then he realized the issue and was skeptical. What do you mean? The atmosphere around him began to darken. It's nothing. Compared to a year's budget, the construction fee I received isn't even pocket change. I shouldn't think about such things. His face also darkened after listening to him. Oh my. Who would have thought that the statue made to destroy the giant titan would cause such a thing? Lloyd continued to ramble, making him uneasy. We can't blame anyone because it's fate. Thanks to this, some people had to sacrifice their lives, but thankfully everything went smoothly. Haha. He gradually spoke to his main point. Now that I think about it, I heard the servants briefly say that those laborers who worked hard for the public good of the city, regardless of their status, would definitely be financially compensated. I wonder how much the public cares. Finally, Earl Crmo spoke. 510. The inside became silent after his words. Earl Crmo was nervous. Is that enough? Lloyd maintained a calm tone. Oh, I apologize. I may have made you misunderstand. I'm not asking for more money, but now I know. He said something that pierced Earl Chromo's heart. To you, the lives of the people are only worth 5 times the construction cost. He was taken aback and remained silent for a long time before the carriage sped up. The Earl inside, with no way out, spoke up. Double. Lloyd remained silent after the words. Earl Chromo waited anxiously. He had no choice but to speak with a serious tone. Triple. Lloyd's face finally broke into a wickedly sly smile. Earl Chromo trembled, sensing the abnormality coming from his direction. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him. He smiled naturally. I'm very impressed with your contribution. I will consider it as compensation and use it for good purposes. Earl Crmo quickly shook his hand. Okay, he thought inwardly. How strange, how strange. Just now, I was definitely extorted. Earl Crmo looked at Lloyd's satisfied face and thought, but I don't hate him. How can that be? Why am I not annoyed at all? A city resident recognized him. Oh, that's the Count's carriage. People cheered excitedly at the appearance of the carriage. It's Lord Lloyd, he's here. Hooray for Lloyd, Lloyd. He looked at the cheers outside and tensed up inside. Whoa, back in Korea, I was just some trash. Suddenly feeling the pressure, Count Crmo spoke of everyone's expectations. There are magic loudspeakers prepared on the stage as well. All the residents are eagerly coming here to hear your speech, Lomi replied timidly. Ah, yes. He put his hand on his neck, thinking, we, the heroes who overcame the disaster together. I should say some cheesy, cookie-cutter stuff like that, right? It's not like I'm making money off their enthusiasm or anything. The city residents cheered at his appearance. Lloyd? He stood on the podium, weary of the calls. Lloyd? He touched the magic stone. How many people are even here? Lloyd stood straight before the crowd, waiting for his speech. He cleared his throat and thought to himself, if I made money and remembered the people here, that would be amazing. Lloyd started talking about something irrelevant. Hello everyone. Have you all heard about underfloor heating? No one below responded to his question. Lloyd silently observed. He looked to the left and then to the right. No one replied. Lloyd slapped his forehead in disappointment. Oh ho, so you don't know about it? He became serious and announced. The elderly suffer from joint pain when winter comes. Parents worry that their children will catch a cold. Residents listened blankly to Lloyd Frontera's words. How much time have you all wasted struggling with the fireplace? He switched to capitalist chairman mode and shouted, 1 hour, Lloyd continued. 2 hours. He seriously stated his opinion. If you're 50 years old, then you've wasted 15 years of your life. Lummi loudly introduced. If you feel like you're wasting time, remember underfloor heating, Count CRMO, seeing this, laughed out loud. Ha ha, he's seriously describing how much quality of life everyone deserves. Suddenly, Lloyd silently checked his palm. Unexpectedly, he raised his arm and shouted, no, this much needs to be improved even more. Then Lloyd calmed down again. Ahem. For more details, please visit the Frontera Count's mansion. He turned his back and spoke his final words to the bewildered people. That's all. Count Cramo then realized the earlier issue. I know why I can't hate him now. He looked at Lloyd's back, appraising him. He carefully manages his profits. He's stubborn but still acceptable. Moreover, he does what needs to be done. Instead of hating him, I want to make him my subordinate. Keeping someone like him in this backwater is such a waste. Scene changes to the Frontera territory. The Frontera estate will become my honeypot. And this high-ranking knight, Lord Bayan, is benevolent, honest, dedicated, all very good. But compared to his efforts, his knight skills are only average. No, maybe even a bit below average. I find this regrettable. Lloyd was sitting blankly, staring ahead. Bayan placed a stack of documents on the table and announced, therefore, preparations for the operation have been completed. The list and information on land allocation are in this document. We have decided to address the farmers, complaints about the labor shortage, the supply issues of the oak workers, and the recruitment of personnel for the coal mine. He seriously read the document in his hand. And we signed a large supply contract for underfloor heating with the neighboring estate at a 30% discount. The net profit margin is only about 10%. But since then we've seen that the coal recovery revenue and net profit margin both exceed 50%. Bayan continued to announce the next item regarding moisture-proof insulation and repairs. Lloyd interrupted. Bayan, wait a minute, he asked in confusion. While I was away, you took care of everything. Bayan looked at Lloyd with a puzzled expression. Then he explained, I was just doing what you told me to do, making sure to take on additional tasks. Suddenly, a man pushed the door open and entered. Report, High Knight. The interior of the underfloor system is finally complete. I request permission to inspect. Bayan quickly replied. Okay, thank you. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. In front of a house in the territory, Bayan meticulously inspected everything inside. He stood up and praised. You completed it, without making any mistakes. Impressive. Everyone secretly rejoiced, but it was obvious on their faces, because of the compliment. Suddenly, Bayan spoke up and instructed. Remember, the times I nagged you were all for this moment. Now you are important individuals of the Luhan team. Lloyd looked at the man in front of him, and secretly praised. He's really capable. He's very skilled. He imagined Bayan wearing a director's suit. Uncle, you were born in the wrong era. If this were South Korea, he would definitely be the CEO of a corporation. I should give him a generous bonus. The system notification appeared. The underfloor heating system of the Frontera estate has been completed. The underfloor system is a Frontera-style heating system that will leave its mark in the history of the continent. A large amount of affinity points will be rewarded based on the significant construction achievements. Affinity points reward plus 400. Lloyd imagined the moment the couple was introducing the contract. So a series of contracts to install underfloor heating is thanks to the Baron's couple. Instead of having a fortune, they have a different kind of ability. From the moment you were born, you were blessed by Lady Luck. Thanks to this new generation, many people will be left crying and laughing under the clear blue sky. Lloyd was starting a new construction project. Habil Asrahan looked at the people building and said, I guess you need a big warehouse like this to store coal. He grinned. Of course, because the output will be countless. Lloyd looked up at the sky and thought, with the construction payment, I can pay off more than half of the debt. And there are still a lot of water bills from the residential area. He smirked evilly with his thoughts. Soon, I'll be living a life of leisure. Habil Asrahan turned to look at Lloyd, who was making a disgusting face. He's secretly disgusted. Every time I see that face, I feel disgusted. I really want to slap him. Suddenly, a trumpet sounded from afar. Lloyd turned his head and wondered, What's that? What's that sound? Habil Asrahan explained. I'm hearing it for the first time too, but as far as I know, that's the sound of a trumpet signaling the arrival of a royal messenger. A group of people carrying the kingdom's flag approached, Lomi uncomfortably. Why is the royal messenger coming here? A red carpet quickly rolled out, and the man leading the way jumped off his horse. He landed and posed like a sage, then took an item out of his pocket. After a while of waving it around, The bearded man finally grabbed and released a flag in the shape of the kingdom. The people behind him clapped and cheered. Oh, Lloyd, kneeling on the ground, felt uncomfortable. What kind of ridiculous performance is this taking so long? Just say it already. He gritted his teeth and criticized inwardly, I'm going to die because of these weird antics. He began to read the contents inside. From time immemorial, the great emperors, for the peace and prosperity of the nobles, citizens, and everyone. Hearing that, Lloyd thought, could it be about CRMO, the things I did in CRMO? The bearded man continued reading. Not only that, but also comforting the people, blah blah, taking responsibility, blah blah. He solemnly read each word on the royal decree. With that inspiration, the queen has decreed. The two brave heroes who defeated the giant titan are to be granted a personal audience and rewarded for their heroic deeds. The system notification popped up. Baron's favorability increased by +9 points, 90 favorability points. You have received 90 favorability points. Lloyd Frontera, now sobbing, spoke up. Hilek, this is an honor, your majesty, an honor. I am proud of you, my son. So proud. But Lloyd was uncomfortable inside. I appreciate the favorability points, but this isn't a good thing. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I went to great lengths to keep it low-key during my military service, just enough to avoid trouble. Doing better than required is a no-go if I break that strict rule. Remembering his time in the previous world, the pregnant man approached. Hey, Sergeant Kim, I heard you used to be in the civil engineering department, right? Install a heating system over there, Kim Shu-ho stammered. Well, civil engineering doesn't involve hands-on construction, sir. The man frowned. What? You don't want to? He had no way out. No, I'll do it. Kim Shu-ho clutched his head in despair. I made a huge mistake. I studied too hard. He looked at his finished work. I built it too perfectly. Another man took the opportunity to ask. So you're Sergeant Kim? You look bright, intelligent. How about building a beautiful garden, huh? Then they chatted happily, while Kim Shu-ho toiled away amidst countless requests. The village dam broke. Sergeant Kim, the barracks aren't stable at all. Hey Sergeant Kim, that hill is ruining the scenery. Hey Sergeant Kim, right? Send a telegram there. If I get involved with the king, I'll have to say goodbye to my sweet, leisurely, aristocratic country life. Back in the present, the bearded man announced. This is an order. Lloyd and his guard depart immediately for the royal road. He teared up in utter despair. I should have stopped after building the foundation under the sea. That damn lobster cursed me. What should I do? If I'm chosen by the emperor, I'll be exploited like an easy target for the rest of my life. Should I play dumb? No, too dangerous. If I'm seen as an idiot, I might lose my head. Under the royal carriage, surrounded by soldiers, Lloyd sat inside, drained of all life. Habil Asrahan spoke. You look like you've just received a death sentence? He didn't deny it. Yeah, you have a good eye. His words made Lloyd, whose eyes were threatening to droop, look up in confusion. Unbelievable. Habil Asrahan looked away and voiced his thoughts. If it were you, Lloyd, I think you'd be happy and thinking about how to siphon money from the kingdom. Hearing that, he gradually regained his energy. Lloyd sat in silence, calculating. I have information on Queen Magentano's personality, her future, the situation on the royal road. Lloyd gradually accepted the truth. If I use all that information, there might be a way. Habil is right. If things turn out that way, Lloyd smiled confidently. Then, let's just dismantle those opposing the royal road. His carriage was now nearing the kingdom. A radiant robe appeared. The queen commanded the two, kneeling below, Lloyd Frontera and Habil Asrahan, rise. The two began to raise their heads after the words. Before them was Queen Alicia. Lloyd broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, wow, suddenly I'm scared. She's definitely not someone to mess with. He spoke seriously. Your Majesty, I greet you. Lloyd greets the master of the royal road. She was confused. Alicia said something that struck him hard. I thought the noble was the one next to you. She smiled approvingly. Are you Habil Asrahan? I can feel a unique mana flowing within you. You look capable of sparring with me? He replied softly. Forgive me. I am merely a bodyguard, Lloyd thought to himself. She only recognizes Habil as special. He looked at Alicia's stern face and speculated. Just as I thought. She can't be fooled by one of the kingdom's two top swordsmen pretending to be foolish and acting carelessly. Inside the palace, a solemn voice echoed. I have heard of your exploits through Count CRMO. I commend your courage and sacrifice. Alicia's voice was stern, but she spoke with utmost seriousness. I don't judge a person based on introductions. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Lloyd looked up, thinking. Just as I thought, Alicia continued. Lloyd Frontera, I will personally examine your abilities. He smirked inwardly, calculating. This is it, the cream of the crop, a rare opportunity, a golden chance to win the queen's contract. She began to question him. I ask you, in the current generation and the circumstances we live in, What is the most urgent construction project needed on the Magenta Royal Road? Lloyd pondered the question. So she's starting with a riddle. The most urgent construction she speaks of. He grinned confidently. Of course, I know. Because I know the entire outline of this novel. Alicia assessed him silently. If you are truly talented, you should notice things the moment you see them. If you don't pay that much attention, it's unacceptable. They both engaged in a psychological battle, staring at each other. The most urgent construction in Magenta, Alicia concluded internally. Conservatism is declining in this kingdom, but Lloyd gave a different answer. The Magina River cuts through the royal road, so a bridge should be built across it. She glared at him after hearing the answer, and Lloyd calmly contemplated his plan. I guess she wouldn't like this answer very much, because it's not the answer she wanted, but with that personality, she definitely won't stop here. A strong personality with absolute power, along with fairness and equality, she listens to everyone's opinions without discrimination. Alicia spoke. And what is the reason? He quickly responded. Some may think so, but the most necessary thing is conservatism. She was astonished after hearing him. And Lloyd described history from a long time ago. As far as I know, a vicious dragon destroyed the top of a tower twice. To prevent it from happening again, the roof was made flat and wide to this day. With the fear that the entire roof will be destroyed, the kingdom of Magenta has become extremely heavy today. Lloyd seriously presented a flood of opinions, so that weight is pressing down on the ground and pillars, making it heavier and heavier. However, the need for conservatism will be needed in the distant future. I don't consider that the most pressing issue. Alicia frowned after listening to his opinion, internally criticizing. That arrogant one. Even though he knows the answer I have in mind, he answers completely differently. Lloyd barely suppressed his laughter, thinking, I know the queen knows. Jiang Min answers another question. Even though I know the real answer. They both thought back and forth. He knows I know. Even though I have the answer in my head, he will answer completely differently. Losi continued. Heh, I know the queen knows. I know the queen knows that even if the queen has an answer in her head, I will answer completely differently. The system couldn't stand it anymore and popped up. Stop it, you crazy bastard. Alicia smiled, with an aura in the shape of a fox behind her. So are you trying to tease me? Lloyd was different. Behind him was just a cute little puppy. How would I dare? I'm just asking for food. Just food. Construction orders, construction payments. He continued to express his opinion. Currently, the bridge on the Magenta River has been rebuilt 12 times. It cannot withstand the increased flow rate in the spring and collapses periodically. Every time it collapses, people's lives become inconvenient, and a large sum of money is needed again. This is a project that needs to be carried out due to natural conditions. He solemnly stated his wishes. If you allow us to carry out this project, we will build a bridge that will not collapse in the spring floods or due to ice flows. Lloyd was thinking about Korea. I'm talking about a modern suspension bridge. Alicia secretly doubted. Are you blaming my judgment? Why? Why would such an arrogant and careless guy be able to— Lloyd swallowed nervously. She silently immersed herself in her thoughts, saying even more. The more I like it, Alicia seriously requested. Tell me more details about the bridge you want to build. Lloyd smirked in the corner. Thank you. Great, I knew she'd like it. Those who flatter will be hated. Those who are confident and have faith will gain boundless trust. After being approved, Lloyd began to talk about a plan, as long as an anti-American essay. Alicia, hearing those long words, immediately ordered, Stop, that's enough, I suddenly don't want to listen anymore. He remembered the contents of the novel, This is the Queen of Magentano. However, she was betrayed by the one she loved, and lost an arm. She became a bloodthirsty monarch. But that's the story of 3 years later. At the present time, she is a good queen, always listening, even to a lowly commoner. Back to the present, Alicia seriously asked. And what if the bridge collapses? Lloyd quickly replied. I'll pack up and run abroad. Of course, that was just a thought. The following sentence is the real answer. You may behead me. He confidently raised his head. But if the bridge still stands firm, please ensure the status of my family. Alicia smiled with satisfaction. Ah, he even made me laugh. She stepped down and shouted. Okay, I allow you to do anything you want. I promise to pay you a worthy reward and maintain your status. Suddenly, Lloyd stepped closer to the stairs, rummaging for something in his pocket. He took out a contract and offered it up. Alicia wondered. What's this? Lloyd quickly explained. It's a covenant. Please sign it here. She was silent after seeing his action. Now you mean you don't trust my promise? He even wrote a contract in advance. This guy is really something. Lummi immediately denied. No, Your Majesty. The contract also includes a severe punishment if I am not sincere with this project. Please consider this a necessary constraint for an untrustworthy, humble person like me. Alicia frowned, speechless. She started signing the contract with a scratchy sound. It's strange. I know for sure I'm falling into his trap, but but I don't feel angry at all. Lloyd lowered his butt in sincerity. I am very honored, Your Majesty. Alicia was annoyed. What's with that posture? He immediately explained, I can't bow my head before the Queen's signature any lower, so I'm trying to look lower. She was helpless. I get your point. Lower your butt, I don't want to see it. After finishing, the two walked out following the butler's instructions. Suddenly, Lloyd twisted his leg. He spun around, striking a pose. Lloyd pointed to the contract, smug in his heart. See? I just tricked the Queen, this covenant. Habil Asrahan sighed wearily. If you're so rude, you'll easily lose your head. I can't block the sword of a master swordsman, so don't go too far. Under the evening sunset, inside the palace, praises arose. Your Majesty, he is clever and calculates very quickly. Alicia didn't deny it, but praised him even more. You think so too? He's more cunning than I thought. He wondered, are you a little dissatisfied with him? She immediately replied, I'm not dissatisfied at all, because he thinks he defeated me from the start, but he makes it look so normal. Alicia smiled. Quite lovely, isn't he? A few days later, under the clear sky, Lloyd was carrying a bag of something on his shoulder. Habil Asrahan worried. Is it okay for you to go out alone? He replied calmly. Why would I need guards in a kingdom with such excellent security? Lloyd frowned, pointing directly at his face. You know, going out with you is such a pain. He thought about being surrounded by girls. But the one who gets no attention is Lloyd Frontera. I even just went to do a survey. Because of you, I couldn't concentrate at all. Habil Asrahan took the opportunity to request. Please send my best wishes to Miss Julien. Lloyd impatiently interrupted. Okay, I know. Julien Frontera, Lloyd's younger sister, is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Before she headed to the Royal Road, the Baron packed her a ton of winter clothes and blankets to take with her. He stepped outside, thinking, now that I think about it, what happened in the novel again? At this time of year, the Baron's family was so financially strapped that they couldn't afford her tuition, which led to her being kicked out of the dorms, and she died. She ran into a robber while wandering the streets late at night. Lummi smiled proudly. But that's not happening anymore. Saving a life. I'm so cool, right? He was headed straight for the academy. Well then, off to visit the little sister whose face I don't even know. The Royal Academy of the Magenta Kingdom. Lloyd looked ahead. Jukian, looking annoyed. Why is he here? He didn't answer right away, secretly assessing him. I know he's the same age as Habil, he's so small. Lloyd looked at the kid's hateful face, thinking, look at that face! Just how awful was that Lloyd to make his little brother look at him like that? He considered his actions. If I act friendly but not too friendly, he won't suspect anything, right? Lloyd tossed the bag of stuff toward Jukian. Here, Mom sent this for you. The kid fumbled to catch it. Oh geez, Jukian thought suspiciously. Didn't he used to call me a snot-nosed brat? And now he's running all the way here to do errands for Mom? The system alert popped up. Too friendly. He's starting to suspect if you're really loyal or not. He internally criticized the original self. What did I just do? Oh damn it, Lloyd, you bastard. He quickly turned away. I'm leaving, you scruffy kid. Jukian was even more confused. Leaving without laying a hand on me. Seriously. The system alerted again. Suspicion is rapidly increasing due to overly humane actions. Lomi was puzzled. You're talking nonsense too. What gives? Am I supposed to punch the kid in the head or something? Suddenly, he remembered something. Lloyd remembered Mabella Frontera's instructions. Could you have dinner with Jukian? He's very lonely. He rubbed his messy hair. Humph. Lloyd turned back and asked, Hey, Scruffy, are there any expensive restaurants around here? The kid shrank back. Why, what for? He answered immediately. What for? I'm gonna buy you food. You scruffy kid. Jukian wondered even more. What for? Lomi sighed with exasperation. What for? Because Mom told me to. You scruffy kid. Jukian silently stared at him with fiery eyes. Scene cuts to inside the fancy restaurant. Loi and Jukian are sitting down, choosing what to eat. The kid stammered, I'll have the regular portion. He got annoyed hearing Jukian. Hey, order something expensive. You don't get to go to fancy restaurants like this often. The kid looked at Loi suspiciously again. He reminded him, Hey, Scruffy. Jukian was annoyed inside. Humph, never mind, I'm choosing that because it's the only thing I know, the kid said timidly. Then, the special, please. Why is he being like this? The moment he opens his mouth, he'll swear. That bastard kicked me just for looking him in the eye. Loi quickly ordered, 2 specials, please, thank you. The waiter bowed, asking, You seem like a foreign guest. Would you like some wine? He refused bluntly. I don't drink. I quit. That's all. Jukian was skeptical upon hearing that. What? That drunkard who's always wasted and acting reckless has quit drinking now? The kid recalled a few days ago, when a guest suddenly visited the castle and told the story about the trading city of Cromo being attacked by giant titans. The person who defeated that giant titan was named Lloyd Frontera. I didn't believe that. Lloyd Frontera. That guy. Because he's someone who doesn't have the brains or ability to do that. Jukian looked at him calmly, enjoying his meal, thinking, It's obviously absurd. It's obvious that only Hobble could have made that achievement. The kid glared while thinking, I just think it's strange. Too strange. He's completely a different person. Suddenly, Diego walked over and hit Juqian on the head. Lloyd, who was enjoying his meal, also stopped. This guy calmly said, "Why are you sitting here eating?" Juqian explained timidly. I'm sorry. I have some business today," Diego asked. "Business? What business?" That guy kept hitting the kid's head. "What did you even learn in law class, huh?" Juqian could only endure the pain and listen to Diego say, "You don't know the law? Depending on the situation, you can change the law as you want, huh? A baron shouldn't be eating and drinking in such a noticeable place. Why, just looking at you is annoying." Suddenly, Lloyd glanced sideways. He looked at the nobles snickering next to him. Diego continued his abuse. "Because I don't want a member of a beggar's family in my circle? You think you can accomplish anything? You poor, ragged bastard. So what if the chef and butler don't care about your estate? Oh right, those commoners, those dirty tenant farmers." Lloyd sat silently contemplating. That's right. The Academy magazine did say family status is more important than academic achievement, wasn't it? And even more ironic, the son of a poor country bumpkin is near a royal. What should I do? If I help him, my school life will only get harder. He looked at Juqian's resigned face. Juqian also signaled to him. "Don't help." Lloyd noticed the bruises on the kid's hand. But Diego smirked arrogantly, boasting, "Our Leonata family is recognized by the kingdom. That's the only way to deserve to sit and eat here." Lloyd finally understood this guy's identity. He recalled the character who had been psychologically defeated before. Leonata, Duke Racona. Lloyd sat in silence, calculating. Then he smirked maliciously as if he had a great plan in mind. A voice interrupted Diego Racona's actions. "What's your father's name?" Lloyd stood defiantly in front of him. Diego was annoyed. "My father. He is the wise and benevolent Duke Racona. Who are you? Is he your relative?" The guy arrogantly cursed. "Don't interfere and get out of here. Get out." Before Diego could finish his sentence, Lloyd slapped him right in the mouth. The guy was sent flying into the air by the force of his hit and spun 180 degrees. Diego fell to the ground and went spinning with a beautiful rotation. The guy was knocked unconscious by Lloyd's impact and lay in a pile in the corner. He darkened his face thinking, attack skill cooldown, cheap mana is 0 seconds. Does the system window appear ostentatiously even without skills? Suddenly, the red-haired man sitting at the next table stood up. "You crazy bastard. Daring to lay a hand on a member of the High Society League." Lloyd also turned and slapped him, sending his teeth flying. Another big guy stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm the #1 Platinum Fist of the second year, prepare to die today." However, his teeth were also knocked out by his slap. The rest also raised their voices. "Who are you, you brazen bastard? What kind of guy are you? Go get him." The twin Earl couple is called the Twin Horns of the Black Dragon. If this duo combines, he will die before he knows it. Lloyd gathered energy into his 2 hands and slapped 2 teeth out of each of them. He stepped towards the person who just spoke. "What did you just say? Twin Horns something? Is that you?" The mushroom-headed guy stuttered. "What? No way." Lloyd immediately gave him a slap. Everyone else in the restaurant trembled, not daring to say a word. He shrank back. We didn't say anything." Lovey smirked. "You guys were laughing." Then he lightly requested 2 teeth from the remaining 2 guys. Suddenly, Diego woke up and lunged forward. "Die, you son of a bitch." He landed a mana-infused punch straight into Lloyd Frontera's face. Diego grinned triumphantly. "What's wrong? That's the mana punch of a mana prodigy." Diego Racona, 21 years old. Suddenly, his face darkened. Lloyd licked the blood from his nose, a confident smirk on his face. "The young man already regrets it. Heh, it was just a punch." Lloyd chuckled menacingly. "Don't you dare fly away!" He grabbed Diego's collar, a savage grin spreading across his face. Lloyd slammed his forehead straight into Diego's head. Diego stumbled backward after the fatal headbutt. Only then did he start begging. "Save me, please, stop." Lloyd ignored him and delivered another blow. Juqian panicked, silently criticizing. "That bastard Lloyd, he's really gone crazy. He was a little crazy at first, but he's getting crazier and crazier. I was so stupid to think he was just a normal guy." The kid looked to the side at the manager, only to realize he was here, then gone. Lloyd continued to torment Diego Racona. He smashed Diego's head against the wall, asking, "Han's confused and doesn't know what's going on, right? Why am I beating you to a pulp like this? You don't know anything, do you?" Lloyd arrogantly repeated. "What did you say? The Viscount's son? You make me laugh. Why, whether you're a noble or not, how can a child act like that?" Diego cursed inarticulately. "You bastard! You've gone too far insulting my parents." He rubbed Diego's face up and down against the wall. "You think you're the exception who won't get beaten up? You delusional piece of shit." Lloyd repeatedly slammed Diego's head against the wall, lecturing him. Why do I have to teach a sickly brat that there are no exceptions in this world, because no one's going to beat you to a pulp every day? He pointed to the bloodstains on the wall. Oh my, what's this? Here, right here, see if it looks like anything. Diego Frontera managed to choke out. Huh. Lloyd continued to smash his head against the wall. It's the 66 gates to heaven for filthy trash like you. Duquesne finally rushed forward and grabbed him. Stop it, that's enough. The kid exclaimed worriedly. He's going to kill him, this madman, what am I doing? Protecting him, I'll get bullied even more than before, I should have thought about this. Lloyd seemed to read Duquesne's mind. You're worried you'll get bullied more later. He smiled brightly, reassuring him. Don't worry, if he dies, he won't be able to do anything to you. Duquesne was dumbfounded by what Lloyd said. Why does he look so proud of what he's doing? And what the hell did I just hear? Lloyd continued to assault Diego, thinking, that's right, back in high school I saw a lot of bastards acting like this. Punish him and let him off? That's hilarious. I'll reject any pleas for forgiveness from him. Diego coughed up snot and saliva from the beating. He imagined the Grim Reaper pointing his scythe at Diego's neck. After all, the fear of death is something very special. Suddenly, soldiers rushed in. Stop, the dean sternly warned. This is a sacred academy run under the patronage of the Great Queen. This is treason. Lloyd, still seething with murderous intent, grabbed Diego Racona by the head. Duquesne imagined in fear. No way, he's gonna hit the soldiers, and the dean too. If he does, he'll be executed. But, contrary to his imagination, Lloyd bowed respectfully. I believe this is our first time meeting. I am the eldest son of Baron Akos Frontera, and also Duquesne's older brother. My name is Lloyd Frontera. The boy was stunned by his actions. How could he be so calm? It was as if he had been expecting this to happen. Everyone was silent for a moment after Lloyd Frontera's greeting. He spoke up. Taking responsibility, I bowed my head and apologized again for causing this chaos. I gave the headmaster a sharp, piercing look. Restore the Queen's honor. He denied it. Nonsense. Who would dare to defame the Queen's honor? He pointed towards Diego Racona. That kid over there, he's Racona's son. My brother Duquesne has suffered greatly from his abuse and humiliation. Lobby looked towards the manager standing in the back. Don't you have something to say? He looked at the manager's flustered face and said, You saw what happened here, right? Or am I mistaken? You didn't seem to want to stop me, but maybe I'm wrong. Haha. Lloyd imagined the nobles were pulling the strings at the academy. It didn't take much thought to know why I didn't stop him. It's because all the students here were recommended by the nobles. If I stopped them, maybe those nobles would still hate me. Moreover, these students gather and talk nonsense. The academy has become a crazy place because of the students raised here. Then Lloyd looked at the people in front. It's not just the students, but you people too. There's no way I can turn a blind eye to the fact that I'm being bullied. He cast a disgusted glance towards the group. I've overlooked you until now, because I am the son of a poor baron, so helping won't get me any benefits. Lloyd reached into his pocket. Insulting my brother is insulting me. But what should I do? I, the brother, took something out of my pocket, a box of some sort, and held it up to their faces. The headmaster was shocked. That is, Lloyd confidently explained. That's right, this is the king's special token. He confidently held up the token as collateral. A royal VIP token. The crowd quickly knelt down. Long live the queen. Long live the queen. Then Lloyd put the token back in his pocket and walked away. You understand the situation, right? I'm leaving. The headmaster secretly calculated in the shadows. Ha! This moronic fool. The royal VIP status only grants privileges to one person. We will only punish Duquesne and treat the other students better after he leaves. Suddenly, Lloyd stopped in front of him. He smiled very slyly, looking into the headmaster's eyes. The headmaster quickly lowered his face. What the hell is with that expression? It looked like he was saying he'd kill me if I tried to act. Lloyd turned around and ordered, What are you doing? Come here, quickly. Duquesne was bewildered. Inside the academy, the boy asked about his intentions. Yeah, where are we going? Lloyd calmly replied. The administration office. Duquesne wondered why they were going. He explained softly. What do you mean, why? To apply for your leave of absence, of course. Suddenly, the boy stopped. How much more? Duquesne shouted angrily. How much more do you want to ruin to relieve your stress? You're the reason I'm going to be bullied even more at the academy. Now I can't even go to school. Why are you doing this to me? Lloyd didn't get angry, but said softly, Anyway, it will be difficult to study in such an environment. So, in the meantime, calm down and train your body. The boy was confused. What do you mean, train my body? Lummi smiled. Have you ever heard this saying? The strongest muscles are made by manual labor. The sky gradually darkened. In front of the Magenta Royal Palace, inside a VIP room, Habiel Asrahan solemnly reassured him. Please consider following Master Lloyd's advice. I believe it will bring good results. Duquesne was puzzled. Do you not realize what you're saying, Habi? We're talking about Lloyd, my lazy brother? He said softly. You don't believe what I'm saying either. The boy fell silent after Habiel Asrahan spoke, explaining the past. When he was in Kurmo, he killed the giant Titan monster. And Lloyd did it all himself. He even blocked the fatal blow. Juqian listened silently to every word. He also made the roads and a waterway. Moreover, he developed a th and befriended the wild orcs. Not stopping there, he even paid off more than half of the Baron's huge debt. He did all those things himself, Habal Asrahan reassured. So please trust him. Lord Loy is the current ruler of that land. He stood outside, hearing everything Habil Asrahan said. Loy smirked. Juqian spoke up. I want to believe you, but it's hard to believe that a drunken wretch could change so much. Habil Asrahan didn't deny it. It's true that he used to be very arrogant and stupid. The boy took the opportunity to curse. He's trash. He also took the opportunity. Back then, no one believed he was even human. The smile on Loy's face faded after hearing those words. Juqian asked in confusion. What do you think, Habil? Do you think a person can change that much? Habil Asrahan quickly replied, I don't think it's possible. He hesitated. Not 100% sure. But Habil Asrahan spoke his mind. I think he's someone else in Lovey's body. The one standing outside immediately changed his expression. Loy stood outside, hesitant to enter. Juqian, hearing Habil Asrahan's words, was silent for a long time. Then the boy spoke. Someone else? Do you mean his body was stolen? Something like dark magic? He didn't deny it. Maybe, if it's possible. Loy stood outside, silently listening to Habil Asrahan talk about him. It's just a theory I read in a book. However, to stabilize a person's soul in another person's body requires a lot of energy. He remembered when he was investigating Loy's body while he was asleep. So I secretly checked. There is a powerful energy protecting Loy's soul. He panicked. What? Someone actually did that? Juqian hastily asked. And then, is it another soul? Loy also waited anxiously, but Habil Asrahan denied it. There's no trace of energy at all. The feeling of the body and soul is very natural, like a unified entity. He sighed in relief. Habil Asrahan brushed the story aside. Never mind, it's just a ridiculous guess. Juqian also accepted it. Yeah, but it's more ridiculous than the fact that he changed. Loy thought to himself, Habibiel, there's no way you can't sense my presence behind the door. You definitely want me to hear this. Are you saying I'm very suspicious? Suddenly the boy stammered, I've never heard that our family had any debt. Juqian muttered self-reproachingly. I thought I was the one working hard, but all this time he was the one doing so much to pay off the debt. I was the one who got it easily. The boy smiled wryly. And now shouldn't I admit it? That he was the one who saved our estate? The system board announced. Juqian's affection for you has increased by 2 points, earning a reward of 28 affinity points. Likes you, 50. Lloyd smirked slyly. So Juqian is also Lloyd's main character. He's becoming an affinity point storage. Little brother's heart system has been unlocked. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's go back. Lloyd pushed the door open and entered. Hey, Juqian, you ready to go? The kid was taken by surprise. Yes, he smiled slyly. I told you, didn't I? Physical training. Scene cuts to the workplace. The first step is preparing the suspension bridge cables, mincing soil to make 1 meter long pizza dough. Second, complete the pizza by adding different kinds of soil and rocks as toppings. Third, Loy summons Bayo to take care of the artificial pizza. Bon appetit. Fourth, Bayo uses steel launch skill. ES smiles and unleashes Bayo's skill, spitting out the steel rod exactly as planned. Segmentation, Podong, is divided as the next step. Fifth, let it cool down and roll it into 120 bundles of wire, completing the cable fabrication. Loy points the scepter in his hand forward. There, explanations done. Juqian was still dazed. Yeah. He pointed at the kid's face and instructed, this process is the starting point of the construction. If you mess it up, everything will be ruined. Lo reminded him sternly. Besides our family's debt, it will also determine the rest of your academy life. Juqian listened silently. The kid hurriedly spoke up. Isn't this really important then? Why entrust it to me? He frowned in annoyance. What are you saying? Loy grimaced. But what he said was sweet. It's very important. So that's why a smart, trustworthy guy like you should take on this job. Messy hair. Juqian's eyes lit up after the words. The kid looked at Lloyd's back and thought to himself, he is messy-haired again in front of the Magenta Royal Palace. Loy was walking on the road and calculating that building a suspension bridge using the technology of this era was a difficult task and definitely impossible to do on his own. He looked up, deciding, that's why. Loy walked towards a working smithy. I need to borrow the power of superior technology. A man sipping wine refused. No. Royal dwarfs, craftsmen. Loy smiled awkwardly. I haven't said anything yet. He continued drinking and said loudly, I don't want to hear. Get lost. He smiled brightly, thinking to himself. It has to be like the novels describe. He is a grumpy old man. He won't budge if he's not interested, even if it's a request from the queen. But I have tricks up my sleeve. Lloyd flipped open a sheet of paper and introduced, Here is the sketch for the construction of a new bridge over the Manhwa River, now called the ridiculous simplification structure. Sidus angrily wanted to throw the bottle at his head. Listen, I'm not interested in blueprints designed by humans. Suddenly his eyes started to get serious. Corydus looked at the design held in front of him. Lloyd disappointedly rolled up the paper. HMPH. Too bad, let's skip this topic then. He turned around and walked away. Then I'll find another workshop. Sidus put the wine bottle on the table to stop him. Wait. He looked at the pile of sketches in his hand and spoke. That structure, what will happen if the overall rigidity isn't perfectly matched? You designed it, didn't you? Lomi answered immediately, without turning back. Of course, he described, anticipating Sidus' serious face. It will crack, the bridge will collapse, and the people on it will die. Lomi sternly stated the consequences. And I will take responsibility for those deaths by putting my head on the guillotine. His face was now very sly as he turned back. But only if Civitas can make it. He went silent when he heard Lloyd's words. Sidus, annoyed. You little bastard. Is that a threat? Lloyd didn't deny it either, haha, hopefully. He flashed a capitalist smile. It's a request. Acting according to his master's conscience, Sidus spoke up, his face slyly menacing. He sighed. Sidus reached out a hand, requesting, bring it here so I can see the details. As requested, Lovey brought it over and was waiting for his assessment of the draft. Sidus concluded. Arms crossed, I guarantee, in this kingdom only I can do it. A serious accident will happen if you let someone else handle it. Lomi still kept up the capitalist facade. That's why I'm putting pressure on you, sir. No, I'm begging you, Sidus, annoyed. You're still putting on that face. You're just giving off the impression of an immoral bastard, he calmly concluded. If you could come up with this design, you must have a plan to pique my interest, right? Lomi kept the same expression. How would I dare? I just have no choice but to rely on the kind heart of a master craftsman. Sidus, helpless. Don't make that face anymore, he said seriously. I like it. I'll try. Hearing that, he quickly lowered his head close to the table. Thank you, sir. Scene changes to the construction sites in progress. On Juqian's side, they continue to manufacture steel cables. The spherical surface is being produced at the royal workshop. Loey is standing in front of the river. Habil and I will start building the main tower, ready to go. The two use their skills on the heads of explosive weapons. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Stop the construction immediately. The bearded man, followed by soldiers, accused. How dare you deceive the king to plunder the national treasury? Unacceptable. Loey put on a confused face. What? Inside the palace, a person is kneeling and reporting, Your Highness, may I request an audience with Your Highness? He expressed his dissatisfaction. There has been a bridge across the Manhwa River for 30 years. However, he is doing unnecessary things to get royal money. Alicia listened solemnly to his words. Please punish this deceitful person and restore the national treasury to the royal family. In front of the Magenta Royal Palace, a group of people are sitting at a meeting table. Alicia spoke. Now tell me the reasoning of both sides. She turned to the two disgruntled people from before. Start with the guild first. Victor stated the guild's reason. The Magenta Bridge was built by the former head of the guild. It has been there for 30 years. Construction leader of the Kingdom Magenta, Victor. He described the guild's long-standing work. The bridge's support shape helps to disperse the strong flow of the Madenjan River, Victor sternly accused. It's unbelievable that such a bridge would collapse. This is clearly an insult to the guild and to the queen. Loey grinned, with the thought, yeah, that's great, the bridge is collapsing right on cue. He lowered his eyes and recalled the contents of Iron Blood Night. There's a chapter about the confrontation between the government army and the rebels on the Magenta River. Coincidentally, a heavy rain caused the bridge to collapse and become blocked. Loey frowned. But I can't reveal the future. Alicia turned to him and requested. Now, Lloyd Frontera, tell me your opinion, he suggested. I want to ask the bureaucrats next to you, not the guildmaster. Loey smiled cheekily. How much did you receive? The guildmaster was stunned. What? What? He angrily slammed the table. You bastard, how dare you slander others in front of the queen like that? Loey smirked, internally assessing. Look at that reaction. It clearly shows that the money's in your pocket. What else is there to say? He thought back to the high-ranking officials in the old world. Anyone in Korea would know what happens when politicians and businessmen meet. Would the politicians scam the businessmen? Or would the businessmen bribe the politicians? Probably the latter. Planning exclusive budgets by stripping away business rights. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Lloyd Frontera, Alicia said sternly. I thought you were a smart guy, but you just made a huge mistake. Loey swallowed hard after hearing her words. The two guild members smirked, emboldened by the queen's protection. How dare you accuse the royal judiciary without any evidence, Alicia shouted. Hey, prepare the verdict immediately. Loey was instantly bound completely. The executioner's axe was already above his head, Alicia spoke. Listen here, Lloyd Frontera. She stood majestically on the platform. You fabricated lies to insult me and my servant. My servant, I intend to restore their honor. Habiel Asrahan stood stunned in the stands. Podong cried out in panic. He was preparing to draw his weapon. Alicia asked about his last words. Do you have anything to say? Loey, head bowed, said, let those who are guilty destroy their family. Habiel Asrahan frowned, preparing for the opportune moment to act. She turned to the two from before and asked, do you agree? The guildmaster and Victor said in unison. Well deserved, Alicia continued. Then, from this moment forward, Habiel Asrahan gripped the sword at his hip. She solemnly announced, I will prove my servant is innocent. The guildmaster and Victor, who were bowing, suddenly turned to panic. Why? Yes? Suddenly, a crowd gathered around the guildmaster. Loy now grinned savagely as he looked towards him. Alicia ordered, cast the confession spell. The guildmaster panicked. Wait a moment, your highness, please. 4 people began to cast the spell. Loey smiled gleefully at the scene unfolding. Beneath the crows soaring across the sky, the guildmaster, along with Victor, were tied to stakes, bearing wounds from the lashes of whips. Loey looked up and announced, your families are innocent, so this is all I ask. He boasted to himself, oh, I'm so kind. Habiel Asrahan recalled Loey's wickedly smiling face. The trial ruled that I was only slightly annoyed that construction was delayed by these guys. Alicia returned to her majestic posture and announced, all the people of the kingdom will dedicate themselves to building the suspension bridge. Long live the queen. Back to the construction. Thanks to the high-level mages reducing the weight of the stones with gravitational magic, the tower was immediately completed. Barrow clamped onto the cable in preparation. Loey ordered, Bayo, ready to launch. He shouted, launch. Bayo used his skill and flew off at extreme speed. The people in the kingdom stood below, witnessing the scene. Bodong stood waiting at the opposite tower, his arms wide open. Bang! He successfully caught Bayo, though it wasn't the prettiest landing. The workers quickly filled in the armor, attached it to the pillar, completed it, and moved on to the second cable. Habiel Asrahan also stood below the city. Observing, Juqian praised in a low voice, he's amazing. Habiel Asrahan smiled and said, you're amazing too, young master. You've completed all the difficult tasks you'd never done before without giving up a single day. The boy listened silently. Do you remember? When I was little, you told me, I want to learn swordsmanship, but the sword was so heavy that it almost hurt you. He looked at Juqian's newly developed muscles and concluded, and now, I don't think that way anymore. Back at the construction site, Hippo was using his skill to take a gulp of seawater and push the bridge up. The mages standing above quickly reinforced it. The art of cost reduction. Loey spun the hull in his hand and then slammed it down. He shouted loudly, move on, move on. The bridge was completed thanks to the leadership of Lloyd Frontera. System notification. Suspension bridge construction in the royal capital, Magenta, has been completed. A large number of bonus points and affinity points are awarded according to construction achievements. Affinity point bonus +1, 050. Current affinity points 3, 019. I haven't spent anything and have been saving up. Finally, I'm rich in affinity points. Wonderful. Alicia stood on the bridge and solemnly announced, the bridge will be named after Lloyd and his valiant knight. It will be called Roy Happy. Furthermore, by the Queen's authority, I bestow upon Lloyd the title of Master Craftsman. Sidus stood in the crowd, drinking. A child like that is a Master Craftsman. I made the deck. He looked up at the finished product and conceded. However, he's the only one who could design something like that. I'll acknowledge it. Lloyd knelt down, plotting to himself. Now that we've received such a high construction fee, we should be able to settle our family's debts. However, there's still one major obstacle. He looked up, facing forward. In front of Lloyd was Alicia. Also looking at him, she calculated to herself. So, how should I take advantage of this opportunity? There are so many ways I could use him. Loey, as if reading Alicia's thoughts, muttered in dissatisfaction. The Queen is probably thinking about how she should exploit me. Absolutely not. My dream is to become rich and retire early. All right, stick to the plan. She began to speak. I have a request for you. We'll discuss it back at the palace. Loey quickly replied and continued to think about his plan. I obey your command, while also solving the problem at Juqian's academy and escaping the Queen's clutches. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Back at the palace, Alicia said sternly. In the name of Queen Alicia, I declare, I bestow a reward. Lloyd Frontera will be granted a fiefdom and a title worthy of his ability. The nobles in the palace couldn't help but tremble. Alicia glanced at the crowd and thought to herself, although he's the son of a rural baron, he's the one who punished those high-ranking officials like them. A fiefdom and a title is really annoying. How do I calm down these complaints? Here, Loy, who was kneeling below, spoke up. Thank you, Your Majesty. He stated his request. But I beg for your forgiveness, and would like to make a greater request. The high-ranking officials in the palace frowned uncomfortably upon hearing that. Alicia quickly demanded clarification. Greater? Speak, let me hear it. Lumi quickly replied, if you find what I say reasonable, please retain my estate and title. She immediately continued, I'll decide after I hear it. What does he want, kingdom official? Higher construction fees? Whatever it is, I will keep you by my side. He stated his request seriously. I only ask for one thing for the Royal Academy, or rather, to cleanse it. Alicia frowned after hearing those words. She solemnly suggested, explain it to me. Lloyd hurriedly explained. The Magenta Royal Academy is full of scandalous, absurd, and despicable acts. The atmosphere in the palace began to sink with his voice. Students are forming cliques rather than studying. This causes children from lower backgrounds to suffer mentally and physically. The Academy's educators are aware of this, but turn a blind eye. It has been proven through the black money they receive. Lloyd continued to point out the problem. The students are focusing on studying and enjoying the sweetness, the ambition of world power, while over time they are being surrounded by the solid walls of the classroom. The purpose of establishing the academy has strayed too far off course. Alicia silently listened to his every word. The high-ranking people in the palace were confused, fearful, and annoyed. The others were no exception. Panicking at Lloyd Frontera's words, he ordered, Hable. He quickly reached into his pocket to take something out. Yes, young master. Along with the paper that Habil Asrahan presented, Lloyd Frontera followed up with an explanation. This is what I and my guards have discovered over the past 4 months. An academy graduate, a diligent student, even a devoted professor who is fed up with this absurdity left the academy. Their testimonies and documents are carefully recorded. 2 high-ranking officials related to the academy immediately spoke up. Your Highness, that lowly person is lying. That's right, how could that happen at the Royal Academy? Alicia glared and ordered, execute the truth spell. The mages quickly followed the instructions, and those men shared the same fate as the chairman and victor. Before the Magenta Royal Academy, Her Highness is here. Alicia ordered the soldiers behind her, arrest all those mentioned in the list. Without exception, anyone who knows, or is even slightly related, she shouted the announcement. All will be punished according to their crimes, dismissed from their positions, their assets confiscated, and they should prepare themselves for the death penalty. Lloyd and Habil Asrahan stood on the mountain, listening to the desperate voices. I didn't do anything, please save me, this is a trap. This is a trap. He smiled evilly. Habil Asrahan saw this and spoke up. You look very happy that the academy is being cleansed, aren't you? Lloyd denied. What are you talking about? No way, he smirked, revealing his true intentions. The queen, she has completely forgotten about my existence. Now I just need to sneak away and enjoy life, haha, Habil Asrahan helplessly said. I understand that you are in high spirits, but is it necessary to make that face? Suddenly Kyo appeared behind Lloyd Frontera. The queen sends her regards, he solemnly announced. Go wherever you want, but make sure you are present at the banquet tomorrow night. He, still in shock, replied, Ah, yes. Suddenly, Kyo continued the message. And using the academy as an excuse was an excellent act of subterfuge, she said. I respect your playful intentions. Lloyd's expression dropped sharply. That is the queen's man, okay? He turned and walked away. See you then. Lloyd looked at Kyo's back and said, Ah, I'm so surprised, he asked uncomfortably. Didn't you even notice him approaching? Habil Asrahan shook his head. Not at all. He looked at Kyo's serious face. He is the best swordsman in the kingdom. For knights at my level, it is as easy as flipping a hand for Sir Kyo to conceal his presence. Scene shifts to the inside of the VIP rooms. Duki Frontera wonders, Bro, you were expecting all of this, and that's why you beat up Diego like that. Lloyd sits calmly. Well, roughly that's it. He tilts his head smugly. I'm done with the construction contract I got from the queen. If you want to reward me with something, go investigate the academy. I have faith and reason, and I know it'll be a success. The kid is silent. Then a voice calls out, making him look up. Messy hair, the kid says softly. Losi grins. What, messy hair? Dukin smiles and requests. You don't need to call me messy hair anymore, because now you're my reliable and prideful brother. Loey is dumbfounded. System notification. Thinking you are a hero has awakened when facing a family crisis. He has opened his heart, respected, and acknowledged you. Jukien's goodwill towards you has increased by 65, earning 910 affinity points. Total affinity points, 929. Loey is silent for a long moment. Then he speaks disparagingly. Ugh, makes me want to puke. Jukien doesn't deny it. I'm regretting it now too. Ugh, gross. Scene shifts to a man playing the guitar. In a lively party, Alicia is holding a glass of wine and ordering, Lloyd Frontera, come here. He is currently covering his face in an attempt to misdirect, she says calmly. You think I wouldn't notice you? Standing out like a mole cricket, Lloyd then lowers his coat, greeting, Ah, you've arrived. Habil Asrahan greets and adds jokingly, Greetings, Your Highness? Truly just like a mole cricket, Alicia, hearing this, continues. Oh, you think so too? No doubt about it, he's definitely a rabbit. Losi glances at the relaxed Habil Asrahan, thinking, what's with the sudden familiarity? You look so relaxed. She then speaks. Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer? He bows his head in apology. Laha, I am very sorry. The two are silent for a moment. Suddenly, Alicia orders, closer. Lomi quickly moves closer, but she's not satisfied. He continues to move, but Alicia still orders, closer. The two are almost face to face, but she still demands, closer. Lomi sweats profusely, stammering, I dare not approach the queen any closer. Alicia secretly leans closer to his ear. She whispers, come find me whenever you change your mind. I'll have everything ready. After saying that, Alicia walks away. This is a party for you all, so feel free to enjoy yourselves. Lomi clenches his fist, smiling with satisfaction. What is this? Of course, the best thing to do is eat and play. However, what if a natural disaster occurs, and there's an incident on the territory? He is relieved, thinking happily. At that time, off to work and make a living, and receive a lot of retirement insurance money. Lomi quickly rushes to the table and enjoys himself. Ah, I can't wait to go home. I've been paid for the construction, and now I just need to enjoy it. Delicious. Suddenly, he remembers the content of the novel. Wait, this is the story where the queen will be blackened. 3 years later, all the insurance will disappear. Suddenly, a knightly figure passes by him, carrying words, the banquet will last until the moon sets. Lomi frowned. Ugh, I know this line. He thought of the novel's plot. It's when the queen is poisoned and loses an arm. A secret code shared by the conspirators assassinating the queen. That's a line that should appear in 3 years, so why now? Lomi stared at the figure passing by him. He was bewildered. It also came from Sir Kyo's mouth. Alicia slumped onto the sofa. She rubbed her forehead, thinking, did I drink too much? It's still the same as usual. Alicia sat up uncomfortably. These past few days have been a bit much. The academy, and getting ready for the flood damage. She grimaced, thinking about the work ahead, and also the course of action of the enemy country, Asfahan. Alicia thought about Samarkand's adversary. He is gathering troops in western Asfahan. According to the insider, it's not at the level of military training. A national map appeared. Magentano on the left, Wideness in the middle, and Asfahan on the other side. The troop gathering point for the invasion? No way. If they were invading, they would concentrate on the northern part of the border. Crossing the vast wasteland is like suicide. She sat seriously thinking, what the hell are they doing? Suddenly, a headache ran through Alicia's head. She vaguely thought about her body. Strange, isn't this alcohol level being neutralized appropriately with the energy in my body? Alicia clutched her chest in pain. I can't control my heart rate. Thump, thump, my breath is catching. Alicia began to think about the energy. I can neutralize it by rotating it. Suddenly, her heart burst along with her blood vessels. Alicia clutched her chest and screamed in pain. She realized the problem then. Poison? It's poison, how could this be? I checked all the dishes carefully. Alicia struggled to stand up. Ugh, hick. She staggered away, seeking help. Out there, pant, pant, is anyone out there? The image before Alicia's eyes began to distort. Pant. Anyone, pant, pant. Guards, please. Suddenly, a tall man pushed the door open and entered. She gasped, looking towards the door. Outside the door was Kyo, looking at Alicia with emotionless eyes. Sir Kyo. She weakly reached out her hand. Thank goodness, Your Majesty. In this desperate moment, please, your hand. He began to speak. As you wished, I am very glad to have arrived in time. Kyo raised the blood-stained sword, saying, I will help you fall asleep. Alicia was utterly shocked to see this. At this moment, Lomi ordered from within the banquet, Habil, time for action, let's go. The two quickly walked out of the party. He spoke. Aren't you going to ask what's going on? Habil Asrahan calmly replied. I can also sense a strange energy. What should I do? Lomi quickly explained. Defeat the swordmaster. He was annoyed. Are you kidding me? This is not the time. Doesn't asking like that take a lot of time? Habil Asrahan continued. 2 minutes. Lomi shortened it. 1 minute. Habil Asrahan began to accelerate. On the way, he conveniently snatched up an iron bar. Habil Asrahan spoke up. 3 minutes, Lomi agreed. Alright, let's go. The two of them ran into the turn. Shocked to discover the people loitering outside Alicia's room were dead. Inside, Kyo used all his strength to slash straight down. She quickly used her weapon to block the attack. He praised. Not bad, even poisoned. You can still block 3 of my sword strikes. Alicia trembled and said, Sir Kyo, why are you doing this? Suddenly, a blow landed straight into her stomach. Kyo seized the opportunity to raise his sword, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he realized something. Habil Asrahan was charging forward, aiming straight for Kyo's head. He turned and swung his sword straight at the iron bar in his hand. Kyo was shocked. He blocked my sword with just a candelabra. Who is this guy? Suddenly, Habib al-Asrahan's eyes lit up. He used the high-impact collision circle skill. The candelabra in Habib al-Asrahan's hand lit up, stunning him. Huh, he slashed, sending Kyo flying. What was that? Such a strange way of using energy? Habib al-Asrahan seized the opportunity and shouted as he charged forward. His attacks pushed Kyo backward. Lloyd dodged the sword strikes and rushed over. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Alicia was stunned. "Lloyd, why are you—" He covered her mouth. "We'll talk later." Then Lloyd placed his hand on Alicia's stomach. Using the Astrahan method skill, the energy inside her began to be transferred into him, absorbing the energy. Habib al-Asrahan was still fighting hard against Kyo when suddenly he enveloped his sword with energy. Habib al-Asrahan looked worriedly at the light ahead. Sword aura, only a master swordsman can create that. When he's finished preparing, it'll all be over. Suddenly, he threw the candelabra straight forward. Kyo focused on blocking the attack, losing the effect. Habib al-Asrahan also quickly launched himself into the air. He grabbed the candelabra that was rebounding towards him and used all his strength to prepare to strike. An exploding slash. Kyo frowned, watching Habib al-Asrahan charging towards him. I have to admit, this guy is a genius at turning the tables and using skills. However, he quickly punched Habib al-Asrahan straight in the stomach. He still lacks practical experience. Kyo seized the opportunity to raise his sword high. He swung his sword forward, cleaving the ground in two. The candelabra couldn't withstand the force and snapped, leaving Habib al-Asrahan with a gash across his chest. Loe, on the other side, was trying to absorb Alicia's tainted energy. His body started to become poisoned as well, veins turning a sickly purple. "I'm counting on you. If you lose, we're all done for here." Kyo smirked, pleased by the spurting blood. He stared at Habib al-Asrahan's injured body, thinking, the cut's a bit shallow, but the damage is clear. Kyo seized the opportunity and charged. "Now's my chance to strike." Habib al-Asrahan didn't back down either, lunging forward. He was shocked by the weaponless attack. Rushing in. Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know fear? Kyo swung his sword, but Habib al-Asrahan dodged the attack by dropping to his knees. He yelled, "Bo Dong!" She's barely holding on, spinning the sword hilt. Bo Dong quickly released it, sending the sword flying forward. He finally realized it. Annoyed, Habib al-Asrahan caught the sword and drew it. Kyo charged without hesitation. He glared at him. Habib al-Asrahan quickly used his skill, launching forward, exploding slash. Kyo gritted his teeth, watching the flames rushing towards him. He raised his sword to block, but was still swept away by the force. The blast sent Kyo flying out the door and crashing into the wall. He quickly sat up. He attacks like a cannonball. Ridiculous. Without waiting, another exploding slash shot straight toward Kyo. He instantly dodged the attack. Habib al-Asrahan quickly jumped out of the room, preparing another strike, another slash. He unleashed 4 flames aimed at Kyo. Boom burst. He deftly dodged all 4 flames. Jeez, he really is a monster. Lloyd was still trying to absorb the poison. Alicia groaned in discomfort. Yeah. She looked at his struggling face. Lloyd Frontera. Alicia was confused. How is this possible? He's sucking my mana dry. Not only that, he's absorbing the tainted mana too. She spoke up. "Loey, how is this?" He immediately cut her off. "Don't talk, I can't concentrate," Alicia mumbled. "Sorry, what was that? I'm getting angry." "Did you just curse at me?" Lomi quickly dodged. "No way, you're probably poisoned, so your hearing's messed up," Alicia refuted. "What? I don't think so," he admitted. "Sorry, Your Highness, but please be quiet." Suddenly, Loy coughed up blood. She was astonished to see that. Alicia looked at his miserable face and thought, "What the hell are you doing? Are you really trying to save me even if it kills you?" Back to the duel between the two knights. Kyo was now cornered. Another volley of fire magic hurtled towards him. With a crash, the doors to the banquet hall shattered. Kyo landed, maintaining his stance. Ugh. Along with the cloud of dust came the appearance of Habib al-Asrahan. He glared at him. "You won't escape." Kyo fled, drenched in sweat. "Getting rid of him is taking too long." "TCH," he smirked. "What an idiot." Kyo loudly commanded, "Guards, listen up. This man has attempted to assassinate Her Highness with his accomplices. Draw your swords and protect the queen." The royal guards quickly obeyed, pointing their weapons at Habib al-Asrahan. "Capture him." He calmly strode towards the oncoming soldiers. Habib al-Asrahan raised his sword, preparing to defend. He gritted his teeth, tensing up, and with one blow, he sent those charging at him flying. Then, Habib al-Asrahan focused his energy into his sword, and with another blow, swept away the remaining soldiers. Kyo, hiding behind the soldiers, observed. He blew away 3 elite soldiers with a single sword sweep. I've never heard of someone so outstanding in history. If he reaches the master swordsman level, he looked at Habib al-Asrahan, who was struggling to strike, and assessed. He'll gain the power to easily destroy an entire principality, but that won't happen. Kyo began to unleash his master swordsman aura. Step aside. I will be his opponent, because he will die right here. Habib al-Asrahan looked at the light ahead with fear. Kyo's sword aura began to advance with his sword. He swung his sword around. The energy emanating from the sword instantly enveloped the front. Habil Asrahan stood ready, bracing himself against the sword aura, when suddenly the pile of rubble beneath his feet began to float. The energy had begun to illuminate the entire room. It struck Habil Asrahan directly, lifting him into the air, and a horizontal sweep slammed into him. Kyo gently stepped out the door. Outside lay Habil Asrahan motionless on the ground. He solemnly approached him. Returning to Lloyd Frontera, he was clutching his poisoned arm in pain. Venom extraction successful. Alicia sat up. Loie suddenly vomited a black liquid from his body. She anxiously warned, "You'll die if you keep this up," Alicia loudly demanded. "Focus your mana into one arm. I'll help you." Loie gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, with the thought, "And then you'll cut off my arm, like you did in that novel, but I won't let that happen to me. It'll be so inconvenient to dig." He grabbed a small knife from the ground and pointed it straight up to the sky. Lloyd roared, energy exploding before the blade, creating light. He unleashed a torrent of dark energy from within his body. The energy shattered the wall and shot out of the palace. Kyo suddenly paused, sensing something. He was bewildered by what was happening. What's going on? It feels like a massive mana explosion. "Loin, what exactly did you do?" Then he looked at Habil Asrahan, who was struggling to sit up in front of him. He tried to stand and picked up his broken sword. Kyo frowned in annoyance. "Still getting up? My sword aura." Habil Asrahan vaguely looked forward. "I swore an oath." He trembled as he held the sword in his hand. "So I shall." Asrahan slowly raised his sword to keep his oath. Under the dark sky, a terrifying voice echoed from beginning to end. Loie and Habil Asrahan sat before a small fire. He wondered, "What the hell is this?" Habil Asrahan blamed himself. "A knight of the young lord. Yet I abandoned my duties and ran straight to the Giga Titan. I even showed frustration when the young lord didn't cooperate with me." He sat by the campfire, expressing disappointment in himself. "I wanted to depend on the young lord. I've always been like this after all." Habil Asrahan was timid, his spirit weak, lacking strength. He constantly blamed himself and neglected his duties. "I'm really not qualified to be a knight." Loie sighed wearily. "Seriously, everything you just said isn't that serious." He smiled naturally. "Anyway, you're already getting 6 months. Pay cut." Habil Asrahan began to reevaluate what he had just said. He was silent for a long moment. Habil Asrahan spoke. 3 months. Loie was puzzled. Like I'd agree to that. He was disappointed. "No," he asked again. "Then why ask?" Habil Asrahan softly apologized. Suddenly, he said seriously, "I swear on this sword to protect my lord, I will never abandon my duty again." Lonnie was annoyed. "You're swearing while playing with fire. How am I supposed to believe you?" Habil Asrahan quickly replied. "You don't have to believe me, but I will still keep my oath." He sighed helplessly. Fine, whatever you want," he continued to speak his mind. "I already know that the young lord has reached the 3rd circle. I'll have to catch up quickly so I can keep my role as the escort knight. So I must become a swordmaster this year." Lubby chuckled awkwardly. "What's with you? The way you're talking, it's like, I'm going to lose 5 kilograms this year." Habil Asrahan asked. "Isn't that just empty talk?" He was silent for a moment, then picked up a twig from the ground. "Listen." Logie drew a circle on the ground and described, "Humans can enhance their mana heart to a certain limit, right? If the theory is correct, you won't be able to progress any further, even if you train for centuries. So how can you become a swordmaster? I think even with an ocean of mana, it still wouldn't work." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan kicked out his foot and erased the drawing. He was annoyed. "Hey," he stated his intention. "This time, I'll do it myself. Without the young lord's help, I will no longer depend on young Lord Lloyd." Back in the present, Kyo was enveloping his sword with energy as he charged forward. Habil Asrahan also charged forward without fear. "With my own strength, I will become a swordmaster." However, he was pierced through his body by Kyo's sword. Following that, energy from his skill sent rocks and earth flying behind Habil Asrahan. Kyo praised in a stern voice. "You surprise me. Any normal body would have been torn to shreds after being pierced by my sword aura." He held onto the sword, piercing his left shoulder. "You've tempered your body by fortifying your entire mana pool at once. If I may, let me commend your technique further," Kyo said seriously. "Now die." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's body burst into flames. He screamed, unleashing energy. Abruptly, Habil Asrahan grabbed his hand. He forcefully gripped the energy-infused sword of Kyo. He exclaimed in panic, "You crazy bastard, what are you doing?" Habil Asrahan gritted his teeth, enduring the mana released from his sword aura, which was burning his entire body. He stared at Kyo's sword. Let it flow through the sword to his hand, then through his heart, and finally, his mana core. Suddenly, Kyo forcefully lifted Habil Asrahan up and flung him off the sword. Habil Asrahan was thrown against the wall by the force and collapsed to the ground. He lay motionless after the impact. He silently stared at Habil Asrahan as well. Kyo looked at his body and felt no breath, nor did he see the flow of mana. He quickly turned and walked away. I've wasted too much time now to take the queen's head. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his ear. So that's how it is. Habil Asrahan suddenly stood up from the ground. Kyo turned back in surprise. What? He calmly spoke. The mana of a swordmaster. Suddenly, in Habil Asrahan's hand was a sword formed from blue mana. He opened his eyes wide at the sight before him. What is that? A sword aura? I've never heard of anything like that. Habil Asrahan began to swing his sword back, adopting a stance. The energy enveloping the sword suddenly flared even stronger. An energy blast was unleashed towards Kyo. He quickly used his sword aura to slash out a mana-infused sword strike forward. The two energies collided, but it was Kyo's energy that dissipated. He widened his eyes in horror. One of Kyo's arms went on a journey of its own. The arm fell to the ground and rolled away into oblivion. He screamed in pain and panic. The soldiers rushed over in panic. Sir, a voice suddenly made all the soldiers freeze. Anyone who steps forward. Habil Asrahan stood tall with his sword, warning, will face the sword of a master swordsman. Inside Alicia's room, a worried voice echoed, Lloyd Frontera. She grabbed his hand and cried out in panic. Open your eyes, Alicia hastily requested. You have the ability to absorb mana, right? Then absorb mine, she shouted in a frenzy. Lloyd Frontera, how could we lose such a talent? Wake up. He groggily opened his eyes. The system notification appeared. Survive the mark poison. Unlocked a new unique option for the Chaos Mana skill. Lobi vaguely read the message. Immunity. Immune to all poison blitzes. When the skill is activated in an exhausted state, mana will be absorbed from the external environment. What's this? All top-tier skills. Suddenly, Lomi smirked wickedly. This is freaking awesome, Alicia. Seeing this, got angry. She punched him straight in the head without thinking much, Loy exclaimed. Ouch. He was bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. Alicia also realized that she didn't mean to. Loy asked, You're sensing, Your Majesty. Why, suddenly? She turned her face away and replied, I don't know, but your face, Loy wondered. What about it? Is there something wrong with my face? Alicia Frontera brushed it aside, anxiously asking, Forget it. Do you feel better? Can you stand up? Lovy's whole body felt limp, and he couldn't move. I don't know, my legs are a bit shaky. I have to quickly go help Habil. He recalled the skill from before, Blitz. When the skill is activated in an exhausted state, mana will be absorbed from the external environment. Now I have no choice but to try this move. Loi's body began to absorb energy, and the magic heart also began to accelerate. The magic circles are also starting to move. It started spinning several times faster than normal. Blitz. Alicia's energy was suddenly drained. What's going on? Loy began to initiate the skill. His body began to absorb everything with energy. From the glasses to the candle flames, nothing could escape Lloyd Frontera's mana suction. The objects in the room were no exception. Alicia panicked. An incredible absorption ability. At this rate, all my mana will be stolen. Wait, Lloyd Frontera. She looked at his seemingly unconscious face. Can't he hear me? Alicia silently thought. He saved my life. Alicia started sitting upright, letting Lomi absorb her mana. Absorb to your heart's content, and go help that knight with your power. His body began to absorb mana, as desired. Alicia tried to endure. He let the skill absorb mana from the outside. The suction became stronger and stronger, turning the room into a mess. Loy suddenly woke up, his eyes snapping open to a room now as white as death, devoid of all vitality. A system notification flashed. Mana Heart skill leveled up. Mana Heart skill has reached near mastery, unlocking a unique new option, Berserk Mind. For 60 seconds you will enter Berserk mode, single-mindedly advancing towards the designated target. While not in Berserk mode, strength, constitution, and reflexes are increased by 200%, usable once per day. He stared, dumbfounded, at the notification. Loey sat up and checked his body. So light, like I've just been fully recharged. Suddenly the current problem hit him. Right, Habil. He must be fighting that swordmaster alone. Loy glanced beside him, as if seeing a withered corpse. The queen's out of it. He frantically looked around. What's going on? What happened to her? Was she affected by the skill? Suddenly, Alicia spoke weakly. I'll ask for details later, she ordered feebly. Stopping Kyo is the top priority right now. Can you carry me? Lodi acted immediately. Your wish is my command, he thought to himself. The queen's the real deal. She doesn't give a damn what people will say after this. Loy hoisted Alicia onto his back and prepared to run. Ready to roll. He shot off like a gust of wind through the rooms. Habil, hang in there. Your master is coming to help, Alicia thought to herself. Assessing the situation, Habil Asrahan, he's definitely a genius in mana control, but that's not enough to fight Swordmaster Kyo alone. Straining to control her energy, she tried to focus any bit of mana. She could at least work at 1/3 of her normal power. The two rounded a bend, stunned by the scene before them. In their eyes, Habil Asrahan stood majestically before the kingdom's elite soldiers. Loey was flabbergasted. Habil. He looked at the glowing sword and realized, that sword aura? That's definitely sword aura. Then Lloyd looked down and saw Kyo clutching his shoulder in pain. He did it. Kyo Alicia stepped down and ordered, "Lower your weapons." The soldiers were bewildered. "Your Majesty," she pointed at him, explaining. "The one who plotted to assassinate the queen is Kyo over there." Then turned to Habil Asrahan. "These are the two who risked their lives to save me." Lloyd scratched his head, thinking, "Well, it's because you're a paying customer," Alicia said in a stern voice. "Show respect and proper courtesy to these heroes." The soldiers began to stand at attention, and she walked past the crowd and announced, "Everyone in the banquet hall today will be investigated. This is a safety measure by the royal family, so please cooperate." Over here, Lloyd frowned and asked, "Hey, did you become a swordmaster now?" Habil Asrahan replied calmly. "Yes, why?" He became even more annoyed. "Yeah, I already ate. How can you say that so casually?" Habil Asrahan was confused. "Well, what do you want me to say?" He solemnly reminded, "You'll be running into dangerous situations more often from now on. This is the only way to fulfill my escort mission." Lloyd was a bit stunned by Habil Asrahan's words. Then he smiled contentedly. "Whatever. Do what you want. Besides, I'm glad he's okay." Suddenly, the system window appeared. "You have achieved another grand feat tonight. The hidden condition has been met by the immense energy of the achievements you have attained up to this point." Lloyd was taken aback. "Oh, what's this? What are you sending me today?" He stood seriously reading each line of the announcement. The system rewarding. Activation. Each honor. Title created for your achievements. Each honor you possess will grant you an additional skill. It will also grant you a certain amount of honor points shared each month on every full moon at midnight. The system window displayed a list of honors. Sucked a body until it was broken to pieces. Desperate CPR, I'll smash your face into the ORC, well done. CRM Lobster Magentano. Fisherman Lloyd found it annoying. What kind of stick figure is this? It should be some noble title, right? Guardian of Kermo, for example. Or the Magenta Hero. Why can't it be something cool? The system mocked. The name of the honor is designed to fit your face perfectly, he irritably retorted. Is this thing messing with me? Can't I change the name? Lloyd looked at the list of honors, contemplating. It's good that if I'm honored, I'll be able to develop skills. However, the system announced further. Well done. CRMO Lobster opens up the land. All Cremona provinces, including the CRMO territory stage, maintain glory for 120 years of respect for the shares. 9 effects of glory lasting 24 hours in the area, and the duration of the honor added depends on your actions. The area and stage will expand, lengthen, end, and shorten. The reward effect of courage is activated when fighting an enemy 10 times stronger than you, dealing twice the damage and reducing the amount of damage taken by half. Lummi stared in astonishment. What's this? What kind of power-up is this? Do all honors have effects? He looked at the system window displaying the possessed shares. No. So what are these shares for? The system won't tell me, even if I ask. The system appeared. I was going to tell you, but I won't, Lloyd begged. Tell me, please. The system pretended to be deaf. What did you say? I can't hear anything. He knelt down and pleaded. I'm sorry, tell MI, please. System, haha. Dream on, keep begging, Habel. Seeing Lloyd's actions, was exasperated. He's doing some weird things again. At this moment, the system finally explained. When you use the shares you have collected, you will gain the power to defy the laws of the world. Disclosure ends. It's usable. Lloyd was surprised by the final announcement. Under the clear blue sky, Lloyd stretched out on the sofa. He said wearily, I'm so tired I couldn't sleep at all because of this investigation. Duquesne worriedly asked, So, have you found out who is behind Lord Kyo? Loki calmly replied, Not yet. They said they are using a confession spell on anyone who speaks the secret phrase, why resist? I knew it wouldn't go smoothly. Because of that, leaving the capital is not a good idea right now. And I'm stuck here. Lloyd thought dejectedly. I want to resolve this quickly so I can go home. But this assassination isn't part of the novel. Maybe it was mentioned in part 2, he worriedly pondered. But the event happened 3 years earlier in the novel. At this rate, the future could change even more. If this continues, it'll be troublesome. The cards. The insight into my future will be useless. He looked at the system window displayed. When you use the collected shares, you will gain absolute power against the laws of the world. Disclosure ends. Usable. I only have the skills that I need. Is this a skill that I can really use? Duquesne continued to ask. Han, but what about Habil? Is he still under investigation? Lloyd replied calmly. Oh, that guy, the queen, summoned him separately. The little guy listened in silence, because he is a master swordsman. For a moment, Duquesne was stunned. Then the little guy shouted in panic, What? Lloyd was also surprised. What are you so surprised about? Habil defeated Lord Kyo. Obviously, he has to be a master swordsman to be capable of that, Duquesne said timidly. I thought he was arrested for helping the soldiers. Lloyd frowned. Hey kid, are you okay? Even 100 guards aren't strong enough to defeat a master swordsman, are they? The little guy realized something. Oh wait. Then, Lloyd also silently looked at Jukian. Scene changed to the palace. Alicia spoke. Habiel Asrahan, through this incident, we confirm your unprecedented swordsmanship skills and the flexibility of the sword aura not found in the records, she sternly demanded. But you know that the position of captain of the royal guard is currently vacant, and therefore I order you. Habiel Asrahan bowed his head, listening intently. From this moment forward, stand by my side as the captain of the royal guard, Jukian quietly asked. Habiel, is he going to leave us? Habiel Asrahan remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly spoke. Please forgive my impudence, your majesty. Lloyd remained silent for a beat after hearing the question. Unexpectedly, he responded with a displeased expression. Isn't that kid close to Habiel? He firmly refused. This humble one is a knight of Baron Akos Frontera. Please understand that I cannot leave his side. Alicia fell silent after hearing the answer. Then she spoke with annoyance. Do you understand what I'm asking of you? Alicia stated the consequences. Disobeying the Queen's command is no different than treason. You know the price for that, don't you? Habiel Asrahan remained silent after Alicia's words, but he stood firm in his decision. Please punish me as you see fit, but allow me to send a farewell letter to the Baron. Alicia was fed up. You'd rather I kill you? What a truly noble sentiment, Habiel Asrahan said gravely. Please forgive my transgression. She fell silent, contemplating something, and he didn't offer any rebuttal. Suddenly, Alicia commanded, Continue as you are. I respect your will. Habiel Asrahan bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, your highness. Then he rose and bowed once more. Habiel Asrahan turned and left the royal palace, when suddenly, a voice called his name from ahead. Habiel. Jukian waited with a worried face. The boy asked, Your highness, what did you say? Habiel Asrahan must have smiled. He smiled naturally. I am forever a knight of the Frontera house. Jukian was so overjoyed that he cried. Alicia remained seated on her throne, lost in thought about the Frontera estate. She smiled at the thought that she wasn't exactly popular with the locals there. Under the dark night sky, Lloyd lay on the grass using a display panel. He looked at the display panel and searched. Let's see. Skills granted by other achievements. Loki read the content within. Full body fracture. Is this what I get for chasing Norman away? The people of Frontera are absolutely blessed. I'll put your face on an ORC too. This is usable. Roar of the ORC. What else? Los smiled with satisfaction. Magenta firm. Oh, this is great. This grants absolute trust from Queen Alicia. No suspicion of treason in a conspiracy. Lois smirked deviously, scheming. The nobles I've punished will still be safe, even if those old geezers try to set traps. Ha ha. Suddenly, he turned his face to the sky, looking ahead. And Loy noticed the moon was gradually brightening. The system panel announced. Increase in Wolfshine Night Sky. Stake granted from 5 offerings. You have received stake 22. He sat up from the grass. Here it is, let's see. The system panel displayed. Ending reveal. By consuming stakes, you can preview some of the ending scenes that will occur in the final chapter of the current story. Number of stakes required for the first time. Do you want to use the ending spoiler? Yes, no? Lois smiled suggestively. No matter how I think about it, in the current situation, I can only see one future. Wouldn't it be terrible if I gained too much weight from eating too many sweets? He clicked yes on the notification to see what would happen. Suddenly, everything around Loy went dark. He sat up in fright. What? What is this? It's a little scary. Oh, communicator. Suddenly, a fiery scene appeared around Loy. He stood up in a panic. Where am I? Loy looked around the place. Then he realized it was Frontera Manor. But Loy looked at what was in front of him in disbelief. The houses, the trees. Why did they become like this? Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. Before Loy's eyes was a corpse that had been gnawed all over. He turned his head in a panic. What? What is this? Loy ran off and continued to observe. What's this? What kind of ending is this? He shouted. Hey, is anyone here? Someone answer me. The scenery around Lummi at this moment was just corpses and ruins. Hey, communicator, seriously, is all of this really gonna happen? Hey, are you listening to me? Suddenly, he stopped after spotting something. In front of Lloyd were Habiel Asrahan and the future Lloyd, kneeling before 2 corpses. He stared in horror. Loy recognized the 2 corpses in front, the Baron and his wife. Future Loy said weakly. If only I had come a little sooner, he cried in regret. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you both. I'm really sorry. Lloyd was utterly shocked at this moment. He shouted into the sky, why does it end like this? Suddenly, Lloyd noticed something behind him. Behind him was a swarm of monsters covering the sky. The swarm of monsters began to take shape. Their sharp teeth and cruel eyes were rushing towards him with incredible speed. Lloyd looked at the shape and recognized locusts. A foot full of murderous intent stepped forward. Habiel Asrahan gripped his weapon tightly and approached the locusts that were rushing towards him. He immediately drew his sword and used sword aura. Habiel Asrahan slashed horizontally, creating a stream of mana that shot forward. The slash aimed straight at the incoming monsters. He didn't wait and unleashed another strike. The two slashes formed an X shape, disrupting the formation of the locust monsters. Habil Asrahan seemed to lose his mind and continued his assault. Another mana-infused cut was unleashed. The swarm of locust monsters scattered from the slashes. Lloyd looked ahead with doubt. It worked. Or so I thought. The locust swarm still fills the sky. Suddenly, they rushed towards Habil Asrahan. More and more locust monsters charged, to the point where they covered his entire body. Lloyd woke up after the locust swarm's attack. He knelt, gasping for air on the grass. Completely drenched in sweat, Lummi said, "Hey, system. Is it really gonna happen?" The system panel was silent for a moment before replying, "After seeing this, you still don't believe it." After confirmation, he immediately stood up. Lloyd quickly ran into the palace. As he ran through the hallway, he thought, he clearly said that it would happen in the future. Lloyd recalled the moment he knelt in the future. "I will. If only I had come a little sooner." He rushed and speculated, "I don't know how much, but I have to deal with it." The cause of the locust swarm has been identified. Alicia sat at her desk, questioning. "What?" "The entire Cremona region is swarming with monsters." Lloyd knelt down, suggesting, "That's right, Your Highness. We must mobilize our troops to prepare for unprecedented chaos." She requested softly. "This is so sudden. Tell me more about this disaster." He quickly explained. "The enemy is Asfahan. Their goal is to create a monster domino effect, to drain all the power from the kingdom of Magentana." Lloyd explained everything in detail. By enslaving the monsters in the eastern wilderness, stealing the habitat of the monsters, another group of monsters was pushed west by the monsters that had moved in that direction. The monsters rushed in like dominoes, causing immense damage to the eastern region. He thought anxiously. In the novel, it's 3.5 years from now. Even more than that, it's what will happen in the far north on our land. Those are the things that will happen in the far north. I don't know why the time and details have changed, but this is not the time to argue about that. Alicia also thought doubtfully, surely Asfahan must have moved in the eastern wilderness. That's definitely possible. However, she called out Lloyd Frontera's name. "You!" He quickly replied. "Yes, Your Highness," Alicia asked sternly. "This news of Asfahan is suspicious. How did you find out?" Light panicked upon hearing that. That. Damn it. Think. Use your brain. She voiced her thoughts. "Thinking about it, you have too many things hidden from me." Alicia frowned and asked, "Jim would know if Asfahan moved. Why do you seem more suspicious?" Lloyd licked his lips, preparing to use his skill, lying without blinking. He answered the previous question seriously with a small connection. "There are relatives of the ORCs in the wilderness, the Steel Iron tribe. They told God about the West all the time." Lloyd continued to bluff. "The first thing God learned was about Kyo's assassination plot. It was difficult for Kyo and the mayor to exchange strange words and look at each other with affectionate eyes." "Wow, are those two dating?" "God thought it was a beautiful scene, so I followed them, and then I witnessed that scene." He fabricated very seriously, something that absorbed mana and turned the surrounding area into a swamp. But the person who knew, Habil, Knight of the Guard, is an unprecedented genius. I've been by his side since he was a child and learned self-defense techniques through a genius, so I'm also a genius, so I'm very good. Alicia listened to his explanation and thought uncomfortably. Almost everything makes sense. She glared at Lloyd Frontera. "But why does it feel so strange?" He sweated, thinking inwardly. "This person seems a little clueless about improvising." Alicia silently and seriously looked at Lloyd Frontera. He felt uneasy under that solemn gaze. The system notification activated a praise effect. Magentano, leveraging Queen Alicia's absolute trust, harbors no conspiracy of treason. Lloyd stared in astonishment at the notification. Alicia accepted the offer. "Very well. Jim's Rapid Response Force, 500 Lancer Knights. I will support you with 50 mages. Your orders are to ascertain the enemy's movements." Lloyd grinned triumphantly. "Wonderful. You're so generous, Your Highness. Thank you." She continued to probe. "What's their name again? If it's you, shouldn't you understand better than anyone? You don't think there'll be any reward for trusting baseless speculation, do you?" Lloyd immediately replied. "Of course. I know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." He smiled confidently. "If this prevents the monster attack, then all predictions and decisions are the prerogative of the person in charge. I'm just helping re-establish the royal authority through the assassination." Alicia smiled as bright as a flower. "You're certainly suspicious, but I like the way you talk." After the negotiations were over, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan started riding away. Here we go. The two of them began racing out of the kingdom. Suddenly, Lloyd said something indistinct. Habil Asrahan, unable to hear, spoke up. "There must be a reason you're doing this. Please explain slowly." He was being buffeted by the wind, trying to speak, but the sounds were unclear. Yet it seemed Habil Asrahan understood everything. "Yes, I understand everything, please tell me." Lloyd continued to explain with tree language. He relayed the content. "When we arrive at the Frontera estate, we'll arrive in 5 days? Is that what you mean? Alright." Along with his wind-distorted face, Loan calculated. Now Habil can easily subdue the army of a small nation. Seeing dozens of people beheaded with a single strike, the enemy's fighting spirit will be depleted. "That's right, you scum. This time our enemy isn't human, because creatures have no spirit to erode." He recalled the swarms of locust monsters in the future. It only runs straight towards the prey in front of it, fearless of death. That's why Habil alone isn't enough. Loy recalled the locust monster's actions to make a plan, adding up and down 360 degrees. The attacks come from all directions, which is not something that only 1 or 2 high firepower people can stop. Loy ordered, "Bondong, let's split up here." Down immediately crawled out from inside the clothes. "Bondong, please be on time." Bondong jumped out of the shirt and started following the plan. He thought seriously, "We already have a plan. Hang in there, my honeypot." Frontera estate. The two emerged from the mountain and launched into the sky. The sky gradually brightened. In the forest, the two were still flying as they rushed forward. Loy pulled the horse's head back, calm down. The two stopped before a cliff. In front were swarms of locust monsters that had arrived in droves. He thought seriously with a stern face. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more. The people working were also paying attention to the sky. Everyone stopped working in surprise. In the sky were locust monsters flying around, a man said in shock. "What is that?" Loe rode over and shouted loudly, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here." The man turned around. "Young master," he shouted, demanding, "Jug, give me the biggest one." The locust horde began their search for the enemy, setting their sights directly on the Frontera mansion. Emily panicked as a monster locust crashed through the window. It bared its fangs with malicious intent. She stammered in fear. "What is this?" Suddenly, the monster locust lunged towards Emily. Thwack! A chair was raised in the air. Mabella Frontera luckily arrived just in time to smash its head in. However, it wasn't just one. A swarm of other monster locusts also poured inside. She quickly grabbed her hand, demanding, "Emily, come with me!" She responded in a panic, "Yes, madam." Ma looked out the door, discovering thousands of monster locusts covering the sky outside. Her face darkened with fear. What is going on? Suddenly, Akos Frontera rushed out from around the bend. "Ma, are you all right?" She saw him and exclaimed, "Akos!" He demanded loudly. "Wait, just a moment." Akos Frontera hurriedly pushed open the door. He was stunned by the monster locusts flying around the mansion. The monsters, which had been gnawing on the wood, suddenly shifted their target towards the three of them. Bayan was rushing towards the mansion at this time. He yelled out an order. "All guards, listen up. Gather at the Baron's mansion." Immediately, a voice rang in his ear, catching Bayan's attention. "Hey, get lost." Over there was a teenage boy being attacked by the locust horde. He looked at him and hesitated. Oh no, the people are in danger. But Baron Bayan Bavaria remembered Frontera's words. "I hope this doesn't happen, but if disaster strikes my territory, please protect the people in my stead. I believe that lords and their knights exist for the benefit of their people." Bayan didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward. He chopped off the head of the monster locust perched on the boy's shoulder and continued to slash at those hovering around. Bayan stood in front, commanding, "Hide behind me." The monster locusts saw the prey and concentrated their advance in another direction. The ORCs also joined the fight against the monsters. He shouted loudly, "O great ORC warriors, even if today is our last day, let us keep our oath to our brothers and our clan." The ORCs behind him raised their weapons enthusiastically, while Bayan's side also worked hard to drive away the swarm of monsters. The ORCs were just as fierce, crushing each approaching locust monster with their bare hands. But their numbers were overwhelming. Bayan collapsed, shielding Mi Kai with his body. Elsewhere, the locust monsters had found the civilians. Some stood and fought, while others could only fall in helpless despair. The ORC clan couldn't escape either, their bodies being devoured. CU, overwhelmed, used his entire body to protect Emily. Everyone desperately defended the Earl in front of the mansion. The swarm of locust monsters showed no signs of thinning. They still blanketed the sky. A mother helplessly embraced her child as they gnawed at her flesh. She cried, looking up to see a locust monster devouring her hair. Suddenly, it trembled and looked up at the sky. The locust monsters on the backs of others stopped their feeding frenzy and also looked up. The swarm was drawn to something shining in the sky. They quickly abandoned their current targets and surged upward. Lloyd roared, "You damn grass-guzzling bugs!" Habil Asrahan immediately raised his weapon, preparing to strike. He swung directly at the iron shield in Lloyd Frontera's hand. He shouted with anticipation, "Can you hear that? Does that sweet sound make you laugh?" Habil Asrahan continued to exert force, striking the shield once more. The locust swarm began to stir restlessly in the air. The insects rushed forward, merging into a line. The surrounding swarms quickly gathered. They joined together, forming a monstrous circle. Akos Frontera murmured in disbelief. while Mabella instantly recognized, "That's right, that voice, it's definitely our Lloyd." The monster horde now focused solely on the two of them. Lowy panicked. "Eek, I'm scared, they're coming," Habiel Asrahan stated sternly. "They're chasing us exactly as planned." He was pleased with the result. Excellent. Attract more and lure them to the outskirts. The two ran ahead, the monsters behind them, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lowy gripped the iron shield tightly and commanded, "Hit it harder." Habiel Asrahan complied, but the force was so great that he spat out saliva. Lowy angrily scolded, "That was too strong, you brat. Why are you always smirking like that?" Habiel Asrahan quipped. "Prepare for another hit, here it comes." Lowy immediately stopped him. "Don't stop, faster." Lowy, while defending, thought, "That's right, exactly as the novel said. Those insects are reacting to the noise, it's working." Lowy, riding on horseback, announces, "Next stop, Viscount Rakona's territory, let's go." Habiel Asrahan is astonished by his intentions. Is he planning to help them too, in a dire situation like this? System notification. HBL's favorability towards you increased by 3. You receive 54 affinity points. Lowy, though rushing forward in a panic, reveals his true colors in his thoughts. "I won't be satisfied with just enough money to pay the water bill." In front of Duke Rakona's territory, he scurries away from the swarm of locust monsters pouring into the mansion. What is this? Suddenly, Duke Rakona turns around. Lowy, along with Habiel Asrahan, smashes through the window and charges in. He panics. "Oh God." Duke Rakona cries out from the ground, "Lloyd Frontera." He puts on a wicked face and speaks up. "Don't even dream of postponing the water tax." He looks like he's met the devil himself, literally. Habiel Asrahan continues to bash the iron shield. "Let's go." The two of them rush out of the mansion, leaving Duke Rakona dumbfounded inside, followed by a swarm of locust monsters, as numerous as an entire army. Habiel Asrahan speaks his mind. Is this a tactic to gather them by going through the building? Lowy flatly denies it. "Tactic? I'm looting." He smirks again, revealing his true intentions. "I'm getting back at them. Let them all die. Haha." Habiel Asrahan is silent, observing Lloyd Frontera's smile. He's lost his marbles. Lloyd is pleased with the monsters chasing after him. "What's wrong? Can you guys keep up with Lot?" He grips the shield tightly and shouts. Captain Lloyd charges into battle. Habiel Asrahan, seeing this, reminds him, "Save your strength. What's the point of yelling?" He retorts loudly, "You know nothing." Lloyd grins wickedly. "You have to shout loudly to save them. Let them all die. Haha." He looks contemptuously at Lloyd Frontera's face. "Dude, he's really gone crazy." He continues to ride his horse, announcing, "That's enough. Let's quickly go to the Maret's frontier." Suddenly, Lowy notices something ahead. Before him is a swarm of locust monsters rushing towards them. Crap, another group. Habiel Asrahan dashes forward, instructing, "Put the lid on. Stay behind me." He draws his sword and begins to use his sword aura. One strike of the sword cuts in half the locust monsters rushing towards Habiel Asrahan. The corpses are flung back, crashing heavily against Lloyd Frontera's shield. Habiel Asrahan continues to slash forward, creating a path to move through. The swarm of locust monsters begins to scatter and fly into the sky. They regroup and continue the chase. Lowy, observing from behind, exclaimed, "Great! They've grouped together." The two sped across the field, pursued by the horde of monsters. Just a bit more. The horse suddenly cried out a few times. Lowy spotted it and realized, the horse is tired. Damn it! He tossed his shield away and announced, "Habel, brace your back." He was confused. "My back?" Suddenly, Lloyd launched himself off the horse's back and jumped towards Habiel Asrahan. He leaped onto Habiel Asrahan's back and held on tight. Lloyd immediately ordered, "From now on, you're my horse. Run." He also leaped off his own horse's back. Habiel Asrahan stumbled backward from the force. Lowy, treating him like his horse, shouted, "Giddy up." Habiel Asrahan, filled with annoyance, dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, but it was still no match for the speed of the locust monsters. They managed to touch Habiel Asrahan during the chase. Right then, Lloyd yelled, "Bell, Hippo, surface in the water ahead of the monsters." Habiel, Astrahan, and Lloyd quickly covered their heads and plunged into the water to hide. Bayo jumped up and pointed its butt towards the locust monsters. The monsters charged straight into Bayo's rear. Am quickly used his volcanic eruption skill, launching a flame towards the monsters. The locust monsters could only wait for the flames to reach them. The monsters in front turned into smoke and ash. A plume of black smoke appeared after the fiery blast. Lavi stood up and shouted, "Second attack!" Hippo quickly followed instructions and sprayed a powerful jet of water. The remaining monsters were swept away by the water current. The monsters that Hippo sprayed fell to the ground. The two stood up, gripping their weapons, ready to face the monster rain. Lowy used his burst skill and commanded, "Third attack!" Habil Asrahan also used Power Burst on command. The two aimed their energy at the monsters. The swarm of locusts was swept away by their overwhelming energy. The two attacks began to dissipate in the air, followed by the defeated locust monsters falling down. The two of them panted, witnessing the rain of locusts in the sky. Lloyd leaned back. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Habil Asrahan quietly spoke up. "We must have dealt with most of them." He looked up at the rooftops, but there were still many left. Habil Asrahan observed inside the houses, calculating. "There must be about 1,000 left." Lloyd calmly spoke up. "It's all right." Soft footsteps appeared in the forest. "It's time for the cleanup crew." Bodong sat slumped on the ground, observing, followed by the ORC tribe carrying weapons, 300 elite warriors from the Iron Thorn tribe, along with a troop of horses stopping on the sandy shore. Soldiers and mages also began to appear. 500 white soldiers and 50 mages. Lloyd brushed aside the cleanup, speaking up. "Let them deal with that mess. We have other things to worry about," Habil Asrahan asked curiously. "What things?" he solemnly mentioned. "Domino monster," Lombi seriously stated. "One wave isn't going to be the end of it." The leader of the Knight Squad shouted, "White Knights," he shouted the announcement. "For His Great Highness, for the Queen's territory, exterminate them all, leave not a single one alive." The mages began to imbue their spears with energy. The White Knight Squad began to charge forward. The White Knights began to eliminate the remaining locust monsters in the air. On the ORC side, they also exerted themselves to sweep through. He stabbed straight into the locust monster, and then roasted it under the cheers of the meat tribe. The ORCs began to enjoy the locust monster deliciously. Alec and his tribe excitedly shouted, "Onward, protein." Suddenly, Emily stepped to Kusher's side. ORC warrior. She held a rose in her hand and offered it in front of him. "Thank you for protecting me earlier." After successfully expressing her gratitude, Emily hurriedly ran away before Cooler's eyes. His love began to blossom from here. On the other side, Akos Frontera worriedly ran over. "Lloyd," Mabella Frontera couldn't help but worry. "Lloyd, are you all right?" He grabbed his shoulders, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lloyd dazedly replied, I'm fine." Agos Frontera embraced him tightly. "I thank you and apologize to you so much. You saved everyone in place of this terrible father." Mabella Frontera also sobbed, hugging him. "Why are you so willing to save people? What if you get hurt?" Lloyd wasn't happy, but instead retorted inwardly, as if, "It's just preparing for retirement. I only do it for my own benefit." The system window couldn't help but pop up. "Pleft," he uncomfortably said. "What? What are you laughing at?" Lloyd retorted with a grumpy attitude. "System, it seems like you don't remember what I said in the ending spoiler, huh? What the heck are you talking about? Did I say something?" System, "Well, never mind if I don't remember." He sat there enduring their embrace, thinking to himself, "Yeah, whatever. I have more important things to do now. I need to prepare for the second wave." System announcement. You have acquired a new title, Manhunter. Number 1. Title duration, 115. Title equity points. 2. Title effect. Just looking at it can scare all the monster bugs. Insects submerged in fear will be extremely weak and their combat power will be reduced. The sky gradually darkened, and Lloyd stood in the middle of a field when suddenly, a white knight approached him from behind. Velati Bren stepped forward, wondering, "You summoned me. What is it?" Lloyd bowed in gratitude. "Captain of the White Knights, Velati Blank. Thank you for answering my call. You played a vital role in the locust extermination plan. I would like to thank you and bow before you." He spoke with some annoyance. "Don't beat around the bush. Everyone can see that we were responsible for the cleanup from the start," Lloyd denied. "No way. If it were just us, that cleanup would have taken weeks." Suddenly, Velati Bren spoke, drawing his attention. "To be honest, I was very angry at first. You're just a simple engineer, yet you were put in command of the magnificent White Knights." He spoke his mind. "But after arriving, I realized that everything here is based on your plan. There's no denying that you're an outstanding strategist. Saving the Queen probably wasn't a coincidence either." Velati Bren was being honest with Lloyd Frontera. "But my pride is still hurt. The mages have returned, but we still have to stay here. We, who were trained to die fighting alongside the Queen, I don't like you." He fell silent after those words. Val returned to the main topic. "I've said everything I wanted to say. Now it's your turn. What do you want from us?" Lloyd recalled the plot. "Just as I thought, he's not normal." In the novel, under the orders of the Mad Queen, the White Knight captain carried out a brutal purge. He fought a life-or-death battle with Habil, who was trying to save the people. At that time, Habil was not yet a master swordsman, so he did not win. Velati Bren collapsed on the ground, weakly saying, "Is it Habil? If it's you, can I ask you this favor?" He breathed his last, finally making his request. "Please, stop the Queen." Velati Blank was born a warrior with only loyalty. His words steel-like and to the point. Lloyd smiled after formulating his plan. "Beating around the bush won't accomplish anything. The best way is for you to seriously make a proposal. Would you like to fight me? If I win, you will become our engineering battalion. If you win, you can return to the queen immediately. Val frowned at the proposal, then smiled triumphantly. Haha, you read my mind. Because there's no way I would accept your request from the start. You intend to challenge me, Vlad Bank said sternly, revealing the truth. But there's one thing you overlooked. Did you think that I, the Queen's shield, would fight civilians without orders? Loki's face lit up. That's exactly what I overlooked. I obtained the right to command you from the Queen, and this is an order. He was silent, angered by his words. Loki continued to taunt. Even if you say it's an order, fighting in a hall tarnishes a knight's reputation. Wouldn't it be much more honorable to win fairly and justly? Vlad drew his sword from his side. Do you have a weapon? Loy raised his mace, signaling. He walked with confidence. I heard you punish the estate's traitors with that mace. It's not a problem, because I'm going to strike first anyway. Loy secretly rejoiced. Niece, I've baited him. Now my chances of winning are 0%. He thought about the magic heart in his body. I have ginseng. But that power is useless. He's a sword genius who almost killed Habiel. There's no way I can compare to him. Loy also began to move and calculate. But as always, I have a powerful weapon. That's right, Vlad said sternly. Since this is a fight between a knight and a commoner, the rules have to be a little different. Loy secretly felt pleased with the other man's personality. He stated the rule of the match. If I flinch even a little from one of your attacks, you win. Loy put on a face more demonic than the devil himself. An attacked deal. The Lady Blank was stunned and didn't even have time to react. He used a skill aimed directly at him, causing the Lady Blank to quickly lie down to avoid the triple explosion. The energy attack quickly flew far away, and then, boom! It caused the top of a distant mountain to explode. Bren was so shocked he gaped. Loe smugly said, I'll show you something even more amazing? That hall is more than just swordsmanship. The scene shifts to a hall being used for digging. Vladi Bank is focused on shoveling the proposals. I have something to verify, so please cooperate. Elsewhere, Lloyd and Habiel Asrahan are standing on a hill in front of the forest. He asked, Does this really work? Loe confidently explained. The ORC tribe of the wasteland taught me this, so it's very reliable. Their habits are too rigid. He smirked. Just wait and see. The two of them stood watching a structure being built on the hill. It will protect our honeypot. Below is a rock that has been cast and sculpted into the shape of a giant monster. In front of the Frontera estate, an earthquake shook everything on the table. The earthquake grew stronger and stronger, causing everything on the table to fall to the ground. Inside the house, a family of 3 was embracing in fear. Everyone on the estate was terrified. Outside, creatures of unknown origin were all running headlong forward. A man stood enduring the earthquake inside the house. As the father and son were hugging each other in fear, the mother was hugging her child and sobbing. At the same time, everyone had the same thought. A man struggled against the shaking earth and stepped onto the rock. Loe stood before the onrushing wave of animals. That the young master would protect them. He confidently stood on top of the rock, carrying 2 blue and white flags. The white knights were also waiting for orders. Vladi thought anxiously. I've suspected it from the start, but it's really happening. He witnessed the monsters rushing forward and destroying everything. They passed. The mammoth boars. They rushed forward in panic and destroyed everything. Back before the match started, Vladi asked suspiciously, Mammoth boars this time. What proof do you have? Loki retorted. You mean proof? He put on his iron mask again and explained. It's obvious? Vlad asked, puzzled. Obvious? Loe confidently pointed. That's how it is. The vague answer left him embarrassed. No, I mean back to the present. Vladi still carried his doubts as he pondered. He must be a great liar, however. His final prediction was correct. He began to put on his cavalry helmet. Preparing for battle was better than harboring any doubts. Vladi recalled the outlined plan, moving at the same pace as the front ranks of the elephants and defeating the leaders. He continued calculating the plan, then quickly surrounded the moving wildlings, attacking gradually from the outside, as if peeling away a layer of skin. Vladi seriously considered. Not 10 men. We might lose up to 20. A soldier from behind spoke up. After this battle is over, I will propose to my sweetheart back home. The soldier in front retorted unhappily. Huh, what are you saying? Don't talk nonsense. He was confused. Why not? Vladi thought to himself about the consequences. Instead of a ring for his lover, the spear worthy of praise may be the only thing left that he sends back to her. There's nothing to fear. The lives of warriors will give us the determination we need. Vladi led the cavalry, shouting, White Knights, charge! They rushed forward to stop them. Wait. Vladi was astonished at his figure. Sir, High Knight Bavaria, why are you here without armor? Bayan explained. Young master said I wouldn't need it. He questioned sternly. Did something happen before? He replied softly. I'm afraid I cannot explain, but there must be a good reason. Bayan got to the main point. I'm here to explain that signal to you. Vladi was puzzled. Signal? He pointed to the hill. explaining. "Do you see the young man on that white rock over there?" Vlad Bren replied vaguely. "Yes, I can see him," he continued to explain. "Before long, young master will give the signal." Suddenly, Lloyd lowered the blue flag horizontally and raised the white flag high. Bayan looked up at the white knights with difficulty. He looked at his action of waving the blue flag and explained, "Advance to the southeast direction outside the village." Suddenly, Lloyd clapped the two flags together, indicating to move quickly. Vlad Bren spoke angrily. "This is ridiculous. Isn't this just opening a path for the monsters?" He loudly considered the consequences of Lloyd Frontera's instructions. The White Knights' current position is in the area of the villagers. The directed destination is to the left flank of the monsters. It's only a matter of time before those monsters break through the barricade. Do you think attacking them from the flank will be effective? Flank attacks don't work on them at all. Lloyd continued to wave the flags to give instructions. Bayan explained the action. "Repeat after me. For the Queen." He raised the white flag high, "Your Highness," then pushed the white flag forward. "Advance." Val became even more annoyed. "What was that just now? Are you kidding me?" Bayan replied calmly. "Not at all. Everything has been planned in advance." He looked at Lloyd's actions and was puzzled. "What the hell are you thinking? It doesn't make any sense." The woolly mammoth elephants continued to charge forward with incredible speed. Suddenly, Lloyd turned and prepared, raising the blue flag to announce, "They're coming." The woolly mammoth elephants began to rush past. Lloyd stood on the rock observing. He smiled smugly. The first step of the plan. Suddenly, the woolly mammoth elephants paused for a beat. In front of them were stone statues fired into the shape of giant monsters. They quickly stopped at the appearance of the stone. The woolly mammoth elephants thus fell to the ground in chaos. The natural enemy of woolly mammoth elephants, Megalan, blocked the way. The woolly mammoth elephants panicked and ran everywhere at the appearance of Megalon. Lloyd continued to raise the white flag. The second step of the plan, Bayan, receiving the order, announced, "White Knights." At a canter, the horses started pawing at the ground. "Even harder, create a cloud of dust," he continued to command, tapping their lances together. Louder, Vlad Bren was inwardly astonished. "It's clearly according to the plan, but what the hell is this?" The woolly mammoths fearfully observed their surroundings, scattering in a panic. Lloyd seriously watched them. Woolly mammoths are afraid of Megalan. The loud noise from the hooves will make them think that many Megalan are coming. The herd of woolly mammoths started running away in one direction. He explained the plan. "And then they will move to the southern area." Vlad Bren panicked at the mammoths. "Action. They're moving. Wait, that direction is..." He remembered the construction from before. "The trenches our troops dug to rescue Megalania. I wondered why we had to dig so deep." The witless herd of woolly mammoths began to stampede into the pre-prepared trap. Step 3 of the plan. The first woolly mammoths began to fall. Lloyd continued to raise the white flag. Hippo appeared like a demon standing on top of the woolly mammoths. He shouted the command, "Hippo, do it now!" Waterjet, a Fiki, started spraying the water stored in its belly down into the pit. The herd of woolly mammoths were thus swept away by the current. Lloyd released the two flags and slowly raised his hands. He stretched his hands out to shoulder height. Extremely arrogant, Vlad Bren, along with Bayan, solemnly observed, "We won." The herd of woolly mammoths floated along the current into the river that had been pre-dug. The weak woolly mammoths crawled out of the water, and Lady Blank stood high above, observing. He was amazed at the result. "We won without a fight." Lloyd casually sat below, looking down. "There's a lot of food here. No need to go back to Megarania's place. We have a canal now. I'm very grateful to them." Vlad Bren frowned and asked, "Was using the dug canal part of your plan from the beginning?" He calmly replied, "It's not really a plan. After digging, I just thought we could use it." Vlad Bren remained silent after the words. He remembered the sorrowful face of a household, with at least 5 members lost in each battle. A cavalryman knelt down, offering her a blood-stained spear. Vlad Blank gently explained, "Her father sacrificed himself for the nation, for the people. He died with honor." He solemnly declared, "Our cavalry, and the kingdom of Magentano, we will forever remember the bravery of Knight Durano." Hearing this, she collapsed in grief. She sobbed uncontrollably at the passing of her father. The scene shifts to the graves of the knights who died in battle. 2 grieving soldiers stand before the graves. Vlad Bren, standing behind them, sternly orders, "How long are you going to mourn? Get back to training." Under the dark night sky, the real Vlad Bren sits in the rain before the graves of his fallen soldiers. He sits motionless in the downpour. Val thinks, tormented, courage, honor. The words I read every time we lose a member, they're meaningless. He lowers his head, deep in thought. In the depths of his heart, I know now that death leaves behind no honor. Vlad Bren remembers how heartbroken the young woman was when she heard the news. After death, hellish days await those left behind. Back in the present, the White Knights raise their lances. They all cheer and congratulate him. "You little rascal, make sure to invite me to the wedding." He's overjoyed. Of course, Vlad Bren stands to the side, Observing the soldiers' joy, Habiel Asrahan is bewildered by Lloyd Frontera's words. Does that mean these monster waves? Are you saying they could go on forever? He doesn't completely deny it.
Well, it could end, but at least after a dozen more attacks.
Habiel Asrahan worries about the danger. Every time we do that, the damage to the estate will be immense. Lowy smiles approvingly. Oh, Habel's IQ has gone up quite a bit, he asks with a sly grin. Want to guess what I'm thinking right now? Habiel Asrahan replies calmly. It's pretty obvious. We're planning to stop the monster invasion with minimal labor, Lloyd says excitedly. That's right. And the plan is, he answers softly, I'm sure you've already planned everything out.
Suddenly, Vladi Bren steps forward from behind.
In this plan, we, the White Knights, will also help. Lancy turns back, questioning, What? Aren't you returning to the Royal Road? He explains sternly. I'm thinking of writing a letter requesting permission to His Highness. Vladi Bren feels both proud and self-reproachful. Today I saw what a true victory looks like. At the same time, I realized I was an incompetent commander. Suddenly, he approaches the two of them and kneels respectfully. Vladi Bren asks earnestly, Please, allow me to observe your wisdom. The White Knights behind him also kneel. Lloyd takes a breath in silence, making Valela Bank notice as he speaks. I've been waiting for you to say that. Lowy smiles confidently. This operation would be impossible without the White Knights. In the Frontera mansion, a group of 4 are discussing a plan. Lloyd turns to Akos Frontera. Lord Baron, do you remember? When I said I would create a waterway from Lake Siebua, you opposed my decision. He remembers and replies, Ah yes, I remember. Aegis Frontera describes a fierce monster guarding that place.
There's a legendary monster sleeping in Lake Capua King Vianist,
he explains sternly. However, with the stimulation from opening up the water source, you pushed forward with the construction and said he would never wake up, Loy says excitedly. Yes, that's right, and this time, I really will wake him up.
The room falls silent for a moment after his statement.
Aegis Frontera is horrified after realizing something. Maybella is no exception. I completely object. Val seized the opportunity to chime in. Agreed, Habiel Asrahan quietly added. Agreed. Akos Frontera, puzzled by his words, exclaimed, Habiel, you're an escort knight, you're supposed to object. He spoke the truth. I'm sorry, but I can't win anyway, Loy praised. Your IQ has gone up a lot, he excitedly announced. Now, let's start building using a democratic process. Akos Frontera frantically tried to stop him. Democracy, what's that? No, lackey, wait. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Loy continued to lead the group in carrying out the plan. Habiel Asrahan turned and asked, Do you really want to awaken King Kamist and seize control of him? Lomi frowned and retorted, I'm not a mage, how could I do that? Losi recalled the moment he sat in the library, poring over legends and habits of King Griest. I've learned a lot. In the reference documents, he was described as a magical beast as big as Mount Tai, but surprisingly, there were no stories of him attacking humans.
Nevertheless, the lake he built was a dam. In other words, if his nest was damaged, he would scream and repair it.
Loy put on his capitalist face and smirked. So, we'll destroy a part of the lake. Continue every morning and evening. Every time he recovers, we'll continue. He imagined the result after doing that. The monsters crossing the eastern mountain range will be terrified. It's called the dog in my front yard strategy. Habiel Asrahan looked at Loy with contempt, thinking, That's a story about defeating a sleeping monster. Even Xuanzang would cry. He asked aloud, What if the calculations are wrong? What if they attack us? Loy calmly replied, Why would you ask such an obvious question? He frowned and pointed at Habiel Asrahan's face. You're the knight, aren't you? You're supposed to defeat him. Lumi stated the consequences of miscalculation. And then you'll roar morning and night, just as predicted by the dog in my front yard strategy. Habiel Asrahan looked at him with disdain again. You're treating me like a dog. Everyone had moved to Lake Capua. Lowy took a deep breath, and then used his measuring skill. He tapped the simulation screen and calculated the simulation mode. How can I destroy it without being flooded? Will Kingston wake up? Loy began to gesticulate wildly. Habiel Asrahan looked at Velati Bank and explained, Oh, he might seem a little strange, but he's not crazy. No, he is a little crazy. Never mind that. His eyes sparkled with deep respect. The madness of a person comes with great wisdom. Truly extraordinary before Lake Capua. A voice from deep within the lake whispered, Humans, they've appeared again. I forgave you last time. If you disturb my sleep again. The eyes under the sea shone with murderous intent. I will kill them, all of them. The legendary Demon King, King Starum. Before the Frontera estate, Loy was annoyed by a playful voice. Haha, not those kids again. Haha, no, please. Enough already. Stop it. Bayan was gleefully playing with the baby mammoth. Haha, no, I'm gonna die, so cute, go away. Haha. Only then did he notice Loy's presence. Loy stood still, frowning and observing, when suddenly Bayan became serious again and stood up. "Masters, I have something to tell you," Loy asked, puzzled. What is it?" He looked at the baby mammoths at his feet and suggested. "These baby mammoths were separated from their mothers during the invasion. They're all healthy, and I wanted to ask if you would allow me to take care of them." Loy scratched his face worriedly. "If I remember correctly, the bigger they get, the fiercer they become. Won't it be too dangerous?" Bayan immediately replied. "No, it won't." Loy was skeptical. "How are you so sure?" Bayan blushed and explained. "Because they're too adorable." Loy's face darkened after hearing him say that. He scratched his head, considering. "Raising wild animals is not a simple matter. It's very difficult and tiring." Bayan continued to rebut. "No, it won't." Loy was confused. "How do you know?" he explained, turning even redder. "It's because they're so adorable." Loy was speechless with helplessness. He turned and walked away. "Whatever, do what you want." Bayan continued to lie down and play. "Ha ha, boot ding boot dong, boong ding boong dong. The young master has given permission. Ha ha." Loy calmly continued moving. If it were Mr. Bavaria, I'm sure he would try his best. If those little guys could be tamed, wouldn't we have powerful allies for the future? Unless the watchdog at the front door strategy is guaranteed to be 100% successful, there's no harm in having another powerful ally. Aku explained his actions while riding his horse. "The monsters might attack our village, I'm sorry, but we need to go back to ensure the safety of our tribe. I've lost one of the strongest allies. The situation is really bad, but there's nothing we can do." He walked past the house and informed Sergeant Greg. "Find 5 volunteers to go help the Ironclad tribe, and tell them to report the situation there to me as soon as possible." He immediately replied. "Yes, sir. They always help us a lot. I guarantee their strength and manpower will be even greater than when they left." And today, Vladi Bren and his legion arrived. "Sir Loy, everything is ready." He smiled smugly. "Start the operation now," Loki announced loudly. "Today, we will awaken the legendary beast. No one can do it except you." He earnestly motivated everyone. "Who else can cut through and dig through the mountains with their supernatural power?" Loy gestured, and those behind him shouted in unison. "The White Shovel Brigade." Loy put his hand to his ear and shouted. "When the monsters bare their fangs, who can hit them with a shovel in hand?" Those in front continued to shout in unison. "The White Shovel Brigade." He clasped his hands together and asked, "Do you all believe in the power of the shovels?" The White Shovel Brigade was simultaneously tamed by the capitalist lord. "Yes, we believe." Everyone followed Lloyd's back and shouted, "Free labor! Enemies get lost! Free labor!" Habil Asrahan stood to the side, observing the White Shovel Brigade. "Enemies get lost! Enemies get lost!" He looked at the crowd, feeling both disappointed and sorry. "Habi, the White Shovel Brigade PET is returning to the construction site near Lake Karapa. I checked with my simulation skill. There are no signs of flooding, creating a terrain that could cause a crack in the lake bed." Habil Asrahan stood on the mountain and shouted, "I'm ready." Loy stood below and waved. "Okay, can you see where I marked?" He quickly replied. "Yes, I see it," Loy immediately shouted. "Start now when it reaches the limit." Habil Asrahan used his skill to stab straight into the ground. Critical hit. An explosion consequently shattered the mountain, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. The earthquake shook the entire forest. The falling rocks and soil swept away the branches in the forest. An explosion was created right next to Lake Kapua. You can't see any damage right now, but it will be enough to destroy the structure of the dam. Loy quickly ordered, "Lie down." In front, Lake Kapua was calm. Suddenly, the small island in the middle of the lake began to shake, and the Storm King would soon appear. The small island in the middle of the lake suddenly split in two. Loy was horrified by the scene. A massive surge of water rose, along with cold, sharp eyes. Habil Asrahan, standing behind a tree, was also astonished, and Liladi Blank was equally stunned. The water level rose higher and higher, dragging along the shattered earth and rocks beneath it. An angry mole appeared. Loy couldn't help but feel disappointed looking at its form. The White Knights were stunned, and Leela Bran was utterly flustered. It was him. Loy looked at Bidbung, secretly praising it. "So cute." Suddenly, Loy realized something. I can tell from its growl that I've really provoked it." He looked at its form and made an association. "It's just like Podong Bell and Hippo. I can understand what they want to say. Is it a mythical creature?" Loy fell into silent thought. There won't be any problems. If it really is a beaver, then I'm certain it will prioritize rebuilding the dam. Suddenly, Bibung turned towards the group of people. He hastily ducked, just barely escaping its intense gaze. Bibung let out a few cries. "Bo lu bo la bo le." Loy fearfully recounted the message, which felt as cold as iron. "Do you really think?" "I don't know, you're hiding." It continued to frown as it spoke. He was terrified by what Bimbong said. "It seems you're trying to do something to destroy my dam, but do you think I'll just go fix it and then go back to sleep? If I make you stop breathing, will you be able to do that again?" It's too smart. Too smart. This operation has completely failed. Velati Bren crawled forward and asked, Lord Loy, what do we do now? We're awaiting your orders. His face was now pale, his eyes disoriented. What's wrong with his face? Is he alright?
Bitbung angrily bent down towards the river. It flung the river water towards the group.
Loy and the White Knights panicked and fled. Run! But the water rushed in too quickly. Everyone was submerged in the current.
Habiel Asrahan leaped out of the water and shot upwards.
He used a skill, aiming directly at Bitbung. Critical hit. A blast of fire energy shot towards it.
However, Bitbung merely flicked its hand, then plunged into the river.
Habiel Asrahan used his magic aura, preparing to strike. There's no other way, I have no choice but to take it down. He leaped into the air, raising his sword, when Loy, standing below, suddenly shouted, Habi, wait, I have a plan. Hearing that, he immediately stopped.
He silently calculated an impromptu plan.
If this fellow is a mythical creature, then this plan is sure to succeed.
Bitbung angrily raised its hand, and Habiel Asrahan also drew his sword back, preparing to strike. It swung a blow towards him,
but Habiel Asrahan used critical hit and dodged the attack. Bitbung, furious after missing, unleashed a barrage of attacks aimed at him. But Habiel Asrahan, relentless, dodged every attack. Behind the fierce battle between the two, Loy was stealthily swimming closer. He slowly swam forward, thinking, great, well done you two Bielos. Keep making it pay attention. Suddenly, Bitbung turned around. Loy immediately dove underwater.
He tensed at Bitbung's attention.
It's so perceptive. Approaching it will be tough. Above, Habiel Asrahan continued to use his skill to deliver critical strikes.
Bitbung flicked its tail, blocking the incoming critical strike.
He continued to use his aura-infused blade to slash forward again. Come on, take it down already.
Bitbung dodged the attack flawlessly.
Habiel Asrahan landed, showing his frustration. Damn it! He positioned himself behind it, thinking, I can't attract its attention with these light attacks. If I put all my strength into it, it might get seriously injured. Habiel Asrahan looked at Bitbung, who was focused on Lloyd, and felt anxious. What can I do? What should I do? Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Blue! Habiel Asrahan yelled with all his might. Bu Valeladi Bren and his soldiers were stunned by the shout. Even Lu heard it and was amazed.
Habiel Asrahan's shout echoed throughout the Kapua Lake area. Bitbung turned around with a scornful look.
It frowned and stammered. Are you calling me mom? I'm not your mom. Moreover, I'm cool. Habiel Asrahan seized the opportunity and continued. Thank goodness, it worked. Bitbung looked confused by his tone. Why am I your mom all of a sudden? What strange things are you saying? Habiel Asrahan continued to shout.
Rua Bra. Bitbung got angry because of what he said.
Ugly. Now you're calling me ugly too, huh? Loy, seizing the opportunity to have its attention diverted, climbed onto Bitbung.
He was now standing on top of Bitbung's head, which it only realized at this point.
What? What are you doing up there? Bitbung used its half-meter long hands to try and pull Loy down, and then it realized it couldn't reach the top of its head. Losi gloated. With those short arms, you'll never reach me. He leaped into the air, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha. Loy held an item firmly in his hand, preparing to throw it. Now, open your mouth. A blue sunflower seed was thrown by Loy at an extremely fast speed. Bitbung obediently opened its mouth and waited.
He tensed at the critical situation. It swallowed it. Swallow it, please swallow it.
Bitbung realized its body was transforming. Suddenly it shrunk down to the size of his master's pets. Loy, certain of his victory, smiled contentedly. Great. Bitbung barely manages to swim ashore. Confused by the statue in front? What's going on? Why do the trees suddenly look so big? Suddenly, a pair of hands grab Bitbung, and she screams in despair. Luffsy laughs evilly. Gotcha, little cutie. Bitbung struggles to break free, making it difficult for him to hold on tightly. Hey wait, let's talk for a sec, take it easy with the violence. Suddenly, Bitbung uses her tail to deliver a thunderous blow to Loy's face.
Bitbung seizes the opportunity to escape. He frantically orders the soldiers, Whoa, catch her!
Loy brings out the little ones again. Bodong, Hippo, Podong quickly blocks Bitbung's path. She doesn't back down and punches Podong right in the face. Loy becomes the referee. What just happened? Did she just punch Podong? He wipes the wound on his face and looks at Bitbung with eyes like bullets. Bodong isn't afraid and returns the blow to Bitbung. Whoa, look at that, Bodong's fighting back. Then the two charge at each other, using their half-meter hands to punch and pummel. Awesome, they're fighting now. Suddenly, Hippo jumps down from the tree. Hippo, Bitbung immediately dodges, causing the two of them to faceplant and caress each other's cheeks. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bitbung quickly runs away. Lummi rushes past like a gust of wind, blocking the way. Hee hee! Where do you think you're rushing off to? Bayo jumps down from his shoulder, startling Bitbung. Her figure in Bitbung's eyes is absolutely exquisite, even though it's unclear why he was born into this world. For 500 years, Bao Vujong has only known breathing and sleep. Bayo flicks his pretty bow and strikes a pose. He slowly opens his eyes, revealing his beautiful face. That's right, The monster, hailed as a legend, has fallen in love at first sight. For the first time in his life, he has found the light of his life. Lloyd stands bewildered by the stillness of the two. He narrows his eyes and looks ahead. In Lloyd's eyes, at this moment, is the strongest sim on the continent. He sits down and requests, "So, Mr. Bao Vusheng, are you ready to talk now?" Bibong lowers himself in preparation. She adjusts his side-parted hair, revealing his less than handsome face. "Since you keep insisting, I'll talk to you, because I'm a gentleman." Lomi smirks. "Got you, legendary beast." Scene changes to the Frontera mansion. Bidbung says complacently, "What do you want, human?" Lomi explains flippantly. "It's simple. Once in the morning, once in the evening, just shout blue at the lake." Bibung sits on a pile of books to be able to talk on equal footing, but he's still arrogant. "Someone like you doesn't even know the basics of negotiation. Usually when you ask someone to do something for you, you have to give something in return." Lomi scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh, really? The truth is, I have nothing to exchange." He smiled slyly. "However, if you do, everyone here will be very pleased." Lomi put on a shrewd, calculating expression and pointed at Bao. "Don't you think so?" Bello. "Hey, hey!" Bao smiled back cheerfully. "Bao, love is a thief of reason, and the Storm King is no exception." Bibung quickly agreed, captivated by that radiant smile, making Loy overjoyed. "Oh, what a truly generous gentleman." He let out a sinister laugh, secretly planning how to exploit his new tool. "Haha, you fool, you naive slave, I'll use you to your absolute limits." Loy looked at his innocent, pure face. Bao doesn't even have the slightest bit of feeling for it. Lomi, at this moment, made Satan look like a saint. "I'll give you a nickname, Kingston, the Forever Alone. Get used to it, you'll never get a date, never." Then, a shocking realization hit him. "But I'm the same way. I've never dated before." Loy walked over to Bibung's side. "We are." He hugged Bibung, tears welling up. Forever Alone's Bibung was confused. "Huh, what's wrong with this guy?" Bung also gradually began to resemble Lloyd Frontera. What is this? This warm feeling? Lloyd's and Kingston's emotions had become intertwined. Lloyd gave him an affectionate gaze and asked, "Hey, from now on can I call you Bung?" His nonchalant mode activated. "TCH, do whatever you want." Suddenly, Sergeant Greg pushed the door open and entered. "Young Master Loy." He was startled by the sudden intrusion. "What is it, Sergeant Greg? Didn't I order you to go to the Ironhorn tribe? What are you doing here?" He frantically reported the situation. "On our way here, we encountered an ORC heading towards our estate. He was coming here to request reinforcements. Their tribe has been attacked by Megalanias." Loy was astonished by the information conveyed. The scene shifted to the Battle of the Iron Horn tribe, where everyone struggled to defend against the Megalanias. "The third barrier has been breached. Do not panic. Maintain formation," Aku shouted with all his might, holding his weapon as he leapt straight at the Megalania. A direct blow landed squarely on the Megalania's face. It growled and glared. Aku, too, was startled by it. Suddenly, the Megalania rapidly swung its tail. It struck him directly, without mercy. Aku couldn't defend himself and was sent flying a long distance. He clutched his body in pain. "Ugh!" Seeing this, the warriors quickly rushed over. Chief Aku, not panicking, continued to give orders. "Keep fighting. Our mighty ORC tribe will never give up." The scene cut back to Lloyd Frontera. He quickly ordered a sortie. "Inform Sir Brank. Gather all white cavalry at the village entrance." Sergeant Greg hesitated. "But even if we leave right now, it might already be too late." He lifted Bibung up and signaled, "I have a plan. Go, quickly." Loy rushed out of the room. "We must hurry. This is our golden opportunity." Habil Asrahan followed behind, asking, confused, "What do you mean, sir? What opportunity?" Loy smiled, more wickedly than even a demon king, and explained, "To stop the monster domino wave, he fed Bimbung red sunflower seeds. It's time to counterattack." Everyone in the village stared in stunned silence at the figure obscuring the sun. They were all utterly astonished by its immense size. Bimbung soared into the sky, taking off. Loy gripped the fur on its back tightly and commanded, "Let's go, Bimbung. It's time to give it your all and steal Belle's heart." Bimbung earnestly followed the instructions. It flew far into the deep forest, and then quickly sped towards the ironclad village. Velati Bren and his white knights also struggled to hold onto its body. Bibung began to cross the forest, and in an instant, they arrived at the vast desert. It continued to charge forward. On the other side, Megalania growled in anger, while the orc tribe also fearlessly charged to attack. Suddenly, Bibung descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the battle between the two sides. Aku was startled by the cloud of dust. What is happening here? Bibung stood defiantly in the path of the Megalania. Loy, standing on top of its head, struck a pose. "Tell them with your eyes and bury it deep in their hearts. Tell your monster friends that if they head west, there will be no prey," he warned, exuding murderous intent. "Because we are the hunters, and you are the prey." The Megalania panicked after recognizing Bibung. It raised its half-meter hands, and struck directly at the Megalania. A blow slightly slower than the speed of sound was unleashed. Big-bung sent the Megalania flying into the sky to experience the feeling of flight. They were quickly sent flying back to the forest and landed in a cloud of dust of their own making. Bing-bung, having finished its work, also shrunk back to its normal size. It shyly turned around. Bayo wagged its tail excitedly in congratulations. Bayo Bing-bung blushed with embarrassment at its smile. Velati Bren stepped forward sincerely. "Thank you for calling us here, but I don't think you needed us to do anything." Loey turned back to explain. "Haha, why would I invite such valuable manpower for this? No, you have more important things to do." Aku, holding his shoulder, approached. "Lloyd Frontera Keek." He turned back to ask Han. "Oh, Akuch, are you alright?" he said sternly. "We are no longer your allies." Loey was confused. "Huh?" Aku clenched his butt, flexed his chest, and breathed deeply. He and his tribe began to show off their muscles. "You have saved us twice. We, the Ironclad tribe, pledge our loyalty to the Frontera family." Lloyd smiled and stated his next intention. "It's not time to show your gratitude yet. Now let's continue with project number 3. Rescuing the Ironclad tribe." Aku was bewildered by his words. Not long ago, Emperor Asfahan, a neighboring kingdom to the east of the wasteland, burned the kingdom's reed fields for strategic purposes. This is what started the monster domino effect. Some monsters are very intelligent. Many of these monsters have formed savage tribes. Now they bear witness to the top predator, Megalanha, soaring through the high sky, light as pieces of paper. And among these intelligent monsters, the rumor of that sight has spread far and wide. In the western regions, there is a beast as big as a mountain, its size so great that it can easily reach the heavens. Its tail is filled with the fury of the gods and can unleash a hurricane. It has round black eyes like it's staring deep into the abyss. 2 large fangs can easily devour every creature in this world, and a fire blazes on its head. Demonic eyes control this monster. Back to reality. The petite Bing-bung turns its head to look before the royal palace of Asfahan. Samafgan Anin Sat sits majestically on the throne. The great emperor, 10,000 years. A soldier kneeling announces. The Thiet cat tribe, who have threatened our region for a long time, have abandoned their village and moved into the forest along with the Magentano kingdom. He strokes his beard triumphantly. This is our victory. How did Magentano handle it? The soldier replies seriously. Strangely, there were no conflicts. They simply settled within Magentano's borders. Samayan Anan Ain Sat is utterly disappointed. What a waste. I wanted to see that cunning Magentano fall into chaos. He orders somberly. Anyway, is that all? You may leave? The soldier stammers. Yes, that's all, but something did happen. Samafgan Anahin Sat frowns, puzzled. He begins to explain the monster domino effect that we triggered. They are turning back and attacking our border walls. He falls silent after hearing the news. What? The soldier explains gravely. We have done everything to stop the monsters, but they are going crazy out of fear of something. It is not easy to break their momentum. Their fear is even more eerie than Salang. Samafgan Anan Ayen Sat immediately orders. Summon all nearby forces, use firepower to instill more terror than those monsters. The soldier quickly replies. Understood. He slumps back into his chair, thinking, the monster domino tactic is backfiring. Sama Anhinat muses somberly. Is this part of the Magentano's plan? No. They are huge waves of monsters. Making them turn back is impossible, unless the real beast is in the west. Back at the Frontera mansion, Loey presents a contract. Please sign here. M.I. Lap picks up the contract, bewildered. What is this document? He explains softly. It's all written inside. Loey smiles contentedly. Debt is paid off. He points to the paper on the table. The check I gave you covers the loan's interest. The 2 loan sharks are panicked. What did you say? Loey warns with a fearsome face. Sign it quickly and get out. The 2 loan sharks quickly grab the check and run out the door. Acaricos Frontera also enters from outside. Loey, son. He greets him cheerfully. Yes, Baron. He asks timidly. Is it really true that you've paid off our debts? Loey holds up the receipt for full payment. Should I frame it? Suddenly, Akas Frontera hugs his brother tightly. He cries, blaming himself. You had to work so hard just to pay off the debts from your foolish father's actions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you suffer all this time. Maybella Frontera sobbed from behind Frontera. I don't even know if I'm qualified to be a father anymore. Loey was silent for a long moment before pushing his grandfather aside and speaking up. Baron, Lloyd asked seriously. Father, do you love me? Akos Frontera immediately replied, tears streaming down his face. What are you saying? Of course I love you. His son was silent again for a while before smiling naturally. Then, do you need any qualifications to be my father? System notification. You have achieved milestone. No. 1. Escape from debt. Territory attribute. The entire Cremona region, territory retention time, forever. Required stake of the territory. 2 territory effects. Receive the highest economic credit rating, receive the lowest interest rates, and obtain the most favorable conditions. In front of the villagers. Area of the Frontera Manor. Lloyd walked silently along the corridor. A dirt-covered Habiel Asrahan announced, "Young Master Lloyd, the relocation of the Iron Sand tribe to the Eastern Mountains is complete." He was astonished. "What? Oh, right, well done." Habiel Asrahan continued. "The White Knights are assisting with the completion. Asrak is happy to know that he will have plenty of food to help improve his muscle strength," Lloyd replied casually. "Yeah, go get some rest." He silently watched Lloyd's figure walk away. Walking along the corridor, he thought, the Iron Sand tribe has moved to the forest in the Eastern Mountains. Even if the monster wave returns, it will still take time for that to happen. While waiting, I will summon Biabung to counterattack, and the estate will be safe. Lloyd looked up at the vast sky. "Now that I've paid off all my debts, I have nothing to worry about anymore." He paused. "It's strange. I thought I'd be happy after all the debts were paid off." Lloyd experienced a moment of feeling foreign to himself. I am happy, right? Or am I just being silly? In front of the light from the window shining into the room, Lloyd lay motionless on his bed. He recalled the moment when Akis Frontera cried and hugged him, and a lingering feeling returned to Lloyd Frontera's mind. He thought back to his father who had suffered because of him in the previous world. "Suho, our smart and kind Suho. Dad is an idiot for not learning anything. Dad is the one who made you suffer. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Lloyd couldn't hold back the sadness from the past. He gripped the blanket tightly, trembling. "Dad, I did it." Tears began to roll down Lloyd Frontera's cheeks. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you." He bit his lip, enduring the frustration, and hugged his pillow, hiding his past failures. Sniffle. Habiel Asrahan stood outside the door and heard everything. Lloyd sobbed inside the room. He was silent and turned to walk away. "Cry it all out today, young master, because you have so many reasons to do so." A few days later, in front of the Frontera territory, the people cheered and celebrated. "Young Master Lloyd is coming. Long live the young master." Old and young alike, everyone in the village shouted, young master, please look this way." He blushed at the shouts of, Lloyd, he scolded angrily. "So noisy, can you stop it? I'm about to die here." The people were not annoyed. On the contrary, they rejoiced. "He's looking at us." "Hooray!" Lloyd became even more annoyed. "I told you to stop. He's getting angry." "Hooray!" Habiel Asrahan, following behind, spoke up. "Just enjoy it a little. Just a little." Lloyd was embarrassed. "Yeah, why do I have to do that?" He pointed towards the people cheering below. "All these people here, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't be able to laugh and be happy like this." Lloyd returned to his usual self. Okay, didn't I say we should live long and eat and sleep well?" The people continued to shout, "Young master, please curse me. Please look at me just once, young master. Just once, please curse me." Suddenly, Bayan rushed over. "Young master, there's trouble." Lloyd remained calm. "Oh, it's good to see you. What's wrong?" he announced seriously. "A large number of people from the south are approaching." Lloyd was confused. "Huh. Who? Enemies?" Bayan replied casually. "I'm not sure, but according to the guards' reports, they seem to be refugees." A crowd of weak people is heading towards the estate under the clear blue sky. The leader of the refugees spoke. "Are you the lord of this region?" Lloyd retorted. "No, I'm his son. Who are you people?" Nicholas explained weakly. "We're from the southern region. We are people of Barancino. I'm Nicholas, the village chief of Anti. Oh, and my father is the mayor." Lottie was silent after hearing the introduction. He looked at the crowd behind him and listened to him say, "My father asked us to seek refuge. He's protecting the territory with Lord Sortino." Following the words were the weak people with bare feet on the ground, and the sick, elderly bearing disease, and then he died in the line of duty. Everything happened so fast. Lloyd interrupted Nicholas. "Wait." He frowned, questioning. "What happened there? Was it a monster attack?" He stammered. "Ah, that's right. A beetle, about 2 meters tall. They came in swarms, hundreds of them, just like a swarm of bees." Habiel Asrahan stood behind him sternly. "The monster domino effect. It's spreading faster than we thought." Lloyd thought about the direction of the domino effect. It passed from Asfahan to the wasteland, then flooded into Magentano. It seems all areas facing the wasteland have been badly damaged. Lloyd thought about the 4 subordinates. "Ah no, the 4 powerful figures in this land. Only Dracona and this place are the best for refuge, right? An ordinary guy, a giant fantasy creature, a white knight, and even a swordmaster." Lloyd stood silently calculating. Where will the refugees gather? The north is the sea, the south is another country, while the west is Kirmo, which is too far. The last refuge is Frontera and Racona. Most likely they'll go to the capital, he thought anxiously. But how many people will go there? 1,000? No, 10,000. Nicholas and the people behind him knelt down and begged, "Please have mercy on us. Just a little bread for the children will do." Habiel Asrahan worriedly stepped forward. It seems these refugees will come to our estate. Do you have a plan?
Lloyd grinned evilly.
Of course. This is very interesting. Jackpot. Habil Azrahan glared at him.
Huh, he said irritably.
What the hell are you thinking about? Lloyd smiled slyly, pointing to his head. Habil, think about it. He put on a capitalist face, revealing his true intentions. So many people are entering our territory. Think about how much tax revenue we'll get from them.
Habil Azrahan was momentarily extremely agitated.
He said loudly and impatiently, "You're thinking of collecting money from the poor?"
Lloyd ignored Habil Azrahan's words and ordered,
"Bavaria, move people from the technical unit to the kitchen unit to prepare food." He immediately replied, "Yes, young master." The refugees expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Young Master Lloyd, having concluded the matter, turned and walked away.
"All right, let's go. I must report this to the Baron as well."
Bayan stepped forward to reassure him. "Hobby, don't get too emotional," he said sternly. "But this is truly outrageous." He smiled, gently encouraging. "Young Master Lloyd is very kind-hearted and understanding. After all, we don't know his true intentions yet, so it's still too early to get angry. Let's observe the situation first." Habil Azrahan, silently carrying his anger, returned to the Frontera estate. A panicked voice rang out from within. "More refugees are coming." Akakos Frontera tensed. "I know it's good, but we don't have the capacity to care for all of them," Lloyd asked seriously.
"Are you willing to accept them?" He hesitated slightly before answering. "Certainly. We can't just abandon people in such difficulties."
Akakos Frontera's face fell with worry. "But our food supplies will only last them for a few days and will soon run out," Lummi asked, confused. "Huh, what are you talking about?" He confidently stated his plan. "We have plenty of food to feed the refugees." A mountain of locust monster corpses was piled up. Lo stood before the corpses and explained. They were collected to be used as fertilizer and piled up near the warehouse. Akakos Frontera spoke hesitantly. "Lomi, feeding these locusts to the refugees might be a bit..." To his dismay, Mabella Frontera bent down and ate a locust. Akakos Frontera cried out in alarm. She held up the creature to reassure him. "It tastes like shrimp. Even ORC warriors eat these things, so it's fine." Mabella Frontera sighed and suggested, "But they smell a bit. I think we can do something with this pile." She made a request. "Lloyd, can I be in charge of the kitchen unit?" he replied cheerfully. "Of course. That's why I invited you." In the forest, tents were being set up by everyone on the estate. Veladita announced that the temporary camp setup was complete. Lomi sternly requested, "Everyone, quickly prepare more ingredients. They will be needed soon." A soldier standing on the platform announced. "Approximately 100 refugees are approaching from the north." Lloyd heard this and gave a wry smile. "They're here already. Much faster than I thought, huh?" He looked up and ordered the enlarged Podong. "Hurry, Podong. If we delay, they'll die." Podong began to dig into the ground. Podong then flung the earth into the air. From another direction, Bayan also sternly ordered, "Start the Onan production unit, Sergeant Doe. Take charge of all 3 shifts to assist Bello." Bello was wrapping a cloth bag and began to use the erupting volcano. The white flag was raised again. The observer standing above continued to announce, 3 groups approaching from the north, 2 groups from the south. The refugees are coming. The scene shifted to the kitchen unit as Mabella Frontera announced, "Now we will begin transforming these locusts into appealing dishes." The people in charge worriedly said, "Excuse me, madam, but I think that might be a bit too much." "How can that be?" She didn't panic but smiled naturally. Mabella Frontera excitedly took out a book. A long time ago, there was a legendary cookbook written by a mysterious girl, the Dragon's Chef. Her secrets were written in this book. I became the Dragon Chef. It was one of the spoils Lloyd obtained from defeating the Dark Wizard. Everyone in the room was utterly astonished. Oh my god, a legendary recipe. They say it can help a chef create amazing dishes with just simple ingredients. This legendary cookbook is no joke. Now or never, the advertisement ends here. For more details, please continue to support the story, everyone. Lloyd sat high above, observing the tents below, as he secretly pondered his next plan. No matter how I look at it, there isn't enough space. Even expanding the camp towards the eastern mountain range still probably won't be enough. Lloyd ruffled his hair in frustration. "I can hold out for a while, but not for long, damn it, I'm going crazy." Suddenly, a cry caught his attention. A little boy burying his face in his mother's arms, sobbing. "Mommy, I want to go home, I want to go home, Mommy." She gently reassured him. "Rudy, darling, we don't have a home anymore. We should be grateful to those who are willing to help us." The little boy raised his voice. "Just a house. Tell Dad to build us one," she consoled. "I'm sorry, Rudy. One day we'll rebuild it." Lloyd, sitting above, heard everything. A house, huh? He remembered the past. He remembered the first time he moved and packed all his belongings. His parents were so happy. They kept repeating the same word, home, and kept smiling. A smile that I'll never be able to see again. It was a small and shabby apartment in the suburbs. a place filled with the most beautiful moments of my life. Lloyd looked at the mother and child hugging each other and crying below, then softly reassured, "Don't worry, kid. Your home will be back soon." Lloyd stood up from the grass. "Because this Lloyd is here now." Habiel Asrahan stood behind him. Having heard everything, he breathed a sigh of relief that Lloyd still had his humanity. He turned around and announced, "Hanabi, from now on, we will start building at a higher level." He stepped forward and asked Han, "Do you have any plans for the refugees here?" Lloyd calmly replied, "Of course I do." He smiled confidently. "I'm going to build an apartment complex." Lloyd remembered his old world. Apartments, a common type of housing in Korea. "This is the most effective solution to the current threat to our estate. It is possible to create a large residential area in this space, the convenience of administrative management due to its crowded form, minimizing construction costs. Besides, the top and bottom are covered, which is ideal for maximum insulation." Lloyd stood on the top of the mountain, observing the forest. He used his measurement skills and looked down. "The biggest benefit is that we can build an environment where refugees can be self-sufficient." A modern city appeared in Lloyd Frontera's eyes, focusing on population, increasing purchasing power, and establishing a market. He smiled deviously, with his real intention behind increasing taxes. Lloyd put on his capitalist face again, clenching his hands. "Finally, after that, I can sit back and relax." He imagined himself swimming in a pile of shining money, a long-cherished dream of mankind, making money easily. "Manage the estate? Why should I do that? I'll just ask Lord Bavaria to do it for a reward and a raise. What if Lord Bavaria retires? I just need to ask him to raise a competent successor." Bayan, who was working on the construction, suddenly leaned back. "Ugh, I suddenly feel unwell," Sergeant Greg worried. "Lord Bavaria, you need to rest. You've been working too hard." The scene changed to a meeting. Lobby stood in front of everyone and announced, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, here is an overview of the Honeycomb Apartment Complex construction plan. Please pay attention to the data I have distributed." Habiel Asrahan said seriously, "I object. The name of the building is too arrogant." Lloyd annoyedly pointed at his face. "Don't talk nonsense in the meeting." Habiel Asrahan refuted his words. "That's not nonsense, it's related to the project." Lloyd interrupted irritably. "Get straight to the point. Why do you keep delaying the meeting?" He ignored the angry Habiel Asrahan and asked, "Lord Bavaria, how are you feeling?" He said weakly, "For the past few days, I've been dreaming the same dream." In the dream, I see myself working for a demon, until I grow old and die." The words hit Lloyd Frontera's heart too accurately. He was a little annoyed, then reassured. "TCH, don't worry. That will never happen." Lloyd held the document in his hand. "Now let's take a look at the documents." An image was depicted. It is called Toru, an old building from the eastern region to Fujian. This building has the same housing style with a simple bedroom and living room. There are also public amenities, such as restaurants and public toilets in the central square. I was thinking of building the same building but with a square structure. This structure can be built much faster than a round one. I've compared the two buildings in many ways. Lloyd held the document and explained in detail, "I've compared the two buildings in many ways, but I missed one major advantage." He smirked, describing, "If we put an iron gate at the entrance to the square, in just a moment, it will become an impregnable fortress." Valadita clapped enthusiastically, and everyone in the meeting room was amazed by the plan. Lloyd slammed his hand down, saying, "Then it's time to ask the questions." Habiel Asrahan raised his hand first. "I have a question. Given our current financial situation, it will be very difficult to meet the requirements for tent materials for the refugees." In the same breath, Lloyd pointed directly at his face. "You mean we should abandon them just because they are a financial burden?" Habiel Asrahan replied timidly, "That's not what I meant." Lloyd pressed on. "Just answer yes or no. Is it okay to leave these people to fend for themselves?" "Answer me." Akerkos Frontera, sitting next to him, worried. "Although I'm worried about the money, we have to do something for these people." Lloyd returned to his usual calm demeanor, praising, "I can't help but admire your foresight." He seriously requested that tents be prepared and that food continue to be provided to the people. "We'll probably have to prepare all of our funds for everyone," Lloyd thought to himself. "I have to raise more funds for this construction project." Let's start. The scene shifts outside, to the horses, waiting to set off. Lloyd grinned triumphantly. Hey, why the long face, E? You're annoyed, I know it, you're annoyed. The Knight of the Sword of the Estate is so angry that they can't even make eye contact. Ha ha! Habiel Asrahan grimaced in silence. Then he suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, a serious voice rang out from Lloyd Frontera's mouth. "It's terrifying!" He darkened his face, stating the problem. "Can we succeed in this crazy project? Will it collapse? Can it hold everyone? This is my project, I am in charge." Habiel Asrahan watched Lloyd's retreating back and listened. But the person in charge shouldn't waver or flinch. That's the only way to gain absolute trust, he solemnly continued. But someone who can give up that innocence for a while, it's none other than you. Habil Asrahan was silent for a moment after those words. Then he spoke. Was that a surge of emotion overflowing from the veins on Habil Asrahan's neck? Lloyd turned around, smirking. And seeing that, he lunged forward and punched Lloyd Frontera straight in the face. And that was just Habil Asrahan's imagination. In a moment of anger, before the Racona Duchy, the Racona mansion, Diego walked down the hallway dejectedly. Suddenly, the guy noticed two people ahead. Humph! Lloyd was delighted to meet an old friend. Humph! Hey, Diego, good to see you. Diego Racona, with his teeth no longer intact, panicked. He stepped forward, all smiles. Long time no see. Why the sudden ah? So, enjoying being expelled, Diego, as if seeing a ghost, hugged his head and stammered. No. That, father. Lloyd grabbed the guy's shoulder, reassuring him. Hey, don't be scared. I'm here to bring you back to that academy. Diego was confused. Huh? Losi frowned. Huh. Expand. Pupils dilate. Reminding. Are you listening? Now go get your father. Duke Racona heard the content, astonished. Increase the water tax. What do you mean? Lois sat arrogantly in the chair, repeating. Huh. Do I stutter? Water tax, please? He angrily cursed inwardly. You filthy bastard! This lowlife, my son, was kicked out of the academy, and now you want to increase the water tax? Suddenly, Duke Racona smiled confidently. He chuckled, confusing Lloyd. Duke Racona stepped out to the window, saying sternly, Since you're still young, I don't think you'll understand this. He pointed to the contract, smiling smugly. According to the details in this contract, the price is already fixed. You have no right to raise it. Lois sighed, taking a magnifying glass out of his pocket. He pointed it at the lines of text, smaller than ants for the man to see. The price listed above is subject to change depending on the supplier's mood. Duke Racona, agitated, grabbed Lloyd Frontera by the collar. You swindler, Lloyd calmly retorted. Hey, stop it, you're killing me here. He smirked, saying, Please stop, we're neighbors, after all. I won't force you to sign. This is a very profitable exchange for you. Duke Racona gritted his teeth in anger. Lloyd adjusted his collar, explaining, First of all, 17 estates were destroyed by the monster domino wave. All the refugees migrated here before, right? But you rejected them all, didn't you? He put on a disingenuous face and reminded him. Let's just pretend I don't know anything about that. But Her Majesty would be very sad if she found out about it. Duke Racona's face paled when the Queen was mentioned. Your Grace, where's the benefit in this? Is he saying he'll save me? Lloyd lowered his face seriously. And secondly, I'm only saying this for your own good. He smiled naturally. If I write a letter of recommendation, maybe Diego can return to the academy. His eyes wavered when he heard about that. The atmosphere around Duke Racona began to darken. He hesitantly spoke. So how much? How much more will you raise the water tax? Lois scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Whoa, why are you like this, Duke? You'll make people misunderstand. I'm not some gangster here to tear you apart. Lois put on a dangerous face. But I'll raise it a bit so you don't feel embarrassed. Just enough so our friendship stays strong. The Duke, now pale-faced, thought to himself, How much? Just tell me how much. That bastard, Habil Asrahan, witnessed his arrogant actions. Speechless, he secretly glared at Lois with disdain. Ah, that personality. He sternly asked, Don't be shy. How much can I raise the tax? No matter how much, I'd be very grateful for your kindness. Duke Racona gritted his teeth, contemplating. Amidst the tense atmosphere in the room, he looked at Lois's face, hesitating. He remained unwavering, seriously looking at Duke Racona. Before Lloyd Frontera's ruthless gaze, he stammered, It's Duke Racona, he hesitantly spoke. Around 2:20. Hearing that, Lloyd made a face like his true ape-like self. Completely disappointed, he broke out in a sweat after seeing his face. Duke Racona trembled. Wait a minute, wait, I made a mistake, he stammered, raising the price. I mean, 3:30. Lloyd's eyebrows furrowed. His lower jaw clamped down on his lip, his eyes extremely displeased with the price Duke Racona offered. He panicked, gasping for breath. When Duke Racona noticed a direction, Habil Asrahan was desperately signaling to him. Duke Racona, flustered, blurted out, 50%. I'll raise it 50%. Lloyd's expression remained unchanged, his teeth chattering. Seeing that, he turned to look at Habil Asrahan. He was puzzled. What's wrong with him? Did he just raise it to 50%? Habil Asrahan quickly shook his head. Turns out he didn't mean 5 times the amount, but to stop. Duke Racona started losing it, and raised his voice. Listen here, I'll make it 5 times the amount, is that enough? Lloyd finally returned to his senses and stopped him. Your Grace, why 5 times? 4 times is already too much. He rejoiced after hearing Lloyd say that. Really, A seal successfully stamped onto the contract. Lloyd and Habil Asrahan left with their victory. Duke Rakona was still happily looking at the contract. Then he read the content in the agreement again, and then clutched his head in regret. Lloyd looked at Habil. "What's with your face?" he sighed and explained. "I feel like I'm turning into a thug," Lloyd calmly said. "Why are you making that face? Are you gloating at Habil Asrahan? I might be a gangster, but the truth is, you're a smooth-talking extortionist too, haha, and you're cooperating, right? Doing that makes you look like a gangster's underling. You're definitely a gangster too, haha." Habil Asrahan could only suppress his anger and endure it, he resentfully said. "My duty is to escort the young master. I won't do any more shady tricks or construction work," Lloyd continued to tease. "What? In that case, I won't give you lullaby services anymore. How about that?" Habil Asrahan confidently said. "It's been a month since I became a swordsmanship knight. Now I can control my emotions better than before. I don't need that ridiculous lullaby anymore." As night enveloped the Frontera mansion, Habil Asrahan tossed and turned, unable to sleep in his room. He brought his pillow and entered Lloyd Frontera's room. "I need the lullaby service." He brought up this afternoon's conversation. "The service is expired. You said you didn't need it anymore," Habil Asrahan begged. "Please, I'm begging you, please." Lubby then proceeded to talk about a story. "Have you ever heard of sleep hygiene? It's like the habits and practices that help you sleep well on a regular basis. Once a habit is formed, it will be very difficult for you to fall asleep without that old factor." Habil Asrahan trembled uncomfortably. "Yeah, I know what it is. Now sing me a lullaby, hurry up." Lloyd started reciting the lullaby spell. Habil Asrahan quickly fell asleep as expected. He stretched wearily. HMPH. Time to start today's work. Lossi stacked documents on the table and used the simulation skill around himself. He learned about the buildings planned for construction in Onan. "Luckily, I have enough knowledge about this, but I don't have enough knowledge to build an apartment complex. What should I do?" The simulated building behind Lloyd began to collapse. The system panel appeared. "Are you going to simulate them one by one?" He observed the rubble and replied, "Yes, and there's a very true saying for this." Lloyd smiled seriously. "That's do it until you succeed." Dawn gradually broke over the Frontera territory. Lloyd walked along the road and ordered, "Quick, send people to CRMO. We need lawmakers, stonemasons, carpenters. Mobilize all manpower, and as quickly as possible. At the same time, ensure a stable supply of concrete and other materials. Bring grains and meat from the west. We need enough to work with." After finishing a day's work, Lloyd returned to his room and continued to buy floor plans of buildings. Another day passed. Bayan came to announce that there were 300 refugees this time. But there was no more. He immediately ordered them to come in. "We'll handle all of them." Completing his work, Lloyd returned to his room to draw blueprints. "Damn it, how am I going to solve this? Is this process too long? Should I reduce the number of floors?" Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto the blueprint. Lloyd licked the blood flowing out due to exhaustion and continued working. "I can't stop. The sweet rewards are too good to pass up. Stable housing, economic activity, increased taxes." Another day just passed like that. Under the clear blue sky, Bayan anxiously reported, "Master, with the recent calculations, we won't have enough money to pay the soldiers in just 4 months. Should we make some changes to our initial plan? Perhaps relocate some of the refugees elsewhere?" Lloyd dismissed it with a weak voice. "No, don't worry about that. We'll still have enough money." Suddenly, he bowed his head, surprising him. Just then, Lloyd suddenly collapsed onto the stone temple, startling everyone. "Master! Master!" Everyone looked at his current condition with worry. "Wake up, Master! Master!" Scene changes to the kingdom of Magentano. Inside the stands, the soldiers hesitantly held drawn crossbows. Below, Alicia stood alone in the middle of the arena. She stood proudly before the crossbows aimed at her. Suddenly, a knight raised his hand. Standing above the crossbowmen, he ordered them to fire. Arrows and a flurry of spears shot straight towards Alicia. Without flinching, she used her energy to envelop her sword. Alicia slashed at the arrows flying towards her. With her slashes, the arrows all broke in half. Alicia withdrew her energy after completely blocking the arrows coming towards her, followed by shock from the soldiers. She frowned as she looked at her sword. "Nothing's improved except I can create sword aura faster. How pathetic." Alicia remembered the moment she was poisoned by Kyo. "I can't endure any more humiliation." Suddenly, a man stepped forward and called out, "Your Highness!" Alicia turned around and responded. "What is it?" he gravely announced. "A messenger from Baron Frontera has arrived," Alicia thought to herself. Could it be Lloyd Frontera from within the royal palace? Habil Asrahan knelt down and read the contents of the letter. "Your Highness, your humble servant is requesting assistance." Alicia's face darkened. "Assistance?" At this moment, she looked at the figure of Habil Asrahan, followed by the shadowy, cunning figure of Lloyd, and was filled with suspicion. What trouble is he trying to get us into this time? He continued reading the letter. "To the esteemed Queen, with your insightful wisdom, we humbly request your guidance. We are anxious, as our presence in this land is solely to protect our estate. Unfortunately, as I mentioned in the previous letter,
Refugees from 17 other estates have lost their homes and are all heading towards our Frontera estate.
Alicia sat listening seriously. "Oh, your highness, great queen, who has compassion for all your subjects, who possesses a magnificent soul and great will. As loyal subjects of the great queen, we wholeheartedly welcome the kingdom's peasantry and feel they all deserve care."
Even Habil Asrahan frowned at the letter's contents.
"I humbly request to let these people feel your great will. So many great things, aren't there?"
He continued to read,
"I wish to care for all these great people of the kingdom." Alicia was getting heated because of Lloyd Frontera's stalling. "What's the point already, this filthy bastard?"
Habil Asrahan read the contents,
along with the faint image of Lloyd crying in the background. "Well, I'm bankrupt." Alicia felt like she heard shocking news related to the kingdom's safety. What? What a shameless bastard. Well, I didn't see that coming, but I was thinking of diverting supplies there anyway.
Habil Asrahan said sternly.
"Your Highness, we may need 3 times the amount you're thinking of." Alicia was even more astonished. 3 times? Is he out of his mind?
He gradually dripped beads of nervous sweat on his cheek. "This humble servant of yours isn't crazy." She grabbed her head in annoyance. "Ugh, this headache is killing me. Next time we meet, I'm kicking his ass."
Habil Asrahan continued to convey the content Lloyd wanted to convey. "We plan to build a new, innovative, multi-story residential building in the Kingdom of Magentano. This is not just about building a shelter to house, feed, and sleep refugees, but also to promote housing stability and help these people become independent and self-sufficient, as well as demonstrate the Queen's great will." But he clutched the blueprint, crying, "I'm going bankrupt." Alicia didn't want to listen anymore. Stop it. I get the point of the letter."
She sighed and waved her hand. "Go. Tell Lloyd Frontera this. Just because I'm the queen doesn't mean I can spend money however I want,"
Alicia explained sternly. "I have to seek approval from the Minister of Finance and a few other advisors, as well as approval from those stubborn elders. Bothering them won't do any good."
Suddenly, Habil Asrahan put the letter in his hand down. He took another letter out of his coat. Seeing that, she questioned.
"Another letter." The letter read as follows. "The building is designed to be as sturdy as a fortress. In the future, if the monster waves return or enemies attack from the east, this building can become an invincible shield.
It will play a huge role in the peace and prosperity of the kingdom."
Alicia sat silently before the contents of the letter, which was how the city would be created, as well as how to protect the east from enemies.
Loji, inside the letter, grinned slyly.
"For those who support this project, I will personally give them a sweet reward." A psychological battle between the 2 spouses erupted. Alicia sat silently contemplating.
"First of all, it's not a bad idea to build a fortified city. According to preliminary calculations, it could be as expensive as a commercial district like CRMO." She frowned, calculating. "The positional stability of the ministers loyal to me has increased. Surely it will also consolidate my position and authority. We clearly benefit from this, don't we?" Suddenly, Habil Asrahan spoke up. "Bingo," Alicia wondered. "What does that mean?" He vaguely explained, "I don't know what bingo means." But the letter said to say bingo within 5 seconds.
She was silent for a long while. Then Alicia sternly ordered, "Habil Asrahan, stay here and wait for the money to arrive." He quickly replied, "I'm counting on you."
Habil Asrahan continued to read the content inside the letter. "P.S. It would be great if Mr. Croydus could come too."
"I earnestly beg you," Alicia irritably replied. "I understand. Stop it, I understand." The scene shifts to the Frontera territory. Makeshift tents were built for the refugees.
Sergeant Gregg sternly reminded. "Master Lloyd will not forgive anyone who is lazy." The soldier behind him immediately replied, "Yes, Sergeant Gregg."
Sergeant Gregg? Who is this guy, anyway? At first glance, he looks like a lazy soldier from some platoon, but he's always there. No matter how dangerous the mission is, no matter how difficult the job is, he has been reborn into a real man, more responsible than the others, and always putting in his best effort. That man is Sergeant Gregg. The scene shifts to one of the refugees. "I don't need it. Please give it to the elderly and children," Sergeant Gregg gently reassured. "We have enough blankets, so just take it."
After finishing his work, he walked out of the tent. Sergeant Gregg immediately recognized him. "Oh, hello, Emily." She turned her face.
"What's with the hovering?" He pointed at Emily, reminding her. "Why aren't you resting? You've been working since morning," Emily calmly replied. "Mind your own business. I need to get this done first." He stepped forward, trying to snatch the blankets. "Let me do it!" Emily quickly dodged him. "No." She smiled brightly, enjoying their playful banter. Sergeant Gregg also smiled happily, but they were both oblivious. An ORC figure, holding a bouquet, witnessed everything, cause sadly watched Emily joking around with him.
He gazed at her radiant smile, recalling what his friends had teased. Haha, you're in love with a woman, ORCs are already dumb. But you're even dumber. Women will never accept an ugly face and disgusting muscles like ours. Even then, you're uglier than the average ORC. She sadly lowered her head before their playful banter. Emily paused. Haha, you're too slow. He threw away the flowers he had painstakingly gathered, then turned and walked away in sorrow. Suddenly, Emily recognized a familiar figure. She blushed slightly, watching Ko. Since retreating back, a romance gradually blossomed from their shared sorrow and longing. Scene cuts to Lloyd waking up with a start. He rushed to the system panel in a panic, nearly breaking the door. What's going on? He weakly spoke. I just had a dream. The system panel wondered. What kind of dream? Lloyd stammered. It's just, what was it? The dream that I desire? 1,000 question marks appeared on the notification. Bayan, who was sitting guard, immediately noticed. Young master, have you lost your mind? Lloyd weakly turned around. Sir Bavaria? He worriedly asked. Young master, are you all right? He, along with his broken body, spoke. There isn't much time left. Bayan panicked. No, don't say such things. Young Master Lloyd is weak. No, it's almost time. His eyes slowly closed. My paycheck on the day I die? He looked at Lloyd with such a perplexed and disdainful gaze. It's completely drained. Not even a single coin. Cough. Hun. Suddenly, a footstep precedes his voice. Lloyd coughed violently. Cough. My money! My money! Bayan frantically tried to reassure him. Young Master, all we need to do is delay the payment. I'm sure everyone will understand. He shouted back. No, that's not it. Habil Asrahan had now approached the room. Lloyd clutched his chest. I've worked so hard until payday, how can you delay it? He said with a dying tone. Please don't do that. Even if I die. Lloyd's eyelids gradually lowered. Even if I die. Then he completely closed his eyes, seemingly vanished from this world. Bayan screamed in terror. Young master. He rushed off frantically. Doctor! Doctor! At that moment, the holy being named Habil Asrahan appeared. Bayan hesitantly. Habiel, young master, he widened his lips and took out a stack of books from the envelope. I've received my salary, now quickly sit up. In an instant, the originally weak devil lying on the bed had his eyes lit up again. The system panel appeared. Special skill. Bayan was stunned by the scene before him. Lloyd, full of energy, got out of bed. Twin peaks of finance. Lloyd returned to his capitalist self. Should be, let's start digging. Frontera Real Estate has secured the capital for the Royal City Development Project. Bayan stood in front of the construction site and announced that the Honeycomb apartment complex was 70% complete. Keep it up, everyone. The voices of everyone echoed to a vacant lot behind the forest. Lloyd was gathering energy, and then he erected a mock city in front of the vacant lot. Lloyd waved his hand to test landslides. A powerful landslide crashed into the mock buildings. Before the dust cloud caused by the landslide, the mock buildings remained standing. Lloyd continued testing. Gale. A powerful storm crashed into the mock city. The mock buildings were completely unharmed. He was satisfied. Continue. Great. Here's the final test. Lloyd focused all of his energy. The whole scene began to rise into the sky. Reaching out into outer space, a beam of light began to rush towards Earth. Lloyd tested the most dangerous thing that could happen. Meteor? Even the system panel gave up. Wait, what? Why are you testing that? An explosion nearly spread across the area where the meteor hit. Lloyd laughed gleefully. Haha, this is so much fun. The system panel cursed. This bastard again. Habil Asrahan stood behind him looking with disdain. Lloyd frowned and turned back. HMPH, what? What's with your face? He tried to deny. But, insignificant, no. I didn't think young master was crazy. He looked smug. Oh, I thought you'd gone mad. Habil Asrahan changed the subject and announced, Sir Silligers and 30 other dwarves have returned. Lloyd was satisfied. HMPH. Just in time. He bowed to the dwarves who had set foot in the territory. The development of a dense apartment complex depends on the process of pouring cement. It's not as simple as building a wall in the sea or a suspension bridge. Those theories are not enough to build a dense apartment complex, and this is what I want most. Lloyd presented a blueprint. A concrete mixer, a necessary device that can mix and maintain the quality of cement, so it will prevent construction cement and other external components from mixing together, Sidis said with a bit of discomfort. It's impolite. We've traveled a long distance, yet you don't even invite us to help but give us orders. He took out a pile of counter designs. I have countless ideas on how to welcome Sursiders. Lloyd grinned slyly, brimming with confidence. And I believe there's nothing better than letting you admire this design blueprint first. He raised his voice, annoyed. TCH, what's with that grotesque face? Sidus snatched the blueprint. Is my workshop ready? Lolby bowed slightly and replied, Yes, please. The construction project we've been preparing for so long can finally commence. Lloyd and Habil Asrahan began their work with a bang. The haul in his hand began to glow beneath the earth.
The ready-mix concrete infrastructure was complete. Vondong used all her strength to run. She's standing inside the running cement mixer to make it work. The ORC side was working just as seriously. The ORC tribe was bending the reinforcing bars into square curves. The reinforcement and frame are ready for the concrete pour. Lloyd took the cement and poured it into an empty container, instructing, "You can't just simply pour it in. Check the edges and reinforcing bars to make sure there's no air inside. Start filling it up high, then let Bibung in." Bibung transformed into his larger form to help with the construction at a higher level. Veo stood below, shaking a bell with a smile. "Cheer up!" Bibung blushed, because of the love demon inside him. So happy. After many days of continuous work, a portion of the apartment construction was completed. Lloyd requested, "Lord Bavalaria, can you take over the work from here?" He quickly responded, "No problem at all." He looked at the construction, calculating, now everyone's familiar with the work. I still have other issues to worry about and resolve. The insulation issue inside the heating equipment. The Honeycomb Apartments heating system operates using a coal-fired steam furnace. Water is boiled in the heat chamber. Then the steam will go throughout the building via pipes, and the steam will travel in all directions through the pipes. It's connected to each room's radiator and heats the room. Lloyd frowned, deep in thought. But the problem is, he imagined the rooms in the apartment, the upper section of the pipes. The system will lose heat. The top floor, the 8th floor, will barely receive any heat. I've tried so many simulations to fix it, but I still can't succeed. Lloyd recalled those days of struggling to understand. I stayed up all night studying. Can I create a better insulation system? Is what the novel says, a useful clue. Lloyd looked at the paper he had written. Damn it, yeah. A line mentioned in the novel caught his eye. Lloyd rejoiced. That's it! A dragon roared in Lloyd Frontera's mind. It was the episode where Habil faced the fire dragon. The hot-tempered dragon cursed, "You lowly, inferior humans, useless humans, frail weaklings, a species that knows no other word than human." However, no matter how outstanding the swordsman may be, he will never be able to defeat a dragon. But Habil stood right in front of the dragon's breath. He stood bearing the dragon's powerful flames. Habil Asrahan still maintained a serious gaze as he looked at it. The dragon realized in horror that Habil Asrahan was still standing firm after its fiery breath and hadn't budged an inch. That's because he was equipped with armor made from the hardened resin of the Alamenia tree, the best insulator in the world. With his thoughts settled, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan set out to gather the materials. Habil Asrahan, following behind him, spoke up. "We've been walking for 2 days. Where are you planning to get the insulation material?" Lloyd explained. "Evergao Forest, where the elves live. We'll get the tree resin there." Hearing this, Habil Asrahan turned his head, annoyed. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" He turned back to explain. "Don't you know elves hate humans? They're a species we can't negotiate with." Aunt Pfeifon seemed to recall something. "And yet, in the novel you befriended them and were given armor." "Fine, you can head back. I'll go alone. Farewell, escort knight." Helpless, Habil Asrahan followed. Clearly annoyed, he sighed, wondering. They're a species no one has been able to communicate with for 500 years. "How do you plan to persuade them?" Lloyd countered. "What, persuade?" Habil Asrahan immediately replied. "Yeah." He blanked out. Habil Asrahan was equally dumbfounded. "Yeah." Suddenly, Lloyd smirked deviously. Are you brain dead?" He said something that confused Habil Asrahan. "We're not negotiating." Lloyd switched to a Tang Sanzang persona. "We're stealing it." He was silent. After Lloyd Frontera's words, "I really want to quit being this idiot's escort." Before the frigid, snowy mountains, the two entered a forest where trees could survive in the freezing weather. Colorful flowers and towering trees surrounded them. Lloyd turned back to remind him, "Just a few more steps and we'll soon enter the eternal forest. I've heard elves have a natural connection with the forest, so let's be as quiet as possible." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan twitched uncomfortably. He bent over and sneezed with an air of elegance. Then, he sniffed with his handsome face. Annoyed, Lloyd asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Habil Asrahan calmly replied. "Didn't you see I was sneezing?" "What an idiot, he is bothered about something else, I know. But you don't need to put on airs," he calmly retorted. "Oh, I'm not sure what you're misunderstanding," Habil Asrahan casually explained. "It's because I'm handsome, so no matter what I do, I still look cool. It's a feeling you'll never experience in your life." Lloyd's face visibly darkened. "What? Did you have to be so blunt?" The system window popped up, laughing in his face. "Emotional damage, plus 99, haha," Lloyd grumbled. "Shut up." The system window paused for a moment, then continued laughing. He angrily warned, "Laugh again and I'll kill you." Lloyd gritted his teeth and spoke. "You're a swordmaster? And a swordmaster can't control a sneeze?" Habil Asrahan gravely explained. "There are some physiological phenomena we just can't control." "Annoyed?" he exclaimed. "What?" So you can't do things like stop pooping forever? Habil al-Asrahan calmly replied. Why would you do something that gives you constipation? Lo continued to insult him. You're a swordmaster who can't even hold in your poop? Habil al-Asrahan chuckled. Heh. Angrily, he raised his voice. What are you laughing at? He shook his head, exasperated. You're resorting to nonsense. It's because your face can't compare to mine, isn't it, young Master Lo? You're so funny. He bit his lip, clenching his fists, and charged forward. Loe unleashed a barrage of punches, but Habil al-Asrahan blocked them effortlessly. He placed his hand on his stomach. Habil's mood was genuinely good. Breathlessly, Loe snapped. Make sure you hold in your sneezes. And be quiet. Habil al-Asrahan followed the instruction. Shh, please be quiet. He carried his annoyance as he searched for the tree somewhere in this forest. Suddenly, ahead of them, a legion of elves was pointing arrows forward. Lloyd panicked. How did they know we were here? Mira spoke up, explaining why they were blocking the way. You two have been shouting since you stepped into the forest, so we spotted you, idiots. Habil al-Asrahan worried. This isn't good, but he didn't panic. Instead, he smirked smugly. No joke, Lo grinned confidently. We're just making this plan happen a little faster. Mira started ordering the sprites behind her. If you two don't return within 3 hours, I'll shoot. 1, 2, 3, fire. Habil al-Asrahan quickly drew his sword and used his sword aura. He slashed an energy strike forward. Habil al-Asrahan swung his sword, cutting in half the arrows flying towards him. He stood tall amidst the broken arrows. Mira frowned. A master swordsman, Loe ran off to inform. Split up as we planned. Meet me at the Alenia tree in 30 minutes. Find a high vantage point to signal if you get lost, Habil al-Asrahan worriedly asked. Will you be alright on your own? He quickly added. As long as you can distract them, I'll be fine. Mira raised her voice. The ugly one is trembling as he chases after the handsome one. Tears streamed down his cheeks after hearing those words. The sprites jumped on the branches, chasing after Habil al-Asrahan. He was amazed by the speed of the sprites. The sprites moved on the branches with incredible skill. She touched the leaves on the branch as a foothold and then leaped into the air neatly. Even Habil al-Asrahan was astonished by that technique. Few people knew about sprites, and once again the young master's prediction was accurate. Sprites are indeed nature lovers. Going back to the time before they were attacked, Lomi seriously instructed. They won't harm the trees, and that will become our trump card. Since we can't attack the innocent sprites, you need to run as fast as possible while avoiding their attacks. He turned his face away. Maybe to some extent, we can exploit their nature. Back to the present, a sprite was pulling back her bowstring, preparing to strike. Habil al-Asrahan realized the danger and sped up, quickly hiding behind a tree. With the sprite's love for nature, she couldn't possibly strike. Damn it. She cleverly jumped to a wider area to shoot her arrow. Habil al-Asrahan quickly dodged all the arrows aimed at him. He quickly ran off, then clicked his tongue. Why are they only shooting in 2 directions? 1 arrow shot forward to the right, then 3 arrows shot to the left side. Habil al-Asrahan's eyes widened as he realized this. He looked at the fleeting figures of the sprites. They were doing it on purpose. On Lloyd Frontera's side, he had found the Sia tree. Lloyd quickly took out his scepter and began to cast. The magic circle started to move faster. He used his skill, preparing to dig, leveling up his energy. For the next 20 minutes I won't feel tired. Lloyd dug with all his might. Let's go. Ah! A tunnel quickly appeared. Then on the other side, a pair of legs continued to run. Habil al-Asrahan ran while thinking. Something is very strange. He observed the surrounding sprites behind him. I don't see the leading captain. No way. Is she heading towards the young master? Habil al-Asrahan ran to an open clearing. He stopped at the water puddle with tension. Of course, there weren't any trees here to limit their attacks. The elves seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and aiming their arrows at Habil al-Asrahan. A rain of arrows instantly flew toward him. Suddenly, Habil al-Asrahan plunged his sword into the water puddle. A surge of water erupted, sweeping away the incoming arrows. He stood within the raised pool of water, then unleashed a strike, revealing his figure. The elf standing on the treetop was stunned. What kind of power is that? That human, he could easily kill us if he wanted to. An elf raised his voice. Everyone, stay calm. If humans have swordmasters, then we have Melika. A bloodshot gaze appeared within the forest. Melika emerged with her colossal figure. She began to place her massive bow down and attached a giant arrow to it, aiming directly at Habil al-Asrahan, the great longbow, the longbow master. He didn't panic either, but raised his sword to prepare for the blow. An arrow trailing immense energy tore through the air as it hurtled forward. Habil al-Asrahan struggled to block the arrow and was pushed back. Ugh. He took the attack, enduring with difficulty, but the weight was too much. It pushed Habil al-Asrahan backward without stopping. He tried to steady himself, but the weight was still overwhelming. Habil al-Asrahan mustered all his strength to block the blow, then pushed the arrow away from his sword. He skimmed across the water's surface, inwardly admiring. So strong, what immense power. It's pushing back my sword aura. Habil al-Asrahan considered the consequences if he retaliated. If he injured even one elf, all the other elves in the world would retaliate with all their might, their influence even more terrifying than the orcs. The elves began bringing arrows to Melika. Habil Asrahan amplified the energy of his sword aura. It's almost time to rendezvous with the young master, and some elves are still pursuing him. He raised his sword amidst the rain of arrows in the air. Habil Asrahan stood amidst the arrows, anxiously thinking, what to do? How can I deal with these elves without killing them? And how can I rescue the young master? Malika loaded her next shot. Habil Asrahan channeled all his energy, coating his sword, and charged forward. He swung his sword, cleaving the arrows aimed at him in half. One strike, then two strikes. All the arrows were completely cleaved in two, but that wasn't all. Melika fired the giant arrow forward. Habil Asrahan shouted along with his sword. He used the energy to surround the arrow in front, then pulled it back towards himself. Habil Asrahan cocked his head up, then hurled the arrow back from where it came with all his might. The two arrows hurtled towards each other at incredible speeds. A powerful collision between the two arrows stirred the surrounding air. On the other side, Lloyd was leisurely cutting the roots of the Shia tree. He had already filled his backpack with the roots. Alright, I just need one more about this size. Suddenly, a voice warned from behind Lloyd Frontera. Stop right there, you vile human. Turn around and face us. Behind him were Mira and two other elves, all pointing bows at Lloyd Frontera. How dare you cut our precious tree roots? He smirked arrogantly. Oh, sorry about that, but a lot of lives are depending on me. Lloyd bent down to pick something up, and seeing this, she warned, don't move, or I'll shoot. He provoked softly. Go ahead and shoot me if you want. However, Mira was taken aback by Lloyd Frontera's words. He grinned wickedly, holding up the sweet potato. I'm gonna roast this thing till it's golden brown. A sweet potato Lady picked up along the way. Mira, along with the two elves behind her, panicked immensely. Stop! Lloyd, emboldened, commanded. That's right, don't you guys hate seeing this tree in pain? Now back off, crying sweet potato. The three elves simultaneously cursed. Are you even human? You're so cruel, you filthy scoundrel. Lloyd maintained his forward momentum. Alright, thanks for the compliments, now can you back off? An elf next to Mira spoke up. You're a shady guy who's definitely not popular with girls. He looked like he'd been stabbed in the heart, and his face darkened. Stung by the insult, Lloyd pressed the torch closer to the sweet potato. The three of them were in a frenzy. Stop, he warned again. Back off, I said, back off. The three of them retreated to the exit above. Mira held out her hand in this suggestion. Calm down, we've backed up all the way to the end of this cave. Why don't we talk for a bit? Lloyd maintained his wicked expression as he looked at her. Then suddenly, he opened his mouth unpleasantly. Lloyd bit off the leafy top of the sweet potato. Ew, God, I'd rather be injured, your spit. Ew. He raised the torch, demanding. Climb up, Mira screamed. Huh, it's a dead end. Alright, we're coming up here. The sweet potato was still panicking and yelling, oh God, you bastard, stop, stop. The four of them successfully climbed out of the cave. Lloyd thought grimly. Well, now that we're outside, it'll be easier for Habil to find us. He should be showing up soon. But if the other elves see me first, he thought about the scene where an arrow pierced him right in the head. It would mean game over. Lloyd kept biting the sweet potato, whose head was now covered in saliva. Then a weak voice rang out. Mira looked at the elf behind her. What's wrong with her? She clutched her stomach and replied, Lady Mira, I'm so worried and suddenly feel unwell. The elf next to her also clutched her head. I saw something awful and my anemia is, Mira angrily snapped. Can you two just stop it? We can't show our weakness in front of this bastard. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from Mira's stomach. She collapsed, clutching her stomach. Ugh, my stomach. Ugh, Mira, hang in there. You're just hungry, right? Lloyd thought suspiciously to himself. What? He recalled what he had seen before. Weren't goblins supposed to be incredibly strong and powerful? Lloyd looked around again. Wait, I haven't heard a single bird singing in this forest. Not a single rabbit or moose either. I don't think I've seen even one. Lloyd realized in a flash that monster dominoes, the animals, had migrated to the far end of the mountain range. That's why the center of the eternal forest looks so barren. He looked around, considering, since the goblins wouldn't harm the trees, that means the goblins are completely carnivorous. Lloyd looked at the weak goblins before him, and they've probably been starving for months. Back to Habil Asrahan's fight. He stood there, gasping for breath after that last attack. Melik was also panting, exhausted. Habil Asrahan glared, thinking, that's strange. Based on the strength and abilities of goblins, there's no way they should be tired from this. If that's the case, then it might be possible to break through their defenses. He crouched down, gathering momentum. The energy circle began to activate intensely. Habil Asrahan gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. Let's go, Melika, not yielding either, prepared to fire another arrow. The arrow quickly hurtled towards Habil Asrahan, young master. He let it graze his face and continued forward. Please, Hang in there. Habil Asrahan completely dodged the arrows aimed at him. The goblin in the tree urgently announced, "Our line has been breached. Everyone, charge!" The goblins in the back weakly collapsed on the branches. "Commander, I can't hold on any longer. I can't. I'm too hungry," she shouted. "Everyone, forget about it." A large figure leaped into the air. She grabbed an arrow, preparing to strike. "Melika, our Melika, the kind one. You shared your meat with others, and now she's fighting to her last breath." A great longbow strike was launched from Melika. She aimed directly at the path Habil Asrahan was moving along. Ugh. He quickly hid behind a tree to avoid the attack. Suddenly, Melika grabbed an arrow and charged forward. She stabbed directly at the spot where Habil Asrahan was standing. He dodged the attack and thought to himself, "I'm the one who's supposed to be protecting." Melika continued to launch a series of attacks on Habil Asrahan, the child of God. The goblins, small arrows continued to be fired. "Let's try until our last breath. Support Melika." A few leaves fell in the sky. Habil Asrahan jumped into the air and used the leaves as a foothold. "Our successor." He launched himself. Exactly like the technique the goblins used earlier. "I will protect him at all costs." The goblins were stunned to see this. He really is a monster. That footwork, it would take us even 100 years to master. Arrows continued to be launched at Habil Asrahan. He struggled to evade the goblins' attacks. Just a little further, Habil Asrahan leaped from tree to tree, continuing his frantic escape. Just a little further. Suddenly, Melika notched 2 arrows onto her bow. Habil Asrahan burst from the woods above and saw his destination. Just that Kexia tree. He shouted anxiously, "Young master!" Elsewhere, a rock was being used to grill fragrant pieces of meat. Lloyd and the goblins were sitting and enjoying the food. Ugh. Habil Asrahan approached, covered in dirt. He looked at Lloyd, panting for breath, and asked, "Where have you been? Did you just return from battle?" Lloyd turned back, holding the meat. "Ah, this piece is too burnt. Eat it quickly," Mira stammered. "This," he immediately explained, "it has to be pork, so it needs to be cooked thoroughly." Lloyd turned around and called out, "What are you still standing there for? Come sit down." He briefly introduced him. "This is Habil, my escort knight." Mira was stunned. "What? Aren't you a servant?" Lloyd bluntly replied. "No." He also introduced Habil Asrahan. "This is Mira, the leader of the goblin tribe," she shyly said. "It's nice to meet you." He looked at Habil Asrahan's stiff face and scolded, "Greet her properly. This guy is, well, to put it bluntly." Misaka, who was chewing meat, looked up and asked, "Hey, is there any other place for us?" Lloyd immediately answered, "Of course." She ordered Melika, who was silently hiding behind a tree, "Come here, Melika." She squeezed into the group. Mira quietly requested, "Melika hasn't eaten properly in months. Could she have more meat?" Lloyd smiled cheerfully. "You guys can eat as much as you want. We brought a lot of food on this trip. Help yourselves." He mentioned the goblins behind him. "And those guys aiming at me from behind, are you full from just smelling it?" The goblins looked at the meat enviously. Mira silently prepared to put the meat in her mouth, but suddenly stopped, biting her lip tightly. Lori mentioned that she and the other goblins who were patiently waiting were supporting the woman of their tribe when she returned from the hunts. Surely they must be very hungry right now. A female goblin sobbed after hearing him mention it. "Oh." Her lover next to her comforted her. "Stop it, don't cry." "You idiot." Lobi started turning on the waterworks. "What about the children? How long can the elders endure the hunger?" Mira's face darkened when she heard him mention those things. Loie cried but still wore a smile. "Hunger, or the law of the jungle, which will take your lives first. Who knows? Damn, my tears are blocking my vision." Melika also shed tears and sadness. The goblins above also cried and embraced each other. Mira was no exception. Loki made an offer. "So, why don't we start negotiating?" Mira objected irritably. "What? We don't negotiate with humans?" He picked up a yam and smiled slyly. "You don't what now? We've already completed the negotiation. I said I would spare this tree if you retreated, and because you were hungry, we ate this meat together while talking. If it's not negotiation, what is it?" Mira was speechless because of what Loie said. He began discussing the proposal. "First of all, this is what we can provide. The survival of your race." Mira was skeptical. "The survival of our race." Loie stated the items and what he could provide. Unlimited portions of pork and a supply of search coal. He smirked inwardly. If they knew what search coal was made of, they might not like it. It hurts because it originates from wood, but revealing too much information is misleading. She was astonished by Lloyd Frontera's words. He waved his hand, calling out with a devious face, "I'm sure you guys always dry the meat before eating it. Now it's time to cook it and enjoy it, and we'll also build you guys a free stock bin to store the meat." Mira was silent for a long while. Then she spoke. "What do you want in return?" Losi seriously explained. "I also want to survive. If you don't agree to this negotiation, all of my people will freeze to death." He earnestly proposed. "Then, please provide us with a linea sap, just a little bit once a month, and then no one will have to die." Loie smiled slyly. Of course, I'll teach you how to harvest this sap without harming the tree. Lloyd continued to negotiate, and the transport of meat would be faster if the elves did it. Divide about 100 people into 2 groups. One group carrying the meat, while the other group helps us build houses. He said the last words after negotiating. What do you think? Let's survive together. The elves above frantically stopped her. You can't do that, Mira. Humans are always full of deceit. Her face darkened as she thought. Mira, remember the old days? Mira, Mira, my dear daughter. Listen to me. I once lived in a place called Gaben and interacted with humans. But their lifespan is too short. While there are too many things they want to enjoy, that's why they become greedy, deceitful, and do many bad things. So Mira, be careful if you encounter humans. Her mother gradually vanished after saying the last words. You can only trust those who can become your true friends. The atmosphere in front of the oven became silent for a while. Lummi earnestly awaited the answer. Mira also silently pondered. In front of the Kia tree, she answered his proposal. I refuse. I only trade with people I consider friends. Lloyd annoyedly thought to himself. Damn it, did I just run into an iron wall? What is a friend? In my original world, I was always alone. I lived in poverty and couldn't even take care of myself, but I wanted a better life than that. So I took architecture courses and attended workshops. I had to ignore the criticism and mockery. That guy doesn't even have a 3.0 GPA. Why is he here? He should get out of here. His pungent smell ruins the whole mood. Although it was very painful, I had to continue to strive. I realized that the only way to escape poverty was to study even harder. Then one day, in front of an oven grilling fatty pieces of beef, a man spoke up. Hey Shunho, don't listen to those stupid guys. Your grades are improving well, and you're always more diligent than them, he replied timidly. Really? Thank you, the guy continued. You know the truth is that way. He flipped the meat over. This piece is great. You'll like it. I'm crazy about the beef here. Kim Shu-ho slowly brought the meat to his mouth. Okay. Thanks, the man calmly said. Just eat comfortably. Suddenly, he smirked deviously. You've never eaten beef before, have you? Kim Shu-ho's face darkened after hearing him say that. His eyes looked down on me. That sinister laugh. I had seen that laugh my whole life. Like he was feeding a stray dog and earning merit for himself. I burst into tears. Like a wild stray dog. But I had never eaten such delicious beef. Kim Shu-ho looked at him like a saint, bestowing a blessing. You're really an angel, he cried out pleadingly. Can we have 2 more servings, brothers? He smiled contentedly. You can have 3 servings if you want. And just like that, he became my only friend. Back in the present, Lloyd smirked. So what does friendship even mean? Just give them beef, and that's it. He took a piece of meat out of his bag and dropped it. Mira stared at the meat, drooling. What is that? Yes, that aura. Is that real meat? Lloyd quickly placed the beef on the fire. Mira savored the beef with tears in her eyes. Melika also shed tears after taking a bite. The other elves were no different. Mira didn't think much more and decided to seal the deal. A voice idly said, Mira, what about the elders? Approval. She immediately replied, just give them this beef to eat. Lloyd led the elf squad back. The elves of the Eternal Forest had never contacted any other tribe for 500 years. Now they were signing a business agreement with a human from the Frontera estate. Habil Asrahan angrily thought to himself, why do I have to fight when a few pieces of beef can be so powerful? Everyone in the village was buzzing. What's the young master up to again? First, ORCs, now elves. Will it be dragons next time? Don't panic. Anything but a dragon. Mira seriously observed her surroundings. She looked at the fences in front. They were made from harming the trees, and the wooden gate beyond. Seeing this with my own eyes is truly horrifying. Lummi spoke up from the front. There are some people who refuse to eat meat, race, culture, personal choice. Everyone has their reasons, he said solemnly. Put down your stubbornness a little and start helping each other. I think that will be when we can all live a happy life, Mira said with difficulty. I understand what you mean, but I also need to understand it with my heart, Lummi reassured her. You're right, just take it slow. He smiled slyly at Mira. Just enjoy some more beef while you think it over. You're completely mesmerized. TCH, I think I get it now. The construction of the honey complex 101 and 102 resumed. Before I came to the Eternal Forest, my concern was whether I could complete Zone 102 before the temperature dropped below 0 degrees. Freezing and melting. If the water in the concrete freezes below 0 degrees and melts when the temperature rises after winter, countless droplets of water will burst out, destroying the concrete from the inside, and eventually the building will completely collapse. Lloyd smiled confidently. However, that's no longer a worry. He looked at the elves moving on the walls. The elfkin used their skills to get to work. Mira, holding a bunch of iron pipes, shouted, "Let's finish this quickly and eat beef." With the crazy mobility of the elf tribe, the construction speed was faster than anyone could have imagined. On the first day of winter, complexes 101 and 102 were completed. Loisi walked on the stairs, contemplating. After completing the testing of these two complexes during the winter, the next project will be carried out with the goal of relocating all the refugees by next fall. And the key to this test is a mixture that ORC brought up earlier, tree sap and soybean paint in a ratio of 1:100. To achieve perfect insulation, everyone started painting it on the equipment, Sergeant Greg announced. From the first floor to the 8th floor, all insulation pipes have been completed. Lloyd, hearing this, ordered. Good. Tell everyone to go downstairs and boil it. The steam generator started operating as instructed, connecting the hot airflow to the pre-established pipes. Inside the room, Lloyd and the other four were testing the heat. With satisfactory success, he stepped out of the room and announced, "Everyone, get ready to move in." Habil Asrahan stepped forward to suggest, "Young master, I think the priority of moving in should be..." Lomi impatiently cut him off. "It's snowing, I'm busy, let's talk later." He walked away, calling out, leaving Habil Asrahan annoyed behind him. "Sir Bayan, yes, young master." Loy ordered the next steps. "Move in the families with young children first, next are the elderly and the sick, arrange them according to their health conditions." Bayan bowed and accepted the order. "As you command, young master," he continued to announce. "Those who cannot move in today will be arranged a warm room with the correct number for each person. No one is allowed to go hungry or cold this winter." Behind the indiscriminate concern was Alomi, who only thought about wearing down everyone's bodies. "I have to do this. That way, they'll be indebted to me, and it'll be more convenient for me to ask them to work later." Loy moved quickly. "I'll go see Baron. Our work this winter isn't finished yet." Habil Asrahan followed behind, thinking to himself, "He's troublesome, but not foolish enough." He recalled, "Come to think of it, he's always been like that since his personality changed, making it impossible for me to hate him." Habil Asrahan looked at Lloyd Frontera's back, and he had become a pillar for everyone around him. The two walked towards the DH Manor. Loki frowned, observing, "Was that a horn just now?" Habil Asrahan explained, "Yes, that's the sound signaling the Emperor's arrival." Ahead, a certificate bearer was present at the estate. He gesticulated and unfolded the certificate. The bearded man loudly read out, "The initiative at the Frontera estate is truly excellent. I can't help but be impressed by it." Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera listened seriously. "And so, based on those commendable achievements, I am here to deliver this imperial edict to the Frontera estate." The two standing far away also listened silently. "From the moment this edict is issued at the Frontera estate," Lolly read along. "Edict," the bearded man also continued. "The administrative district at Frontera will be promoted to a county." Then he knelt down after reading all the content inside. "Congratulations, Earl and Countess Frontera." The two gradually teared up after the announcement. He puffed out his chest and smiled with satisfaction. The bearded man continued to read the next content. "The first achievement is successfully preventing the massive wave of monster attacks from the east. The second achievement is accepting refugees who lost their homes from the Eastern Kingdom." Aegis Frontera cried and rejoiced inwardly. "The third achievement is rebuilding the Eastern region and building it into a fortress." He seriously read the certificate. "Based on these achievements, the Frontera Earldom will be separated independently from the CRMO Earldom, and I order you to become the reconstruction center of the East." Loy was so happy that he jumped up and down behind him. "Therefore, the royal family for the next 10 years will provide a special budget and necessary supplies for the restructuring of the East, and a privilege of exemption from all types of taxes for the next 20 years. He smiled wickedly, praising her to the high heavens. "Hooray! Long live the Queen! The Queen is truly enlightened and generous. Building a large city with our efforts alone is impossible. Yet the Queen bet on us and made it something within our capabilities." Lloyd turned around and ordered, "Let's go to the village, Habil. I have some things prepared for this matter." Akos Frontera turned to look at Lloyd Frontera. The mustached man continued, "And therefore all of the eastern border territories, including the Duchy of Racona, will be placed under the jurisdiction of the Frontier Earldom." He wept tears of joy. Akos Frontera looked at his retreating back, thinking to himself, "It's all thanks to you. Not only did you miraculously save our estate from debt, but you also helped our barony become an earldom. You truly are our miracle." A statue of Alicia was covered in flowers. The Queen, the Eternal Queen, the Queen, the Great Queen. The people of Frontera walked around the bronze statue, cheering, long live, 10,000 years, unification of the world." Everyone continued to praise her. Long live, 10,000 years, unification of the world." Loey shouted loudly, "Shout louder, so the Queen can hear." The bearded man silently watched the scene unfold before him. Long live, 10,000 years, unification of the world." He returned to his task and reported everything. They kept chanting the same repeated phrases. "Your Majesty," Alicia yelled, ordering, "make them stop immediately." A horse's neigh echoed as it charged forward with extreme speed. Duke Racona frantically rode away on horseback. He knelt before Akos Frontera. "Earl Frontera, did you summon me?" He shyly demurred. "No need for such formalities, Duke. I'm still not used to being called an earl, haha." Duke Racona, sweating profusely, said, "Absolutely not. With your eternal excellence and enlightened character, no one is more deserving of the title of Earl than you." He twisted his hooked nose uncomfortably. Damn it, son of a bitch. Just the thought of him being an Earl. Duke Ricona remembered how he used to treat Akos Frontera. I used to mock his poverty at banquets, despised him so many times. But that's all in the past. I just need to treat him better from now on. Duke Ricona looked at his face with disdain. A petty man only good at pretending to be kind. If I take advantage of his good nature, I might be able to survive, Akos Frontera sternly reiterated. But as you know, the royal decree has been issued, and we have a lot of work to do to rebuild the East. Duke Ricona immediately chimed in. I sincerely express my gratitude to you, he hesitantly suggested. But we are short on manpower, so I would like to ask you for a favor. Duke Ricona promptly responded. Please, ask for anything you need. Akos Frontera began to state his request. I was just wondering if you could transfer some engineers to us. He quickly agreed. Of course, just tell me how many you need. Akos Frontera hesitated. Too many would be a bit difficult for you. Around? Ugh, he revealed his true nature. Just send me as many people as you can. Duke Ricona was terrified by that statement. Akos Frontera had been capitalist, ainified, and bore the face of Lloyd Frontera. Just enough so that our friendship doesn't waver. Hearing that, he was stunned, speechless. Duke Ricona left, his body as if it had lost its vitality. Akos Frontera stood on the upper floor, watching him fall off his horse. He thought silently, I've never threatened anyone in my life, even if it's just one person. Feeling as though Duke Ricona was trembling as he dragged his body onto the horse, Akos Frontera grinned wickedly, just like his son. Damn, that was awesome. Over at the construction site, Bayan bowed and announced, Honey apartment complexes 101 and 102 have been completed and have finished accepting residents. System announcement. New achievement unlocked. You have successfully built an apartment and won the trust of the people of the Lore Razor continent. Affection points rewarded, 700. Current affection points, 4, 783. Evil laughter at the result. The seed is sown. It's harvest time. In front of small houses covered in snow, inside one house, a cheerful voice calls out, Oh my! Only one piece of meat? And some milk bread? Wow! I invite mom and dad to eat. The wife in the house calls out, Honey, come eat. He tiredly replies, Go ahead and eat, I don't really feel like it. The mop-haired man thinks silently, I'm so grateful for all of this, but I used to be a diligent farmer for my family, and now I can only depend on others. He bites his lip along with the negative thoughts. How long will I have to live like this? Suddenly a voice rings out outside, drawing his attention. Young Master Loin. The villagers see him and eagerly shout, Young Master Loin, thank you. What can we do to repay your kindness? He waves to everyone. Haha, don't mention it. Are things still going well? The people in front cheer. You saved our lives. Thank you so much. An old woman steps forward, sobbing. Please hold my hand before I die. He smiles cheerfully. Please don't say such things, madam. I pray that you live longer than me. Hey. Then he walks over with a young boy to have a picture drawn. We can do it. Lummi waves to everyone. Yay, it's all thanks to everyone. I love you guys. I love you all. He cheerfully asks, Is everyone eating well? Haha. Habiel Asrahan glares in thought. I can feel it. He suspects silently. He's plotting something with these people. Suddenly, a huge table is moved to the front of the villagers, along with a stack of documents placed on it. Lummi sits at the table and announces, Alright, it's time for you all to pay me back. I have tons of contracts piled up here. The villagers are confused. He smiles as he waits. Lummi puts on a menacing face and reminds them, You all know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right? The people are horrified by what he says. Habiel Asrahan scratches his head uncomfortably. TCH, damn it, I don't even know what's right or wrong anymore. Suddenly someone steps forward. Young Master Lo, the contract. Will I get a job? Loey smiles with satisfaction. Of course we'll pay a salary, and extra for overtime. He says some threatening words. But from the moment you sign this contract and receive your first paycheck, you will have to buy food and supplies with your own money. He silently thinks, and then seriously replies, I have no need to just live depending on others. Give me the contract. Loey laughs warningly, reminding him, My contracts are quite harsh and capitalist. Are you ready? The mop-haired man is confused. What's capitalist? His wife also steps forward. Can women also sign contracts? He quickly replies. We don't discriminate based on gender here. Haha. The people around start lining up. What kind of job is it? I also want to work for my own life. Let us sign the contracts. Lonnie smirks and introduces. We are implementing a project that will provide a stable food supply and private land ownership. A vast project is put forth by Lonnie. We will build an advanced terraced field project. He imagines the plan in his mind. We will carve up the eastern mountains to make terraced fields. It will be easy to build them with reinforced concrete.
Scene cuts to Belle, exhausted in her room. Lloyd watches her, unconscious. But Belle H has been working herself ragged with the apartments. Bibung is furious at Bello's exhaustion. He lunges forward, kicking Lloyd in the face. I can't ask Belle to work even a little bit more. Lloyd tears up, snot and spit flying, but still plots. In that case, before the dark night engulfs the estate, a system notification pops up. Mythical creature summoning begins a spin, 150 affinity points. Lloyd stands before the display, thinking, I've been thinking about this for days, but this is the only way I can get materials. The system urges, alright, let's do this. Mythical creature summoning fortune wheel begins a spin, 160 affinity points. The time has come. Let's see what you get, YOLO, let's go. Lloyd narrows his eyes suspiciously. This dumb system is always hustling me like some MLM scheme, but it always gives me what I need. He looks down at the two Bondong kids, Hippo and Belle. I always get the creatures I need most. Losi looks at the display. I have affinity points to spare, so there's no need to hesitate. Current affinity points, 783. Let's roll. Lloyd shouts with anticipation. Come forth! Give me a creature that can create steel wire for the wall. He quickly taps start, and the magic circle appears again. Amidst the creaking of magic, Lloyd still prays. Please, I beg you, it's too noisy. The magic circle suddenly expands. Lloyd eagerly anticipates. What is it? Suddenly, a flame shoots straight into his face, erasing the expectant look on Lloyd Frontera's face. The system boasts, they're trash now, haha. He says to the system, annoyed, aren't you on my side anymore? The system replies seriously, I'm simply following the rules. I'm not on anyone's side. Annoyed, he retorts. Cut the annoying tone. Lloyd recalls the past. Then how come every time I summoned before, you gave me the good stuff I needed? The system notification gradually turns red. Haha. Lloyd is confused by the system's laughter. It has completely turned into a warning color. Haha. The system gradually becomes serious, startling. Lummy, you brainless fool, haven't you figured it out yet? Suddenly, the system returns to normal. The secret to gambling is to let naive gamblers win a few times so they think they'll keep winning. He angrily scolds, you dare deceive me, I'll kill you. The system mocks. Did you think life would always be rosy? Don't dream that life will be easy. Lloyd scowls, annoyed. Trisk. This guy is quick to grasp villainous logic. The system continues to entice. What if you get something better next time? Mythical creature summoning spin begins. A scroll costs 225 affinity points. Lummy clumsily taps the start button. A thunderous explosion echoes behind the Frontera mansion. He angrily punches the system. Let's talk this through first. The system continues to taunt. Third time's a charm. Lummy continues to tap. Mythical creature summoning scroll begins. A scroll for 338 affinity points. And a magic circle appeared. And Lloyd, quick-witted, immediately lay down on the ground, thinking, am I really going to get fooled 3 times? Does the system always predict the future? He waited, with his head bowed. A faint light began to appear above Lloyd Frontera's head. But what appeared was not a flame, but a monster shaped like a carnivorous plant. It lunged to attack Lloyd, who was scrambling away. He frantically ran into the mansion to wake up Habil Asrahan. A sword strike infused with sword aura was unleashed, cutting the monster in 2. Lloyd gasped for breath on the ground. The system window appeared. Another piece of trash again. He angrily decided, I get it, I'm never buying this crap again. Suddenly, the system announced. Achieved hidden achievement. Product annihilation. Your body and affinity points have been severely damaged after 3 consecutive trash item pulls. To compensate for the damage, the selection of a mythical creature has now become possible. Lloyd read the announcement in surprise. A customizable skill. A massive system window began to appear. He gaped in astonishment. No way! A series of level 1 skills appeared. Why are all these skills junk? Lloyd stood up to observe all the skills. Wait a minute. He looked at the skill in the corner of the display panel. Hold on a second. A spider web. Lloyd pondered its uses. If it's as thick as a net, it will have 3 times the durability and elasticity of steel. It can resist moisture and won't lose durability when exposed to sunlight over time. He smiled after calculating his plan. That's it. I knew it. I knew there'd be something I needed. The system window appeared. Do you want to choose a mythical creature to make a spin for 800 affinity points? Current affinity points, 4070. Lloyd decided. I choose the spiderweb. The magic circle began to appear, then gradually glowed after completing its activation. Inside a room in the mansion, Habil Asrahan slowly woke up from his sleep. He pondered about last night. It seems I had a strange dream. At the Frontera estate, the working residents were drawn to something in the sky. Huh? What's that? A figure gradually appeared in the sky. There's something in the sky. A gigantic bird appeared in the eyes of the people, followed by snow-white feathers. An angel. Lloyd smiled contentedly.
Freaking awesome. Let's circle the territory. Ko Ming carried him. Soaring through the air, Ko Ming and Loy soared into the sky amidst praises. He's the young master Loy, who can fly. He struck a pose before the cheers. Young master is amazing. Lloyd Loy. I thought a spider would come out, so I was a bit disappointed when it turned out to be a parrot. But getting a bird is a great advantage. Loy stood posing arrogantly before the praises. Young master Loy is flying in the sky. He is looking down at us. We put our trust in him. Young master Loy smiled slyly. I can promote myself and increase the loyalty of the people. At this rate, I can increase labor productivity and make them pay more taxes. Haha, jackpot. Miss Min's main skill is spiderweb. The second skill is dispersing spiderwebs, creating a lair to split the soul of the elder. It can shoot spiderwebs through its backpack. I tried my best to break it, but it's too tough and only tore a little. The quality is really top-notch. Loy leaned down and ordered, Miss Min, land on that plane. He imagined the finished product. We will create steel mesh using the spiderweb dispersal technique. This bird is awesome. Except, Ms. Min sighed in frustration. Loy also noticed something unusual. He looked in the direction it was flying and wondered, hey, hold on, where are you flying to? Miss Min landed in a snowy area and threw Loy off its back. So lazy. He face-planted after the throw. Loy angrily raised his voice. What the hell are you doing, you damn lizard? Miss Min sat calmly under a tree and even complained. Too lazy. Loy pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking, it's lazy to the bone, damn it, how can I get it to work? Last night, before the product that the system gave as a reward, Loy leaned down and asked, Miss Min, you know how to remove spiderwebs, right? Can you show me? She sighed wearily and lay flat on the ground. Miss Min spoke up in dissatisfaction. I don't care why I was born to work and live a life of labor. Loy pondered silently. Look at this kid, its behavior is so different. Bo Dong stepped forward to greet, bringing knowledge to explain, building infrastructure to improve society, and the quality of human life corresponds to rewards for experience and satisfaction. Bo Dong continued to request, create your own thoughts, become an existence that brings happiness to the world. Miss Min didn't even bother to look at it. Then Miss Min calmly replied, well, I'll try. Loy looked at Miss Min's nonchalant appearance in disappointment. And so, Po Dong's words motivated that kid, and somehow it moved. But now it's in this state. Crap. Po Dong crawled out of his clothes, stepping forward to advise, let's try a little harder together, Miss Min replied dejectedly, after thinking carefully. Well, I don't see why I have to work so hard. It continued to use its reverse thinking, and spoke up. The world will still develop on its own, even if we don't do anything. And since he summoned me, he will definitely have to feed and take care of me. Lobi bit his lip in anger. Whoa, this kid is really driving me crazy. Should I butcher it? Can I really butcher it? Bo Dong stepped forward. You shouldn't think like that. Miss Ming stayed silent for a long while, then spat out the twig she'd been chewing on. The twig landed right on Miss C's Dong's head. A huge goose egg swelled up on her head. Bo Dong turned to Lloyd Frontera. Bo Dong, he wondered. Yeah, she suggested. Bo Dong Dong. Lloyd quickly agreed. Sure, sounds good. He gave Po Dong a red sunflower seed. In front of the forest covered in snow, a piercing scream made the birds fly away in a panic. Ming frantically fled into the sky, but still couldn't escape Bo Dong's grasp. She grabbed Mia's Mint, who was struggling in her hand, and stuffed her straight into her mouth. Even Loy was shocked, and his eyes widened as Ming's body gradually disappeared into Bo Dong's mouth. The forest fell silent again, because Ming was lying almost unconscious in the puddle of holy water. Bo Dong wiped the saliva from her mouth and asked, what's wrong? Want to play some more? She answered in a panic. No. I'll work hard. Bo Dong turned her head back with an arrogant laugh. Loy gave her a thumbs up and smiled exactly like her. Like master, like servant. No matter when or where, punishment always works best. Everyone started construction. Step 1. Dig and create a slope. Step 2. Ask Bibung to use a giant rope to filter fine sand. Miss Min started shooting spider silk into the air. Step 3. After the sand has been sifted, have Mingnech arrange the spiderwebs in the form of a net. Step 4. Encouragement from the supervisor. Bo Dong stood right at her mouth and ordered, work hard. Lloyd yelled the order. White Knights, let's go. Hearing his voice like a call from God, the White Knights cheered. Seriously scary. Step 5. Use sand to cover the spiderweb and repeat this process until the backfilling is complete. Step 6. After creating a solid base and filling it on all sides, pour rocks into the gravel tightly. The White Knights were still cheering below. Ven hero, Sen hero, Soven hero. Loy, riding Ming, observed. We've finished the first part, he smiled with satisfaction. Looks like we'll finish it before spring comes. If we distribute this to the refugees and speed up the construction of the apartments, We'll finish everything next year. Lloyd raised the scepter in his hand. He cried out proudly. And that will be the end of my life of labor. The unemployed life of the super-rich awaits me. The White Knights continued their work. Agos Frontera and Bayen were buried under the pile of documents assigned in front of the land, full of flowers growing on the Frontera estate. The system board announced, "The construction of the Frontera territory's terraced fields is complete. A vast field has been completed. You've become one of the best civil engineers on the continent. Bonus, familiarity points plus 800. Current familiarity points 4070. Loey is lying down, enjoying the bouquets of flowers." The system board continues to announce a new title, Leader of the Weary, followed by the sand-digging man and his wife happily working. Title Region System, Frontera County. Title Active Time, 30 years. Title Points, 3. The effect of this title will apply to the designated area for 24 hours and is subject to your actions or area. Increasing the time limit, extending the time, decreasing the time, or decreasing the time limit may occur. Along with that, Lloyd Frontera's apartment construction is complete. The system board continues to announce, title effect has a great chance to harvest northern terraced fields, increasing by 300%. Harvest amount increased by 200%. A hand holding a chess piece stutters, It's gotten a little harder, hasn't it? Loey is playing chess alone in the room. He goes from white pieces to black pieces. Frontera takes the black piece and attacks the white piece from earlier. How's this? What are you gonna do? He moves to the other side, scratching his head. This is driving me crazy. Habiel Asrahan stands to the side, scornful. Are you having that much fun? Lomi laughs wildly, answering, "Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I love it. It's so thrilling. Anything other than working is the best." Habiel Asrahan brings up the past. "This is the first time I've seen you play it since that day," Loey says calmly. "What else should I do? Sir Bayan will manage the construction process well himself." He continues playing chess, satisfied. "After I raised the wages for the workers, now they're working hard out of excitement. Everything is going smoothly." Suddenly, Loey is absent-minded. He remembers the words his father in the old world used to say. "Shuho, you have to remember this. When you think everything is going well," he said gravely, "you have to at least once think about whether it's really okay. Never forget that." Lummi remembers those words and becomes tense. He gets up from the chessboard and requests, "Hey Biel, you go to sleep first tonight. I have something I need to do, so I can't sing you a lullaby." Hearing that, he's extremely puzzled. What are you planning to do so late at night? Lummi explains seriously, "I need to check if it's really okay." System board displays, ending reveal. Use your stakes to see the ending for this storyline. Stakes needed for the second use, 40. Would you like to use ending reveal? Yes. No. Lomi stands in the middle of the empty lot, thinking, becoming an unemployed super-rich person isn't easy at all. He seriously puts his hand forward, for the goal of ensuring a safe future. Without stumbling on any stumbling blocks, Lomi decides to use the confirmation skill. A darkness begins to envelop his body. Lomi gradually opens his eyes after completing his transfer. He looks around the room and realizes he's in the bedroom. Suddenly, Loi's eyes widen as he looks to the other side. In his eyes is Habiel Asrahan using all of his energy to transfer it into Lomi. Lomi wonders before his action, what is Habiel doing? Is he massaging pressure points? Suddenly, Loy realized something. Ahead was a vortex of magic power, spinning wildly and endlessly. He looked at Habiel Asrahan, silently asking, is he crazy? What's he thinking? Spinning the core like that. Loy stepped forward to stop him. Hey, you're definitely sending me to the Western Paradise if you keep doing that. Are you even listening to me? What the heck are you doing? He stopped abruptly after witnessing the scene before him. Before Lloyd's eyes was Habiel Asrahan, crying as he continuously channeled magic power, his hand placed directly in the middle of Lloyd's chest. In Lloyd's eyes was himself, in a gaunt, weak version, devoid of strength. He panicked after seeing himself. Lloyd exclaimed in bewilderment. What the hell? Who is this guy? Is this another death ending for me? Lloyd weakly spoke. Habiel, stop it. You know it's useless. Habiel Asrahan, drenched in sweat, listened to his last words. Keep living and burn it down. Lloyd was even more confused. Burn what? Habiel Asrahan gradually gave up and stopped channeling magic power. Lloyd gathered his last strength, intending to reveal a secret. And, actually, it's not Habiel's son, Asrahan, constantly shedding tears, interrupted. You are the hero, he grasped Lloyd's hand tightly. The hero who protected this estate and saved so many lives. Habiel Asrahan sadly voiced his thoughts. That is how I will let the world know who you truly are. Loy weakly listened to the last words. His eyes gradually dimmed. Loy drifted off to sleep, never to wake up again. Bo Dong, Bell Hippo, and Kam Ming also cried sorrowfully. Suddenly, their bodies gradually disintegrated, dissolving into the air and disappearing. Lloyd was astonished. After witnessing the entire scene, he widened his eyes, thinking, "This isn't the first time I've seen my own death. Stay calm and find a solution." Lloyd stood watching Habil carrying his body. Habil's appearance hadn't changed, meaning all of this was the near future. He looked at his own skinny legs, contemplating, "And I look freaking scrawny. Is it because of severe dehydration? So what's the problem here?" Lo followed Habil Asrahan and observed that this happened in the spring. He glared at Habil Asrahan. He carried Lloyd's body to the place where the bodies of the people in the estate were placed. Afekos Frontera and Mabella Frontera were no exception. Besides Habil, Lloyd surveyed all the bodies. "This is a massacre." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan poured some kind of liquid onto the bodies. "It's oil." He started to grab a torch, preparing to light the fire. "I understand now." Habil Asrahan started to put the torch to Lloyd's body. So he's talking about cremating the body. Lloyd pondered silently. If that's the case, it means he concluded based on observing the burning corpses. This is a plague. Lloyd wondered about the cause. Could it be due to some disease? What do I even know about plagues? He felt helpless in the current situation. I wasn't even a doctor in my past life, so what can I do now? Lloyd noticed a voice beside him. "Young Master Lloyd, regardless of who you are, these are your last words, aren't they?" He lowered his head. "When your corpse is completely incinerated, you want me to say this word?" Habil Asrahan solemnly repeated. "Emptiness." Lloyd widened his eyes in shock. After that, his body returned to the real world. Lloyd furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Emptiness is indeed a strange last word from my future self. Could this be some kind of message? Wait, it's a message for myself, Lloyd, who just died, experiencing the ending from his time." He recalled his burning corpse from the future, so it must be a message for me. The future me will come, right? Is this a hint from the future to fight this disease? Lloyd paced back and forth, lost in thought. Emptiness. Emptiness. What is emptiness? Plague. Mass casualties. What is that emptiness? Suddenly, his steps halted. Lloyd realized something extremely important. He recalled the Korean text, "I get it. That's it. I know what the plague is now." Lloyd's face darkened. "Oh, my future self." He smiled contentedly, praising himself. What a genius. One morning at Frontera Estate, Bayan wondered, "Are you talking about the people of Sarmu?" Lloyd immediately replied, "Yes, I need as many stonemasons as possible," he sternly reminded. "I don't think we have enough funds for that." Lloyd chuckled awkwardly. "I know, but we're out of options. Our people are busy with their land. Meanwhile, the orcs in the army are busy building apartments." He recalled his previous skill. The first to pay off debt, attribute effect. You have gained the highest financial credibility. You can receive money and minimum interest rates along with many other favorable conditions. With so much, there shouldn't be any funding problems. But I never expected to fall into debt. How pathetic. Bayan inquired about the plan. "Tell me, how big is the project you've planned this time?" Lloyd casually replied. Could it be as big as the Honey Apartment project?" He earnestly stated the plan. "This project will cover our entire estate," Lloyd secretly said in his mind about his true intention. "The enemy we are fighting this time is a disease. It's cholera." He gestured back and forth, explaining. "We'll need underground tunnels here and there. I don't know much about medicine, but that doesn't mean there's no other way to fight the plague," Lloyd seriously explained. "We need to build a waste treatment system. This means we will build a sewage system this time." The emptiness is to refer to the bubonic plague in VN. VN's population skyrocketed when it entered the industrial era. However, due to the lack of proper sanitation to support the city, people's waste was dumped directly into the river without a care. These wastes would flow along the river and be naturally decomposed by microorganisms. But disaster struck when the climate temperature dropped sharply. The river froze, and people's waste could not be naturally decomposed. This soon contaminated the groundwater. That's how cholera happened. Lloyd stood on the mountain, contemplating. People's waste should have been treated in the Prograna River. If the temperature drops and the river freezes, our estate will definitely become the second VN. He scratched his head in annoyance. "Ugh, damn it. There's always too much to do, even when everything has started to mesh together," Lloyd said sternly. "Just you wait." He smiled confidently along with his skill. "Whether it's a plague or demons, I won't let anything ruin my easy life plan." Lloyd laid wearily on the bed, exhausted. Not even demons could stop his dream of living an easy life. But now he had to overcome another massive debt that was preventing him from living his dream. He frowned in contemplation. If only the workers' wages were the only thing he needed to pay, that would be great. But he also needed to consider other issues. Lloyd tossed and turned uncomfortably, tearing at his clothes. Damn it, loans. The toxic concept of loans is tearing me apart. On a beautiful day at the Frontera plantation, C.U., who was doing his job, suddenly noticed something. Before him, Sergeant Greg was flirting with a girl. "I chose this flower for its beauty, but its beauty is no match for yours."
The girl giggled. "Oh, stop it, haha."
He was using his handsome face to flirt. "The day you set foot on our plantation, I finally felt warmth in my heart from the rays of the sky." She laughed gleefully at that. "Oh, that's so cheesy, haha," Sergeant Greg grinned. "You'll have to slap me to make me stop." CU glared at the scene before him. A girl being charmed by love, a man happily giving her that love, filled him with anger. Suddenly, a soldier approached with an announcement. "Sergeant Greg, Lord Bayan is looking for you." He turned to reply, "Okay, tell him I'm on my way." Sergeant Greg turned back to say goodbye. "My beautiful flower, I must return to work." She clapped him off. "Come back soon, my handsome man." CU walked up and spoke. "Sergeant Greg, Chich." Sergeant Greg looked at his angry face, surprised. CU spoke, trembling. "How could you do that, Chich?" he asked, confused. "Sorry, CU yelled in anger. "How could you do that when you have Emily?" Sergeant Greg frowned in confusion. "Emily? What are you talking about?" he said casually. "Why don't we just call this another Emily?" CU grew even angrier, glaring at him. He couldn't hold back anymore and lunged forward. "You filthy bastard." However, he was met with a mana-infused punch straight to the face from Sergeant Greg. CU clutched his injury in shock. He sternly reminded him, "Your half-assed punch isn't enough to hurt me." That's right. All the soldiers of Frontera can control their mana after hours of labor and training. Each soldier is strong enough to fight 10 armies alone. However, they only use their power to dig dirt. CU wiped the wound on his face. Then, he began to gather energy within his body. Sergeant Greg also didn't relent and focused his mana into his hands. He stood his ground after finishing. CU seriously preparing to attack. Sergeant Greg wasn't panicked and waited, the two quickly charging at each other. Suddenly, Bayan appeared before him, too slow. He had somehow gotten between their fight without them noticing. Bayan pointed at Sergeant Greg's face and reprimanded him. "What are you doing here when I asked you to come see me? Do you think you'll get paid just by slacking off?" He bowed his head in apology. "I apologize." He turned and walked away, instructing, "You're being sent on a trip, so pack your things immediately. I decided to ask you because I trusted you. How could you cause trouble before leaving like this? It's called working hours. You just need to work during the designated time. I don't care what you do after work." Sergeant Greg followed Bavaria but didn't forget to turn back and glare at CU. He touched the wound and looked at Sergeant Greg with bullet-like eyes. The battle between the two men officially began. In front of the Frontera mansion, Sergeant Greg stood in the horse-drawn carriage asking Han, "Did we come to CRMO just to request more reinforcements?" Bayan immediately replied, "Yes, Master Lloyd said he's planning a project that will decide our future." He was doubtful of his words. "I don't think we need to go to CRMO." Hearing that, Bayan turned his head in confusion. System board notification. The achievements you've attained have activated a hidden attribute. The achievements you've attained have activated a hidden attribute. Lloyd dozed off in his work chair before the notification. He used his dead fish eyes to read the words, "Hidden attribute. System board. You have punished the betrayer and paid off the estate's debts." Sergeant Greg walked down the road, announcing to everyone, "The system board. You have supported the refugees and provided them with shelter." The people who were working immediately gathered around him. The system board continued, "You have averted a disaster and won." Sergeant Greg walked through the villagers and continued to announce as before, "System board. Citizens of the estate." More and more footsteps gathered. Lloyd was doubtful of the notification. "The system board will return anything you have done for them." He was skeptical of the message. What did I even do? How are they going to repay me? The system board displayed the hidden attribute. "Everyone will repay you for helping them." Activated. Suddenly, Lloyd heard loud noises echoing outside. He moved closer to the window. Lloyd opened the window to observe. Below were the people gathered in front of the mansion, shouting loudly, "Master Lloyd, please give us a job. We will do anything for you. We don't even need a salary. We just want to repay your kindness. That's right, we will work for free." The people cheered happily. "It's all thanks to young Master Lloyd. It's all thanks to young Master Lloyd. For young Master Lloyd." He was stunned by the cheers. "For young Master Lloyd, for young Master Lloyd." He was moved by those words. Suddenly, Lloyd shouted loudly, "Stop!" The people became silent. After the voice, he frowned and spoke. "I don't believe anyone would do something for free without wanting something in return. Most people will only do something if they see that they will get something back." The people were stunned by what Lloyd said. "You're saying you don't want a salary? I will never give you anything to do for free." So Lloyd pointed directly at the crowd, raising his voice. "Don't even think about working for free. I will give you all a contract right now." The people rejoiced after his acceptance. Lloyd returned to the mansion after saying what he wanted to say, wiping away tears as he walked. Trisk. The scene shifts to a pigeon flying towards the city. It flies straight into the royal palace of Asp. Samakan takes the letter from the messenger pigeon. "This is from the scouts we sent to the west. The contents of the letter report to the great emperor of Asfan. We are reporting what was found in the western scouting mission, a mighty bird that cleaves the sky. and a great beast that can destroy the earth, a monster that can swallow the sea, and a snake that can destroy a mountain, a monster that has suffered the wrath of the gods. That is what lives there. Samakhan is astonished by the contents of the letter. The workers of this village can defeat an ORC with their bare hands, and the elders can move faster than the wind. Even a valiant white knight uses a sparrow instead of a lance. Elves and ORCs use their power to build a building here. If their commoners are this strong, I can't imagine how strong their army must be. He stood frozen in front of the window. Samakhan glared in confusion. What kind of place is this? Before a road leading to Duke Rakona's territory. Inside the territory, Diego is giving orders to two men. You slowpokes, are you too brainless to understand what I'm saying? This guy punches his arm, instructing. Like this. Put all your strength into your fist. The two men stood blankly at the request. Why are you stopping? Have you lost your minds? Diego glared warningly. Do you want to see your wives and children starve to death? The two men clenched their hands in helplessness. The man on the left started punching the other. Yeah. He didn't hold back and punched back. Diego was delighted with the actions of the two men. Haha, that's right, that's how you hit. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared beside him, adding to the fun. Freaking awesome, Diego screamed as if he saw a ghost. Kia spoke with boredom. Geez, every time you see me you get so freaked out, you're embarrassing me. Lloyd looked at the two men. Who are they? Diego stuttered. They're just lowly servants of my household. He smiled in satisfaction. Ah, really? Lomi approached the two men. The class system is really convenient. You can also have fun like this, right? The guy trembled, answering, Please forgive me. Lomi smiled harmoniously. Let me play with you. I want to try too. Diego refused tremblingly. No way, how can I let you hit them? He calmly pointed directly at the guy's face. What the hell are you babbling about, you sicko? I told you to hit. Why would I participate? Diego looked like he lost all his blood after hearing Lo. That's right, you go to the red corner and the green corner. He pointed to Habil Asrahan. Is his place. He sighed helplessly. Habil Asrahan, with the aura of swordsmanship, stepped forward. If this is the Count's order, then there's no other choice. Let's fight. Diego frantically stopped him. Wait a minute, cheater, stop it. Put your sword away. Loey was bored. Humph, why are you telling him to stop? You can also take one if you think it's unfair, the guy retorted loudly. The sword isn't the problem here. Diego bowed his head in apology. Please, have mercy. He sat on the pedestal, hesitant. HMPH. Seems like the swordmaster's training was a bit much for you, huh? Loy smirked savagely. Then fight me, sweetheart. Diego was even more terrified than when he saw Habil Asrahan's sword. Loey didn't choose to wait, he chose to punch this guy straight in the face. Under the sky illuminating Duke Rakona's territory, below lay Diego, sprawled out with wounds all over his face. Loey wrote on a piece of paper and announced, This is the document requiring you to return to school. I should rewrite your actions from today. Diego struggled to his feet, trying to stop him. Please don't write it, he glared, warning. Seriously, why do you keep telling people what not to do? I'm the Earl's son, you idiot. And then the document was delivered by Ming and Podong. Loey looked back at the two men from before. The two men looked up at his voice. He turned and walked away, ordering, Go to Frontera Estate and find Lord Bay. You are residents there from today, so try to work hard. The two men felt like they had met God and wept tears of joy. Inside the Rakona Manor, Duke Rakona jolted awake in his bed. He gasped for breath, thinking, That guy appeared in my dream again. What a terrible way to start the day. Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the door. Duke, I have something to tell you, Duke Rakona angrily shouted. What lowly thing dares knock on my door? Leave me alone. The voice outside the door was rushed. It's urgent, sir. I need to speak with you immediately. He grew even more annoyed and grabbed his whip. Does a petty little thing like you dare disobey me? Do you miss the feeling of the whip already? Loey, wearing the face of Shang Wujing, opened the door. Duke, what are you doing? He fainted on the spot as if he had seen a ghost. He was baffled, huh? Lloyd turned to ask Habil Asrahan. Does my face look that scary? He looked at Lloyd with contempt. Well, it's not something human eyes should see. He dragged Duke Rakona out to the terrace. Duke, your territory starts from there. Lloyd pointed from the houses to the nearby forest. Right here, isn't it? He smiled, revealing his intentions. I'm planning to flatten everything to build a quarry. Remember this? Duke Rakona panicked. Wait, why are you suddenly doing this? Lloyd grabbed his cheek and pulled it. Ugh, why are you acting like this? He used the terrifying face to remind him. Do we really have to spell everything out? Loey imagined the construction in his plans. It's better to use granite than cement to build the sewer system because they don't collapse or become unstable in the future. He announced to the villagers behind him. Alright, it's time to build a highway. Connecting the quarry to our Earl's territory, it'll be a straight line. Everyone looked at the Rakona Manor. Something's blocking the way. Sergeant Greg immediately rushed forward and smashed the house. It has to be a straight line. Duke Rakona was horrified at his ruined manor. Loey stood behind him, reassuring. Don't worry, we've built another house for you to live in. We'll transfer workers from my manor to yours, and we'll assign someone to take care of your chores. Inside a makeshift tent, Malika sat solemnly inside. Along with them were the two trembling figures of Dracona and his child, sitting in the corner of the tent. She turned and spoke. "Is there anything I can help with?" Duke Dracona stammered. "No need." He thought about the current processes Salo Apia used to transport granite, and that Bayan would oversee the quarry's construction. He had surpassed the veteran rank and reached maestro level. System panel. Design comprehension level 85. Design execution level 90. Task management level 99. Personnel management level 99. On the other side, Bibung was also diligently uprooting all the trees in the forest. We don't have to worry about flattening the mountain to prepare for the quarry construction at all. The ORCs are tasked with transporting the trees. There are tons of monsters in the territory, and they're great at doing manual labor. The young Mastodon are also helping Bayan, Go, Bi, Ding Bang, Bung Dong Bung Din, Bi Wrong, Mira shouted loudly, along with the High Elves behind the beef. The High Elves are in charge of building the apartments. They are continuously repeating the process thanks to their superior perception and outstanding physical strength. Loy sat in his workspace contemplating. The problem seems to be dealing with the industrial sludge, he thought, racking his brain. Should I bring the tunnel-digging engineers in with the haul? No way, they'll get gas poisoning. The best solution is probably to burn it all together with heat as intense as modern technology. Loy was lost in his thoughts. Maybe Habiel or I or Bell could do that? That's insane. Who knows what's inside? How could anyone do that every day? He searched desperately. Where can I find a slave who knows how to use heat and work in the sewers every day? Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in Lloyd Frontera's mind. He snapped his fingers in realization. Lloyd smiled contentedly. Wait, I know a slave who can do that. In front of the forge, which was in operation, Sidis was working and asked, "You want me to make armor from Jia tree resin?" He asked suspiciously. "Why do you need something like that? Are you planning on catching a dragon or something?" Lowy replied with a grin. "You're damn right I am," Sidis asked, doubtfully. "Who's going to do that?" He pointed to Habiel Asrahan behind him. Him. His face darkened as he glared at Lloyd Frontera. Habiel Asrahan gritted his teeth and accepted reality. Damn it! The scene shifts to a mountain, covered by mountains, in a remote place, deep in the eastern mountain ranges. In a dark cave, a gruff voice throws a stone down. Damn it, just give up already. Solitas, in dragon form, sat dejectedly in front of the stones. He lamented over his failed creations. There are so many gemstones, so why can't I refine a single one? The stone Solitas threw landed in a nearby pool of water, along with the faint light shining into the cave. He sat down sadly, thinking, "Ugh, I want a wife so bad." Solitas looked at his hands. "Oh, my useless hands, my cursed hands." He thought about the creations he should have succeeded in making. I need to craft exquisite and magnificent jewelry so I can nurture the egg. Only then will I truly be recognized by a beautiful wife. Solitas looked at the pile of scraps at his feet, disappointed. Even though I'm really good at destroying things, that's what female dragons hate the most. He picked up a stone and sighed. Crafting jewelry. It wasn't this hard before. Solitas continued his crafting work. It used to be as easy as raiding human castles. Suddenly the stone cracked loudly. And kidnapping dwarves to make them do it. But then one day, the being known as the Dragon King married a human woman and declared the dragon edicts. All dragons were forbidden from seizing and threatening other species. All dragons had to go to a mineral deposit and craft jewelry with their own hands. Solitas cried out in indignation. Those damn tyrants. They hoard tons of jewelry from theft and threats, and they still dare to set that law. How dare they pretend to be benevolent and demand such things from future generations? Just hurry up and die already. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, drawing his attention. "Oh, I can completely sympathize with those feelings of yours." A person in full plate armor complained, "I've seen so many old-timers hoarding goods and reaping mountains of money. Then they say that hoarding is bad." Solitas, not caring, flew into a rage. "Human, you've overcome all the traps I set," Lowy explained. "Ah, yes. We wanted to talk to a magnificent dragon like you, so we temporarily disabled the traps." At his words, Solitas inhaled deeply, preparing to breathe fire. "You're Solitas, right? I have a very promising proposition for you." He angrily unleashed a torrent of flames at the two of them. "Die," Solitas roared while spewing fire. "Because of you humans, I couldn't get a wife. Die, all of you." Lowy stood helplessly amidst the flames. I knew he wouldn't be able to control his temper, Habiel Asrahan wondered. "So, what's the plan?" He moved and said, "HMPH? Plan, you ask? Didn't I say it earlier?" Habiel Asrahan looked blank. "When did you say that? I don't remember hearing anything like that." Solitas continued to breathe fire. Loy, hiding behind a rock, repeated, "Go and take down that dragon." He sighed at that. Doesn't sound like much of a plan. Habel Asrahan earnestly requested. Stop joking around and tell me. I know what I need to do. I followed you all the way here, just because I believe in your plan. Lloyd calmly replied. Step 1, you fight. Step 2, defeat it for me. He pushed Habel Asrahan out of hiding. Go, go. Solitas was surprised to see that. He stared at Habel Asrahan's relaxed figure, pondering. He's still alive, even after taking a dragon's breath head-on. Did they use some special magic in that stupid-looking armor? Solitas angrily yelled. Damn it, in that case I'll defeat you with my brutal strength. Lloyd, hiding behind the rock, cheered. You can do it. Habel Asrahan could only draw his sword and do as he was told. What a situation. Solitas' claws quickly rushed forward. He slammed straight into where Habel Asrahan was standing, but he immediately dodged. Solitas continued to rush forward. You lowly maggot. Habel Asrahan again successfully evaded the attack. He got even angrier and shouted, Damn it, I'm so freaking annoyed. Habel Asrahan, seeing that, considered, what's this? Maybe I really can do it. Solitas used his tail to smash everything in front of him. Lloyd, witnessing the scene, smiled triumphantly. Exactly as expected. He recalled the content. Even if he torments him to hell and back like in the novel, Habel will still be the victor. Lloyd stood aside, observing the fight. And Habel's strength in the novel was only at the level of a newly awakened swordmaster. Solitas continuously attacked him. At that time, he was only slightly stronger than the Queen and Kai. But now, Habel Asrahan was amazed by the tail rushing towards him. He created a foothold in the air with mana, preparing to launch. He's even stronger than the average swordmaster. He swiftly dodged the attack from Solitas. He was a high-level swordsmanship master. There was no way he could get hit by a young and inexperienced Solitas. He stared at Habel Asrahan in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. What the hell, did that guy just jump in midair? He was pleased with his accomplishment. Perfect. So I can use burst to move faster, huh? Lloyd, hiding behind a rock, commented. He just used a move learned from the elves' footwork and created a foothold in the air. Guess the main character can do anything, huh? Solitas stared blankly as Habel Asrahan darted around like a monkey. Air? Oh, he pondered while floating in the air. Even if it's just a fledgling dragon, it's still the strongest creature on Earth. I won't be able to easily inflict a serious wound. The magic heart began to activate intensely. Two circles of energy began to merge, completely combining to create an enormous power. Habel Asrahan focused the energy into the blade of his sword. He swung with force towards Solitas. Aura burst. An energy blast flew straight towards his head. It spiraled into Solitas' right chest. Seeing the injury, he burst into tears like a newborn. Solitas thrashed around like a dragon who just lost its mother. It hurts. Ouch. It hurts so much. Habel Asrahan stepped forward, suggesting, Shall we continue the fight? He raised his hand to stop him. Wait, negotiate. Lloyd was satisfied with the outcome. Why is a dragon afraid of a human? Seems like this is Solitas' reaction when he's scared. Someone in the room noticed a beetle suddenly appearing and challenging them. You got a death wish. Insecticide was suddenly sprayed on the beetle. Take this, but instead of being afraid, it still nonchalantly smiled, even though it was being sprayed with insecticide, and began flying around wildly, unleashing its final sting. Everyone knew how painful that felt. Habel Asrahan stomped forward, radiating killing intent. This was Habel in his present state, and fear filled Solitas' eyes. Just then he trembled, crying out for mercy. No, stop! Solitas fearfully pleaded. Wait, I have something important to say. Habel Asrahan paused, bewildered. He seized the opportunity, slamming his claw down, saying, You've been tricked. Bang! Solitas lifted his leg and saw that no one was there, and became flustered. Habel Asrahan continued to use Aura Burst and appeared behind him. Another blow struck straight into the middle of Solitas' back. He cried out in pain. What the FCK? Habel Asrahan continuously used skills, striking Solitas. Stop it, it hurts so much. Lloyd lay back enjoying it, crying for him. Heh. He smirked at his success. Nailed it. Just as planned, Solitas' next move seems pretty obvious now. Suddenly, he spewed out a cloud of black smoke that filled the cave. A misty breath. Lloyd imagined being stung by dung beetles. And what if I've emptied a whole can of bug spray, and that terrifying creature still nonchalantly approaches? Solitas' eyes lit up in the mist. At that moment, the giant dragon's figure momentarily transformed into a human form within the smoke. Your only hope is definitely to run away. Just as imagined, Solitas cried out and scurried away in the haze. Oh my god. Lloyd Asrahan peeked from behind the rock where he was hiding. Good. They won't find me. Solitas used his body-wrapping skill, unexpectedly teleporting a lightning strike straight at him. Solitas lay sprawled on the ground, reevaluating himself. Oh right, I did set up a teleportation resistance trap, didn't I? I used to be stubborn and stupid, but now I'm even stupider. A pair of feet stepped beside him. Lloyd took off his hat and bowed. Please allow me to introduce myself again. The Great Solitas. I am the eldest son of Count Frontera, Lloyd Frontera. He pretended to be spaced out. Huh, aren't I a dragon? He smiled naturally. Solitas scratched his head, looking around. Huh, where am I? Who am I? Why am I here? Oh, I was trying to escape. Habiel Asrahan gently released a loving energy blast. It flew straight into his back. Seeing this, Lloyd seized the opportunity to tease. Just as expected, you are a great dragon. Those who endure attacks to the bone usually don't just say, ouch. Solitas cried out in accusation. What's wrong with you guys? Why did you bring me to this? Answer me. He smiled, explaining, I said it from the beginning, that I came here to offer a very promising proposal. Solitas sobbed loudly. Then you should have said that from the beginning instead of ambushing me. Lloyd rubbed his hands together, reiterating, because you intended to kill us, my attendant got itchy and couldn't help but have fun hitting you. Haha, he realized it. Solitas looked at Habiel Asrahan behind him, cautiously asking, so, what's the proposal? Lloyd smiled slyly, thinking, good. To cut down a tree, you have to chop at the roots. Easy peasy. When Solitas attacked the fairy clan in the novel, he was controlled by rage and very obvious. It was impossible to have a normal conversation with a dragon like that from the beginning, so I had to use force. A big guy angrily carrying food walked in. Black bean noodles for me. Why is it blacker than my life? Call your boss out here. Everything can be resolved like this. The chef with a muscular physique came out. Oh, I'm the owner here. What's wrong? Don't you like the taste? Do you want me to make it again? The man immediately pretended to be oblivious, devouring the black noodles that were blacker than his life. No, I'm eating it. It's delicious. Just need to maintain the composure and the might of the strong. Lloyd looked at Solitas' frightened face, calculating. Even though I've suppressed him, a dragon is still a dragon. Because his pride has been hurt by being subdued by humans, it will be difficult to start negotiations. Suddenly, he turned to Habiel Asrahan, raising his voice. You bastard! Look at this petty villain, Lloyd angrily scolded. Why do you, a lowly, despicable human, dare to do this to the great dragon race? You even dared to use a sword. Huh, who told you to do that, you piece of trash? Habiel Asrahan's face froze. He continued to berate. Don't you know this is the great dragon race? We're lucky he has a big heart, or we wouldn't be alive and in one piece. Lloyd pointed to a corner, ordering, you stupid fool, get over there, kneel down, and bow immediately. This little punk. Habiel Asrahan glared, still not understanding what was happening. He frowned and continued to curse. Oh, have you lived at the bottom of society for too long that your brain's been buried and you don't understand what I'm saying? Can't even comprehend? He had no choice but to kneel, with a dazed look on his face. After giving the order, Lloyd also knelt and requested, please stay put here, Lord Solitas. He scratched his nose, following along. Okay. He smiled cheerfully, and suggested, I just want to ask you one simple question, Solitas. In high spirits, readily agreed. Oh, what is it? Lloyd was silent under his cheerful face for a moment, then suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Would you like to take a wife? He blushed in surprise. Huh, how did you know? Lloyd seized the opportunity to reveal Solitas' shortcomings. We know that your hands aren't very skilled and you can't make perfectly beautiful jewelry, can you? He stammered. Wait a minute, Solitas asked suspiciously. How did you know that? And how could you find my lair? Lloyd darkened his face and said, you will be able to marry in 10 years. He rejoiced after hearing him say, wow, really? Waiting for Solitas to angrily snap, that's not it. Answer my question. Lloyd didn't care, and continued, are you eager to meet and love a dragoness? He maintained his annoyed tone. Of course I'm extremely eager. That's not it, my question. Can you two go skiing together at the North Pole with your hands intertwined? Hearing that, Solitas blushed shyly. Lloyd grinned slyly, continuing, exchanging sweet love letters telepathically, and taking advantage of the amorous night sky under the romantic moonlight to couple up, creating a poetic heart shape. Solitas imagined that scene and blushed, lost in thought. Can you feel it? Our love tonight. He took out a contract and requested. Here, you just need to sign it, he excitedly asked. If I sign it, will I get married? Lloyd replied sweetly. That's right. He indicated how to write. Just sign, at the bottom, Solitas observed, and saw, here it is. After completing the signature, Lloyd's face suddenly became noticeably different. He immediately snatched the contract. Lloyd stood up seriously. This is a document stipulated by dragon law, isn't it? He used a devilish face to glare at him. We all know that if a dragon breaks a pact with a human, they will be punished under the Dragon King's breath. Solitas was scared. Witless, Lloyd stood tall before the bewildered deer. He smiled slyly before Solitas' gaze. He has now been psychologically manipulated by this cruel demon. On the way back to the Frontera estate, the people working there recognized, oh, it's the villagers. Looking at the three people ahead, it's young Master Lloyd back from his business trip. Everyone looked at Solitas, assessing, he almost always brings back wonderful things when he returns. This time it's a dragon, so he's just a guy. Well, whether he's a dragon or not doesn't matter, I guess. Haha, Lloyd smiled smugly. Human-powered incinerator. He confidently walked down the street with the thought. A dragon has been collected. In a room with smoke rising, Sisyphus looked at the person in front of him and asked, "This guy is a dragon," Lloyd happily introduced. "That's right, as you can see, his whole body is smoking." Sisyphus angrily said, "I just got struck by lightning, you damn swindler." He observed his whole body and said, "Isn't a dragon like you quite clumsy?" Sisyphus frowned and stammered, "Huh? Yeah." Then he took out the previous contract, Master Sisyphus. According to the contract, please slowly teach Sisyphus how to make jewelry, and Sisyphus too. Lloyd introduced the job to him. Once a day, he'd have to go to the sewage and waste disposal facility. Sisyphus angrily thought to himself, "I'm still a dragon, yet here I am, cleaning up human crap." Lloyd smiled cheerfully. "You're just cleaning up human crap. I know it's hard for you to accept that." He was shocked. Huh, can this guy read minds? He gleefully brought up the previous coercion. "That's why I had to force you to sign the contract, otherwise you never would have. I'm sure you don't have many opportunities to master jewelry making." Ah, Lloyd used his capitalist smile again. "You're having trouble getting married, aren't you?" Heh. He smiled slyly, asking, "Pride is important, but what if it gets in the way of your marriage? Which do you think is more important?" Sisyphus was silent for a moment, then turned to Sisyphus and spoke. "Hey, dwarf, He bowed, offering, "Master, please guide me wholeheartedly." The dwarf stroked his beard hesitantly. Heh. Look at you, this humble dwarf. Yet he has a dragon as a student. Sisyphus spoke seriously. In a world of strength, power naturally lies with dragons, but Sisyphus listened intently to his every word. When it comes to the world of craftsmanship, he's the one with the power. Please, refine these filthy hands of mine. Lloyd stood behind, impressed. No matter how dumb he is, he's still a dragon. He's very practical. Sisyphus reluctantly accepted. If the dragon says so, then there's no way I can refuse. It'll be tough. Are you gonna be okay? Sisyphus solemnly replied, "I'm prepared for it." Suddenly, he changed his attitude drastically, shouting, "Then don't just stand there, go get the materials." He teared up in fear. "Huh, me, Sisyphus angrily yelled. "You want this master to prepare it for you? Get your ass moving." With his shout, Sisyphus immediately ran off. "Hurry up," Lubby seriously thought. "This contract will benefit everyone." Sisyphus, he's getting the best education. In exchange for his pride, he was now back in the cave, collecting gemstones. Sisyphus spat loudly, directing him, "Loosen your hands when you touch it." Sisyphus cried out in pain. Ah, for the first time in history, Master Sisyphus had the pleasure of working too long with a dragon. Lloyd pondered. "I've been through this many times." He recalled himself in the past, being given ridiculous and unreasonable contracts, and having no choice but to sign them. Kim Shu-ho looked at the pot-bellied executive in front of him, thinking, "What other choice do I have?" Back in the present, Sisyphus kept hitting him. "Are you trying to crush it? Think before you act." Lloyd stood behind the two, observing, "This isn't a contract, it's violence. Because a contract is something that benefits everyone." Of course, he watched the stones falling from the front being thrown away. "It's all ruined. Are you trying to turn everything into trash?" Lloyd grinned slyly and gathered up all the gems. "It would be a little better if the contract benefited me more." The system board announced that he had turned another tragedy into something better. He was pushing the stones away and was stunned by the announcement. In the fight against Habel, Sisyphus will lose his horns and return to his nest with a fatal wound on his chest. He collapsed on the ground with a glimmer of light into the cave. Dead, he will be alone in the dark and never found. Lloyd scratched his face, remembering. Right, in the novel, he would run like before. System board. If it weren't for you, the Frontera couple wouldn't exist in this world anymore. The Count is a man of many talents, he's out of debt. Now the Count is immersed in the work he has been doing for some time. Akos Frontera carved the log into the son he loves. He is very happy now. You made this happen. The system board, destined to die, has been recognized as the top student in school. You made that happen, you saved countless fates. Lloyd's nostrils flared after the story the system told. Suddenly, he returned to normal and demanded, "Then give me money, system board. You have to earn money yourself." Lloyd thought of something else. "Then give me affinity points." The system board helplessly responded, Humans really aren't romantic at all." He didn't deny it. "That's right, romance can't be ground into rice to eat. Right now what I need is skill, because we will start building the Grand Canal." Lloyd thought about what he had. "My surveying skill has a limitation, and that is the problem. We have to construct the project all over the estate. There are so many things to do. From getting information piece by piece and then compiling it." He looked at the display. "I've built a lot, so my level has increased. But at some point, it doesn't increase anymore. Intermediate design level 6, designable area in one go, 729,000 square meters. Skill specific option. Output drawing displays 3D floor plan. Simulation mode. Lloyd stood on the hill, thinking. The basics of business are to save what can be saved and use what can be used. He clicked on the display. Intermediate design level 6. Skill upgrade requires 200 affinity points. Current affinity points 4070. Let's do it. I will significantly improve my level and expand my survey range. Lloyd continuously upgraded. Let's do it. Intermediate design from level 6 to level 10. The system board announced. Skill ranking increased. Upgrade. Advanced design. Level 1. Designable area in one go. 33,750. M squared. He smiled contentedly. Good. 200 affinity points were worth it. Suddenly, the system board appeared. Skill-specific option for the new skill construction guide. Lloyd was bewildered. What is a construction guide? The system board. You, who always wants to work less intensely, have now activated this creative system. He was skeptical of the announcement. I don't believe it, since this seems like a useless idea based on home shopping-like advertisements. The system board. You can restore the previously saved 3D plan. Lummy was still doubtful, but still simulated a mini-house. Well, let's just pretend I'm being scammed. Activate construction guide. Suddenly, the simulation board in his hand vanished, and a huge light astonished Lloyd. What the heck? A huge house appeared before his eyes. The system board explained, including you. This three-dimensional image will also be displayed to other workers. The operator can perform precise operations with this three-dimensional image. Lloyd looked with his mouth agape. Incredible! Isn't this a skill that can reduce my daily work by half? He immediately came up with a plan. I should conduct a practical test right away. A magic circle was placed on the ground. Habiel Asrahan, seeing this, wondered. What is this? Lloyd suggested. A place you will have to dig. He looked at Lloyd with an uncomfortable expression. He continued to order. I'll tell you the details later, so just do it first, okay? Habiel Asrahan reluctantly dug down. There's a lot of green stuff inside, Loki observed. Oh, you're right. He pointed to a corner and requested. Now, can you try digging around this green thing? He listened to the order and dug outside the edge of the hole. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the circle. It projected an image of Lloyd doing his signature pig snout taunt. Seriously, can't you ever do anything properly? Oh my god. Habiel Asrahan looked utterly disgusted. Ugh, that's so gross, he calmly said. Isn't that a normal expression for most people? He sighed in response. No one wants to mess up and see that face, Lloyd retorted, annoyed. Don't say it like that, it stings. Habiel Asrahan leaned in, asking. So, what is it this time? He darkened his expression. Even if you are a genius with illusion magic, or is it a magical artifact from the spoils you got from the dark magician? Lloyd thought, strained. A sudden question. I can't keep lying, can I? He forced a smile, asking back. Which do you think is more likely? Habiel Asrahan bowed, replying, I'll choose the second one, so please wear a proper necklace. Lomi stuttered. Oh, okay, right, huh? He turned to walk away. Then that's all I wanted to know, he quietly asked. I didn't give you any answers, but is there anything else you're curious about? Habiel Asrahan calmly replied. What I'm curious about isn't really important. What is important? He turned back, serious. Is that our young master saved everyone in this estate. Lloyd was taken aback by the statement. A smile slowly forming on his face as he thought. Thank you, Lloyd smiled confidently. Of course, for believing in me, Bay announced sternly. Now it's time to begin construction on the sewage system. This system will protect our people from disease, he shouted seriously. Everyone, repeat our motto. Everyone answered in unison. Safety first, accuracy, and no injuries. Lloyd and Habiel Asrahan stood behind, listening. I will kill anyone if they get hurt. We don't need any weaklings here. If that's you, withdraw from this project. He turned, wondering. They seem to be getting crazier by the minute. What's making them act like this? Water and waste in the district are being discharged into the sewer. They will soon flow into the main pipe. Bodong will dig the smaller pipes. But his alone is still not enough to dig the main tunnel. So what we need is Bayo to constantly cheer on the dynamite site. Bibong blushed, hugging his pounding heart against the love dynamite. EMM enthusiastically sweeps the ground for maximum work efficiency. A man digs askew on the blueprint. Lowy's angry face appeared in the projection. Come on, are you kidding me? Everyone stared blankly at the image for a moment, then cheered excitedly. Hooray for young Master Loy's angry face. Yeah, I can feel the power surging through me. His ugly faces are starting to appear in every direction. Yeah, me too. Mine is even scarier. The face over here is even cursing people. Can you hear it? Yes, ours is even uglier than that. Lomi, genuinely angry, shouted. Stop it, all of you. Why are you enjoying something that's supposed to guide you? He sighed wearily. What a bunch of lunatics. Why do they act like this? A heavy rain poured down on the Frontera estate. After a few weeks of spring showers, over the next 3 months, The construction of the drainage system will progress very smoothly. Thanks to the construction policy, the construction of the main sewage pipe system is progressing rapidly. It has begun to expand north. Lights began to pierce through the dark night skies of the rain clouds. The roses still clung to the falling raindrops. Lloyd stood on the hill, directing Bay. The drainage system needs to go through that field. Then we'll build a wastewater treatment facility there too. He looked at the documents for a moment, then asked, "Isn't that near where the mammoth elephants are settling? Is it going to be okay?" Lloyd replied calmly. "Bin Bung will be in charge, so it should be fine. But we still need to be careful." Lloyd started walking. "Let the workers know they shouldn't attack the mammoth elephants carelessly. They need to stay calm," Bayan immediately replied. "Understood. Does that mean not a single mammoth elephant is to be seen around here? Is it because Bibung is in charge? Could that be true? Or is it possible?" Lloyd was now standing, facing a tree. Suddenly he spoke. "Red light. Green light." Lummi abruptly turned around after the voice. He quickly ran to the other side. "Huh." Lloyd stood at the base of the tree, smiling brightly. "Gotcha. I caught you." He raised his finger like a gun. Bang! Bang! The Lloyd on the other side was hit and fell to the ground. He collapsed to the ground after the bullets, smiling contentedly. "So much fun." The system panel was helpless. "I wonder who's really the psycho here, huh?" "What? I was just kidding around. This is how people usually play, isn't it?" Suddenly Podong walked over, crying, "Podong!" Lloyd was taken aback. "Ugh, is this pathetic? I'm actually having a lot of fun here." Lloyd calmed down and announced seriously, "Podong." Lloyd sat up in confusion. "Did you find something strange?" Before a pit where the people were gathered to observe, Lovey squeezed into the crowd. "Excuse me, what is it?" He stared down below. In Lloyd's eyes was the corpse of a mammoth elephant. A mammoth elephant. He stepped down to examine it. Judging by the way it's decomposing, it only died recently. Looks like someone killed it and buried it here. Lloyd wondered suspiciously. Like who and why? Bidbung spoke from above. Lloyd looked up in question. "Huh, is there a smell?" He ordered to the people above. "Anyone there? Dig around here a bit." The people above immediately responded, "Yes." A man suddenly stopped after discovering something. "Huh." Lloyd stood above, utterly panicked. Below was a pile of mammoth elephant corpses, neatly arranged. "What the hell is this?" He stood contemplating. "This isn't in the novel. The novel doesn't mention anything about this. I can't be sure about an event that suddenly occurs that isn't in the novel." Damn it. Lloyd looked at the corpses below. Something like this would be... Ah, that's right. He recalled the novel's content. The name and barriers reflected light, where Habil mastered his explosion. Dark magic had emerged in that place. Suddenly, the mammoth corpses spewed out a dark energy. Lloyd was utterly astonished. "It's definitely that." He shouted an order. "Everyone, get out of here now!" A magical corpse explosion. The mammoth bodies are starting to glow and swell. Everyone panicked and ran according to the instructions. A massive explosion of dark power erupted. Loji tried to rush out of the energy zone. "The explosion is heading straight for us. At this rate, everyone is sure to die." Suddenly, he turned back to face the explosion head-on. "I won't let anyone get hurt." Lozi used an energy burst to strike. "I'm not sure if it will succeed, but I'll try to push back the explosion with my blast." Suddenly, Bitbung stood in the way of Lloyd's action, facing the explosion head-on. He shouted in astonishment. "Bibung!" Solitas sensed the energy and turned his head. He looked into the distance. "It's coming from over there. Looks like some kind of dark magic. A magical corpse explosion." Based on the explosion, it originated from something much larger than a human. Solitas hesitated about Lloyd Frontera's predicament. "That bastard seems to be in trouble. Should I help him? Is it written in the contract?" Suddenly, he realized something. Habil Asrahan was rushing towards that side. At an extreme speed, Solitas calmly continued his work. "Well, he'll be fine, since that monster will run to help." Lloyd shouted at Bibung, who was lying weakly on the ground. "Bibung, wake up!" Everyone was terrified by the scene in front of them. "Hick, what is that? What is it?" He stepped over Bibung's massive body. Malevolent eyes appeared in the smoke. It was the mammoths infected with dark energy. Stepping forward, a horde of mammoths suddenly appeared in the smoke, in large numbers. Lloyd was horrified. Undead mammoths. He observed the mammoth horde in front of him. They were buried beneath the explosion. How many are there, after all? Suddenly, the mammoths' eyes lit up, and it roared in panicked rage. They suddenly charged forward uncontrollably. Lloyd shouted to the people behind, "Run!" Everyone panicked and ran with the undead mammoth horde in pursuit. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Valita ordered the white cavalry soldiers. "Await my command," he shouted with utmost seriousness. For the queen, for the people, and for the Frontera district, Lloyd frantically tried to stop them. "No, please don't." Validita turned and ran away. "We're retreating," he was helpless. "Ignore what I just said?" Lloyd hurriedly ran, still contemplating a plan. What about the terrain? What do we know about the habits of mammoths? What do I need to do to fight these undead? How can I increase the distance between us and them? He turned and spoke. "Sir Bavaria, have you found it yet?" He immediately replied. "It's in the mining area," Lloyd ordered. "Just give it to me," Bayan received the instruction. "Roger," he shouted in order. Bodong quickly grew in size and jumped towards the zombies. The mammoth elephants were astonished by Podong's appearance. Lunging forward, ready to throw a punch, Bodong quickly punched a mammoth elephant straight in the stomach. Bodong's ultimate punch. After completing the strike, Bodong immediately jumped back, then she rushed in again. Using Bodong's ultimate elbow technique, she continued with Podong's home run kick. After each strike, Podong would jump back. She landed gracefully and perfectly. Suddenly, Podong gathered power in her arm. She jumped up and swept away the charging mammoth elephants. Bodong's plum blossom dance. Lloyd was stunned. "Bodong, I can't believe my eyes at her actions. What the hell did I just see?" Suddenly, a mammoth elephant successfully rammed straight into Podong's stomach. The mammoth elephants behind also seized the opportunity to add more power. Podong didn't back down but braced herself. She flung away the mammoth elephants attacking her. But before Podong could recover, another mammoth elephant rammed straight into her stomach. Bodong tried to push back, but gradually became completely overwhelmed by the mammoth elephant. The zombies began to engulf Podong. Gradually, she completely sank into the sea of monsters. Lloyd shouted, "You damn elephants!" Bodong, who was being attacked, also looked over at the mammoth elephants. Ahead, he was standing confidently next to a juvenile mammoth elephant. Lloyd placed the sparrow on the young mammoth elephant's neck. "Look what I have here." Yeah, he licked its head warningly. "In just 5 seconds, it'll be a lump of meat." The mammoth elephants saw this and focused their attention on him. The young mammoth elephant trembled in fear. "How about it? Don't you feel worried and angry?" He bit a chunk out of the young elephant's head. "Now come here, before I peel it apart." The mammoth elephants completely ignored Podong and charged forward. The herd of mammoth elephants was charging fiercely towards him. Lloyd smiled contentedly again. "Nice. Fell for it." He lifted the young mammoth elephant onto his shoulder, praising, "Great acting, Bildu Ding," right? Whatever. That was a small hint from a single story in the novel. The hint was as follows. It doesn't look dangerous. It said that mammoth elephants are obsessed with their young and will fight for them even when they become zombies. Depending on what we do, it may not attack us recklessly. And what I've seen has verified this fact. I noticed it when Lord Bavaria was raising the young mammoth elephants. Lloyd noticed the mother mastodons standing on the hill, observing. Every day, adult mastodons would come to visit, stopping by to check on the health of the young ones. Lloyd ordered Pudong, who had pudding in its mouth. "Pudong, go through that valley. We'll make a stand in the forest." He climbed onto its back and commanded, "Let's go." Following the plumes of dust stirred up by the mastodon herd, it was the restless and worried villagers. Young Master Lloyd, he has once again saved us in the shining forest. Komin was sitting on a tree branch, singing, "I know you already have someone by your side, but I'll still stand right here and wait for you." Suddenly a hand grabbed the singing Simono. Arg, Habiel Asrahan, soaked in sweat, asked, "You have the red sunflower seeds young Master Lloyd gave you, don't you? How long will it take you to fly 10 kilometers north?" Meanwhile, Podong was trying to escape the pursuing mastodons. "Keep going, Podong, just a little further." Lloyd looked behind him. "They're catching up to us." He turned around and aimed his spear at the mastodon herd. An explosive energy blast was unleashed towards them. The blast struck a leading mastodon head-on. Suddenly, its body glowed and then exploded. Podong. But even that didn't stop the undead horde behind us. Lloyd struggled to think. There are too many of them. Should I aim my blast towards the valley? No, I can't. Everything would collapse. I'm in an emergency situation. If this explosion doesn't kill it, I could really lose my life here. Suddenly, Podong spotted something ahead and quickly stopped. Lloyd, too, was stunned by the sight ahead. Above was the hill, covered by the rubble of the valley. He gritted his teeth. Tense. My God, behind us is the mastodon herd, charging en masse, but ahead is a dead end. Damn it, Lloyd quickly used his scan skill. He simulated the situation. Podong tried to climb. Just as I thought, Podong can't reach this height. Lloyd was in utter panic. What should I do? What should I do? Calm down. Remember all the skills and experience you have, and the harmonization of that experience with the quantitative limits of movement. Not doing it would just be a waste of time. He dismounted Podong, seized back, who worriedly turned back and cried out, "Pop Podong." Lloyd calmly ordered, "Climb the highest wall you can and hold the baby mastodon tight." He twirled the orb in his hand, confidently stepping forward. I was worried I'd be stuck in a life or death situation. After detonating it in the mountains, Lloyd clenched the orb tightly. He began to gather energy into the orb, but it was the essential key to a breakthrough. 3 circles of energy began to merge into one. Lloyd raised the exploding, flaming orb. He used all his strength to fire the attack into the sky. The mammoth elephants were astonished that the attack wasn't aimed at them. Lloyd mustered all his strength to grip the orb. Successive bursts were fired into the air. The orb was therefore almost melting. Suddenly, the orb in his hand fell, and Lloyd collapsed to the ground. Before the stampeding mammoth elephants, the system notification announced that the supercharger skill had been activated. Lloyd's body began to absorb all the energy around him, and the greatest source of energy was from the mammoth elephants. They were completely absorbed into his body, and his body consequently vanished. Vondong was also nearly sucked inside. The system was absorbing all the surrounding mana. Even the rocks above were no exception, and were absorbed into Lloyd Frontera's body. He tried to raise his hand to aim. Lloyd raised his hand, absorbing all the dark energy in front. Podong gradually felt relieved after he aimed. I'll leave the valley and Podong alone to absorb only the mammoth elephants. The mammoth elephants began to be absorbed, and their entire bodies vanished. Lloyd used his skill to try to control everything. The bodies from which he absorbed energy were only skeletons left, and they were ejected. When I absorbed the queen's mana and everything around me through supercharger, I thought this was because my heart skill had leveled up. Going back to the past, Lloyd Frontera ordered Habil Asrahan, "You be the bait." He immediately refused. "No way, go play somewhere else," Lloyd annoyed. "I'm not asking for your opinion, this is an order." He licked his lips with a sly grin. "If I use Super CH to recover mana, I'll definitely level up. The time has come for this mana-filled lunchbox to become a sacrifice for my level up. Mwaha." As before, Lloyd used a burst to consume all his energy. He collapsed to the ground after completing it. Thump. And then, Lloyd's body began to activate the supercharger skill. It absorbed everything with energy around it. "Damn it, the surrounding area is being destroyed. I can't let that happen." Lloyd smirked maliciously. "Only Havels. I just need to focus on taking mana from him." The energy absorption began to focus entirely on Habil Asrahan. He smiled contentedly at the result. "Haha, got it. I'm gonna suck everything out of you." Alarm system malfunction. 404 error. "This sacred mana is not meant for weak, useless trash like you and your grandpa to use." Lloyd then coughed up blood, equivalent to the amount of mana he absorbed, and collapsed back onto the ground with the pool of blood. Habil Asrahan stood silently, watching. After a while of seeing no movement, he bent down and smirked. "Young Master Lloyd, are you all right?" Lloyd trembled all over as he cursed. "That damn son of a bitch author of this webtoon. When I failed just now, I could still designate targets and directions back in the present." Lloyd focused on sucking away the mammoth's energy. "All of your mana now belongs to me." Suddenly, a system notification startled him. Exceeded the permissible amount of mana absorption. The mana heart is expanding rapidly, has received a massive amount of skill experience. He started coughing up blood after the notification. "Ugh, this is rotten mana from the undead, completely different from poison. The magic heart is now functioning normally. I need to spin it even more. I need to circulate this rotten energy." Following Lloyd Frontera's thoughts, the magic heart began to operate violently. The system warned him, but he ignored it and continued to absorb energy. "The mana heart has been damaged. Vital mana has been used to restore the mana heart." Lloyd continued to absorb energy from the mammoth. "The mana heart has been damaged. Vital mana has been used to restore the mana heart. Mana heart skill is evolving." The suction force from Lloyd grew stronger. Mana heart skill has leveled up. Mana heart skill has leveled up. The mana heart has been damaged. Vital mana has been used to restore the mana heart. Mana heart skill has leveled up. He shouted with all his might. The energy currents of the mammoth, reaching throughout the valley, were all drawn into Lloyd Frontera's body. Skill upgrade. Skill complete. His body stopped absorbing energy as well. Lloyd waited sternly. System announcement. Intermediate Swordsman Level 1. Physical skills increased by 600%. He slowly rose from the ground. The mammoths were panicking because of the amount of energy being sucked away. System panel. A new option for the mana heart skill has been proposed. Recognizing the opportunity, Lloyd glared and commanded sternly, "Kneel." System panel. Mana heart skill option. Dominate the undead. A monster quickly knelt down on command. Following suit, the herd of mammoths also obediently lay down. Lloyd stood solemnly before the undead. Bodong was stunned by the scene before him. Lloyd tossed a green sunflower seed to her. "Bodong," he smiled and commanded, "Let's go home, system panel. You can now dominate and control any undead with mana lower than yours." Lloyd stepped onto the heads of the mammoth zombies. He strode proudly down the path created by the undead. System panel. The dominated undead will obey your every command with absolute loyalty. Lloyd smiled with satisfaction at his newfound skills. System panel. The one and only catch. System panel. The undead domination skill can only be activated when you are facing the undead directly. Lloyd silently stared at the display. Then his face darkened as he turned around. The mammoth zombies began to rise when not directly facing him. More and more rose, and gradually all the ones behind Lloyd were completely standing. System panel. Number of living creatures being controlled. 308. Remaining control time, 40 seconds. He looked at the number below. Remaining control time, 40 seconds. The number quickly dropped to 38 seconds. The herd of mammoth zombies began to charge like ravenous tigers. Lloyd ran in panic. Remaining control time, 27 seconds. He frantically ran ahead of the limited time. Control time remaining, 18 seconds. Lloyd tried desperately to run. Control time remaining, 7 seconds. The pursuing mammoth zombies had multiplied like a flood. Control time remaining, 0 seconds. He hugged Bodong and the baby mammoth zombie tightly. After seeing the timer hit 0, the herd of mammoth zombies, seeing Lloyd sitting still, immediately pounced. At that exact moment, a thick spider silk was lowered from above. Suddenly, he was pulled upwards by the force. Thanks to that, Lloyd dodged the pounce of the undead horde. His body was gradually lifted into the air. Below were the eyes of the mammoth zombies watching him. Lloyd was astonished by the scene below. He looked up to check what was above. The figure of Ko Ming Dan appeared in Lloyd Frontera's eyes. Habil! He glared down. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan drew his sword and unleashed his sword aura. He roared a command. "Advance!" Ko Min responded, a little exasperated. "Okay." Bodong emerged from inside Lloyd's clothes and greeted them. Bodong. Upon its appearance, it immediately flew away at full speed. Flying directly towards the valley's cliff face, Habil Asrahan stood up, ready to swing his sword. He channeled strength into his hands and slashed straight into the adjacent cliff face. Lloyd screamed in panicked fear. The cliff face Habil Asrahan slashed gradually cracked, then shattered completely, and simultaneously fell down below. The boulders fell directly onto the herd of mastodons below. The impact caused the mastodons' bodies to begin glowing. Habil Asrahan continued to slash the cliffs above, and as the fragments fell, the mastodon herd exploded due to the dark energy within their bodies. The valley was now filled with the explosions of the undead mastodons. Lloyd stared in astonishment, and the sound of flapping wings began to fade. Ko Min, along with everyone, had landed on a patch of grass above the cliff. Lloyd looked up and praised. "Amazing, Habil. I owe my life entirely to you," he asked angrily. "Thank me for what?" Lloyd was bewildered by Habil Asrahan's curt tone. He continued in an annoyed voice. "I am the escort knight, so I must stay by your side." "What were you trying to say?" the young master timidly continued. "Ah, well, there's no danger. Just stay here and cut the steel wire." Habil Asrahan paid no mind to his words. "I saw it while riding Ko Min. All the workers had been evacuated, and only you were left, playing the role of bait." Lloyd looked away, his voice mocking. "Bait, huh? I just intended to lure them out as a herd and then wipe them all out in one blow." He glared. "So, did you succeed?" Lloyd frowned uncomfortably. "Why ask such an obvious question? What are you trying to imply?" Suddenly, Habil Asrahan yelled, "Get a grip!" He flinched at his shout. Habil Asrahan spoke seriously. "What would happen if something were to befall you? Their homes, the city's infrastructure, everything would cease, and the lives of the people would all be threatened." He glared, speaking in a stern tone. "You are shouldering the lives of countless residents on your shoulders. Your life is truly more important than you think." Lloyd's face darkened as he spoke. "Oh, so that's what you mean?" he asked seriously. "So are there any who would dare to die in my place?" Habil Asrahan immediately retorted. "That's not what I meant. It would be very risky to face danger alone." Suddenly, Lloyd yelled, cutting him off. "Is anyone truly safe from that rampaging horde of undead, even if you say so?" Habil Asrahan questioned in a loud voice. "You could have completely retreated through the White Knights' defensive wall. The White Knights are mighty warriors. There was clearly another solution to choose from." Lloyd shouted back in rebuttal. "Those are just baseless assumptions. Can you confidently say that you wouldn't let anyone die? Do you understand what it feels like for them to work themselves to exhaustion, only to ultimately face death?" He seriously stated his position. "That's right. I am the most important person in this territory. This territory is mine, and it also belongs to the people who live here." Lloyd glared. "If this land is mine, then if I don't protect it, who else can?" Habil Asrahan frowned uncomfortably. "So from now on, you are determined to shoulder the most dangerous tasks alone." He didn't deny it, but replied, "That's right, and of course, we'll also make as much money as possible from the risks of that job." Habil Asrahan looked at Lloyd with bullet-like eyes. Suddenly, he sighed in exasperation. "Do whatever you want." Habil Asrahan turned away, voicing his thoughts. "I will definitely stay by your side." The system board announced, "HBL's favorability towards you has increased for the first time in a long time. Plus 15. HBL's favorability, plus 23. Developed an outstanding relationship with the main character. Additional affinity points will be awarded plus 270. Habil's respect for you has increased. The one I needed to protect has become the one I need to respect." Suddenly, another notification caught Lloyd's attention. He read the words on the system board. "Habil swore that if you fall into death's door, I would definitely be willing to die in your place." Lloyd looked pale. "Ah, that's not necessary." Habil Asrahan was puzzled. "What are you saying?" He calmly replied. Let's just say I don't know." Lloyd looked at the broken clock below. "Those mammoth zombie, who do they belong to? Is it Asfa's revenge through that monster horde?" He ignored it and reassessed everything.
No. From what I know, no necromancer is capable of casting such high-level magic.
Lloyd frowned, considering information about Asfahan was provided extremely meticulously in the novel. That's not something they would do. The Narration shield is the only thing related to dark magic. He walked away, giving orders. Suspend the project for now. Go find some clues, Habil Asrahan immediately replied. Yes, I understand. Lloyd walked, calculating. Okay, the Narration shield. The basis for my current speculation is a novel chapter related to it. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. I've got a rough idea. I just need evidence. I will definitely make you pay back both the principal and interest for this loss. A shovel is being used to dig the ground. Lloyd stood above, observing the construction taking place below. Habil Asrahan said seriously, "Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack?" He didn't deny his words. Yes, that's right, but we still have to do it. We can't continue the project with potential risks. Lloyd seriously thought about the previous issue. It must be somewhere around here, a medium used for dark magic. Suddenly, a soldier frantically rode up on horseback. Young Master Lloyd, young Master Lloyd. He turned his face. Yeah. He breathlessly announced, Count Kermo from the west has arrived. Lloyd was puzzled. Count Kermo, what is he doing here? Inside the room in the mansion, Count Kermo made a proposal. I would like to request something concerning marriage. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Suddenly, Lloyd nonchalantly spoke up. Sorry, Count, but you're not my type at all, he denied. Don't be ridiculous. I want to propose on behalf of my daughter. He was stunned. What a surprise. Count Kermo stroked his beard and said, Well, I didn't want to beat around the bush, so I got straight to the point. He seriously stated his offer. I've been thinking about this for a long time after you left, and wondering if there's anyone else more suitable to be my son-in-law than you, but you've become too famous, and I'm pretty sure many other nobles have struggled to build relationships with you, Count Kermo casually asked. So I lost patience and struggled a lot to keep this a secret. So when is your wedding day? Lloyd visibly paled. Whoa, hold on, Count Kermo, who the heck proposed to me to be in such a rush? Suddenly, Adobe Frontera's face darkened as he spoke. Lloyd. He looked over blankly. Yes, Count Frontera. Suddenly, a pile of love letters was dumped on the table. He spoke of the secrets he had hidden for so long. These are all the marriage proposals sent to the Lord's mansion. Because you were too busy, I kept them secret and waited for a more suitable time to give them to you. He was shocked and moved away from the letters. Count Kermo bellowed his criticism. How dare those commoners send a letter? They should have come here themselves. The wedding ceremony will be held at the Frontera estate. Lloyd soothed. Now, Count Kermo, please calm down. He lowered his gaze and said, I am deeply grateful that you hold me in such high regard. Lloyd bowed his head and gave his answer. But please forgive me, for I cannot accept your proposal, he replied sternly. You what? You're 27 and still unwed. If you don't secure a wife now, the neighborhood gossips will be talking about you by the new year. He helplessly made his request. Count Kermo, may I speak frankly? Lloyd glared at the rude demeanor of his personal knight. Shut up! What's so funny? Count Kermo wondered. Is it perhaps because my family is not suitable for you? He immediately denied. Oh no, it's not that. But if he were to turn slightly to his right, he would see his daughter pouting unhappily in the corner. Christine trembled as she spoke. I am the eldest daughter of the Kermo family. It is my honor to do anything that benefits our family. She sobbed insincerely. I am ready to offer my body to you, Lloyd thought in dismay, as if she's being married off to the demon lord. Beside him, Habil Asrahan was exerting all his strength to keep his mouth shut. He turned to him. Do you really need to use mana just to hold back your laughter? Just shut up, please. Suddenly, Adobe Frontera spoke up. Please allow me to say a few words. He smiled and expressed his thoughts. Considering the prosperity of the family is certainly right, but it would be even better if you considered the person involved more thoroughly. Adobe Frontera gripped the hand of Mabella Frontera, who sat beside him, as one could not possibly choose to spend the rest of their life with someone they didn't love. He and she smiled naturally. I believe that for your daughter's happiness, you need to listen to her feelings. Count Kermo looked at his crying daughter. Then his face grew solemn in thought. Suddenly, he pulled her toward him. Christine, Count Kermo smiled, admitting his fault. It seems I almost did something terrible for the sake of the family. Christine, with tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks. Father? The two embraced joyfully. I love you, Father. Are you truly that happy? Count Kermo led his daughter towards the door. The Frontera family never ceases to impress me. Today, I've learned a valuable lesson. He stretched out his hand and declared loudly, Live with love. Adobe Frontera and Mabella Frontera also raised their hands in love. With a bang, the two of them departed in happiness, leaving Lloyd pondering with a solemn face. Should I be happy that I don't have to get married, even though it was something my parents had agreed to? He turned to the knight, snickering in the corner. The pathetic sight of Habil Asrahan left Lloyd feeling helpless. That devil! He's using his last drop of mana just to hold back his laughter. This marriage ordeal is causing him more suffering than even the Great War with the Giga Titan. In the end, all marriage proposals were rejected. There was a negative downside to political marriages, and they didn't want any woman to suffer. The butler informed Alicia of everything. It seemed that was the reason the Frontera family had rejected all marriage proposals. She spoke sternly. Just as I thought. Even if Frontera had accepted, it's highly likely that the woman herself would have refused anyway. Lloyd, and everyone else, paid attention to Alicia's words. She pondered his dumbfounded face, his features exactly like a potato. Suddenly, Alicia couldn't help but snort with laughter. Someone below anxiously asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you need the divine healer summoned?" She calmly reassured, I'm fine, don't worry about me." Alicia ordered the servant, "Cook me potatoes for dinner. Make sure they're thoroughly cooked." He immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness," she thought seriously. "Either way, I should still keep a close eye on the woman they choose." "The chosen one will hold immense power in this kingdom," Alicia asked sternly. "What about the letter we sent to Asfa?" The man immediately replied, "Those insolent fools still stubbornly deny any connection to the Domino Monster incident, and they're causing a ruckus, instead of apologizing. This is clearly a blatant provocation against the Magentano kingdom." Alicia felt annoyed. "Those damn old geezers. Do you want to start a war?" She sat up abruptly and ordered, "We will form a delegation and send them to Asfan, restricting all correspondences until that happens." Alicia hesitated, calculating who would participate in that delegation. She smiled calculatively. "Looks like I'll have to mix in some potatoes." In front of the Frontera mansion, a beast head imprinted with a demon was placed on the table, they announced sternly. "We found it north of the accident site. We believe this is the cause of the accident," Lloyd calmly observed. "A sautéed goat head." He stared, recognizing the symbol. Lloyd looked at the demon image, remembering seeing it in a novel before. A red flag with the exact same image as on the head, the symbol of the kingdom, whose queen transformed into a demon. He chewed his food while thinking, "With this I've learned a few things. Not in the novel, the demon queen and the Namarin shield incident, they're clearly closely connected." Lloyd crossed his arms, calculating, a lot has changed since he came to this world. The queen never became a demon, and there's no reason for the Namen shield to even happen anymore, because the cause of that event was due to the refugees affected by the Domino Monster incident in Namarin. He pondered silently. But those guys are trying to do something else, something that's not in the novel. If I don't prepare a countermeasure, will it affect my wish for a peaceful life? The Dark Mage deployed the Namen shield and pushed everyone to their deaths. Cannavaro, he's the most suspicious. Lloyd turned to Bayan and spoke. "Sir Bavaria, halt the project immediately. I need to stop this before starting any business," he immediately replied. "Understood," Babella Frontera worried. "Why don't you leave? After resting and recovering, Akos Frontera is still nauseous from the goat head. Where are you planning to go this time?" Lloyd replied seriously. "To Namarin. I have business there," he thought to himself, "because I have to find evidence related to this incident." In front of the Frontera estate, 10 kilometers north of the wastewater treatment plant, Lloyd ordered, "Wu Dong, open the manhole cover." Ak quickly used his strength to open the huge manhole cover. He bowed and pleaded, "I'm counting on you, Solitas." He used his power to control. Fragrant items began to rise and emerge. Excrement. The mixed remnants of humans began to fly up according to the order. It curled into a giant ball. Solitas' eyes suddenly lit up. He began to transform into a domineering dragon form. Lloyd smiled in satisfaction. One day the whole world will know. Solitas began compressing energy into his neck. He spewed fire straight down towards the clumped mass of feces. The story of a dragon willing to lend its power for the sake of humanity. The legend of Solitas, the dung exterminating dragon. He turned angrily to protest. "How dare you spread that around? Are you kidding me?" Lloyd realized, it's not cool. It's a dung exterminating dragon, you know. Solitas grew even more annoyed. "Are you being serious right now? Your naming sense is truly top tier." He spoke in silence. "Well, what can you do? I'm a natural science student." The nationwide Natural Science Student System Board is all about the roasting. System announcement. You have implemented the first collective sewage treatment system in the history of the Lorraine continent. You have established the concept of public health. New title acquired. Do you want red or blue toilet paper? Lloyd clenched his fist in satisfaction. The title effect is 0% incidence of infectious diseases within the territory, 100% cutoff of pathogens from outside. Feeling relieved, Habil Asrahan, following beside him, wondered, "When are you planning to leave Namarin, Master?" Lloyd hesitated slightly and replied, "I want to as soon as possible." He frowned, thinking, "If I don't get anything, I'll just be paying for the trip. It's not very credible to tell them and the Earl that there might be a villain in this village. I wish I had a more legitimate reason." Habil Asrahan reminded him,
Young Master Lai is up ahead. Before him was a caravan stopped in front of the mansion. What's going on? Lloyd Frontera tensed up. Oh, this is a little concerning. Lloyd Frontera's voice echoed from inside the mansion. The marriage proposal you just refused the other day, he said seriously about what just happened. They brought their daughters and said that if you meet them in person you might change your mind. I couldn't refuse, so I arranged accommodation for them. Lloyd Frontera offered the room number 32. I've also implemented a queuing system to arrange the people who will meet you, Lloyd noticed from his face. Father, you seem quite excited, don't you? Lloyd Frontera immediately denied. No, not at all. I hope you marry someone you love. He lowered his head in disappointment. Of course. I'm past the age of expecting grandchildren, and the rumors are spreading everywhere about the eldest son potentially having a defect, but I'm still okay with it. The system rejoiced like the New Year's festival. New title acquired. You have a new name. Lloyd. Eunuch Frontera. He angrily cursed inwardly. That bastard finally has something to mock me about, huh? Lloyd lowered his head, contemplating. Alright then, so excited, are you? Anyway, women have to line up to marry me. The problem is, I have to consider this carefully, he seriously thought. It's not the women, it's the fathers. Those old geezers are lining up to make connections. I'll receive all of their love. My whole body will, the butler announced. The first young lady is entering, Lloyd cheerfully said. Welcome, guest. I mean, young lady. She blushed at the figure in front. Oh my. The young lady's gaze went straight to Habil Asrahan. That, I want to marry that young noble. But why is he standing? While the servant is sitting on the chair, Lloyd spoke up. Because I'm low. Confused, huh? He continued. Because I am Lloyd. The young lady looked displeased. Lloyd seriously bid farewell. Bye-bye, Slam. The young lady left empty-handed. The butler continued. The second young lady is entering, he greeted. Welcome, guest. I mean, young lady. She again focused on Habil Asrahan. Huh. That, I want to marry that young noble, but why is he standing? While the servant is sitting on the chair, he chimed in. Because I'm low, confused. Huh. Lloyd still kept a straight face. Because I am Lloyd. She showed open contempt. Another unfeminine woman left again. Bye-bye, Slam. The room became quiet again. Habil Asrahan seemed annoyed. TCH, how boring. Lloyd was proud of himself. In reality, I am the greatest person of all time. The butler continued. The third young lady is entering. He used the same line. Welcome, esteemed guest. Oh, I mean, young lady. Lloyd opened his eyes to look at the person in front, and he was suddenly surprised, his eyes wide. Huh. He looked at Caesarea questioningly. She looks familiar. I'm sure I've seen her in the illustrations of the novel. She began to lift the hem of her dress. Caesarea bowed solemnly. I am the eldest daughter of Count Namarin. Caesarea Namarin, Lloyd finally realized. Caesarea Namarin. When I was flirting with Habil, I thought she was the main character, but she's the character who sacrificed her life to protect the people of Nami. At the time, there were many reader comments like, isn't that too much? Why do all those who love and care for Habil die? This also attracted attention because the protagonist was completely alone and sad. Unlike most novels these days, Caesarea smiled and said, I know this is a bit rude, but I came to see you at my father's request. My first impression of you is much better than what I've heard. Lloyd frowned. I'm sorry, but I'm Lloyd, not the guy behind me. She was taken aback by his words. Huh. But I'm talking to you. The man behind you is Asrahan, the renowned master swordsman. The two of them were equally surprised by Caesarea Namarin's words. She smiled gently. I think a young noble like you must be in a difficult situation. It must be hard to consider who to marry, Lloyd wondered. Why is that? She cheerfully explained. On the way here, I saw buildings that I had never seen before being built, and clean roads built in every direction. You won't have time to consider marriage, because you have to oversee everything. Suddenly, Surya stood up from her chair. I know your answer, so I'll take my leave. Logi immediately stopped her. No, wait, I want to say a little more, he asked Han grimly. Is Naman having any difficulties right now? Like a sudden increase in population, for example? Caesarea sat back down, puzzled. How do you know about that? She smiled awkwardly as she stated the problem in her territory. Refugees who lost their homes because of the monster domino effect. About 400 people have come to us. I know that someone guided them from a very far place. Lloyd stared intensely. What the hell is going on? He remembered the content of the novel. The wall around Naaman was magic designed to absorb the life force of those inside it. That wall was erected to collect the necessary amount of life force for the Canabar magic. Lloyd lowered his head, thinking, I thought all the refugees were gathered at my estate, but it seems they stopped in Naaman. He tensed up at the thought. If the story unfolds according to Cannavaro's plan in the novel, then the lives of thousands of people in Naaman will become a sacrifice. The knight who calls for death, the Hell Knight, will be summoned. Lloyd thought of Habil Asrahan.
Not even a high-level master swordsman can defeat the Hell Knight. He's like the existence of the holy god, so that means nothing can stop the destruction of the whole world. Lloyd realized the danger of the current situation. Isn't this even worse than I thought? Lloyd carried a backpack preparing for the trip, while Habil Asrahan held a basket of love letters. Lloyd turned to him, puzzled. Why aren't you preparing for the business trip? What's that pile? Habil Asrahan calmly explained. It's what the young ladies sent me. I'll put them in my room first, Lloyd continued to ask. What letters? He replied matter-of-factly. Of course they're love letters, don't tell me, Habil Asrahan asked. Han, you haven't received a single letter, have you? Lloyd replied calmly. Yeah. His face darkened after hearing the answer. Lloyd silently glanced over as well. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan placed the letter basket down. He offered with pity, I'll give you one. He glared at Habil Asrahan's actions. The two of them suddenly fell silent for a long moment, before Lloyd burst out laughing. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He smiled and walked away. Why give me what's supposed to be yours? Hurry up and get ready. Lady Syria is waiting. Lloyd walked away, leaving his lover stranded behind. Habil Asrahan gritted his teeth in annoyance. The carriage for the business trip started to roll. Ahead of the moving group, inside the carriage, a voice echoed, Civil engineering. Lloyd continued. That's right, there are a few types like that. I'll decide which one to use after personally assessing the situation, Caesarea asked suspiciously. But how do you know all about our county's circumstances? He calmly explained. I simply guessed based on what I heard from others. He smiled naturally and continued. Since Naman is a city built on steep terrain, it's only natural that the hillsides slope down little by little. She rejoiced after being saved by Lloyd. I'm truly glad to have met you. Even if we don't marry as my father wished, he'll be very happy that we can resolve the worries that have haunted my family for generations. He smirked and thought gleefully. This is absolutely amazing. I can investigate Cannavaro, as well as earn a fortune through construction. This business trip will be a bonanza. Just you wait. I'll show you what it means that the one who strikes first wins. Lloyd's journey finally reached Namarin. Inside the city, Caesarea pulled back the carriage curtains and introduced, that's the business owner, Mr. Camavaro. He's using his own money to care for 400 refugees and is always at the forefront of helping others. Even with the smallest things. Lloyd glared at him. He noticed the mark imprinted on Camavaro's shoulder. Lloyd looked at his smiling face. So, it's you, huh? You hypocritical bastard. I'll crush you like a can. He smirked with eyes full of confidence before the Namarin mansion. Count Namarin happily welcomed. The journey must have been tiring. He stepped in front of Habil Asrahan. You exude an aura full of nobility. The Naman family will be elevated to even greater heights. Ho ho. So what's a good day to hold the wedding? Caesarea stepped forward to reintroduce them. Father, that's the bodyguard, Sir Habil. Young Master Lloyd is the one standing next to him. Count Naaman frowned. What? Lloyd listened with a somber face as he said. Then why does the person on the left exude such nobility, while the person on the right, how should I put it? He seems lacking in some aspects. She stepped forward uncomfortably. Father, you're being rude, Jeshesia sternly scolded. How can a count like you not distinguish a person's true nature? He may seem a bit lacking in some aspects, but he is very wise and capable. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan glared over. Lloyd's face remained indifferent to those words. And he didn't come here to discuss marriage, Count Naaman wondered. Then why is he here? He continued to glare at Lloyd Frontera, Caesarea explained. He's here to help our county solve the land collapse problem. He breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, that's a relief. I thought I would have to be embarrassed by my son-in-law's face. Lloyd's face remained emotionless. Father, you're going too far. Can you even imagine how much he had to endure being treated like that all this time? Suddenly, he bit his lip. Overcome with emotion, Habil Asrahan smiled radiantly, as if he had struck gold. He chuckled at their conversation. Count Naaman wondered, but can he really stabilize the slopes? Caesarea firmly stated, yes, I believe he is capable of it. Habil Asrahan laughed gleefully. She continued, we will provide manpower and materials. You just need to oversee them. Count Naaman hesitated. That would cost a lot of money. What if it fails? Suya confidently replied. If that happens, I will compensate you 3 times the amount spent on the construction. He turned back to the two. Oh ho, interesting, Sir Lo, please tell me the details of the construction. Count Namarin was stunned by the fact that he wanted to kill Habil Asrahan. What are you two doing? I don't understand what you're doing. Under the night sky, in front of the Namra mansion, in the room, Lloyd repeated. You saw it too, didn't you? The demonic mark on that guy's shoulder, Habil Asrahan affirmed. Yes, it was a goat's head, he seriously ordered. Monitor Camaravo. Lloyd revealed the plan. If we can prove that Mark is related to dark magic, and tell Count Naaman about what happened in our district, we can arrest them all at once without doing anything. He smiled in response. Understood. Lloyd questioned Habil Asrahan's smile. Why do you look so happy when I'm talking about something serious and grave? He calmly explained. "Oh, I apologize. It's because I was just remembering what the Count said earlier about shortcomings in some aspects of the Lord."
The room fell silent for a moment, and then Lloyd lunged to attack, but missed completely.
The sky gradually brightened, and a bearded man shouted,
"All right, pick one." He eagerly called out prices. "Pick any of them. Each one is worth 200 coins. Pick whichever one you want." Lloyd bit his lip in annoyance. Damn it. He looked at the clothes hanging in front.
"That pattern is being sold at the market? This puts us in a really difficult situation."
Habiel Asrahan stepped forward.
"Young Master Lloyd." He turned back to Han. "Hey, Habiel, did you find anything suspicious?"
He bluntly replied,
"No, nothing except that he is sincerely helping the refugees. I wanted to investigate his place, but it's protected by an expensive magical lock. Destroying it would be easy, but I was afraid he would notice immediately, so I left it for now." He continued to inform, "The pattern is said to represent wandering minstrels because the wanderer is quite popular these days. Major cities are selling clothes with that pattern." Lloyd thought in silence. "So, do I need to find that minstrel? How would I even do that? Everything could be over if the Namaron barrier is deployed while I am doing that." The novel didn't mention any details about the magic used to deploy the Namarin barrier. Finding and stopping it will be very difficult. Lay thought of Sisuria Namarin. Is letting Habiel resolve the barrier the only way? If he breaks the barrier, that means Sisuria might die. I never want to see someone I know die. The term Grand Master is mentioned in the novel, referring to an existence far beyond even sword masters. With that kind of power, we would be able to escape the barrier and the Hell Knight instantly. He tensed, calculating. But since I don't know the theory behind it, I can't train Habiel to become someone like that. We are completely tied up. Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan spoke up. "I think it would be better to keep an eye on Kamavaro. I'm sure he's hiding something since he's using such a powerful lock." Lowy stated the consequences. "What if you get caught while breaking the lock? What do you plan to do then?" he seriously replied. "I have a way in." Habiel Asrahan was more confident than ever about this kind of thing. "I'm sure I'll succeed. So trust me and wait for me here. Iron anchors are essential to prevent landslides. I'm gonna drive this anchor deep into the ground to harden the terrain using rock bolt wedges. But the problem is, we don't have the technology to create the spiral accurately. Delivery will take some time. But I will send the blueprint to Master Coxidus first. While waiting, I will check for more information about the terrain." Lowy walked down the street, listening to what the people were saying. "You saw her too, right? That beautiful woman at the distribution center?" "Of course you did. Everyone wants to catch a glimpse of her. Yeah, especially that body." "Whoa, for real, for real. Her body is smoking, hot. Yeah, her body." Lummy shot them a look of disdain. "How can you guys talk so loudly like that in the street?" He thought seriously. "A beauty at Kamavaro's distribution center. There's no plot like that in the novel. Could it be one of the variables? Should I check it out?" Lowe walked toward the crowd, waiting in line. Wow, did they all come to see that unparalleled beauty? He squeezed into the crowd. "Excuse me, wow, look at her figure." Suddenly, Lowe noticed a burly figure with familiar blue hair in front. The closer he got, the more familiar it seemed. That's right, it was none other than Habiel Asrahan in disguise as a woman. Lowe was utterly disappointed. Figure, huh? Suddenly he turned to look as well. Habiel Asrahan looked toward where he was standing. Lowe's face was now devoid of emotion. He was astonished by his appearance. Lowe pointed at Habiel Asrahan. "You!" Then he raised both hands to his chest. "Boobs. So good," Habiel Asrahan replied with a deadpan face, following his lead. "Flavor." He shook his head repeatedly. "Nice." The sub kept kicking the man next to him, but Habiel Asrahan didn't care, and still gestured, indicating a successful investigation. Lowe glared, warning him. He turned away with 2 fingers raised as a reminder. "I'm watching you." Lowe gradually moved away from the crowd, leaving an annoyed Habiel Asrahan behind. Kamavaro's figure appeared behind him. He asked sternly, "Are you done yet?" The street vendor below replied softly. "It was finished last night." Kamavaro walked away as if there had been no conversation, but everything had been heard by Habiel Asrahan. Under the clear blue sky, Lowe stood at the foot of the mountain, putting down his backpack. He climbed up to calculate, first, the prediction of destruction. Lowe used his measuring skill and discovered something. A skull appeared in his eyes. A skull? Did someone die during construction? No way, it was just buried here, wasn't it? Lowe glanced around, checking. Where's the body? Why is there only a skull? He was astonished after observing. Lowe discovered 2 more skulls over there. He continued to look around. Skulls buried neatly in the ground. Those 2. 3 of them are buried $50, Tech CM $D, evenly spaced and arranged around the mountain peak. Lowe started digging. Could it be? Scene change. To Kamavaro's meeting place. Everyone's already working hard. He smirked. The event will proceed as scheduled. A skull shrouded in dark energy lies deep below. Lowe was certain. As expected, there's a trace of dark magic mana threatening this place. This is the dark magic that created the Namarin barrier. He smirked. Meaning? Kamavaro grinned triumphantly at the appearance of the Hell Knight. Lloyd smiled confidently at his intention. Your plan is kinda lame. He used his skill to absorb the incoming energy. The magic heart activated purification. The skull became completely white. Okay, purified 1. Suddenly, a purple stone fell out of the skull. Huh, what's this? Lomi picked it up to examine it. The skull is just a vessel. This is the real deal. Is it jewelry? He used his appraisal skill. Lloyd was shocked by the quality. A finished product worth $500 million. What is this? Is it equivalent to Lord Bavaria's annual salary? He hurriedly turned to check. What about the others? Another one fell out. It's the same thing. And this one too. Lummi started cackling madly as he focused on digging up the skulls. Jackpot. He started to turn into a devil after seeing the money. Struck the mother lode. Haha. System board. Is this more interesting than stopping the barrier? What? The barrier doesn't know what money is anyway? In a flash, it was almost evening. System board announcement. Triple body physique skill level up. Lloyd looked at his bag filled with gems. 30 in total. He hugged it tightly. Equivalent to 30 Bavarias. It's worth 30 years of Lord Bavaria's salary. Unexpectedly, Bayan in the territory coughed violently. Akos Frontera worried. Lord Bavaria, you should rest. You've been working too hard. Lloyd smiled contentedly. It was worth the effort. I hope it happens more often. He turned to walk away. Right. Give him a slight raise and let him work for another 20 years. And in those 20 years, make him feel like he has to work for 30 years, haha. Suddenly, Lloyd stopped. He turned back to look at the skull that Lloyd had abandoned before. He bent down wondering, how did it end up like this? Was it natural causes? Or an assassination? The skull remained in place. Suddenly, Lloyd bent down and knelt. Whatever it may be, I still want to express my gratitude for giving me Bavaria's future. He picked up the skull and started collecting all the skulls, putting them in a bag. I'll take you to a better place, so rest in peace from now on. The skull Lloyd put in the bag shed tears beneath a lifeless body. Under the dark night, illuminating the Namarin territory, Lloyd and Habiel Asrahan were sitting silently in the room. He explained about what happened this morning. The reason I dressed like that is... Lloyd interrupted. No, I know the reason. He silently accepted everything. Humans are diverse, and not everyone understands. Everyone has their own preferences. I sympathize with your unique quirk. Habiel Asrahan was helpless with his hopeless young master. He explained seriously. The whole city knows I'm a knight from a distant land. I need to disguise myself to gather information. Lloyd interrupted Habiel Asrahan. I understand. I know everything. Habiel Asrahan still wore a displeased expression as he looked at him. The room fell silent for a moment. Suddenly Lummi spoke up. So when did you discover that you had that kind of preference? He shouted in rebuttal. It's not like that. Lloyd frowned, putting on a confused face. Why are you so angry? Is it a bad preference? Do you despise everyone in the world who has that preference? Habiel Asrahan was helpless. Anyway, I was able to sneak into the mansion under the guise of running errands. While working at the distribution point, he asked Han. Oh really? So what did you find? He quickly recounted. Beneath the mansion, there's another door leading to a secret basement. Habiel Asrahan stated seriously. At first, when observing Kamaravo, I thought no one could be kinder and more dedicated than him. That's why I thought you might have been wrong to disrespect him. But when I discovered that he was hiding something behind those doors, it seems your instincts were right this time. I will gather evidence at any cost. Lloyd sighed in relief, then continued to joke around. See? This is why you should trust my words and be proud of your preferences. Habiel Asrahan angrily retorted, I told you, it's not like that. Before the extravagant mansion season, Kamavaro panicked. All the Noctanium is gone. The man beside him explained hastily. Someone took it all. If that's the case, our grand plan, he thought in silence. Someone knows my plan. No. If that were the case, they would have followed me, right? Did they accidentally discover it? But how? The two people beside him panicked. What are you gonna do? We gathered here because you said the plan wouldn't change at all. The Dark Mage raised his voice. We even invested tons of money because you said the Dark Mage would recreate the world. Take responsibility, Kamavaro calmly said. Wait, please don't worry, I have a plan, he said sternly. Noctin Nu is just a backup plan for emergency situations anyway. Kamavaro smiled sinisterly, requesting, if you all cooperate one last time, the Hell Knight's descent ritual can proceed smoothly as planned. The scene changes to another day. A basin of water suddenly flung into the air. It fell straight onto the head of Habiel Asrahan, who was cross-dressing. The person next to him asked worriedly, Oh my, Miss Habiel, what's wrong? He replied softly. Oh, I just slipped, she worried. You know where Mr. Kamavaro's living room is in the mansion, right? Go there and change quickly, Habiel Asrahan calmly replied. Okay, let's go quickly. Men are staring at everything. The people around him blushed. That voluptuous body is really top-notch. He walked to the entrance of the mansion. Please open the gate. The gatekeeper was dazed. Damn, this body is too good. Habil Asrahan was confused. It's just a gate. He finished changing into his usual clothes. I should move more discreetly. Habil Asrahan finally let out a sigh. The energy within his body began to calm, controlling his mana. His body gradually erased all surrounding energy. I need to conceal my presence. Let's go! Habil Asrahan leaped out of the room's window. He darted away without making a sound to attract attention. In a flash, he arrived at the secret iron door. Habil Asrahan hid behind a cabinet, calculating his plan. The door leads to the second basement level. How do I open it? Suddenly, he was astonished by an appearance. Before Habil Asrahan stood Kamavaro in front of the door. Kamavaro glanced around to check, then channeled dark energy into the key. After a moment, a dark troll sigil gradually appeared. It slipped into the keyhole. Once complete, the lock glowed, as if it had been opened. Habil Asrahan calculated. A different lock than the main gate, and can only be opened by a specific amount of mana. He looked at the bag of mana stones he had collected before. Lloyd wondered, is this really all? What if it's also buried elsewhere, and Naaman can be activated in combination? He fell silent. I can't let that happen. Lloyd smirked wickedly at his intention. Time for some free money, the system board questioned. Isn't that a dark magic artifact? He firmly replied. Free money. A foot emerged from the door. Kamavaro came out of the basement after finishing his business. Habil Asrahan hid behind the door, waiting for him to leave. Then, he approached the lock. Groping around, Habil Asrahan began channeling energy into it. It has to be something like this. The lock finished absorbing the energy. Unlocked, Habil Asrahan slowly descended into the basement. A darkness enveloped him ahead. He carefully stepped down the stairs. Habil Asrahan strained his eyes to observe ahead. A basement that looked like it held prisoners appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward. Habil Asrahan calmly watched as its body gradually emerged. It was a body mutated by chemicals. It struck straight at him, but Habil Asrahan dodged it. What is this? A zombie? He forcefully gathered energy into his hand and punched it straight in the gut. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan was shocked, because the body completely ate his punch without flinching. It continued to attack, striking directly at Habil Asrahan's hand. He backed away after receiving the blow. Habil Asrahan glared. This wasn't a normal zombie. It was completely different from those in the valley. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared from deep within the cellar. Habil Asrahan took a deep breath, then rummaged in his coat pocket. Habil Asrahan pulled out a small dagger. Habil Asrahan stood ready, his swordsmanship aura flaring. Kamavaro's suspicion had been confirmed. Habil Asrahan stood before the horde of zombies. He glared deep inside. Habil Asrahan spotted a man peeking his head out of a door. He immediately slammed the door shut after seeing him. Habil Asrahan rejoiced. I've got someone to ask. The horde of zombies began to rush forward. He turned, preparing to swing his dagger. One slash of the dagger bisected the one charging at him. One after another, the rest suffered the same fate. Habil Asrahan, while clearing away the zombies, advanced towards the door. He eliminated the entire zombie crowd with just a few dagger strikes. Habil Asrahan swung his foot forward. He kicked down the door with the peeking man inside. He fell to the ground from Habil Asrahan's kick. He sighed after clearing up the mess behind him. The peeking man cried out in fear. Help! Please save me! Habil Asrahan spoke up. I have a question. He instantly broke one of his legs. The peeking man screamed in agony. Habil Asrahan sternly warned. If you hesitate to answer, even for a moment, your other leg will meet the same fate. He glared and asked, what is Kamavaro planning? He answered in a panic, I don't know the details. I'm just following orders. Habil Asrahan raised his foot, preparing to kick. I'm just a hired hand. I was tasked with handling the corpses using a drug that Kamavaro provided. And then, I was suddenly assigned here as a guard. He seriously asked, where are those bodies? The peeking man stammered. In the morgue, along with the bodies of the refugees who died from illness. Habil Asrahan was utterly shocked. He remembered his sweet words. I'll move your father there too. He'll be better soon if he gets treatment there. The girl rejoiced. Thank you, sir. Habil Asrahan gritted his teeth in anger. He killed them. He recalled the stones Lloyd brought back, the skeleton we discovered along with the gem, and all the undead we've seen. Habil Asrahan seriously stated, don't you think it's strange that corpses keep appearing in the morgue? The man with thinning hair cautiously responded, that. He glared at him with piercing eyes. I told you before. The balding man successfully developed a limp after those words. No. Habil Asrahan quickly left the basement. They'll soon realize the basement has been discovered. I need to inform the young master and respond to their actions. He returned to the previous room. Young master, Habil Asrahan, grabbed his sword. I don't have time to look for him. I must now act on my own judgment. He seriously decided, I'll go directly to find Kamavaro. After deciding, Habil Asrahan quickly dashed across the rooftops. Kamavaro and the others were having a secret meeting. They were all people who came from the morgue. He jumped to a mansion, which was the morgue. Habil Asrahan immediately broke through the window and charged in. He quickly braced himself after landing. Habil Asrahan drew his sword, and immediately after, he stood up to observe below. But what awaited Habil Asrahan was nothing. He slowly walked. The morgue, which was always crowded, was now empty. Habil Asrahan looked around. No way, he quickly realized. They've only just begun. Suddenly, a dark sky covered the outside. It quickly rushed over the land, making Habil Asrahan feel like he was being pressed down by something invisible. He uncomfortably wondered, what the hell is this? It feels like my strength is draining from my body. Habil Asrahan immediately ran out of the mansion. Above was a dark magical sky, and it was beginning to form a wall. He was completely terrified. What is that? The deepest part of the sky began to stir violently. Habil Asrahan's sword aura was suddenly being sucked upwards. My mana is leaking out. People nearby were also clutching their chests in pain. He frantically realized, young master, he's also in danger. In front of the Namarin family mansion, Shisuria looked out the window. She was astonished by what she saw below. Below were people collapsing to the ground in pain. Shisuria quickly ran. I don't know what's happening, but I need to help them. She clutched the necklace around her neck, reassuring herself. I'm okay. I'll be okay. A dark mage outside was responsible for creating the dark wall. He continued his work seriously. The Nucanium and the incantation Kamavaro gave me are working great. The Hell Knight is about to appear. The dark mage smirked triumphantly. This world is ours. Ours is coming. Suddenly, a devilish face appeared next to him. What the hell is this guy? Lloyd glared in question. I have some questions. I see about 30 guys like you around here. Are you guys holding a rain dance or something? The dark mage chose to remain silent. He angrily pressed his face close to the mage's. Hey, what are you muttering? I asked. What are you doing? Are you treating me like air? The dark mage trembled, thinking to himself, oh no, I think my heart stopped. How can this guy make such an angry face, Hell Knight? I thought it was here already. I'm gonna ruin everything. Just by him opening his mouth, suddenly Lloyd turned around. Alright, I get it. Treating me like air, huh? Fine, fine. The mage's eyes widened in fear. He smiled menacingly, raising the scepter in his hand. Let's see how long you can ignore me. Lloyd immediately struck the dark mage's face. He winced. Well, the scepter in my hand is bent, making it kinda hurt when I hit his face. The dark mage bled, but still confident. That's the protection spell Kamavaro used. You can't break anything with that scepter. Lloyd didn't panic, and instead used Burst Dash. He looked at the flaming scepter rushing towards him in fright. A thud echoed under the dark sky. His scepter continued to bend after the attack. Lloyd was puzzled, while the dark mage snickered. What an idiot! He lost 2 teeth but still smiled smugly. Magic shields aren't so easily broken, Lloyd walked calmly. You seem pretty confident in your magic, huh? It must be hurting you to the bone right now. He straightened his scepter, thinking of a way. I'm in a dilemma. Nothing's going my way at all. In a predicament like this, I just need to look cool. Lloyd reached for his glowing stone. Let's try absorbing his mana. Suddenly he was stopped by a surge of electricity. Oog, eh. Lloyd nursed his smoking hands. He still calmly asked, can you move? If you move, will something happen to the shield? As if he was hit in the bullseye, his face darkened. Seeing the opportunity, Lloyd smiled confidently. No need to answer. I'll find out myself. Inside the wall that was absorbing energy in front of Namarin Town Square, a pair of feet stepped inside. He ignored the people, collapsed on the ground, and walked on. Suddenly, one person trembled and begged, please help, Lord Kamavaro. He froze, his eyes widening as he stared at the boy. Kamavaro kicked him mercilessly, right in the face. After finishing the job, he looked up and saw Kamavaro walking towards the stone statue, the statue of a fallen angel, and he cut a gash on his hand. Kamavaro grinned wickedly, bringing his hand closer to the statue. It will become the gate for the Hell Knight's descent. Outside, layers of earth were being dug up. The dark mage was extremely nervous at this moment. Lloyd continued digging. He sighed in relief after finishing. Phew. All prepped and ready to go, he was standing on a small patch of earth. The dark mage trembled, panicking. Lloyd slowly approached him. He pressed his grotesque face close to the mage's. Lloyd's full lips gradually pursed. He gently blew into the dark mage's ear, sending him into a state of bliss. Unexpectedly, the patch of earth beneath him also broke away. The dark mage fell to the ground. Then, suddenly, his stone began to glow. No, it's absorbing all the energy within the dark mage's body. He trembled, collapsing on the ground, utterly powerless. Lloyd picked up the stone and examined it. Looks like this magic is pretty complex. It reacts the instant the caster moves. He glared upwards. If that's the case, then the dark wall above is shifting. It's rapidly losing an outer layer of protection. Lloyd clenched his fist in delight. Aha! Inside, Kamavaro also noticed the anomaly. Another layer is vanishing. After Lloyd finished subduing a mage, he was astonished by the sudden change. Who is it? Even though I still have enough mana, I must hasten the process of summoning the Hell Knight. Kamavaro recited a mysterious incantation to the fallen angel statue, when suddenly, a voice rang out. Kamavaro. Susuria strode forward, raising her voice. What are you doing? He wondered. Even inside the barrier, she's completely unharmed. How? How is this possible? The necklace prevents mana from being drained. Kamavaro immediately used burst fire on his hand. Alright, he fires straight at Susuria Namarin. Futile. Suddenly, her eyes light up and she shouts, Wrath of the Fire God! A massive flame shoots directly at him. Kamavaro struggles to erect a magical defense. Impossible. How can a young woman wield magic at the level of a royal mage? An explosion erupts quickly after the spell is cast. Jingasia gasps for breath after the attack. Kamavaro collapses beneath the statue. She steps forward, repeating, Go, Kamavaro. What do you think you're doing? He doesn't answer but continues chanting. Susuria is utterly astonished. Kamavaro's face twists into a wicked grin. Come forth, Hell Knight. The statue of the fallen angel suddenly cracks wide open. Susuria is stunned, Hell Knight. He seizes the opportunity of her distraction and lunges with a dagger. Unexpectedly, Habiel Asrahan drops from the ceiling. He slices off the hand that was lunging towards Susuria Namarin. He stares in agony, eyes wide, at the appearance of the knight Habiel Asrahan. His hand is severed clean off by his strike. Habiel Asrahan continues to spin and attack. He slashes directly at Kamavaro, but he blocks it with magic. Suddenly, his arm twists on its own, contorting grotesquely. The statue of the fallen angel is almost completely cracked. Habiel Asrahan is shocked by its light. A streak of fiery red lightning suddenly strikes down. It slams straight into the statue, detonating the area. Stones from the statue begin flying everywhere, aiming directly at Susuria and the people around her. She doesn't panic but crouches down, creating a magic circle. An energy wall is created. An angel. It blocks all the stones flying towards them. Kamavaro stands proudly before the thick smoke of lightning. He announces sternly, It's over, you bastards. Every single person here will be torn apart and burned to pieces. Kamavaro smirks wickedly. By the very hand of the great Hell Knight, suddenly, a demonic hand reaches out from within the smoke. It slams down, cracking the ground, along with a huge sword, creating a squeaking sound under the floor. Kamavaro was aghast at its appearance. Habiel Asrahan glared straight ahead. Joris appeared in an incomplete form. He thought in disbelief. What? Where's its warhorse? What about its legs? Why is it still incomplete? Damn it. The barrier disappeared, so the required mana is running out. And the summoning happened too hastily. Habiel Asrahan was startled by its appearance. Even in its incomplete form, the Hell Knight exuded an incredibly powerful dark energy. Can I truly confront this? Suddenly, it spoke. Summoner, what do you wish for? Kamavaro pointed at him, raising his voice. Oh, that silver-haired fellow. How dare he? How dare he point his sword at a Hell Knight? Joris confirmed its target and immediately lunged forward, striking Habiel Asrahan's sword. He struggled to parry Joris's great sword. Ugh. It felt as if his entire body was being crushed. Even covering his body with an aura wasn't enough. Habiel Asrahan's footing quickly shattered under the pressure. Suddenly, Joris warped behind him and immediately slashed down. To Habiel Asrahan's utter shock, Susuria immediately came to his aid, casting a hydro spell. The jet of water struck its great sword directly, giving him a chance to dodge. A sword strike landed where Habiel Asrahan had just been standing. Joris angrily shifted its target. How dare you, Susuria? Was startled by that gaze. It quickly lunged forward, intending to attack her. Habiel Asrahan, on his side, wouldn't let Joris have its way, so he channeled mana to envelop his sword. He aimed directly at it and fired. The attack pierced right through Joris's head, causing its head to disintegrate. Joris's body fell to the ground and was flung away from Susuria Namarin's position. Habiel Asrahan gasped for breath after the attack, its body slowly disintegrating, leaving nothing but ashes beneath. Kamavaro trembled in astonishment. Impossible, no way! A sword was pointed at his panicked face. Habiel Asrahan said sternly, Thanks to Susuria, I achieved this victory. Bring the people to a place where they can be treated and rest. Those behind him quickly responded, Yes. Those who are still strong, rise immediately. Those with remaining energy, please help the injured to the Count's mansion. Hurry up, Habiel Asrahan warned sternly. We'll discuss the details at the palace. Whatever it is, you won't escape just punishment. Kamavaro ground his teeth in annoyance, but suddenly broke into a bizarre grin, leaving Habiel confused. The savage Kamavaro spoke up. You have no idea what a true Hell Knight is. Habiel Asrahan was dubious about his words. But then he noticed the light next to him, and Joris suddenly resurrected from the dust and ashes. Habiel Asrahan's eyes widened in shock as his body instantly regenerated. Kamavaro laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, it's useless. No matter how many times you try to take him down, the great Hell Knight is immortal. Suddenly he spoke. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect this. Apologies for underestimating you. Joris gripped his great sword, introducing himself once more. I am Jorsius, commander of the First Legion, supporting the ruler of Hell. From now on, I'll fight you with all my might. Habil Asrahan solemnly introduced himself as well. I am Habil Asrahan, Knight of Frontera. I will send you back where you belong. The two stood their ground, poised for battle after the greeting. Suddenly, both figures vanished from the ground. Habil Asrahan and Jokurius charged at each other in mid-air. A high-speed battle unfolded. Habil swung a blow at him, but Jokurius used teleportation to evade it. He instantly appeared above and slashed at Habil Asrahan's neck. He swiftly used his dagger to block the blow instead of his main sword. Jokurius praised, "What a surprise! Wonderful! So exciting!" Habil Asrahan glared at his eerie laughter. He used all his strength to withstand Jokurius' greatsword. Bam! The force of his blow sent Habil Asrahan plummeting through the air. He quickly leaped out of the smoke. Suddenly, Jokurius appeared. "I'm right in front of you." Haha. Habil Asrahan immediately dodged the attack, quickly regaining his posture before continuing to chase and attack Habil Asrahan, who was trying to evade. He thought tensely, "His swordsmanship is no joke. This is getting a little too much for me. It's almost impossible to block all of his attacks. He's pushing me back." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan threw his dagger, and Jokurius immediately snatched it. Unexpectedly, Habil Asrahan followed up with his sword. He swung his sword with force. If he had legs, my situation would be even more difficult. How can he be so strong without legs? Joris instantly teleported to evade Habil Asrahan's attack. He scanned his surroundings, judging where will he appear next. He knows I'll be standing here predicting his next move. So Habil Asrahan decided to swing his sword downwards. Just as predicted, Joris emerged from beneath his feet. Habil Asrahan immediately sliced away his great sword. He raised his sword again. Suddenly, Joris released his great sword. Habil Asrahan swiftly slashed towards his head. Unexpectedly, Joris grabbed his leg. He pulled Habil Asrahan, throwing him off balance. Is he trying to drag me in there? Perhaps he wants to use me to gather enough mana to summon the rest of his body. Suddenly, the mana flow began to merge with Habil Asrahan's mana. What? The mana emanating from him is disrupting my mana flow. Joris seized the opportunity and slammed him into the ground. Habil Asrahan coughed up blood, screaming in agony. He continued to lift him into the air and then slam Habil Asrahan back down. He was continuously tormented by that loop. The light in Habil Asrahan's eyes gradually faded. Suddenly, Jokurius stopped. "This was indeed a good fight, Habil. I will always remember your name." He picked up his great sword and raised it, preparing to finish Habil Asrahan. "Let's fight again in hell." The great sword rapidly descended, but suddenly a voice rang out, causing the strike to veer off course. "Don't move, you bastard," Lloyd said sternly. "From what I know, that guy..." He turned towards the voice. He pointed a skewer at Kamaravo's neck, warning, "Then you need to go back to hell or I'll kill the one who summoned you. Stay away from my servant or I'll kill this one too." Chimera shouted fearlessly. "Ah," Jokurius muttered in bewilderment. "What's wrong with him?" Lloyd winced, looking no different from a demon lord. Even a Hell Knight would turn their nose up. So ugly, he's not joking. Judging by that expression, I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to kill and drink that guy's blood. Joris surveyed his grotesque body, the aura radiating from him, and asked sternly, "Who are you? Did you come from hell? Your face, your tone, and the way you talk, it's all like you're from hell." Suddenly, Lloyd spoke up. "Dad!" With each word, he lowered the sling in his hand. Unexpectedly, he fired a dark energy blast at Lloyd Frontera. It was aimed directly at where Kamaravo was. He fearfully hid behind the attack. He vaporized the rest of the arm that Habil Asrahan had cut off. Joris seriously stated, "I don't care if you kill him or not. Even if he dies, I can still be here for more than 40 minutes. That's more than enough time for me to wipe out this city," Lloyd gravely thought. The plan failed. What to do now? Suddenly, Habil Asrahan appeared from behind him. He swung his sword directly at Joris, but he quickly deflected Habil Asrahan's blade. He was sent flying by the force of the impact. Lloyd anxiously thought, "Damn it, Habil's injured. You mophead, come fight me instead." He looked at his trembling body and commanded, "Habil, stay there, don't get up." "That's an order," Lloyd continued to yell. "Hey, mophead!" Habil Asrahan struggled to his feet, secretly thinking, "He's here. We might be able to win, but I have to settle this." Lloyd fired a critical hit at him. "You mop-headed bastard, look at me, you hear?" With a wave of his hand, Joris was able to redirect the attack. It flew off to the side of him. Damn. Joris ignored Lloyd and continued to attack. He aimed directly at Habil Asrahan, who was standing unconsciously in front of him. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared behind Joris. He hugged him tightly. Jokurius warned, "You idiot! Don't you know what happens when you touch something from hell? Dark mana will devour your mana core and you will die." Lloyd mockingly said, "Ooh, I'm so scared." But you know what? The magic heart began to merge with Joris's mana. He grinned wickedly, explaining, "I've done this once or twice before." He looked at Lloyd's grotesque face and couldn't help but say, "What the hell is this?" The system announced, The mana radiating from the Hell Knight will temporarily reinforce your mana core. Of course, you still can't fight the Hell Knight, but you are no longer an entity that can be ignored. The magic heart started to activate powerfully, the system board announced. The special ability lock has been successfully activated. Lloyd quickly pulled Joris down. Joris reached back. You damn bitch! Lloyd swiftly dodged his snake-like grab. Haha. He continued to evade the hand, trying to catch him, laughing gleefully. Haha. Jesus angrily fell backward, Lloyd leaning back with him. Suddenly, he flipped around, legs up and head down. Jesus angrily raised his sword. He thrust it down at his crotch, but still failed to hit Lloyd Frontera. He laughed arrogantly at the powerful knight from hell. Hello there, Jesus struggled uncomfortably to shake the leech off his body. Suddenly, Lineka sternly reminded him. Oh my, didn't you forget something? Habil Asrahan seized the opportunity as he carelessly raised his sword, glaring at Joris. He was utterly astonished, thinking, what? His previous wounds have fully recovered? I have to stop this. Suddenly, Lloyd grabbed both of Joris's hands, and at the same time, Habil Asrahan slashed down. He slashed straight across his chest. Joris screamed in pain. Habil Asrahan didn't stop, continuing to grip his sword. He stabbed forward, but he teleported away. Joris appeared in the air. Habil Asrahan quickly jumped up reflexively. He slashed again, but he was still too late. He angrily cursed. You insects! I'll teleport now. Why are you still here? Lloyd loudly scolded. You're still running around in armor and wielding a sword. Take it off already. Show some restraint, you blockhead. Habil Asrahan used the energy pad as a launch platform. He flew straight ahead with extreme speed. Lloyd struggled to weave around Joris's body. Habil is moving unusually fast. I can't keep up with his teleportation. Even purifying this thick and heavy mana has its limits. At this rate, we're going to lose. What should I do? Suddenly, a system window appeared. Article 37 of the Messenger Contract has requested activation of Clause 1. He wondered, what's that noise? A crackling electrical current appeared, followed by the system window. Request has been activated. The messenger is authorized to issue a direct order to the designated entity. Lloyd stared in disbelief at the system window. Suddenly it demanded, Sing, Kim X Ho. If you sing, we will definitely win. Sing, sing, what kind of nonsense is this? Ahead, Joris was constantly dodging Habil Asrahan's attacks by teleporting. Suddenly, a terrible singing voice rang out, Love of God. He was stunned. What? Lloyd poured out a song that haunted the mind like a peacefully flowing river. Suddenly, Joris's body spasmed uncomfortably. What kind of magic is this? My head feels like it's about to explode. He continued to sing with his full lips. The steadfast love of the Lord. Joris thought uncomfortably. No, this isn't a normal song. He clutched his head and screamed. This bastard can't sing properly. Stop it already, Joris yelled in agony. My ears, Lloyd sang as he thought. I get it. He's projected to be weak against praise. Habil, it's your time. JB is like my river, like peace to Habil. Asrahan also clutched his head in discomfort. He was dazed. You too. Hey. Lloyd recalled the past, honestly saying, now I understand why my parents, who were always good to me, told me not to sing, because it would disturb the neighbors. In the singing contest, I only managed to sing the O part of O Sole Mio. The music teacher threw the instrument and said, if you can't sing, get out, back in the military. I wanted to eat a cocoa pie, so I attended their church service and sang hymns. The pastor suddenly said, the devil has appeared, then splashed holy water on me. Someone once said, there's no such thing as a useless skill in this world. Being tone deaf isn't a bad thing, and it can be interesting in its own way. Lloyd sang while crying, I will sing of the steadfast love of the Lord forever. Jesus angrily yelled, Arg, die, die, you demon. Lloyd continued to hold on to him and sing, I will sing of the steadfast love of the Lord. Habil Asrahan's head hurt so much that he used his skill to block his ears. Joris gradually fell, taking his body with him. Suddenly Lloyd jumped up the steadfast love of the Lord. He easily avoided the impact from the ground. Habil Asrahan seized the opportunity and charged forward. Lloyd jumped off of him. After landing, he quickly stabbed Joris straight in the chest. He received the blow and cried out in pain a few times. Habil Asrahan gripped the sword tightly, shouting, Advance to the table! And the face of the head suddenly glowed after his words. Joris's body was also swept up in that powerful energy. The ground cracked open. Soon after, Lloyd stood up in shock, panting. Ahead, Habil Asrahan had succeeded in dissolving Joris's body. He stepped forward and smiled awkwardly. I won't ask if you're dead, because you'll definitely survive and come back, he said seriously. It's not over yet. Lloyd looked at Habil Asrahan in confusion. He explained after the words, I can still feel a large amount of mana in this place. He looked back silently. A dark energy began to gather immediately afterwards. Habil Asrahan and Lloyd stared wide-eyed behind them. Joris's body gradually appeared. He stepped forward, asking them to back away. Suddenly, Lloyd smiled and spoke. It's okay, that guy is dead. Habil Asrahan questioned. Are you sure? Even after seeing that, I'm sure I stabbed him in the head. He suggested wanting to bet. Lloyd smiled wickedly. Certain, I bet. He's dead. He picked up the scepter from the ground, and Lloyd solemnly declared, if he comes back to life, I'll be your subordinate for a year. If he dies, then you have to wear the Habil costume when we return to the estate. Got it, Habil Asrahan agreed. Okay, but young master, please step back. He smiled confidently. Deal. Lloyd raised his scepter and unleashed the triple blast energy-consuming skill. Then Lloyd collapsed and locked onto his target. Joris was bewildered, not knowing what he was doing. Lloyd shouted, Supercharge! And energy began to surge towards him. Habil Asrahan was astonished, thinking to himself, he's absorbing the Hell Knight's mana. He was stunned by the amount of energy being lost. Suddenly, Joris smirked. Fool. This Joris's powerful mana is not something you can handle. After those words, Lummi started coughing up blood. It's not working. This mana is too much for me. He struggled to continue, but there's no other choice. Now, I'll definitely handle it. He laughed arrogantly at Lloyd Frontera's actions. Haha, you must feel it's too much for you, right? He coughed up more blood immediately after, when suddenly a hand was placed on Lloyd Frontera's back. Then another hand was placed on him. Habil Asrahan and Sisuria poured energy into his body. The magic heart began to purify, she shouted. Blessing of life. The healing skill was transmitted into Lloyd Frontera's body. He smirked triumphantly. I win. Joris's body gradually got sucked into his... He completely vanished immediately afterwards. Without completing the energy absorption into his body, the dark energy had completely disappeared. Lloyd clenched the remaining mana in his hand. He withdrew the skill after finishing. Lloyd smiled contently with the dark mana in his body. Evil vanquished. Suddenly, he collapsed. Siruria shouted anxiously. Young master, Habil Asrahan reassured. Don't worry too much. It's a common occurrence. She was puzzled by his words. You're his knight, and you're saying that even if it happens often, you should still be worried. Habil Asrahan continued. I am worried too, Sisuria was annoyed. You don't look like it at all. Now come help me. Lloyd was completely unconscious after absorbing Joris's energy. The system notification appeared. You have defeated Joris, annihilated the Hell Legion. The Underworld King admires your great achievement. The Underworld King wants you. The Namaran territory has returned to normal. Kamavaro was arrested and thrown into prison by the Royal Knights from the capital. The Dark Mage has been captured. The Queen will take care of the rest. The real problem is, we can't proceed with the construction project, Lloyd dejectedly complained. Because of that damn barrier, no one has any energy left. He scratched his head in frustration. I knew it. That's why I asked my people to come along with me from the start. Suddenly he realized something. I can't say that. I have to find a way to make money. After waking up, I realized I had gained some amazing skills. System panel. Joris's power absorption effect. The mana-dominated undead skill option has been upgraded to an independent skill. Losi read the content on the system in astonishment. The conditions and limitations of the skill have been removed. He then smirked evilly. That means, if there are undead, I'll have 100% free labor. Awesome. System panel, you have a new achievement, a new skill. Devil High Note Singer. Lomi was puzzled. What kind of crap skill is that? Sounds annoying. Back to the present. He sat in his room pondering. How do I get undead? Create them. Can I? Is it reliable? This skill is really useless? Lloyd looked in the mirror, admiring himself. Something cool like, haha, the power of hell. Ah, look at those big eyes. So cool. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Someone. He opened the door and asked, Who is it? Why aren't you saying anything? A group of headless ghosts appeared in Lloyd Frontera's eyes. He looked at the number outside. In surprise, Lloyd wondered, Who are you? The energy surrounding its body wiggled. The headless ghost formed a face and said, We are! Lloyd frantically covered his eyes. God, I'm blind. Wait, how gross. He quickly removed the headless ghost held up a sign. We are ghosts who lost their bodies due to dark magic. We wandered everywhere until we sensed a source of power that could bring our bodies back. Lloyd spoke, emitting dark energy from his eyes. Oh, is that so? Another sign was raised. That's right. Thanks to your power we have obtained new bodies. Thank you, the headless ghost continued. After meeting you directly, we know that you are the one who soothed our vengeful souls. Lloyd lowered his hand in astonishment. Huh? He recalled the skulls from before. Lloyd clasped his hands and knelt before the graves he had personally built for the skulls. The headless ghost continued. We have no memories of our past lives, nor do we have any goals. If we continue to wander aimlessly, we may be banished. The group of headless ghosts suddenly knelt down. The leader raised a sign. If we continue to wander aimlessly, we may be banished. Lummi, read the content on the sign. Please give us a chance to repay your kindness. I'm gonna ask you guys to do a lot of things, headless ghosts. So do you want to ask for a salary? Lomi continued. We are spirits, so we don't need money, so what should I feed you? We don't have a digestive system. Or a place to live. Suddenly he was silent for a moment, and then smiled as he read the content on the sign. Just give us a coffin, and that will be enough. Now you are part of the working class, the Bone Crew Brigade. Loey happily thought to himself. Thank you, haha, I finally did it. The noise woke Habel Astra Hunter M. He stared at the headless ghosts, grinning grotesquely, but Habel Asrahan remained unfazed, as if he saw nothing, then drifted back to sleep. Lungi was ecstatic. The free labor I've always dreamed of. The core troop is simply a source of endless labor. They don't know fatigue, don't need sleep, and don't need food. We don't have to pay them, that's the best part. Haha. Count Namarin had a little accident when he came to the site to see the project. It's just that Loy is striking a cool pose with his eyes. They are the core troop. I am the summoning genius. Look at the sparkle in my eyes, Count Namarin praised while avoiding eye contact. It's rare to meet someone so good at summoning creatures. I've never paid attention to the light in your eyes. He glared and spoke up. HMPH, good at magic, can't I be good at summoning? Ah, her eyes are shining too, can't mine. He and his soldiers fell silent at Loy's words, Count Namarin said softly. Sorry, we are allowed to lie, as long as we don't harm anyone. The system board was helpless. What a dangerous way of thinking. I don't know how to defend it. Winter has arrived, and the snow has begun to fall. The completed magic stone model has arrived. The Namin Slope Stabilization Project has entered its final stage. A hand reaches up to catch the falling snowflakes. Habiel Asrahan sat pensively by the mountain, remembering the warmth placed on his hand at that time. The moment when he and Shisuria Namantrara together transferred energy to Lloyd Frontera. Suddenly, Habiel Asrahan pulled his hand back. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out in his ear. Sir Knight. He paused in surprise at her appearance. Lady Siasha, Habiel Asrahan, bowed respectfully. The project is going very well. If you need a detailed report, I'm happy to provide it. Sisuria Namanra quickly responded. Ah, no, I came to see you. Habiel Asrahan wondered. Me? What's wrong? She awkwardly replied. Well, that's... Sisuria clumsily explained. It's about how you use mana. My magic hasn't been working well for a long time. I was wondering if you might be free to show me. If I could learn it, I'm sure I could improve my magic. Habiel Asrahan shyly accepted. Okay, I understand. I will teach you everything I have learned. Jisuria was delighted after hearing his acceptance. She clenched her hands tightly. Loy, who was managing the construction below, looked up. In his eyes were two people chatting very happily. Loy watched the two of them in silence. He remembered the scene where Habiel Asrahan cried out over Sisuria Namarin's death. I finished avenging her and killed the monster. Who needs you to help him? You are the one with cursed mana. Get out, Habiel. You are destined to be alone. You must fight alone again and again, and die from exhaustion and solitude. Don't drag anyone else in. Research your own heart, because your own heart will lead them to their deaths with infinite power and a predetermined fate. That was all the lonely past he experienced in the past. But now, Habiel Asrahan was smiling with the person he liked. Lloyd was pleased with the current result in front of Count Namarin's territory fortress. The construction of the slope has been completed. If properly maintained, what you are worried about will never happen. The Bone Squad collected the bestowed treasures. This is 10 times the construction cost for the project as promised. Lloyd bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Count Naaman waved his hand modestly. No, it's nothing compared to what you've done. All right, everyone, our county's benefactor. The people behind him started cheering. Benefactor Loy Naaman. Loy Naaman. He puffed up his chest at the cheers. Hooray, hooray, he thought to himself. It's so good to earn a lot of money. It's time for me to lie down and eat all day, after returning to the county. Suddenly, Count Namra spoke. I'll propose to you once again. Will you become my son-in-law and inherit Naaman? Loy thought to himself. No way. My plan is to occupy the neighboring spaces of the Cog County. He bowed and replied, I am the heir to the Frontera estate. Namaran also has its own wonderful heir. You will soon become the greatest wizard on this continent. That person is Lady Cecilia. Loy bowed once more. Then we'll take our leave first. Count Namra accepted. Thank you. I will never forget this kindness. Habiel Asrahan followed him, but still didn't forget to turn back. Behind them, Shisuria Namanshura was waving goodbye. Suddenly, he called out to Habiel. He immediately responded, Yes, young master, Loy suggested. You can stay. I will increase your salary and pay you in advance. Habiel Asrahan uncomfortably replied. Is your brain broken after absorbing demonic mana? Never mind, you always act like that, he angrily said. What did you say? He seriously stated. I am a knight of Frontera for the rest of my life. Lumi calmly asked. What if it's an order? Habiel Asrahan calmly replied. No. If I disobey an order, then execute me. He sighed to himself. TCH, what a stubborn guy. Suddenly Loy sighed. He ordered Habiel Asrahan. Alright, let's go. Inside the Frontera estate, a hasty voice rang out. What, Loy is back? Mabella, let's go meet him. Aegis Frontera and her quickly left the mansion. Lloyd brought the Bone Squad back with him. Well, he awkwardly explained, they're the Bone Squad. I summoned them. He stepped forward, cutting him off. Stop. I'm no longer surprised by the things you bring back. Suddenly, Aegis Frontera was more surprised by something else. Habil, he's paying off the bet with Lekli from the previous battle. Habil Asrahan uncomfortably thought to himself, damn it, why did I accept that stupid bet back then? He recalled, if he comes back to life, I will be your subordinate for a year. If he dies, you have to wear the Habil outfit when we return to the estate, okay? He blankly called out, Habil. Aegis Frontera hugged him tightly. It must have been hard to hide this, right? Habil Asrahan said with a grim face. It's not like that, I'm fine. He patted him on the shoulder, accepting his preferences. It's okay, you're not wrong, it's okay to be a little different. Habil Asrahan, sweating bullets, wanted to explain. That's not it. Lloyd stood watching, grinning like he'd hit the jackpot. After that, he was embraced by his parents. Warm hug. I'm so happy to be back in my comfortable home, along with the cash. To live the life I've always dreamed of. Lloyd happily walked along, guided by the two of them. That's what I call a brother, he smiled contentedly. Want to chill and do nothing? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Royal decree. A bearded man rolled up like a whirlwind. Lloyd was stunned. He quickly announced, by order of the royal decree for Lloyd Frontera, I hereby appoint you as part of a special mission to Aspa. He panicked completely. What? The bearded man slammed the decree shut and shouted, depart immediately. Soldiers began placing the hat on Lloyd Frontera's head. 2 soldiers forcibly escorted him away. Lloyd tearfully pleaded in his heart, no, no. Before the marching parade, inside the carriage, Lloyd cried miserably, wah wah. Seeing this, Habil Asrahan spoke up, young master. He put his hand on Lloyd's head, reminding him, don't cry anymore, you look ugly when you do that. Still streaming with tears, he replied, why would you say that? Sniff. Sniff. Habil Asrahan sighed in exasperation. Count Ventura frowned uncomfortably. Why are you sad when His Highness has given you this honorable mission? Special Envoy Representative Count Ventura. Lloyd tried to wipe away his tears. I can't stop crying because I'm so happy. Sniff, sniff, he thought to himself. Why do I have to go there? Why am I being sent away? I just want to relax at home. I hate the Queen. Seeing this, he became even more annoyed. Count Ventura recalled Alicia asking, the reason I appointed Lloyd to the delegation. He bowed and replied, yes, Your Highness. Of course he's allowed to be part of the delegation, but why did you choose him to be the delegation's diplomat? Please share your insight with this humble servant. She tapped the table thoughtfully. As a diplomat. Suddenly, Alicia sat up straight and calmly replied, there's no particular reason. Count Ventura was astonished. Then why? She sternly explained. Let me tell you. Once Lloyd finds out that I've appointed him as a special envoy, he'll cry and make a fuss. He's always dreamed of living a leisurely life in the countryside. From what I heard in Naman, it was the Knight of Namarin who defeated the Hell Knight and his escort knight. It's said that the two of them only gather and provide intelligence, Alicia seriously stated. No matter how flawed the summons was, it's still not something an ordinary knight could defeat. Lloyd and his knight did it, and asked Count Naaman to fabricate a story to cover up what they did. Count Ventura listened in amazement to what she said. Based on Count Namarin's personality, he couldn't have done that. He's just that kind of person, not caring about reputation or success, just wanting to live a lazy life. Alicia smiled slightly as she mentioned Lloyd Frontera. That's why I'm sure he'll achieve something from these appointments. Initially pathetic and weak, later he'll be very strong. He's smart, but also a cheap show-off. His cunning face flashed in her mind. Count Ventura secretly wondered, is this a compliment or a mockery of that guy? Alicia continued her work. If he's annoying, just ignore him. When you meet him in person, you'll definitely realize it. I need to get a few things from Sam. Back in the present, Louis was still sobbing uncontrollably, which infuriated Count Ventura. Is this the face that will bring us success? I don't like this guy at all. He's cheap, gluttonous, and has no self-respect. In a flash, the group from the kingdom of Magentano approached their destination. Inside the palace, a soldier announced, the king has arrived. Long live the king. The Magentano delegation will soon arrive in the capital. Samakan a Asin Sat sternly continued. Good. Remember to show them hospitality worthy of them. He smiled slyly upon hearing the news. Inside the kingdom of Asfahan, an annoyed voice rang out. There are no mistakes, right? Count Ventura angrily snapped. We are special envoys of Magentano. Is this our accommodation? Do you think this kind of impolite behavior is allowed in diplomatic affairs? The bearded man smugly replied. I assure you that we have done our best. I'm just following the king's orders. He got even more angry and shouted, then I will see the king immediately. Lead the way. Lois sat crying, ignoring the arguments. He replied softly, the king is a busy man.
I'm afraid it will be difficult to see him now. Count Ventura grumbled unhappily. How long do I have to wait for him in a place like this? The bearded man calmly replied. Who knows for sure, about 6 months. He was extremely surprised. Nonsense. Suddenly he took an item from his pocket. A golden necklace was taken out, and he explained. If you don't like this place, then use this. Feel free, you can use this badasa anywhere in Aspafan. Maybe you will receive favor and grace from the king. Count Ventura was trembling with anger. Are you now treating us, the special envoys of Magentano, like beggars? The bearded man suddenly threw the badasa down and snickered. Looks like you're misunderstanding something. Receiving this badasa, a golden egg item that immediately falls to the ground, is a great honor. The bearded man turned and left, leaving the count stunned behind. Feel free. He slammed the table and cursed. Filthy bastards. Count Ventura gritted his teeth and said loudly. Daring to insult our kingdom, they will pay the price. This is nothing short of a declaration of war. The man next to him asked Han. What should we do? Count Ventura suggested sternly. I will send a letter back to the royal family and request reinforcements. We must inform the neighboring country and put pressure on them. The man next to him looked around and said, By the way, I haven't seen Loy anywhere. He rubbed his head and continued. Forget him, we have bigger problems. The man next to him was dumbfounded. Huh? Count Ventura, I can't find Badagia. He then realized the problem. What? The dark night began to descend on the kingdom of Asfa? The torch-selling girl delivered her wares. Please buy this torch, please buy it. It is very flammable. Suddenly, a large man pushed the girl away. Get out of here, dirty beggar. The torch-selling girl sat in a corner of the wall. I still haven't sold any torches today. Where will I sleep tonight? Suddenly, a person approached and asked, Hey kid, are you looking for a place to sleep? Loy offered a gentle hand. I'll help you. Come with me to a fun-filled restaurant. The match girl panicked. This is the most expensive hotel in the capital. I can't possibly owe someone I've just met for the first time. He smiled and replied, You've got the wrong idea. Loy cheerfully explained. This hotel is mine. I just took it from someone else. He took out a stack of documents. Here's the contract. Just sign here and it'll be yours, kid. The girl was stunned. Who are you? Lloyd asked back. May. Lloyd pulled out the padasa, revealing a face no different from an ape. I am a man graced by the king. Lloyd entered the hotel and announced, The most expensive dish in this restaurant. I'm treating everyone here. The people in the restaurant were astonished. That's the padasa. We can get anything with it. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. He was like a saint in the restaurant. Bring your families and relatives, even your neighbors, here. Tonight, no one in this city will go hungry again. Lloyd shouted, Long live the king. One night passed, and he stepped into a shop. This is the best silk in town, the shopkeeper replied. Not just in town, but the best silk in the world. Lloyd pointed to the rows behind. Then that, and that. He took out the royal grade item, the dasa. Wrap it all up for me. Lloyd approached the boat renter. Do you rent boats? He immediately sealed the deal with the padasa. No, I'll buy it outright. I'll buy all the perfumes and everything in this market. Prepare to fill my 6 ships. Loki waved to the yachts. The route to Frontera will pass through Karma. The vendors rushed over. Please buy from us too. Delivery. You don't need delivery. He turned around. All right, line up. Lloyd held up the padasa. There is nowhere the king's grace cannot reach. Suddenly, soldiers with weapons rushed over. There he is. Seize him. Habil Asrahan, along with Lloyd, were bound hand and foot and taken to the palace. Sama said sternly. Is it you? He angrily shouted. The one who spent our entire annual budget? He introduced himself. The son of Agus Frontera, Lloyd Frontera. He smiled with great confidence. It's an honor to meet you. Hearing that name, the king, Sam, was shocked. He looked at Lloyd Frontera's sinister face. Lloyd Frontera, the one who ruined the entire monster domino plan, I see. He did all of this just to meet me. The atmosphere inside the palace became silent. Then Sam angrily glared at him. He looked at Lloyd's calm face and calculated. War is coming. We must do everything to prevent it. This border territory is the place most likely to become a battlefield. Samarkand considered seriously. When the war broke out, the first obstacle we encountered was him, Lloyd Frontera. If we want to destroy the Frontera estate, even using the entire military force of the kingdom wouldn't guarantee victory. The strength of their military force is immeasurable. We also have no information on the tactics they intend to use. Samarkand hesitated. Should I kill him right here? He glared down. Samarkand looked at Habil Asrahan, dismissing the previous thought. No, there's a time bomb right inside this palace. Even if we kill the swordmaster, the entire capital will fall into ruin. Lloyd smiled to himself, thinking, Well, think carefully, great King Sam. He looked at him with absolute confidence. Do you have any solution other than sitting down at the negotiating table? The elder Sam was visibly angry. The scoundrel!
He dares threaten King Sam. He fell silent in contemplation, while Lloyd waited seriously. Suddenly Sam sighed. He ordered the soldier, "Release them." He smiled smugly. In a split second, Sam suddenly asked, "You like it, don't you?" Lloyd retorted. "What do you mean?" he mentioned sternly. "That Badasa, do you like it?" Suddenly, he raised both hands. Lloyd bowed respectfully. "Long live the enlightened king. I really like it." Sam was surprised by his action, he thought to himself. What's this? Why so sincere? I suddenly feel embarrassed. Lovey also thanked. Secretly, "I'm putting on a show of sincerity, and I have to thank you a lot." He thought about a chairman handing him a company card. "Keep yourself busy before the meeting takes place. This situation is exactly the same. What should I do? If I have it, I must use it. Wealth is the best, money is the highest. Only the poor say money can't buy happiness." Samakan spoke seriously. "Aren't you afraid Magentano will be suspicious? Accepting the favor of the commanding officer of an enemy nation so enthusiastically, aren't you afraid of the consequences in the future?" Lloyd replied bluntly, "Not at all." He was horrified, thinking, what is this unfounded confidence? Did he even think before answering? He gradually raised his butt higher. "Because the money that Queen Magentano gave me is not comparable to what the king has bestowed," Sam said angrily. "Meaning if I give you money, you could even betray your queen." Lowy immediately followed up. "That's right." A flicker began in his eyes. "Is this guy crazy? I can never understand this kind of selfish person. Too arrogant," he continued. "But great king, if I only serve you under the enticement of money, I'm afraid you won't trust me." Sama frowned after Lloyd Frontera's words. Suddenly a laugh rang out. He chuckled, thinking, how dare he manipulate this great Samakan for his own gain? Samakan happily agreed to the proposal. "All right, let's talk about the compensation you're seeking." Lowy looked up, thinking, that attitude makes me want to bring him under my control. "To not?" he asked seriously. "Does the great Samakan here want war or not?" Sama replied sternly. If necessary, Loiki continued to ask about the kingdom's situation. Whether it was necessary to mobilize the rebellious forces full of people incited by him. Surely the king wants to put an end to this hostile force from outside, right? Samema glared as if struck in a vital spot. Lowy seriously suggested, "This lowly mortal will end this disaster for you, your great majesty. You only need to promise to discuss the special envoy with Magentano." He began to sit up straight, Sama requested. "Explain in more detail." Lowy tightly grasped the contract in his hand. Badanu chuckled about the previous event. "Did you see the king's face when he signed the contract? He was sweating buckets, haha." Habil Asrahan calmly spoke. "This price is ridiculous. You will go down in history as the first to depose a king." Lowy frowned uncomfortably. "Why depose? This is much cheaper than spending on war. The people of Asfahan are becoming increasingly impoverished due to the drought. Samakan isn't helping the people wholeheartedly. Eventually, the whole land will unite and rebel." Lowy calculated grimly. "And then the event will change completely differently from the novel in this world. If there is a battle caused by the rebellion, the losses will be enormous. Preventing natural disasters is the best solution." Before the Asfahan royal palace, Saman stood by the window looking out. Sarat stepped forward and spoke. "Father summoned me," he sternly requested. "My daughter, Sarazat, I entrust an important mission to you." Samakan spoke of his request. "Tomorrow, Loy will depart for Kandahar province. You will escort this man." He widened his eyes and raised his voice. "Seduce him to the point of utter infatuation by any means necessary." Sarat placed her hand on her stomach. She seriously accepted the order. "I will try my best." Dawn gradually broke over the land of Aspa. Sarazat, leading a camel, approached Lloyd Frontera. "I am Sarazat, the designated escort. Pleasure to work with you." He pointed behind him, indicating, but I already have my own escort." She disregarded him and continued, "I hope you will cooperate fully." Lame glared, thinking, this isn't good. Is she following to monitor me? Wait a minute, Sarayas, the princess of Asfahan. Why is the princess in a construction zone? Suddenly she realized something. Unexpectedly, Sarazard moved her stiff body into a pose. After a while of trying, she finally struck a seductive pose. "I hope you will cooperate fully." Lowy was astonished, striking a stylish pose at the most inappropriate time imaginable. He looked into Sarazard's serious eyes, feeling a creeping fear. That judgmental gaze felt like it was piercing right through me. What is she planning to do? Suddenly, Lowy realized he inexplicably had a bad feeling. This is a message of shipping. Sarat likes me. No way. A masculine pink energy on Sama's hands. He presented his heart-shaped hands, proposing, "Become my son-in-law." Lowy grimaced, picturing the scene. Ugh, this old man's love letters are the worst. The secret to solving the desert drought is the Qanat. It's a type of underground waterway used by the Persian kingdom. The desert is so hot that surface water would almost evaporate before reaching the city. Therefore, the aqueducts must be dug deep underground. In the mountains, dozens of kilometers from the city, There's a source of fresh water in the glacial valleys. Let's dig that water up.
The capital of Kandahar, Kandara, Lloyd leaned back on the bed, satisfied.
Finally, some rest, he thought to himself as he lay down. I'm gonna slack off all day today. Lloyd suddenly glanced to the side. I wish I could.
Sarah was posing right at the head of the bed, but it didn't seem like a good idea.
Ugh, that look. If I even dozed off, her eyes make it seem like she'd gut me and rip out all my organs. Lloyd sat up, sighed, and suggested wearily, let's talk for a bit, okay? Can you not do that and act a little more natural? Why do I feel like you're gonna kill me at any moment?
Sapara gripped the Dayo sword behind her back and replied, I'm acting as I normally do. Lloyd gave up. Ah, right. Well, let's compromise a bit then.
He looked at her face, thinking. The youngest of the 4 princesses of the Sarazan Desert, the king's beloved daughter, an outstanding officer who reached the level of a swordmaster at a very young age.
The princesses have never appeared in public, so no one outside the palace knows who they are. I have to pretend I don't know somehow. I have to get her to stop. Let's drop this bait, Lloyd spoke, asking Han Sarazat.
You need to rest at night too, right? She replied seriously. The king ordered me to be your escort, so I must stay by your side day and night. He frowned in annoyance. Not day and night.
Sarat was confused by Lloyd Frontera's words.
He gestured with his eyes towards Habel Asrahan. See that guy standing over there? I already said he's my escort knight, right? That guy's a swordmaster, and a high-ranking swordmaster, much stronger than you. Lloyd lowered his head and said, he could even take on 10 of you at once. Suddenly, he grinned slyly. No, even if there were 50 of you, you still couldn't beat him. So I don't need you. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Sarat was furious upon hearing that. She immediately drew her sword.
Loisi pretended to tremble, but his monkey face didn't change. Ooh, you have a sword. I'm so scared, so scared.
He pulled open his shirt, exposing his neck. Here, cut here, so I can report to the king that you slashed me.
Habel Asrahan even looked at Lloyd with disdain. The king would probably say this. Ugh, aren't you supposed to be a swordmaster? You're nothing.
He provoked arrogantly. It's so embarrassing that someone who isn't even a swordmaster is messing up this mission. What a disgrace. I'll leave a mark on your neck as a reward. I can't become a swordmaster, not even if I reincarnate 50 times. It will be written exactly the same way.
Suddenly, a punch landed straight on Lloyd Frontera's face. She kept hitting him. Ugh, the assigned escort is hitting me. Help, Habel, what are you doing? He stood there enjoying it. Lloyd angrily shouted, What the hell are you laughing at? Do something, Sarat said sadly. You jerk, you trash. She immediately left the room. After that, Lloyd, his face bruised, smirked. Mission complete, haha. Habel Asrahan frowned in disgust.
You wanted to get beat up by a pretty girl?
Your tastes are a bit, he immediately retorted. Bullshit, that wasn't part of the plan. Why didn't you help me? He calmly replied. Sorry, I thought you were enjoying it, Losi angrily shouted. What a lame excuse. Do you even realize your mistake? You think you can fool me with that acting? Habel Asrahan brushed it off, asking, Sarat is trying to seduce you, I know, but why did you provoke her to that extent? Lois seriously stated, First of all, I hate hot and cold weather. I don't want to be tied to Asfahan and live here, he explained grimly. I have to make sure she gives up on her mission. Besides, someone like her has more important things to do than flirt with me.
Sarazat is currently practicing on the rooftop. She swung her sword with fury.
As dawn broke before the capital of Kandara, inside the mansion, Sarazat wondered, Where are you going? Lloyd winced, explaining. Preparing for the construction project. Speed is essential. Babysitting an amateur would slow me down.
She said seriously. I won't get in your way, so let me escort you, he frowned. Hey, it's not as easy as you think, you know.
Suddenly, Lloyd smirked, pointing at Sarat. Because you're no swordmaster. She angrily prepared to punch him in the face like yesterday. Suddenly, Lloyd chanted, A construction is a product created by human labor. Construction materials and equipment installed in a construction are connected and positioned with the land, possibly including the underground part, the above-ground part, the underwater part, and the above-water part, built according to the design.
Sarat stopped in shock. What? Magic?
He glared and continued. A construction is a product created by human labor. Construction materials and equipment installed in a construction are connected and positioned with the land, possibly including the underground part, the above-ground part, the underwater part, and the above-water part, built according to the design. A construction includes public works, housing, industrial works, transportation, irrigation, energy, and other works. Suddenly, her body started to feel sluggish. A sleep spell. If I fall asleep now, Lloyd continued without stopping. Equipment installed in a construction includes construction equipment and technological equipment. Construction equipment is equipment installed in a construction according to the construction design. Technological equipment is equipment within the technological line installed in a construction according to the technological design. Sarat completely collapsed, and only then did he stop.
This is incredibly effective on someone obsessed with sword mastery.
Lloyd turned back and ordered, Habil, take her back to your room. This isn't the time to joke around. Wake up. After finishing with her, the two moved through the streets. Everyone around looked at them with malevolent eyes. Habil Asrahan observed the surroundings and then spoke. The way people are looking at us isn't right at all. Losi didn't deny it. That's right, they probably think we're from the capital. Those who only care about themselves and live luxuriously, ignoring the dying provinces. This construction project isn't that big. I need the cooperation of the local people. But it seems impossible. He smiled slyly. I don't think there's anything to worry about. If we don't get cooperation, then so be it. Suddenly, Loy shouted. Bodong and Bell quickly appeared. Hippo and Kaming also popped out of his clothes. He quickly ordered them to act. Habiel, Bell, and Podong build a full water fountain in the center of this city. Kaming and Hippo will come with me 40 kilometers west to the ice peaks. Let's go. Loy immediately rode on Kaming and flew away. In a flash, they arrived at the ice mountain, and Hippo was quickly dropped off. Go, go. Hippo quickly sucked up the water under the lake, and then Kaming struggled to return. On Bell and Podong's side, they had completed their work. Hippo immediately unloaded all the water he had. A flood of water quickly filled the lake. The people in the capital rejoiced. Water, there's water in the central city square. Suddenly, a voice stopped the crowd. The Loy group smiled wickedly. You're happy now, aren't you? You're all happy, right? He announced like a devil. I'm the one who made it happen. No need to thank me, Loy thought to himself. If we do good, let's show our strength to be recognized. Loy stretched out his hands. I'm the one who brought water from those distant mountains to you, he shouted sternly. I am Lloyd Frontera, remember my name. People threw stones at him, strutting and boasting. Lackey of the capital, you give us a sip of water, but you'll surely take away much more. Li Kai completely dodged the stones thrown at him. Ha ha, you all seem so full of energy. It's all thanks to me. Ha ha, why don't they hit? I hate you. Louis walked calmly through the city. All this discontent cannot be easily resolved. He looked up at the face of the man walking away. There are still many stubborn people who won't even touch the water. But gradually, we will reach more people little by little and non-stop. The people came to the well again to check. Ah, the water is full again. It seems to rise a little more each day. He stood behind the crowd and shouted. That's right, that is Lloyd Frontera, the one who fills the water every day until all the men and women of all ages in the city are on their side. People continued to throw stones at him. Hey mister, this is a 180-degree turnaround. Actually slipped. They are promoting and advertising these propaganda activities. Under the night falling on Kandahar city and a family. The daughter satisfied after drinking water. Ah, I can't believe I can drink this much water. It's like a dream. Suddenly, the girl's parents looked out the door in panic. Outside was Loy staring intensely. He seriously pointed to the girl's glass. Water. Suddenly Loy smiled like an ape. Loin. The family of three was terrified. Immediately after, water, then Loin. He began to use that distorted image to greet the people. Loin brainwashed people from outside the city, and even people using water in the house. He was present everywhere, Loin. That is brainwashing. A girl who came to get water realized something. Under the water, his ape face appeared. Loin brainwash. He walked again on the city, looking at the man moving ahead. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his turban, revealing long, lustrous hair. Super Loy used his ape face again. Unexpectedly, the man responded in the same way he did. Loy stood on the roof and shouted, Water? Everyone in Kandahar city was completely brainwashed by him. Loy turned to the left and then to the right. Water, Loy's ape face, spread rampant throughout the city. Loy shouted proudly. Loy, the water god, Habiel Asrahan muttered. Is this mass hypnosis? Loy smiled confidently. It's the duck effect. Meanwhile, Loy explained sternly. Water is good, water is Loy, therefore Loy is good. Loy pointed at his own face. Headaches, toothaches, menstrual cramps. Suddenly, the system window appeared. That's right, they're winning now. Loy became silent afterward. He slumped over in disappointment. Yeah, roughly. Just leave me alone, system window. What's so confusing? I did it. I made it for you. Suddenly, a smile spread across Loy's lips. Never mind. The preparations are complete. Loy sat at the table, surrounded by stacks of contracts lined up. I'm looking for a man to build underground aqueducts. A man stepped forward and asked, Lord Loy, the water god. Will we be provided with meals? Loy calmly replied. You don't have to worry about that. Loy took out the powerful padasa. Food will come from all over the country. Inside the royal palace of Asfahan, a voice echoed, Long live the king. This is a history of using panada, which Loy used in Kananda, a payment ledger as long as the road from here to Majentana was presented. Samakan angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it, that bastard. The scene shifted to Ko Min flying through the air. Loki used calculations. I really can't find it. It must be deeper than 5 meters, right? Loy glanced sideways, thinking, even if I hire a lot of people, digging 35 kilometers of water pipes is too much. What I'm trying to find is the underground tunnel of the rebel organization. Hundreds of years ago, to avoid oppression, religious people dug a tunnel as a shelter. Now it is being requisitioned by the rebels. Lloyd flew back to the capital city of Kandara. There's only one way to find that tunnel. In front of a luxury hotel, Sarazat warned, holding a sword. I'll say it again. Step aside. Habil Asrahan stood, blocking the door, unmoving. I apologize, Lady Sarazat. He said he wants to be alone tonight. Sarazat, not caring, continued to speak. There are forces here plotting rebellion. It will be very dangerous if he is not protected. At this time, Lloyd was sitting silently in the room. Habil Asrahan calmly replied, I agree, but he said he's fine. Everything will be all right. Suddenly, a bunch of robbers burst in from the window of the room. Sarazat frowned angrily. Escort knights are for emergencies. There may be an unexpected danger coming to young Master Lloyd. Habil Asrahan said sternly in response. No. He said he will be all right. Inside the room, there was no longer anyone to be seen. Sarazat felt helpless due to Habil Asrahan's persistence. You're so stubborn. Suddenly, her body moved abruptly. Sarazat punched him straight in the face. I'll pave my own way with my skills. But that attack was easily blocked by Habil Asrahan. She's incredibly skilled. Not everyone can master that technique right now. Feeling looked down upon, Sarazat spun around. You! She kept hitting him, but everything was blocked. Habil Asrahan calmly reminded. Don't force an increase in mana. The human body can't handle more mana than its limit. He gently parried while instructing. Shift the mana particles. The energy created from the collision between the particles is the key to becoming a sword master. Habil Asrahan blocked the final blow and stated, That's what the young master said. Try it, if you want to become a true sword master. Sarazat was completely stunned by his words. Scene cuts to a secluded house in the city of Kandara. Lloyd was tightly bound by his hands and feet. You are Lloyd, the water god from the capital. What are you plotting in our city? Suddenly, he laughed arrogantly from within the headscarf. Ha ha. The Met was astonished by the laugh. The soldier, following his